On a dimly lit street, a figure was sprinting forward with great urgency, occasionally glancing back with a grave expression in her eyes. The silhouette darted past a flickering yellow street lamp, revealing a tall and stunningly beautiful woman, clad in a sleek black trench coat and knee-high stiletto boots. Her attire left her long, shapely legs exposed between the coat and a short skirt. Her exquisite face, slightly pale, framed by cascading waves of violet hair, granted her an alluring beauty in the current environment. "Damn it," she exclaimed. "What is your intelligence department doing? Wasn't it reported that there was only one slayer in the vicinity? Why are there now two?" With fury in her eyes, the woman spoke in a chilling tone. Moments later, a crackling noise emanated from the miniature walkie-talkie clipped to her collar. "Churan, we've just learned that a mole has infiltrated the intelligence department, and this information was leaked by him. You must hold on. I've dispatched Mo Yun to assist you. He'll reach your coordinates in half an hour." Upon hearing this, the woman's brows furrowed even tighter. "If it takes you half an hour, you might as well prepare to collect my corpse." After severing the communication, she quickened her pace once more, though a fierce hunger pang caused a momentary dizziness. From her pocket, she retrieved a half-eaten block of dark substance, contemplating for a moment before shoving it into her mouth. This was her last bit of sustenance if she couldn't endure until reinforcements arrived. She would perish on the streets without needing to contend with those two slayers. After a brief while, the discomfort from hunger lessened slightly, restoring some strength within her. Without further hesitation, she moved swiftly, ghosting through the streets like a specter. In a corner several blocks away, a faint light emanated from a small house, filtering through the dust-laden glass onto the street below. Though dim, it managed to dispel a hint of the surrounding darkness. Above the modest abode hung a wooden sign, upon which was scrawled in red paint the words, "Cosmic Convenience Store." On one side of the shop's wall, a wooden plaque declared, "Beware of the vicious dog." Inside the store, which occupied roughly 10 square meters, a glass counter framed and wood stood at the front, atop which lay an abacus. Tall wooden shelves flanked either side, brimming with an array of enticing food items. In the center of the room, a round wooden dining table exuded an inviting aroma of beef. An Alaskan Malamute sat at the table, munching noisily. It was difficult to imagine a dog seated at a table, indulging like a human. As it waved its paws, tender, juicy pieces of beef were fed into its mouth. "Xiao, your culinary skills leave much to be desired." The words emerged from the dog's mouth, tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction as it cast a glance at a young man reclining in a rocking chair behind the counter. The young man, approximately 20 years of age, wore a nearly transparent white tank top and knee-length shorts, his feet adorned with pink slippers. Xiao lowered the newspaper in his hands, casting a sidelong glance at the anthropomorphic Alaskan. "Enough! What time is it? Having something to eat is a blessing. If that steak were left out, it could buy my life. Besides, why must all your eating and drinking expenses fall upon me?" Recalling some unfairness, Xiao straightened in his chair, causing it to creak. The Alaskan snapped its chopsticks in half, using the sharp end to pick at the remnants of meat lodged in its mouth, eyes wide with innocence. "What can I do? I'm merely a manifestation of the system. You can't expect a dog to go out and earn money, can you?" Xiao paused, then replied, "If you can't earn money, at least eat less, right? I need to eat and relieve myself." The Alaskan's face flushed, pretending not to hear. "Moreover, can't you opt for something cheaper, like instant noodles or spicy strips?" Xiao inquired tentatively. The Alaskan quickly shook its head. "I'm a carnivore. Those things aren't conducive to my growth. And dogs can't consume too much salt." Xiao stared at the hefty Alaskan, weighing an impressive 130 pounds and towering over him when standing, his mouth twitching involuntarily. He had debated similar issues with the dog system countless times, yet each time it managed to present the most fitting justification. Since cutting expenses was not feasible, he had to find ways to increase income. With that thought, he closed his eyes, envisioning a vast, empty cosmos filled with countless stars twinkling in varying intensities, harmoniously shining together. Upon closer inspection, the bright stars seemed to connect, forming 4 characters: Cosmic Supermarket. Underneath the starry sky, Xiao gazed up at the celestial wonders and whispered, "Check balance. Your current balance is 4,384 yuan. Alert! Alert! Debt exceeding 5,000. may lead to the supermarket facing closure risks. Please secure funds promptly. Do you not have any awareness of your debts? Xiao muttered irritably. Yet after a lengthy wait, no response from the system came. Exiting the system, Xiao reclined in the rocking chair, pondering plans to acquire funds. At that moment, a bell jingled at the door, signaling the arrival of a guest. Customers? Xiao's eyes sparkled as he sprang from the chair, donning a beaming smile. The Alaskan leaped down from the table, tilting its head with an adorably daft expression as it gazed at the entrance. With a creak, the old, worn wooden door emitted a sharp sound as a tall woman in a black trench coat entered. However, she was instantly taken aback by the sight before her. What did she see? Food. An abundance of food. Was that steak on the table? Churan shook her heavy head vigorously. Was she delirious from hunger? Had the apocalyptic catastrophe from a century ago never occurred? Were all that had transpired mere figments of her imagination? Welcome. Xiao greeted warmly, his smile radiating kindness. A customer meant a chance to earn money, and earning money could alleviate famine. This was his first customer, and he could not let her slip away. Churan stared blankly at the shelves brimming with delightful food, her throat instinctively swallowing. She cautiously stepped closer to the shelves, reaching out toward a bucket of instant noodles. The tactile sensation confirmed that this was no illusion, but a tangible reality. How much for this, boss? Xiao's smile widened as he extended his palm. 50 yuan. Churan's brow furrowed slightly. The bounty for slaying a slayer was only 100 yuan. A single meal costing 50 yuan. It felt a tad extravagant. Under normal circumstances, she would deliberate thoroughly. But with formidable enemies lurking behind her, what use was money if she lost her life? Moreover, she was utterly famished. I'll take one, and add a hot dog. What's the total? 70 yuan. Churan hesitated no longer, retrieving 7 specially minted coins from her pocket and presenting them to Xiao. With delight, Xiao accepted the coins and began boiling water. Though 70 yuan barely alleviated his debt woes, it marked the beginning of his business. Even the smallest grasshopper legs were still meat, after all. Moments later, a steaming bowl of aromatic instant noodles was placed before Churan. She gazed at the steaming bowl, swallowing hard, then tremblingly picked up the chopsticks, lifting a noodle to her lips. Instantly, an indescribable satisfaction enveloped her heart. This was the most delectable food she had tasted in 20 years. The cataclysm a century ago plunged the entire Earth into a dire crisis, with sudden darkness shrouding humanity for a mere 3 days. Yet it left an indelible scar within everyone's heart. After the darkness receded, a thick gray mist filled the sky, preventing sunlight from reaching the ground. All crops withered and turned yellow overnight. From then on, food became humanity's most treasured resource. After years of hunger, researchers finally developed a synthetic energy bar containing trace elements essential for human survival. Though its taste was dreadful, it offered a glimmer of hope for survival. Slurp. With a hearty mouthful of noodles, Churan savored the delightful flavors, becoming somewhat entranced. She could not fathom why such an extraordinary shop would exist in this nearly desolate corner of the city. Her arrival here had been purely drawn by the light. She had initially hoped to scrounge some food to navigate her immediate crisis. However, to her astonishment, this was still a hidden paradise. How could I have never remembered the existence of a small shop on this street? Churan pondered, perplexed. Suddenly, a dog's head intruded into the space between her arm and thigh, rubbing incessantly against her slender leg while emitting a series of whimpering sounds. No woman could resist a plush toy with a vibrant coat and an adorably dazed expression. Churan was no exception, having been captivated by the delicious food. She had momentarily forgotten the presence of such a delightful creature beside her. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, where people struggled to find enough to eat, how could the owner still have the leisure to keep a pet? After a meal that lasted only a few minutes, Churan contentedly set down her empty bowl, every last drop of soup consumed. Boss, may I inquire where you procure these foods? Xiao flashed her signature smile. No, you may not. Churan was momentarily speechless, taken aback by the bluntness of the response. Yet, considering the circumstances, it was understandable in an apocalyptic world who would divulge their means of survival to others. She glanced at her wristwatch. Nearly 5 minutes had passed since she arrived at the shop, and the effect of her breath-holding technique would last only 5 minutes. Once 5 minutes elapsed, 2 killers would undoubtedly trace her scent to this location. Though she had sufficiently regained her strength for self-defense, she did not wish to implicate the shop owner. Boss, any one of these foods, if exposed outside, could incite a frenzied massacre. It is wise to exercise caution. Churan nodded towards Xiao and then pushed the door open, vanishing into the night. Dog Master, I believe we have taken a wrong turn. Alaska looked momentarily stunned, then inquired, where have we gone amiss? Xiao furrowed her brow. We have failed to identify our target demographic. What do you mean? Alaska questioned, bewildered. Who are the wealthiest individuals in this world? Xiao retorted. Of course, it's those awakened beings. Dog Master answered without hesitation. Xiao nodded precisely. For ordinary individuals, merely surviving in this apocalypse has become a luxury. However, the awakened ones are different. They earn bounties for slaying foes, especially the higher-tier awakened beings, who must have accumulated quite a fortune. Dog Master gradually grasped the concept. So you intend to sell these goods to the awakened? Not just these foods, anything that proves useful to them can be transformed into currency. Dog Master shook his head defiantly, proclaiming, in my opinion, there is no need for such complexities. Simply seize what we can. Within this 10 square meter space, even a deity would have to kneel and call me father. Xiao replied with exasperation. As a business person, one must adopt a long-term strategy. If you rob a few times, you'll scare everyone away. Who would dare return? Unless others come to rob us. Dog Master's ears drooped in acknowledgement of Xiao's words. Why didn't that slayer show any interest? If she had attempted to seize from us, we could have rightfully stripped her bare. I mean, taken everything from her and then tossed her into the supermarket system as a cashier. Dog Master's tone held a hint of regret. Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Dog Master. Slayers are generally the awakened guardians of this world. They seldom engage in such unscrupulous acts, but the two killers pursuing her might not share the same restraint. In this world, the awakened were divided into two factions, the slayers and the killers. Killers kill out of greed, while slayers do so for the sake of protection. A mere letters difference, yet a chasm of distinction. From the moment the woman entered, he had discerned all her information, just as Dog Master had stated. Within this 10 square meter domain, he was an omniscient and omnipotent presence. Dog Master's eyes sparkled, his face alight with excitement. Dingling! A melodious chime echoed at the entrance, followed by the arrival of two individuals clad in black armor. Chapter 2. Dogs are humanity's best friends. Why would you consume me? A warm voice echoed. A young man clad in armor surveyed the shelves filled with goods, his gaze betraying an unmasked greed. He then fixed his eyes on Xiao and nonchalantly inquired, have you seen a woman dressed in a trench coat? Without hesitation, Xiao nodded. I have. The young man's eyes glimmered with interest as he pressed further. Where did she go? Xiao shook his head. I don't know. She left right after finishing a bowl of instant noodles. The armored youth scrutinized Xiao with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Oh? How much does a bowl of instant noodles cost? 50 or 70 with sausage. Xiao replied. A faint smile curled on the young man's lips as he declared, Good, then you shall prepare a bowl for each of us. All right, but payment must be made first. Xiao insisted earnestly. We didn't bring any money today. We will deliver it to you personally tomorrow. Xiao's expression turned slightly awkward as he slowly shook his head. This is a small business. We do not extend credit. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in the young man's eyes as he regarded Xiao, who seemed oblivious to the looming danger. As if he were gazing at a fool. Do you truly believe I am negotiating with you? You are either foolish or naive. I shall give you 5 minutes to pack everything here and seal it up. With that, 2 glinting daggers abruptly appeared in his hands, as he envisioned the moment Xiao would be pleading for mercy on his knees, frantically complying with his orders to pack the goods. Are you here to rob us? A voice interrupted, causing the armored youth to frown slightly. He sensed no fear in Xiao's eyes, but rather thrill, or perhaps anticipation. Why are you wasting time talking to him? Another armored youth, clearly impatient, chimed in. Not only do I intend to rob you today, but I also plan to kill. And this dog, while it may appear somewhat dim-witted, could yield a good amount of meat. The young man licked his lips, suddenly exuding a powerful surge of psychic energy as both daggers flew from his grasp. One aimed directly at Xiao's neck, while the other targeted the head of the Alaskan dog. Yet, in an instant, the daggers froze mid-air. as if grasped by an invisible hand, unable to advance even a fraction. It seems that in your eyes, human life is as insignificant as weeds. Su Zhao's voice was laced with amusement, calm and unhurried. But to the two armored youths, it rang with bone-chilling dread. You are an awakened. Realizing something was amiss, both armored youths instinctively stepped back, attempting to escape the small shop. However, before they could move, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the room. The two slayers suddenly felt themselves ensnared by a formidable force, blood within them threatening to congeal. Their eyes filled with an abyss of terror, stripped of even the slightest inclination to resist. Then, one of the armored youths felt something furry land upon his shoulder. What is this? A dog paw. A voice, filled with rage and discontent, erupted from behind him. The armored youth felt his calves cramp painfully, his muscles trembling uncontrollably. An aberrant beast? Humans can awaken, but so can animals, and with their inherent physical strength and ferocity, once awakened, their power would far surpass that of ordinary awakened beings. Overcome by fear, he began to scream wildly. Yet no sound escaped his lips. Xiao chuckled softly, and with a snap of his fingers, the two armored youths gradually transformed into shimmering starlight, disappearing completely from existence, leaving only 2 cards and 4 daggers suspended in midair. How could you have killed them? I wasn't done playing yet, Doggy grumbled in dissatisfaction. What is there to play with 2 minor slayers? Su Xiao snatched up the 2 cards, and moments later, a grin stretched across his face. Doggy, we've struck gold. A dog head leaned in excitedly. Let me see. How much? Su Xiao concentrated, and the numbers on the cards faded away. Within the supermarket system, the balance rapidly changed, 2884. Aside from the 70 for the trench coat woman, the 2 slayers had brought him a profit of 1430. I told you, making money is faster than robbing. Dog Ye's eyes sparkled with visions of stake. But why were these 2 slayers so wealthy? That previous slayer, couldn't he even scrape together 100? Doggy wondered aloud, perplexed. Why do slayers have it so much better than killers? Su Xiao squinted. Because slayers are not bound by the rules of this world, hence they possess wealth. The world operates in such a manner. When systems become mere rhetoric, darkness descends, and those ensconced in the shadows, which eyes are not filled with bloodlust and greed? Doggy shook his head, seemingly grasping why Su Xiao had so readily erased the 2 slayers from existence. I didn't expect you to possess a sense of justice, Doggy remarked, impressed. Su Xiao's expression froze, sensing that Doggy had misunderstood. Justice? Nonsense. I killed them because they sought to kill me. Had it been killers attempting to harm us, I would have similarly obliterated them beneath this starry sky. He then shifted his tone to a resolute declaration. Moreover, not only did they wish to kill me, but they also dared to covet the meat on your back. A father can endure such affront. But can a son? What do you say? Can it be tolerated? Absolutely not. Doggy, still caught up in Su Zhao's imposing rhetoric, blurted out without consideration. Su Xiao sighed softly and continued. We are neither embodiments of justice nor agents of evil. We are merely intermediaries, businessmen. Doggy nodded vigorously. From now on, I will heed your words. Su Zhao's declaration deeply resonated with Doggy. Though he did not fully comprehend its meaning, he found it undeniably impressive. A low rumble echoed from Dog Ye's belly. Su Xiao, I'm hungry. Su Xiao glanced at the pitch-black night sky and said, It's getting late. Let's sleep. If you fall asleep, you won't feel hungry. Surprisingly, Doggy did not protest further and quietly lay down on the ground. By the way, what did you mean about fathers and sons? Su Xiao pondered for a moment before responding gravely. Let me prepare a steak for you. Under the night sky, atop the rooftop of a derelict building, Churan found herself enveloped in darkness, gazing down at the city below, her heart tinged with indescribable emotions. Lan City. Over a century ago, it was once a bustling metropolis, teeming with life, where people toiled from dawn till dusk. Despite the pressures of existence, life was not fraught with peril. At night, the city would glow with countless lights, radiating warmth and joy. But now, the entire city lay shrouded in darkness, save for a sparse few flickering lights. Most had been relocated to a handful of sprawling metropolises, a measure taken for unified governance and to prevent the unknown from gradually consuming the remnants of humanity. Unknown. Just the thought sent a shiver down Churan's spine. These terrifying creatures emerged over a century ago, plunging the earth into 3 days of darkness. When the shadows receded, a mysterious entity enveloped in gray mist appeared before humanity. Their movements were as elusive as phantoms. Any human touched by their gray aura would swiftly transform into a savage beast, wild and brutal. Following the arrival of these unknown beings, they exhibited intelligence comparable to that of humans, ruthlessly exterminating humanity while voraciously plundering resources. In an instant, chaos engulfed the entire planet. The awakened emerged from that very turmoil, endowed with powers and speed far surpassing ordinary individuals, along with various peculiar abilities. Initially, the awakened united against the unknown, fully committing to their eradication. However, as time wore on, food became increasingly scarce, and a relentless hunger gnawed at their convictions. Ultimately, some awakened could no longer resist the allure of sustenance, aligning themselves with the unknown. As the breeze picked up, Churan's trench coat fluttered in the wind, creating a rustling sound. A faint noise from behind her made her nerves tense, and 2 curved daggers materialized in her hands. Her gaze fixed intently behind her. "It's me," a familiar voice called out, causing Churan to exhale deeply and lower her weapons. "Captain." A stern-faced young man emerged from the shadows, hurrying to her side. "What is the situation? Are you all right?" Churan slowly shook her head. "Just a minor injury. It's nothing serious." Yun furrowed his brow. "And the 2 slayers? I was just wondering about that. Logically, those 2 should have discovered my location 10 minutes ago. Yet for some reason, they have yet to arrive." It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Yun was about to speak when he suddenly noticed the formidable spiritual energy emanating from Churan. Exclaiming in astonishment, "How is it that you are in such excellent condition? Wasn't it said that you were being pursued by 2 spirit realm slayers?" The spiritual energy surrounding Churan was even more robust than his own. At this moment, Churan's eyes suddenly sparkled, and she hurriedly exclaimed, "Captain, today, while I was fleeing, I stumbled upon a wondrous place." Yun raised an eyebrow, perplexed, and inquired, "What place?" Churan's expression began to radiate excitement as she recounted everything that had transpired at the small shop to Yun. "Are you certain that the supplies are genuine?" Yun asked, his face reflecting disbelief. Churan nodded vigorously. "Of course they are. I even had a bowl of instant noodles, and the taste was simply exquisite." Yun swallowed discreetly. Just the mere description had ignited his appetite. Retrieving a white handkerchief from his pocket, he pointed to the few bloodstains on Churan's arm and said, "Wipe it off." Churan took the handkerchief, but as she began to clean the stains, her body suddenly shuddered, and she abruptly looked up. "Oh no." Yun furrowed his brow, asking, "What is it?" Churan slowly unfolded the handkerchief, revealing several splashes of bright red blood on the pristine fabric, a faint metallic scent wafting from it. Chapter 3. Dogmaster. Close the door. Yun's gaze sharpened as he instantly grasped the implication. The 2 of them dashed toward the small shop almost in unison. A hint of panic flickered in Churan's eyes as her speed increased, creating a palpable pressure on Yun, who was closely trailing behind her. "Boss, I'm sorry. It wasn't intentional." She now understood why those 2 slayers had not arrived sooner. It was due to the scent of blood on her. Her breath-masking technique could only conceal her own aura, but it could not prevent the transmission of the blood scent. The slayers were exceptionally sensitive to blood, and it was undoubtedly her own scent that led them to the small shop. Given the nature of slayers, how could they resist sinister thoughts upon seeing such abundant supplies? Churan was engulfed by regret. Her gluttony had inadvertently brought calamity upon an innocent shopkeeper, and that adorable little dog must have fallen prey to the slayers as well, she thought, her speed intensifying once more. A few minutes later, she arrived back at the small shop's entrance. Gazing at the faint light seeping from within, she trembled as she pushed the door open. She could already envision a hellish scene inside. With blood spattered everywhere, a person and a dog dismembered, the latter likely having been eviscerated, leaving only its skin discarded. The door creaked softly as Xiao, who was busy slicing steak, turned to look, his signature smile reappearing on his face. "Welcome back." Churan stood there, dazed, and stammered, "Boss, you're all right." Xiao's expression sharpened as he instantly understood their purpose. "What could possibly happen to me?" he replied with a smile. Churan was momentarily at a loss for words, frozen in place, Mo Yun glanced at the surrounding food before reluctantly shifting his gaze and asked, "Did two armored individuals come in just now?" Su Xiao nodded. "Yes, two people did," Mo Yun inquired. "Did they cause you any trouble?" "Of course they did." Churan interjected. "What did they do to you?" "Those bastards tried to eat without paying." Churan was rendered speechless and asked in disbelief. "And then?" "Then I kicked them out," Su Xiao declared vehemently. "Kicked them out?" Churan and Mo Yun exchanged incredulous glances, each reading the other's astonishment. Could it be that these slayers had suddenly turned over a new leaf? That seemed unlikely. Mo Yun surveyed the surrounding supplies. Not to mention slayers, even he, if not for his identity as a killer, would struggle to resist the temptation of such food. Naturally, this is a small business, so I couldn't allow them to dine and dash. In the end, I had them leave something behind. Mo Yun frowned. What did they leave? Su Xiao raised the short dagger he had been using to cut meat. I took a look, and it was the only thing of value on them. Mo Yun and Chu Ran's eyes widened in unison. An artifact? An artifact belonging to the Slayers. How could that be? Setting aside the Slayers' notorious bloodlust, they would never part with such a weapon lightly. Just like the killers, an artifact was akin to their very life. Now, the fact that an artifact belonging to the Slayers was in Su Xiao's possession left only two possibilities. Point one was that Su Xiao had offered them something they couldn't refuse in exchange. But that possibility was immediately dismissed by Mo Yun. Would Slayers trade with an ordinary person? Thus, only one possibility remained. The Slayers were dead, slain by this seemingly harmless young man before them. As this thought crossed Mo Yun's mind, he was taken aback. Could the shopkeeper be an awakened? Yet, there were no discernible fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him. Mo Yun's curiosity deepened, and then his eyes gleamed with determination as a wave of spiritual energy surged towards Su Xiao. However, he restrained the force to a suitable level, ensuring that even if Su Xiao could not resist, he could withdraw in time to avoid causing harm. He intended to test whether the other was truly an awakened. "Captain, you?" Churan gasped as she saw Mo Yun suddenly make his move. But before she could finish, a whooshing sound pierced the air as the short dagger flew toward Mo Yun, stopping just an inch from his forehead. The intense energy emitted from the dagger distorted his features. A calm voice followed. "Given that you both managed to return to the small shop, I shall spare you this time. Should there be a next time? The one slicing meat will not be this dagger, but rather the curved blade upon your person." Both were struck with terror, especially Mo Yun, whose body was drenched in cold sweat. "Boss. I mean no harm." Mo Yun stammered, feeling the icy chill emanating from the dagger hovering near his forehead, even causing cold air to seep from his mouth and nose. Su Xiao raised his hand slightly, and the dagger instantly returned to his grasp. Mo Yun let out a long sigh of relief, his gaze towards Su Xiao now filled with awe. This test had nearly cost him his life. With a sizzling sound, Su Xiao placed a steak, adorned with snowflakes, into the pan, producing a delightful sound. "Are you hungry?" Su Xiao suddenly turned to Mo Yun, who was swallowing hard. "Huh?" Mo Yun was momentarily taken aback by Su Xiao's question, but upon seeing his earnest expression, he nodded. Yes. Su Xiao's eyes brightened, and a smile spread across his face as he hastened his movements. Moments later, a succulent, juicy steak was presented before Mo Yun. "For me?" he exclaimed in shock. "Of course," Su Xiao replied with a grin. Confirming that this was no jest, Mo Yun eagerly accepted the plate, shoving the steak into his mouth and emitting a chorus of satisfied sounds. His perception of Su Xiao soared to new heights. Having initially offended him, the man bore no grudges. "See that? This is the demeanor of a true strong man. Is it delicious?" Su Yun asked, as Mo Yun munched on the steak, his words somewhat garbled. "Delicious, thank you." "Boss?" Su Xiao smiled. "No need for thanks. That will be $200. Mo Yun mumbled in acknowledgement, but suddenly felt something was amiss, asking in confusion, "What $200? Su Xiao replied. "For the steak, of course." "What, do you want to dine and dash?" Su Xiao's tone grew increasingly ominous. "Dog Master. Close the door. Someone's trying to dine and dash." Dog Master reluctantly opened his eyes. "You really can act. I can't bear to listen anymore." Nevertheless, he sauntered over to the door and plopped down, shutting it with a thud. "Woof woof." Mo Yun's face soured, but upon seeing the dagger embedded in the cutting board, he jolted. No, boss. I'll pay. I'll pay." He quickly pulled out 200 bucks, handing it over to Xiao. This was the result of months of savings, now gone in an instant. But who could he blame for his impulsiveness? Why test him in the first place? Subsequently, he vented all his frustrations onto the steak, ultimately gnawing the bones to shreds. Dog Master stared blankly at the plate, which had been stripped clean of even the tiniest remnants. A sense of admiration welled up within him. When it comes to dogs, "You truly are the best, my brother. All right, it's getting late. I must close up. Welcome back next time." Xiao smiled as he ushered them out. Mo Yun dared not linger, fearing that if he stayed any longer, he might end up losing his pants as well, and hurriedly pulled Churan out of the small shop. As the two departed, the lights of the shop extinguished. After traversing several streets, Churan glanced back, then whispered, "Captain, what level of awakened being is the boss? Is it the battle realm?" To have rendered two spirit realm killers utterly powerless, he must at least be in the battle realm. Mo Yun pondered for a moment before replying gravely, "He is undoubtedly far beyond the battle realm. The sanctuary of the Slayer within the battlefield is not without its own share of challenges, yet none can exert the same level of pressure upon him as the proprietor of the small shop. It feels as if he is not confronting a mere mortal, but a deity." Churan exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be an extreme realm? Surely not. How could such a formidable force exist in this desolate city? Mo Yun sighed softly. The disparity in strength is too vast. I cannot fathom the exact realm the shopkeeper belongs to. We should first report everything that transpired today to the sanctuary and see how the instructor decides. If they can dispatch a slayer or an extreme realm slayer to investigate, we should be able to discern the truth about the shopkeeper. Upon hearing Mo Yun's words, Churan frowned slightly, suggesting that it might be wiser for us to avoid provoking the owner of the small shop. Perhaps it is a woman's intuition, but she senses a shroud of mystery surrounding the shopkeeper, revealing which would likely come at a steep price. A price that they may not be able to bear, Mo Yun lamented. With such a powerful figure beneath our very noses, and yet we remain ignorant of their background. Do you think the instructor can rest easy? At the very least, we must ascertain which faction the shopkeeper aligns with. Churan shook her head, stating with certainty that he is definitely not a slayer. Had he been one, the two of us would not have walked out of the shop alive today. Mo Yun nodded in agreement, noting that if he were merely a neutral awakened, there may be a chance to recruit him into the Slayer faction. Churan's eyes brightened. Indeed, if he is able to operate a shop in this apocalypse, he must have a powerful resource network backing him. If we can bring him on board, we might enjoy instant noodles every day. Precisely. Let us hasten back to the sanctuary. We must not allow the Slayers to learn of the shopkeeper's existence. Onward. The two moved swiftly, gradually vanishing into the inky darkness of the night. Chapter 4. Is the extreme realm truly impressive? The following morning, Xiao placed a freshly cooked steak before the dog master, while he himself prepared a packet of instant noodles, settling down at the counter to begin tallying his inventory. Just as the dog master picked up the knife and fork before him, he hesitated and set them down again. "Xiao, how about I share half of this steak with you? Look at your little arms. They are not even as thick as mine." Xiao, having just slurped up some noodles, spat them out in disbelief, staring at the dog master in exasperation. "No, you eat it yourself. I fear my palate may become spoiled." What a ridiculous jest. The dog master's daily fare costs him 2 steaks, with the system pricing them at 100 bucks apiece. If he adds himself into the mix, the grocery store would be bankrupt in no time. Although he made a bit of money yesterday, it is not enough to sustain such extravagance. "Oh," the dog master observed Xiao's unperturbed demeanor and returned to his meal. After a cacophony of clattering beads, a smile gradually emerged on Xiao's face. He still owed the system 2,684 bucks, but based on his recent inventory assessment, the current value of goods in the shop was 3,100 bucks. This means that if he sold everything in the store, his debt would be cleared. Initially, he had received 5,000 bucks as startup capital from the system, but after tirelessly managing the shop, it nearly faced closure. Fortunately, signs of a turnaround were beginning to emerge. However, how to sell these goods quickly remains a significant issue. Churan. Her pockets are cleaner than her face. Mo Yun. He has drained his meager 200 bucks. The others? He does not know them. Xiao realized a major dilemma. He currently lacks a sales channel. In other words, he possesses coveted treasures that others yearn for, yet they remain oblivious. If it were 100 years ago, He could have advertised or produced promotional videos. At the very least, he could have enlisted a few streamers to showcase the shop, but now, with all networks down, he cannot just shout from the streets with a megaphone. Besides, he wouldn't dare. Within this small shop, he is invincible, but once he steps outside this 10-square-meter haven, he could easily be brought down by any burly man, without the need for an awakened to intervene. It seems he must take decisive action, Xiao contemplated quietly. The entire day, Xiao remained within the shop while the dog master slept soundly. As dusk approached, the bell at the door jingled once more. A middle-aged man in a tailored suit entered. Despite his age, his neatly cropped hair had turned completely white. "Welcome," Xiao greeted with a smile. The middle-aged man merely nodded, his gaze fixed on Xiao. Confusion deepening on his face. "An awakened?" Xiao maintained his smile, narrowing his eyes. "A merchant." The middle-aged man's brow furrowed. "Ordinary merchants do not possess the means to survive between two slayers," Xiao shrugged, stating, "In business, one must have some means of self-preservation. Otherwise, everyone would come here to dine and dash. Should I resort to starving in the wilderness?" The middle-aged man smiled slightly, responding, "The boss makes a valid point." Then he shifted his gaze, continuing, "Would you be interested in joining the Slayer faction?" Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao shook his head repeatedly. "I'm not interested. As long as you are willing to join the Slayer faction, I can guarantee you a life free from worry regarding food and safety." The middle-aged man clearly did not wish to concede easily. Xiao found this amusing, as if he were in dire straits. "Am I starving? Am I losing sleep? I can still enjoy good food and drink without joining your slayers. I have already stated, I am merely a merchant. I will do business with whoever has the money. And as for the task of guarding the world, I leave that to you." The middle-aged man felt a sinking sensation in his heart. The ambiguous attitude of the other party instilled within him a sense of impending danger. "Haven't you heard? A merchant will trade with whoever has money. This implies that these goods can be sold to the slayers, but equally to the slayers, unable to pull him into the slayer faction. He could not eliminate the possibility of future transactions with the slayers. To minimize risk, there was but one course of action left. The middle-aged man seemed to have made a decision in his heart. Speaking in a low voice, "If that is the case, I have no choice but to offend you." As he spoke, an aura several times more powerful than that of Churan and imminent erupted from him. Xiao's gaze sharpened, and he asked with a smirk, "Are you intending to kill me or abduct me?" A hint of hesitation flickered across the middle-aged man's face, followed by a soft sigh. "Do you know that a single piece of bread can temporarily elevate the state of a spirit realm awakened to their peak? If these provisions fall into the hands of the slayers, it would be akin to adding fuel to the fire for us. Therefore, I kindly ask the boss to temporarily visit the sanctuary." Killing? He cannot afford to do that. If he did, how would they differ from the slayers? As long as they kept Xiao at the sanctuary, all unstable risks could be resolved. Xiao regarded the middle-aged man, speaking in a low tone. "I can understand, however. You have but one chance, two possible outcomes. The first is that I appear at your sanctuary. The second outcome is your disappearance from this world. Contemplate carefully." Huang Zhongshi, instructor. The middle-aged man was taken aback, his aura intensifying as he spoke in a deep voice. "How do you know my identity?" Since entering, he had never mentioned his identity, so how could the other party know? Could it be that Churan or imminent revealed it? It must be. Yet Xiao's next words sent tumultuous waves through his heart. "I not only know your name and identity, but I am also aware that you have been troubled by an unknown. Recently, your intelligence system has frequently malfunctioned, and you suspect the slayers are behind it, which ultimately led you to unearth a mole. However, the results have been unsatisfactory, as the accuracy of the intelligence has not improved, and there have even been unexplained disappearances of slayers within the sanctuary. Thus, you suspect that an unknown has infiltrated your sanctuary? For only an unknown, with innate powerful stealth abilities, could accomplish all this under your very noses. However, in order not to alarm the snake, you cannot conduct a thorough investigation. Am I correct?" Xiao spoke fluently, without a pause, as if he had personally experienced every detail. "Impossible. How could you know such things?" The middle-aged man's expression bordered on madness. These matters had been shared with no one else. His gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare on Xiao, slowly uttering, "You are a slayer." The only other beings who could know this secret would be from the Slayer faction. Su Xiao shot the middle-aged man an exasperated glance. How could I possibly be an unknown? If I were an unknown, I would have devoured you whole from the start. Can one become an official without a brain? If I were a Slayer, your two subordinates would not have left this shop alive. Even you would have become a corpse by now. Is the extreme realm truly impressive? Middle-aged individuals are not as thoughtless as Su Xiao suggests. It was merely a moment of panic that led to a lapse in judgment. Upon reflection, he too felt that his earlier conjecture lacked depth. Yet, if the other party were not a killer, how could they possibly possess such confidential information? Was it a matter of divination? What I know is inconsequential. What truly matters is whether you wish to locate this unknown. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted suddenly, and his aura vanished without a trace as he exclaimed, "Do you have a way to find this unknown?" Of course. A flicker of excitement appeared on the middle-aged man's face. What is the method? Su Xiao refrained from answering directly, instead instantly accessing the supermarket system. Query: find a way to locate the unknown. To identify a spirit realm unknown, 500 credits. To eliminate a spirit realm unknown, 2,000 credits. To identify a battle realm unknown, 1,500 credits. To eliminate a battle realm unknown, 8,000 credits. As for the subsequent options, Su Xiao did not even glance at them. Setting aside the fact that this unknown was unlikely to reach such heights, the staggering numbers that followed were far beyond his means. If this unknown truly exceeded the battle realm and ascended to the extreme realm, the entire shelter would likely have been consumed by it already. What need would there be for such trouble? Exiting the supermarket system, Su Xiao extended a hand, 3,000 credits. He opted for the option to identify the battle realm unknown. The middle-aged man's expression froze, and the trust he had just begun to build with Su Xiao evaporated in an instant. Could this person be a fraud? Had he been rambling on for so long merely to swindle his money? As he observed the growing suspicion in the middle-aged man's gaze, Su Xiao sighed inwardly. One must not release the eagle without first seeing the rabbit. Damn it. I'll have to resort to online loans again. Suddenly, a candle appeared in his hand, and his debt surged from -2,684 to -4,184. This wouldn't do. He must recover this money. This was a bright soul candle, exceptionally sensitive to dark creatures. As long as the unknown appeared within a 10-meter radius, the candle would reveal its true form. However, it was imperative that the individuals undergoing the test were in peak condition. Otherwise, the results would be skewed. Su Xiao stated with a serious expression. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, surveying Su Xiao's demeanor. He seemed to be sincere. Yet, could this ordinary-looking candle really possess such extraordinary properties? How could he ensure that the people within the shelter were in peak condition? Huang Zhongshi felt somewhat troubled. He couldn't possibly ask each one individually, and the shelter's food was limited. Energy bars were only distributed upon the appearance of a killer, and the effect of those bars was still far from achieving peak condition. Su Xiao approached the middle-aged man, gently patting his shoulder, and sighed, "Comrade Lao Huang, I understand the hardships faced by you killers, and I know your resources are scarce. As their instructor, you must feel the weight of this burden." He continued, "But the unknown poses a grave threat. How can you rest easy as long as it remains?" At the mention of the unknown, the middle-aged man ground his teeth and replied, "I cannot." Su Xiao pressed on, "If the unknown continues to hide within the shelter, your subordinates will eventually be devoured by it. Can you bear to witness their untimely demise?" The middle-aged man's face flushed. Though he did not speak, his expression conveyed everything. Su Xiao, with righteous fervor, declared, "As guardians of humanity, they should fall in battle, not perish inexplicably within the shelter. They fight valiantly every day. Some die without anyone knowing their names. As their leader, should you not show them some compassion?" The middle-aged man's gaze began to shimmer with determination. He grasped Su Xiao's arm and urgently asked, "Boss, what must I do?" Su Xiao appeared momentarily hesitant, but ultimately clenched his teeth and declared, "Very well. I have some instant noodles. I'll sell them to you at a 10 discount. Consider it a small contribution to those heroes who protect humanity." The pained expression on Su Xiao's face caused the middle-aged man's impression of him to skyrocket. Who would dare say that Su Xiao was a killer now? Reflecting on how he had previously underestimated Su Xiao, he felt overwhelming shame. "Thank you, boss." Su Xiao patted his hand and sighed. "No need for thanks. 100 buckets of instant noodles for 4,500 credits. The middle-aged man's expression faltered. And he smiled wryly. Boss, isn't that a bit expensive? Xiao grasped the middle-aged man's hand earnestly, stating, Comrade Lao Huang, these 100 buckets of instant noodles will not only help you uncover that vile unknown, but will also save countless killers. Is that not worth it? Are their lives not worth at least this modest sum of 100 buckets of instant noodles? If that is the case, then you may leave. Consider it my misjudgment in assessing your character. As he spoke, Xiao's tone turned regretful, and he turned away, discreetly wiping the corner of his eye. The middle-aged man, witnessing this, seemed moved, and his heart softened. Boss, please, do not say that to me. Their lives are worth more than anything. A mere 100 buckets of instant noodles is nothing. Bring on another 100 sausages. Doggy lay on the ground, pressing his paws against his snout, desperately trying to stifle his laughter, but the bubbles emerging from his nose betrayed his struggle. Damn bright soul candle, it's merely an incense for guiding souls. Moreover, it has no relation to whether one is in peak condition or not. Xiao, you're incredible, Doggy silently commended him. Xiao turned around, 2 crystalline drops glistening at the corners of his eyes, and heavily nodded at Huang Zhongshi, including the bright soul incense. The total is 9,300 credits. Without a word, Huang Zhongshi directly transferred the amount into Xiao's account. Churan and Mo Yuan might be short on funds, but that did not apply to him. As an instructor at the Lon City shelter, and a being of extreme power, this sum, while not insignificant, would not greatly impact him. Xiao observed the change in his account balance, his heart already soaring with joy. He had initially intended to sell 100 buckets of instant noodles, which he believed was already Huang Zhongshi's limit. He feared that asking for more might scare him off. However, it seemed he had underestimated Huang Zhongshi's hatred for the unknown and the extent of his care for his subordinates. Once the transaction was complete, Xiao returned to the supermarket system. The instant noodles and sausages in the shop were already insufficient. He needed to restock. Moments later, he had packaged 100 buckets of instant noodles and 100 sausages, placing them before Huang Zhongshi. Finally, Xiao considered for a moment before retrieving 2 bags of pastries from the shelf and handing them to Huang Zhongshi. Lao Huang, these pastries are a personal gift from me. Consider it a loss I'm willing to take. After all, I just find you agreeable. Huang Zhongshi, touched, accepted them. Boss, you truly are a good person. Pft, pft. Doggy felt as though his lungs might burst, unable to contain his laughter any longer. Hey, your pet seems to be laughing. Huang Zhongshi looked at Doggy, who was sprawled on the ground, puzzled. Had he misheard? Xiao quickly interjected. He has asthma. It's an old issue. He shot a fierce glare at Doggy, warning him, can you still live? If not, just die outside. It was difficult to come across a big customer. If Doggy scared him off, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Huang Zhongshi paid no mind, placing the food into his virtual space, expressing his gratitude before turning to leave the shop. Once he confirmed that Huang Zhongshi had walked far away, Xiao could no longer contain the joy bubbling within him, bursting into hearty laughter within the shop. Ha ha ha, I've struck gold. Doggy rose from the ground, filled with admiration for Xiao. Xiao, your serious expression while deceiving him is absolutely priceless. Xiao ceased his laughter and replied, how can this be called deception? This is called salesmanship. By the way, how did those 2 tears come out? They were so realistic. Doggy marveled. I merely thought of your daily food expenses, and the tears flowed naturally. Get lost? Ha 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 ha. Chapter 6. The unknown morning arrived, and the Lon City shelter was bustling with activity, as everyone marched in unison towards an office building. Churan donned a pair of tight-fitting jeans, complemented by an oversized white t-shirt, her slender high heels clicking against the stone pavement, producing a rhythmic sound. If not for her cascading waves of purple hair, her outfit could easily be mistaken for that of a neighborhood girl. Yet, this blend of innocence and poise only served to heighten her allure among those around her. Captain, do you know why the instructor summoned us? Churan turned to Mo Yuan, who shook her head. I am not sure. Ever since the instructor returned from the shop yesterday, he has been acting rather mysteriously. At that moment, 3 young men beside Mo Yuan gathered closer, their faces adorned with expressions of keen interest. Captain, Ranjia, do you think the instructor could persuade the owner of the convenience store to join our Slayer's faction? The three of them belonged to the same small team as Churan and Mo Yun. Within the sanctuary of Lan City, there were a total of 5 combat teams, 3 Spirit Realm teams, and 2 Battle Realm teams. They were one of the Spirit Realm Slayers teams, while the remaining dozens of individuals within the sanctuary were part of the logistics department, including intelligence, supply, and various service personnel. Upon hearing his teammates' words, a flicker of anticipation passed over Mo Yun's resolute face. A steak from the previous day had awakened a ravenous craving within him. The mere thought of that earthly delicacy made his mouth involuntarily water. The owner's identity is somewhat mysterious, and his strength is unfathomable. I suspect that even the instructor may not be able to persuade him. Mo Yun recalled the scene in the convenience store and offered a rather candid response. The 3 teammates appeared somewhat astonished upon hearing this. After all, the instructor was a formidable figure at the pinnacle of power. Could it be that the store owner was also an individual of such caliber? When did such peak strength become so prevalent? Churan nodded unconsciously, pondering aloud. It's hard to say. Just think about it. Given the instructor's character, if the owner were truly an awakened being of the battle realm, he would surely appeal to him emotionally and rationally to join the Slayers. Even if the owner were to refuse, in dire circumstances, in order to prevent that food from falling into the hands of the killers, the instructor might resort to abduction. Yet yesterday, the instructor returned alone. What does that imply? It suggests that even the instructor lacked absolute confidence in subduing the owner. Mo Yun nodded in agreement with Churan's analysis, as his thoughts aligned with hers. Forget it, let's not dwell on it. We should see what the instructor has summoned everyone for. As they spoke, the group walked into the building together. Inside, the place was already bustling with people, gathered in small clusters, whispering amongst themselves, clearly perplexed. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from the crowd, followed by a chorus of gasps. No way. Is this for real? Look, it's instant noodles. And ham sausages. Am I dreaming? As the cacophony of excited voices continued, a middle-aged man with a beaming smile emerged from the end of the line, tightly clutching a bucket of instant noodles and a ham sausage. His fingers gripped the noodles so forcefully that they had slightly deformed. It's old Zhang from the intelligence department, Churan exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing him. Mo Yun swiftly pulled old Zhang closer as he approached and inquired, Old Zhang, what on earth is going on? Where did you get that instant noodles? Old Zhang, unable to conceal the excitement on his face, replied, The instructor distributed them, saying that the brothers have worked hard and that it's time to reward them with some benefits. Mo Yun's expression faltered. Was it really that simple? Churan shared a similar look of disbelief. They understood all too well that in this apocalyptic world, a single packet of instant noodles represented an extreme luxury, a non-renewable resource. Under normal circumstances, only those who had achieved significant honors would be rewarded with food beyond mere energy bars. Yet now, it was being handed out as a benefit to everyone without reason. Churan considered a significant possibility and tugged at Mo Yun's sleeve, whispering, Could the instructor have been duped by the owner? Mo Yun slowly nodded. Unless the instructor has lost his mind, it must be that he has been tricked by the owner. Oh, by the way, let me remind you, once we go in, maintain a serious demeanor. Both Mo Yun and Churan paused in surprise, exclaiming in unison, Why? Old Zhang frowned and replied, I have a feeling this benefit distribution ceremony is somewhat sacred, especially since the instructor even lit a candle. After old Zhang finished speaking, he departed, leaving the group with a multitude of questions swirling in their minds. Churan gently rubbed her forehead, wondering what on earth the owner had done. As time passed, more and more people received their benefits, leaving the building in high spirits in the blink of an eye. Only Mo Yun's group of 5 and an elderly man with white hair stood before them. The elderly man appeared somewhat hunched over, leaning on a cane. Churan moved a chair from the side and positioned it behind the elderly man, softly saying, Li Bo, you shouldn't have come in person if your health is poor. Would you like me to collect it for you and deliver it to your dormitory? This elderly man was named Li Yutian, a longtime resident of the sanctuary who had dedicated his life to the intelligence department, diligently serving tea and running errands. The people within the sanctuary held great respect for him. Li Bo turned around, revealing a gentle smile. Xiao Ran, thank you. Though I am old, I am still a member of the sanctuary. How could I seek special treatment? It's just that my body is deteriorating day by day. I fear it won't be long before. At that moment, a logistics worker emerged from the office. carrying a bucket of instant noodles and a ham sausage. After greeting the group, he exited the building. Seeing this, Li Bo, trembling while leaning on his cane, made his way toward the office, the door closing behind him. Churan murmured, the instructor should have simply distributed the benefits directly. Why did he insist on requiring everyone to collect them in person? Inside the office, Huang Zhongshi sat at his desk. Upon noticing Li Bo enter, a smile graced his face as he said, Li Bo, please take a seat. Simultaneously, his eyes subtly scanned the candle on the desk, his mind filled with doubt. With nearly everyone having left, why had this Ming Hun candle shown no signs of response? Could it be that the convenience store owner was truly a fraud? Maintaining his composure, Huang Zhongshi continued to smile as he inquired, Li Bo, how long have you been at the sanctuary? Li Bo sighed, seemingly lost in thought, then replied, I've been here since you were just the captain of a spirit realm team. Now that I think about it, it's been nearly 30 years. Huang Zhongshi glanced again at the candle, which had burned down to nearly half, feeling a sense of hopelessness wash over him. Not wishing to waste any more time, he stated, Li Bo, thank you for your hard work over the years. Please take this food back to satisfy your cravings. As he spoke, a bucket of instant noodles, a ham sausage, and 2 bags of small breads gifted by Su Xiao appeared on the desk. Thank you, Xiao Huang. Li Bo expressed his gratitude as he moved toward the desk. However, just a few steps in, his body began to tremble violently, and a gray mist emanated from within him. His previously murky gaze suddenly turned sharp, and he staggered backward, as if his insides had been hollowed out, collapsing onto the ground like a heap of discarded flesh. Unexpectedly, you managed to discover me. A piercing voice escaped from the gray creature that had formed from Li Bo, its figure shifting ominously toward the door. Huang Zhongshi's eyes flashed with murderous intent as a silver-long chain materialized in his hand. With a thought, the silver chain vanished into thin air. Restraining artifact, space lock. As long as the opponent's realm was not higher than his own, this office would become an impenetrable prison. The moment Huang Zhongshi summoned the space lock, the gray creature sensed an impending doom. However, as it lunged for the door, an invisible barrier appeared before it, preventing its escape from the office. Trying to flee, Huang Zhongshi's gaze turned frigid as he leaped toward the gray creature, his curved blade slicing through the air with elegance. Cleaving downwards, the gray creature swiftly dodged but was too late. One of its arms was severed, spilling a torrent of gray blood. The agonizing howl echoed from its being, its single eye filled with terror. Yet Huang Zhongshi showed no intention of granting it a moment's respite. With the blade leveled at his chest, he darted toward the gray creature like lightning, and just as he neared, he slashed forward, decapitating it in one stroke. Casting a cold glance at the severed remains of the gray creature, Huang Zhongshi summoned the space lock back into his grasp. Just as he released the restriction of the space lock, the office door was forcefully pushed open, and Mo Yun's group rushed in one after another. Upon witnessing the lifeless form of the gray creature, their expressions turned to one of sheer shock. Unknown! Churan approached the remains of Li Bo, her face etched with sorrow. Instructor, was Li Bo unknown? Huang Zhongshi replied in a low voice, he is not. He was merely a pitiful old man consumed by the unknown. As Mo Yun observed the scene before him, he began to understand why the instructor had insisted they personally come to collect their benefits. Instructor, did you already know of the existence of the unknown within the shelter? Mo Yun inquired, perplexed. Huang Zhongshi nodded, stating, during this period, we have repeatedly fallen into the traps set by the Slayer. Initially, I thought it was merely the Slayer at play, until individuals within the shelter began to mysteriously vanish, at which point I concluded that the unknown was indeed present. Although I was aware of the unknown, its innate ability to conceal itself rendered me powerless to act, and I feared that any disturbance might alert the creature. Thus, I have delayed taking action until today. If it were not for the shopkeeper providing me with a method, I fear many more would have perished as a result. Churan expressed her astonishment, asking, the shopkeeper? Huang Zhongshi affirmed, indeed. It is the very shop you two visited previously. Mo Yun furrowed his brow and remarked, but wait. How could the shopkeeper be aware of matters concerning our shelter? Huang Zhongshi rubbed his head and sighed. That is part of his peculiar nature. Aside from myself, no one else knows of the unknown. Churan's beautiful eyes glimmered as she spoke. Instructor, Do you think it is possible that the shopkeeper has attained an unknown realm capable of discerning the human heart? Impossible. Even the most formidable of realms would not grant such an ability. To perceive the human heart is akin to divine insight. Huang Zhongshu resolutely shook his head. Churan simply acknowledged this with a soft "oh." Choosing not to press further, however, we must revisit the shop, for without him, we would not have uncovered this unknown. Upon hearing that they would return to the shop, Churan was so excited that tears streamed from the corners of her mouth. Inside the shop, a serene atmosphere prevailed. Xiao, for once, added a braised egg to his instant noodles, for as of yesterday, he had finally repaid all his debts. The feeling of being free of debt filled his heart with immense joy. Check balance. Your current balance is 1,616 yuan. Congratulations on clearing all debts. Please promptly upgrade the supermarket level. Among the 9,300 yuan spent by Huang Zhongshu yesterday, 5,000 was the cost price, meaning his pure profit amounted to 4,300 yuan. After deducting the 2,684 yuan owed, he was left with 1616. Confirming the accuracy, Xiao exited the supermarket system. Doggy, what on earth is this supermarket level? Doggy, gnawing on a roast duck, replied with a mouthful of grease. Upgrading the supermarket level allows for the expansion of the invincible domain. Xiao's eyes widened in shock. The invincible domain can be expanded. Doggy replied nonchalantly, of course. Did you think the abilities of this system were confined to this 10 square meters? Xiao was taken aback and then fixed a dangerous gaze upon Doggy. Why have you never mentioned this before? Doggy's ears immediately drooped, muttering, I thought you'd go bankrupt in a few days. Alas, Xiao, lacking in education, exclaimed, I rely on my wits to traverse the world. Ignoring the guilty-looking Doggy, Xiao re-entered the supermarket system. Upgrade. Upgrade failed. Your balance is insufficient by 50,000 yuan. Loan. Upgrade successful. Your current balance is minus 3,384 yuan, with the next upgrade requiring 50,000 yuan. Alert. Alert. If debts exceed 5,000, the supermarket will face the risk of closure. I know. Money, money, money. Can't we discuss feelings? No, Xiao. Exiting the supermarket system, Xiao immediately spread his consciousness. Indeed, the supermarket domain broke through the confines of the room for the first time, extending all the way to the street across 50 meters. Excitement gleamed in Xiao's eyes. Though it was but a small step forward, it represented a significant leap for civilization. He approached the shop's entrance and pushed open the wooden door. This was his first step out of that little room. Doggy, let's hit the streets. Taking the dog out for a stroll, Doggy was equally exhilarated. It had long grown weary of this cramped space. Previously, when Xiao had hesitated to venture outside, Doggy had been even more reluctant. In this resource-scarce apocalypse, its 100+ pounds of flesh were far more tempting than Xiao. The duo strolled slowly along the street, flanked by abandoned buildings that had long since become deserted. Yet, it was not difficult to discern that over a century ago, these areas had experienced worldly splendor. Doggy, do you wish to explore other places? Xiao suddenly inquired. Doggy's eyes lit up. Absolutely. But, it continued, the invincible domain currently only extends 50 meters. Do you dare to go beyond? I don't dare, Doggy replied, exasperated. If you're afraid, why even mention it? Xiao pressed on. The treasures within the supermarket domain are countless. I certainly can't extract them, but you are different. You are the embodiment of the system. If you could procure 10 or so valuable items, we could sell them and accumulate funds. With money, we could upgrade the system. And with an upgraded system, we could venture further, ultimately earning even more. The allure of the world filled with wonders captivated Xiao's voice. The more Doggy listened, the more it felt something was off. That sly expression seemed all too familiar, as if it had seen it somewhere before. After a moment, it finally realized. Wasn't this the very tone used to deceive those slayers? Are you trying to pull a fast one on me? Xiao. Chapter 8. Deceiving, then deceiving again. Ultimately, despite Xiao's relentless persuasion, Doggy steadfastly held onto its principles and firmly rejected the proposal. With one failed scheme, Xiao devised another. Just as he prepared to continue his coaxing, several figures suddenly appeared within his domain, making their way toward the shop. Xiao's thoughts raced, and instantly, both he and Doggy vanished from sight. Huang Zhongshu entered, followed closely by Churan and 5 other Spirit Realm team members. who greeted Su Xiao promptly upon seeing him. Impressive skills, boss. Su Xiao feigned surprise. Oh, Lao Huang. Lao Huang. The 5 team members gasped simultaneously. This form of address validated their suspicions that the boss's strength was on par with the instructor's. What a young extreme realm powerhouse. Did you capture the unknown? Su Xiao asked, feigning ignorance. Huang Zhongshe nodded. Indeed, we did capture one, but it was merely an unknown that had just entered the battle realm. However, thanks to the boss's bright soul incense, we were able to compel it to reveal itself. I wonder if the boss still has any bright soul incense left. Su Xiao's eyes gleamed. Of course. I have as much as you need. Huang Zhongshe's spirits lifted. Although the immediate crisis had been averted, there was no guarantee that a similar situation would not arise in the future, so it was prudent to be prepared. Moreover, the bounty for the unknown far exceeded that of the slayer. The unknown he had slain in the battle realm would likely yield at least 10,000 yuan in reward, meaning he not only avoided a loss but also made a small profit. He immediately transferred 3,000 yuan to Su Xiao's account, which delighted Su Xiao immensely. He had yet to even sip his tea and had already earned an additional 1,500 yuan. However, he realized it was indeed time to acquire a tea table. After all, as more clients arrived, it would be impractical to conduct business while standing. After storing the bright soul incense in the virtual realm, Huang Zhongshe wore a somewhat enigmatic expression. Boss, I have always had a question. Su Xiao narrowed his eyes and replied, You wish to know how I came by the information regarding the unknown? Huang Zhongshe felt a jolt of surprise. It was as if the boss were a worm in his belly. Knowing precisely what he was thinking, I truly cannot fathom why, as I have spoken of this matter to no one but you. Su Xiao regarded Huang Zhongshe with a playful glint in his eyes, then extended his hand. 3,000 yuan. I will tell you why. Huang Zhongshe and his companions were left dumbfounded. You want money for this? Aren't you an extreme realm powerhouse? What happened to that lofty demeanor you were supposed to have? Churan gently rubbed her forehead, a single word springing to mind. Rogue trader. Huang Zhongshe chuckled awkwardly. Perhaps it's not that important after all. Spending 60 buckets worth of instant noodles for an answer seemed rather absurd unless he were quite ill. Besides, the unknown had already been slain, rendering the answer moot. It could very well have been a coincidence, right? Boss, have you truly considered joining the Slayers? Huang Zhongshe asked, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He genuinely wished for Su Xiao to join the ranks of the Slayers. Aside from the food, the fact that Su Xiao was an extreme realm powerhouse would add a formidable warrior to their team. Su Xiao was taken aback. Why was this conversation turning into a repetitive cycle? To avoid further entanglements, Su Xiao decided to teach Huang Zhongshe a lesson. Rising from his rocking chair, he spoke earnestly. Lao Huang, let me ask you, why did you initially join the Slayers? Of course, it was to eradicate the unknown, eliminate the Slayers, and protect humanity. Huang Zhongshe's words were filled with righteous fervor, stirring even Churan and the others to feel a surge of bloodlust. Su Xiao raised a hand, interrupting his impassioned speech. I asked you for your original intention, not for you to make grand proclamations. Huang Zhongshe offered an awkward smile and began. In truth, it was initially just to secure a morsel to eat. Su Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Huang Zhongshe, acknowledging that this was indeed a statement of honesty. In a world brought to its knees, what holds utmost significance? It is sustenance, the very resources that stave off hunger. If you cannot even satiate your hunger, how can you possibly safeguard humanity? With mere words, or perhaps relying solely on your fervent spirit? Su Xiao spoke with the authoritative tone of a parent admonishing a child, leaving Churan and the others inwardly astonished. The last time they witnessed the instructor reprimanding someone was during the visit of a special envoy from the Slayers' headquarters, a being of extraordinary prowess. Yet, at this moment, they dared not show even a hint of dissatisfaction, standing there collectively under the instructor's scrutiny. Do I appear as one who is starving? Su Xiao retorted. And no sooner had the words left his mouth than Doggy obligingly took a bite of the roasted duck before him, wearing a look of smug satisfaction. For a moment, Huang Zhongshe was rendered speechless, but after a brief pause, he solemnly replied, But what if everyone lives solely for the sake of filling their bellies? What of the unknown? What then? Su Xiao licked his parched lips, retorting, Who told you that safeguarding humanity can only be achieved by joining the Slayers? Huang Zhongshe's expression faltered, prompting him to inquire, then what other options exist? Su Xiao gestured towards the luminous soul candle adorning Huang Zhongshi's person. Could that not assist you in locating the unknown? Huang Zhongshi numbly nodded. Indeed. And from where did you acquire your luminous soul candle? Su Xiao continued to question. Of course, from you, boss. Su Xiao chuckled lightly. Isn't that precisely the case? Then does that not imply that I have indirectly aided you in vanquishing the unknown? Huang Zhongshi's face revealed a contemplative expression, as if he were beginning to grasp the notion. Albeit only slightly, Doggy had already covered its ears, realizing that Su Xiao's tone was once again veering off course. This rascal was about to start his manipulative antics again. Not listening, a turtle reciting scriptures. It feared that if it listened too closely, the cosmic supermarket would soon be stripped bare. Is it not the case that not only the luminous soul candle, but also these provisions can equally enhance your combat prowess? Su Xiao felt his line of thought becoming increasingly lucid. With adequate nourishment, you would naturally be able to slay countless foes. In this era of extreme scarcity, am I not, in fact, serving as a guardian of humanity in my own way? Since I am contributing to humanity in a similar manner, why then must I join the slayers? Huang Zhongshi oscillated between nodding and shaking his head, yet his reflexes were far outpaced by Su Xiao's relentless barrage. The 5 team members, Churan and others, had their minds turned to mush by Su Xiao's rhetoric. Would Su Xiao grant them time to contemplate? Certainly not. What does manipulation rely on? Eloquence and grand performance. With a quick mind, one must also maintain a firm grip on the rhythm. As for right or wrong, as long as the other party lacks time to respond, you could assert that a mouse is a duck in Dogya's mouth, and it would still be deemed correct. You risk your lives to slay a single slayer, often with sacrifices involved, and I merely need to deliver these provisions into your hands, and humanity's safety is bolstered. In other words, as long as you make a purchase from me, not only will you significantly enhance your combat effectiveness and bravely defeat enemies, but you will also allow me to contribute to the noble task of safeguarding humanity. Achieving a win-win situation. Most importantly, there is no risk involved. Currently, this opportunity lies before you. Do you still wish to deliberate further? Su Xiao, parched, seized a cup of water and gulped down several mouthfuls. I believe what the boss says makes sense. Churan nodded. All eyes turned to her. Much like last time, had I been provided with a bucket of instant noodles, I would not have had to flee in such a pitiful manner from those 2 spiritual realm slayers. Perhaps I could have even turned the tables on them. The contribution value of those 2 slayers far exceeds that of a bucket of instant noodles. Yet, at that moment, I was simply too famished. Several team members nodded in unison. Sharing the sentiment, hunger was indeed the most significant factor affecting their combat capabilities. Energy bars could only allow them to exert 70% of their potential. Instructor, I wish to borrow some money from you. Mo Yun suddenly interjected. I want to contribute to humanity. So do I. Instructor, lend me $200 first. I will repay you after I slay a few slayers. I want to borrow as well. One person initiated. And soon everyone chimed in. Huang Zhongshi waved his hand, declaring, I am here. How could it be that you are the ones to foot the bill, boss? Restock. Chapter 9. Dual Attribute Awakeners. Huang Zhongshi and the 5 team members departed, taking with them 100 buckets of instant noodles, leaving behind $5,000. Coupled with the luminous soul candle, this transaction netted him a profit of $4,000. Su Xiao's debts were once again cleared. Although the remaining balance was scant, at least the threat of bankruptcy was averted. Expand the scale. As Su Xiao focused his thoughts, the 10-square-meter shop rapidly transformed, morphing into a small supermarket of approximately 30 square meters after a flurry of spatial alterations. It even included 2 separate bedrooms, and a 2-meter tea table was added to the center of the main hall. Previously impoverished and drowning in debt, he had been confined to a mere 10-square-meter space. Now, although still lacking wealth, at least he was no longer burdened by crippling debts, prompting him to seek a modicum of comfort. Doggy, that room is yours. Su Xiao indicated one of the smaller bedrooms. Doggy compared the 2 rooms and felt a pang of injustice. Why do you get the larger one? Su Xiao remained expressionless. Do you think deceiving people is an easy task? It strains the brain. If I do not rest well, and my next performance falters, can you bear the losses? Doggy fell silent. Choosing to remain quiet, it now understood that to avoid being duped by Su Xiao, the best strategy was to not linger on any one issue for too long. Otherwise, it might end up losing even this small room. Those folks are nearly drained by you. What do you plan to do next? Doggy shifted the topic as Xiao, too, was vexed by this matter. Upon reviewing the situation, he found that Huang Zhongshi had little over 20,000 bucks left, while Churan and Imo Yun, along with their spiritual realm team members, combined did not amount to the price of a stake. To sustain profitability, he could only seek new clientele. However, the small contingent of slayers in Lan City was limited, and the remainder comprised ordinary citizens whose families had lived in this city for generations, most of whom were elderly. These families had resided in this city for generations, and even with the apocalypse upon them, they refused to abandon their beloved homeland. This was why there still existed shelters in what was soon to become a ghost town. Yet, the total currency in Lan City was insufficient for him to upgrade his invincible domain once more. If only I could open a shop in a different location, Su Xiao sighed. He thought of those megacities. Currently, 80% of humanity resided within those supermarket cities, filled with countless wealthy tycoons and formidable individuals. Where there are many people, there exists a marketplace. Where there is a marketplace, money flows. Doggy shook its head. This is a place chosen by the system. While I am the embodiment of the system, I cannot alter this rule. Su Xiao nodded, acknowledging the logic of the situation, feeling no particular disappointment. Since the initial success was achieved among them, he would seek new breakthroughs from their ranks. Su Xiao seemed to have conceived a plan. However, several days passed, and Huang Zhongshi and the others from the Slayers had yet to return. Su Xiao grew anxious. Had his mercenary nature been discovered? That should not be the case. Those noble declarations were even moving to himself. After another 4 or 5 days of idleness, Su Xiao, now growing increasingly anxious, found himself unable to sleep. Especially with Dog Ye's thunderous snoring resonating from the adjacent room, he decided to venture out onto the street. The streets were eerily silent. Darkness enveloped every corner of the city, rendering the already desolate urban landscape even more haunting. The abandoned towering structures, cloaked in shadows, resembled monstrous, fearsome beasts, exuding an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Su Xiao glanced up at a residential building just a few streets away. There had always been a faint light emanating from the 16th floor. Yet today, it had been extinguished, plunging the entire building into darkness. He recalled that on the 16th floor resided a pair of a grandfather and granddaughter, the old man's children having perished during the apocalypse, leaving him with only his granddaughter to rely on. Later, the Slayers sought to place the elderly man in a shelter, but he adamantly refused, stating that the house contained the essence of his son. Ultimately, only the granddaughter was taken away, yet upon reaching the shelter, she remained locked in her room, refusing to eat or drink. The Slayers, at their wits' end, had no choice but to return the girl, to ensure their safety. The Slayers left behind a defensive talisman, enabling them to be alerted to any danger. Su Xiao was aware of these details because the girl had once visited his small shop, and from her, he learned that her grandfather was in dire need of nourishment due to his frail health. Unfortunately, the girl had no money at the time, and Su Xiao himself was burdened with debts. Facing imminent closure, in the end, he could only give her the remnants of his half-empty bucket of instant noodles and, despite the enormous risk of bankruptcy, hid an egg beneath the noodles, a tea that moment. It was the utmost he could achieve. He was not a saint, nor did he aspire to be a martyr. Thus, he did not starve himself to fulfill noble ideals for others. The reason he broke his principle of prioritizing profit to offer instant noodles to the young girl was that he perceived a haunting question hidden deep within her heart. Can my flesh save my grandfather? The first rule of the supermarket system was clear. No gifts allowed. Yet, at that moment, it seemed that the old man had chosen to selectively overlook it. With a soft sigh, Su Xiao turned to head back into the small shop. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared on the street. Racing towards the shop, Su Xiao focused his gaze, momentarily taken aback by the coincidence. The very people he had just been contemplating were now right before him. Boss, could you temporarily shelter this girl? Churan, with an anxious expression, pushed the girl beside her towards Su Xiao. The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16, dressed in a pristine white dress, her long hair cascading down to her waist. Though still young, it was not difficult to discern that she would undoubtedly grow into a breathtaking beauty, rivaling even Churan. At that moment, the girl's gaze was vacant, her body trembling slightly, seemingly traumatized by some fright. Upon seeing Churan, Su Xiao finally understood why so many days had passed without Huang Zhongshi and his cohort of killers visiting the small shop again. The losses had been devastating. Nevertheless, he shook his head and said, "No, this place is strictly for business. I cannot become your refuge." Churan bit her pale lip. "Boss, I understand that this may cause you inconvenience, but this young girl has a unique identity. She absolutely must not fall into the hands of the killers." Su Xiao's gaze fell upon the young girl, and immediately, all information flooded his mind. Had she awakened? Or was she a dual-element awakener? Su Xiao was astonished. While there were many awakeners in this world, those with secondary attributes were exceedingly rare, let alone one with dual attributes. If she did not meet an untimely demise, her achievements would not fall short of the saint realm. Extraordinary, transcending into the sacred. No wonder Churan insisted that she could not be allowed to fall into the killer's hands. Chapter 10. The killer's battleground squad. I am not afraid of trouble, but I cannot break the rules. Su Xiao spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Churan immediately produced 500 yuan from her pocket. "Boss, this is the bounty I earned these past few days. Consider it her food expenses." Su Xiao accepted the money and replied indifferently, "As long as this money lasts, she won't lose a single hair." With Su Xiao's assurance, the burden on Churan's shoulders was significantly alleviated. After expressing her gratitude, she swiftly vanished from sight. Inside the small shop, Su Xiao brought a bowl of instant noodles and a bag of bread to the girl, but she remained as if her soul had departed. Her gaze vacant and unresponsive, Su Xiao's heart stirred, and the horrifying scenes from the girl's mind unfolded before his eyes. The defensive mechanisms were breached, the killers burst in, and her grandfather, in a desperate attempt to buy her time to escape, clung tightly to the legs of one of the killers. But in the next moment, a flash of blades appeared, and flesh was torn asunder. The only family she had known was brutally slain before her eyes. Even in his last moments, his two severed arms clung desperately to the killer's leg. It was at that moment that she awakened. Fueled by rage, the power of ice and fire erupted from within her, instantly obliterating the spirit-level killer into mere remnants. This was the terrifying aspect of dual-element awakeners. They were invincible at their level. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Mo Yun and Churan, prompting Mo Yun to hold off the pursuers while Churan brought the young girl to the small shop. The purification plan. These 4 words echoed within Churan's mind. The killers were beginning to take control of the city, initiating indiscriminate extermination campaigns. The killers' squad in Lan City had suffered catastrophic losses. 3 spirit-level squads had been nearly wiped out, leaving only Mo Yun and Churan. 2 battle-level squads also faced casualties, with Huang Zhongshi being dragged away by an extreme-level killer, unable to provide reinforcements. It was a grim situation. Su Xiao snapped his fingers, a peculiar force suddenly jolting the girl awake. "Eat first. Only when you are full can you think of other things," Su Xiao instructed. Upon hearing his familiar voice, a flicker of emotion returned to the girl's vacant gaze, and she began to devour the food before her. Throughout it all, not a single tear fell from her eyes. Moments later, the entire bowl of noodles and the bread had vanished into her stomach. "Brother, my grandfather is dead. He died a horrible death. He did it to buy me time to escape. He loved me dearly, only eating half of an energy bar each day, saving the rest for me. He was afraid I would go hungry. He was afraid of losing his granddaughter. But now I have no grandfather." The girl stared blankly at the pitch-black night sky outside the door, as if confiding in Su Xiao, or perhaps conversing with herself. "You are still alive now, and that is his greatest wish." Su Xiao offered no grand reassurances, for he could not empathize. Those who had never experienced another's suffering, merely patting shoulders and uttering empty condolences, struck him as foolish. The girl gazed at Su Xiao, softly saying, "Grandfather said the most delicious thing he ever ate in his life was the half bowl of instant noodles you gave him. However, he only took 1 bite. The rest he saved for me. He also said that in this world, anyone willing to share a morsel of food with you is a benefactor in your life." Su Xiao nodded. Your grandfather was right. He accepted the old man's praise without a hint of embarrassment, feeling justified. "What is your name?" Although he already knew everything, Su Xiao feigned ignorance. The girl replied softly, "Xiao Xiao. Yi Xiao Xiao, given by my grandfather." Su Xiao nodded. Just then, his brow furrowed as 3 burly youths entered the shop, exuding a heavy scent of blood, clad in dark armor that instilled dread in ordinary folk. "Killers, big brother, food." One armored youth exclaimed excitedly, his gaze sweeping greedily over the shelves. The other two also spotted the bountiful food on the shelves, their eyes gleaming with avarice. However, none of them noticed the young girl, who began to tremble uncontrollably, her eyes rapidly shifting between ice and fire. A powerful aura erupted from her, instantly enveloping the three killers at the entrance. Not good. Retreat. The leading killer shouted, swiftly retreating to the street. However, the remaining two killers were not so fortunate. Under the force of ice and fire, their bodies began to disintegrate inch by inch, horrific wails escaping their lips. Moments later, silence fell, their bodies reduced to frozen chunks of flesh. The killer standing on the street was struck with terror, exclaiming, "An attribute awakeners, and a dual element one." Soon, the fear in his eyes was replaced by excitement. If he reported the girl's whereabouts to the killer's headquarters, he would undoubtedly receive a generous reward. Producing a communicator from the void, he whispered a few words before vanishing from sight. He understood the value of dual element awakeners, as well as their monstrous capabilities, which rendered them nearly invincible at their level. He dared not linger. Once the message was relayed, powerful figures from the battle realm or even extreme realm would surely come. For now, he resolved to continue pursuing the spirit-level killer. Capturing her would be a significant achievement. Gag. Gag. A few dry heaves echoed, and the ice-fire hue in the girl's eyes faded, followed by the realization of a grave issue. She hurriedly spoke, "Brother, did I bring you danger?" Faced with her enemies, she could hardly control the ice-fire power surging within her. Only after slaying them did she realize her actions could invite calamity upon Xiao. Xiao chuckled lightly, "Since I dared to promise to keep you safe, I naturally fear no trouble." He then waved his hand, causing the remnants on the ground to vanish without a trace. Leaving the surface spotless, not even a droplet of blood remained. This display left the girl in shock. Before long, 5 figures appeared once more on the street, their bodies emanating the same bloody aura as they approached the small shop. The only difference was that these individuals were clad in silver armor, Killer's battle squad. Upon entering the small shop, all 5 pairs of eyes fell upon the girl, their expressions a mixture of shock and envy. "Come with me." One of the killers reached out to grab the girl, but once more, she unleashed her ice-fire power. Only this time it was effortlessly repelled by the killer warrior. She was merely a newly awakened spirit-level individual. Her ability to annihilate spirit-level foes relied entirely on her dual attributes. Yet now, before a battle-level expert, she had no means to resist. "Kill him. Bring the supplies back." After uttering this command, the killer turned to leave with the girl, never once casting a glance at Xiao. Chapter 11. Return and report. Just say I killed your people. The other killers wore bloodthirsty smiles, their short daggers transforming into streaks of shadow aimed at Xiao. "She cannot go with you?" The short dagger halted merely an inch away from Xiao, who regarded the 5 slayers with indifference, slowly uttering, "Because she is still my guest. As long as she desires to remain. No one in this world can take her away." No sooner had he spoken than the dagger before him shattered into fragments, clattering to the ground. The arm of the slayer gripping the young girl's shoulder began to disintegrate at a visible pace. Ultimately severing at the shoulder, a torrent of blood surged from his shoulder, yet not a single drop fell. The excruciating pain elicited a wail from the slayer, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Kill him. I demand you to kill him." The 4 remaining slayers sprang into action, their powerful auras erupting in an instant, as 8 daggers shot towards Xiao from various directions, effectively sealing off all possible escape routes. But did Xiao need to retreat? Reclining in his rocking chair, he extended a finger and flicked it, causing the 8 daggers to immediately reverse course, hurtling towards the 4 slayers. Thud, 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 thud. The 4 slayers stood in stunned disbelief as they beheld the daggers embedded in their own chests, unable to fathom that their own weapons would one day be turned against them. The last slayer's face was a mask of terror, the overwhelming fear momentarily eclipsing his pain. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. "Please, don't kill me. I beg you for mercy. I was blind to your might. I deserve to die. I deserve to die." Xiao, bemused, retorted, "Then go die." He then slowly raised a hand. A mere gesture shattered the slayer's resolve. "No, no, no. We were merely following orders. It was Zhao Tianwu. Yes,
He sent us here. Senior, I implore you to spare my life. Su Xiao's gaze swept over the Slayer, and in an instant, all his secrets lay bare in Su Xiao's mind. Zhao Tianwu, the one who dragged Huang Zhongshi, the ultimate Slayer, was indeed the source of the heavy losses suffered by the Slayer team. Su Xiao's eyes flickered. And he spoke, "Do you wish to live?" The Slayer's eyes brightened with hope as he hurriedly replied, "Yes. As long as you grant me a chance, I will do anything." Su Xiao nodded and continued. "Then return and inform Zhao Tianwu that I have slain your fellow Slayers, and let him come to exact his revenge." Huh? The Slayer seemed incredulous, but a thought struck him, and he quickly added, "Rest assured, Senior, I swear I will not divulge your identity. I vow." In his eyes, Su Xiao was merely testing him. Clearly, Su Xiao found no amusement in such trivialities. His tone turned grave as he enunciated, "Follow my instructions, otherwise, your fate will be far worse than theirs." No sooner had he spoken than the 4 corpses on the ground ignited spontaneously, crackling ominously. Through the Slayer's ears, the sounds echoed like wails from the depths of hell. Assaulting his very soul, he dared not hesitate any longer, repeatedly affirming, "Yes, Senior, I shall seek out Zhao Tianwu at once." Su Xiao nodded, "Begone." The young Slayer felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Swiftly turning to flee the terrifying scene, "Wait." The Slayer's legs buckled, his previously eased mind now racing with dread. "Senior, you?" It was over. He had reconsidered. "My life is forfeit." Su Xiao pointed at the 4 charred remains, stating, "You think you can simply walk away after dirtying my floor?" The Slayer froze. "But didn't you tell me to leave? Moreover, wasn't it you who set them ablaze?" Although he thought it, he dared not voice it aloud. Hastily exclaiming, "I am willing to compensate." Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction. "Then you shall pay 5,380 coins. An even sum." The Slayer's eyes widened as he glanced at his funds. Precisely 5,380 coins. A coincidence. It must be a coincidence. After leaving all his money behind, he fled with the speed of lightning, overwhelmed by the strangeness of the place. With a wave of his hand, Su Xiao made the 4 charred bodies vanish without a trace, leaving only 4 cards containing money, as if nothing had ever transpired, and the ground returned to its pristine condition. 5 Slayers, a total of 13,384 coins. Yi Xiaoxiao stared at Su Xiao, her eyes filled with astonishment. She had never imagined that the person who was willing to share half a bucket of instant noodles and had secretly concealed a boiled egg beneath it was such a formidable being. In the blink of an eye, the enemy had turned to dust. If only I could be as powerful as him, perhaps I could avenge my grandfather. A thought suddenly sprouted in the young girl's mind. "Brother, I wish to stay by your side." Su Xiao was preoccupied with calculating his wealth when he heard Yi Xiaoxiao's words, his smile faltering slightly as he asked in surprise, "Why do you want to follow me?" Without hesitation, Yi Xiaoxiao replied, "I want to become as strong as you." Su Xiao bluntly stated, "Then you will never have that chance." Unfazed, the girl continued, "I am a dual attribute awakener. My strength will surely increase much faster than an ordinary person's. Before long, I will be able to avenge my grandfather myself." Su Xiao retorted, "Why would I want you to stay with me? Do you have any idea how precious food is right now? 1 more person means 1 more pair of chopsticks. I only let you stay here temporarily because of that 500 coins." Yi Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment, then looked up at Su Xiao earnestly. "I can do laundry and cook. I can take care of you just like I did for my grandfather." Su Xiao waved his hand, rising to head towards his bedroom. "Enough. I have hands and feet. I don't need anyone to look after me. Once the 500 coins are spent, you can go wherever you please." Yi Xiaoxiao followed closely behind, her face resolute. "I can keep you company, chat with you, or play games. With more people in this dwindling city, wouldn't it be nice to have someone to alleviate the boredom?" "No need. I have a dog." Su Xiao flatly rejected her, shutting the bedroom door behind him. "I can help you earn money. The stronger I become, the more money I can help you make." Suddenly, the door swung open as Su Xiao approached the dog's room, kicking it wide. "Dog master." "Get out!" The dog master jolted awake, fur bristling, his bleary eyes filled with confusion as he wondered, "Who am I? Where am I?" Chapter 12. He is not of the ultimate realm. In a clearing on the outskirts of Lan City, 2 figures clashed repeatedly, their immense energies causing the ground to crater in various sizes. Huang Zhongshi, stop wasting your efforts. We are both of the ultimate realm. As long as I am here, you shall not depart. A middle-aged man clad in red armor remarked nonchalantly after blocking a punch capable of shattering boulders. Huang Zhongshi's face darkened, his aura erupting, causing his suit to rustle. I never expected that the esteemed chief instructor of Silver City, Xiao Tianwu, has become a dog for the unknown. Xiao Tianwu, unfazed by the remark, chuckled lightly, and what of it? At least I no longer need to worry about starving on the streets. Huang Zhongshi roared in fury. You would strike at the very ordinary people who once sought refuge under our protection for a mere pittance. Xiao Tianwu's expression grew icy as he retorted, in a century since the apocalypse. The Slayers have sheltered for a century. Yet, what has it accomplished? Countless lives have still been lost in the shadows. You cannot defeat them. They are far stronger than you can imagine. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. For the sake of our past camaraderie, if you are willing to return with me, your strength will surely earn you a place among the Slayers. Xiao Tianwu sought to recruit Huang Zhongshi. For success would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. You filthy dog, spare me your nonsense. Huang Zhongshi seethed, his face contorted in rage. Even if I starve, I will never become a dog beneath another. As long as there is a single light left in this city, I will stand before you wretched curs. Xiao Tianwu fixed Huang Zhongshi with a cold glare, stating, do you truly believe that after tonight, this city will still see even a glimmer of hope? Huang Zhongshi's expression turned grave. The reason Xiao Tianwu was stalling him was to buy time for the other Slayers. Given how much time had passed, those ordinary people were surely in dire straits. The unknown had never failed in its cleansing plans. A wave of sorrow washed over Huang Zhongshi, and as he prepared to fight to the death, Xiao Tianwu's communicator suddenly crackled to life. Xiao Tianwu chuckled softly. The cleansing plan has come to an end. He then opened the communicator before Huang Zhongshi, intending to make him hear just how ludicrous his resistance was. A crackling sound emanated from the device. Instructor, we encountered a mysterious powerhouse. The Battle Realm team, except for me, has been completely annihilated. Following this was a location coordinate. Xiao Tianwu's pupils constricted, his face darkening ominously. Huang Zhongshi, are you playing tricks on me? This city still harbors a formidable presence. Casting a fierce glance at Huang Zhongshi, Xiao Tianwu hastily made his way towards the designated coordinates. Huang Zhongshi furrowed his brow, yet his mind raced with thoughts. Had headquarters already dispatched personnel? No, that couldn't be right. Even if they did send someone, it would take at least 2 days for them to arrive. So, who could it be? Who possesses the power to annihilate an entire squad of the Slayers? A figure quietly emerged in his mind, and his gaze gradually brightened. Boss. Xiao Tianwu reached the location indicated by the coordinates, which turned out to be an utterly ordinary supermarket. To call it a supermarket was an understatement. It resembled a dilapidated corner shop. In such times, how could such a shop still exist? Amidst his bewilderment, he pushed open the wooden door. Be gentle. Be gentle. Don't use too much foursome. Su Xiao lay in a rocking chair, emitting a contented moan. Behind him, Yi Xiao was gently giving him a massage. Upon seeing Xiao Tianwu enter, Yi Xiao abruptly intensified her movements. Although the color of her armor differed, the design was forever etched in her mind. Ouch! Su Xiao exclaimed, springing up from the rocking chair and casting an irritated glance at Yi Xiao. Rubbing his sore shoulder, he looked at Xiao Tianwu and smiled. Welcome. Xiao Tianwu fixed his gaze on Su Xiao. His voice icy. Did you kill them? Su Xiao shrugged, feigning innocence. They barged in shouting about killing and fighting. You know me. I'm quite timid. For the sake of my own safety, I had no choice but to eliminate them first. By the book, this falls under justifiable self-defense. Are you here to avenge them? Xiao Tianwu thought to himself. I know your sister. If you hand over that girl, I can overlook their deaths. He pointed at the girl standing behind Su Xiao and spoke. The one who can wipe out an entire squad must possess extraordinary strength. Prolonging this confrontation would be futile for me. As long as I bring this dual attribute awakener back, the deaths of the 4 Slayers are trivial. You want to take her away? How splendid. Su Xiao clapped his hands, a cheerful smile gracing his face. Dio, you know, despite her small stature, she is quite the appetite. All my food will soon be devoured by her. Su Xiao feigned a pained expression, then pulled Yi Xiao from behind him, pleading, Please, just take her away. Now it was Zhao Tianwu's turn to be baffled. Was it really that simple? Did he not realize this girl was a dual attribute awakener? Zhao Tianwu's eyes flickered as he contemplated moving forward. However, Su Zhao's expression shifted to one of difficulty as he pondered aloud. Zhao Tianwu snorted internally, knowing it couldn't be that simple. Nonetheless, having her do laundry and cook for me, and even giving me shoulder massages when she's tired, does provide some utility. If you could leave a little money behind, heh. Zhao Tianwu looked at Su Zhao's cheeky expression and felt a sense of relief. So, he was a cunning merchant, but for a dual attribute awakener, what did money even matter? Zhao Tianwu nodded. All right, speak your mind. Su Zhao rubbed his palms together and stated, just give me a casual 1 million. A hand for the cash, a hand for the girl. What do you say? Zhao Tianwu felt his blood boil. I told you to speak freely, not to spout nonsense. His demeanor darkened. Are you mocking me? Su Zhao feigned innocence. But didn't you ask me to say something? If you're dissatisfied, you can always negotiate. Zhao Tianwu's gaze turned frigid. What if I don't want to spend a single penny? Then there's nothing to be done, Su Zhao replied helplessly. Zhao Tianwu scoffed, and a domineering force began to coalesce around him. Then he lunged forward, aiming to seize the girl's shoulder. Su Zhao narrowed his eyes and stated coolly, You are the third person to dare to make a move against me. The previous ones have all perished. A flicker of killing intent flashed in Su Zhao's eyes as an overwhelming aura, far surpassing Zhao Tianwu's, erupted from within him. Under this almost divine pressure, Zhao Tianwu was instantaneously pinned to the ground. Unable to move an inch, blood gushed from his mouth, and his eyes brimmed with unending terror. How could this be? He was not in the realm of extremes. He was in the realm of the extraordinary. No, this was not the power of the extraordinary. Who on earth is he? Zhao Tianwu's mind screamed in panic. Gripped by the looming threat of death, Su Zhao reclined back into the rocking chair, with Xiao dutifully standing behind him, continuing to massage his shoulders, her eyes glimmering with admiration that seemed poised to burst forth. Chapter 13. The top servant of the corner shop, Zhao Tianwu, lay prostrate on the ground, and despite his utmost efforts, his body remained utterly immobile. He struggled to suppress the terror within him, rapidly speculating about Su Zhao's identity. Slayer? Yet, during his time as an instructor for the Slayers, he had never heard of such a formidable presence within their ranks. The pressure he faced far exceeded his comprehension. The extraordinary realm? Absolutely impossible. Could it be the saintly realm? But when did the human world come to possess such a youthful saintly powerhouse? Who are you? Zhao Tianwu, shaken to his core, inquired. Su Zhao gently rocked in his chair and replied nonchalantly, Who I am is irrelevant. What truly matters is that your life and death lie within my grasp. A flicker of fear crossed Zhao Tianwu's face as he asked, What do you want me to do? He was not foolish. If the other party wished to kill him, it would be effortless. Since he had been spared thus far, there must be a purpose behind it. Su Zhao nodded, acknowledging that this person possessed a modicum of intelligence. If he were like those fools who only knew to bow and plead for mercy, Zhao Tianwu would have been ruthlessly eliminated. Then, with a thought, the oppressive force descending upon Zhao Tianwu vanished. And a contract materialized in Su Zhao's hand, slowly drifting towards Zhao Tianwu. Sign this contract with your mental energy, and I shall spare your life. Zhao Tianwu rose from the ground, grasping the contract before him and scrutinizing it. Cosmic Supermarket Contract. Supermarket Employee Guidelines, Reward and Punishment System. Zhao Tianwu was bewildered. What is this? A labor contract? Driven by curiosity, he chose to read through the so-called contract. Supermarket Employee Guidelines. Maintain a clean and tidy environment in the supermarket daily. Employee performance 1 point, boss 500 yuan. Complete tasks assigned by the supermarket owner. Employee performance 1 point, boss 800 yuan. Exceed tasks assigned by the supermarket owner. Employee performance 2 points, boss 1,500 yuan. Insult the boss. Employee performance -5 points. Harbor dissatisfaction. Employee performance -5 points. Lack enthusiasm for work. Employee performance -10 points. Employees start with 50 performance points. If the score reaches 0, the system deems the employee unfit for the position and will execute them directly. The owner of the supermarket has the right to decide the life and death of its employees. This contract is a lifelong agreement, irrevocable upon signing. It took Zhao Tianwu nearly an hour to finish reading the contract in his hands. What on earth is this nonsense? What supermarket? What system? Moreover, this is not a contract. It's simply a tyrannical clause. Perplexed, he stood there, grappling with the absurdity of it all. Yet, clearly, now was not the time for contemplation. His life was still firmly in the other's grasp, and he had no choice but to comply. Following Su Xiao's instructions, Xiao Tianwu concentrated, channeling his mental energy to sign the contract. The contract then transformed into a stream of light, entering Su Xiao's body. Within the supermarket system, the employee list displayed 3 lines, the first of which prominently featured Xiao Tianwu's name, accompanied by a number, 50. Simultaneously, the supermarket's balance began to increment slowly. Su Xiao counted. Every 10 seconds, his wealth would increase by 1 yuan. This meant that even if Xiao Tianwu did nothing all day, he would still earn 8,640 yuan. Standing within the supermarket system, Su Xiao's laughter echoed ominously. This was precisely why he had instructed the slayers to send word. The slayers, who had previously perished at his hands, were simply too weak. Spirit Realm employees earned 1 yuan per minute, while Extraordinary Realm employees earned it every 30 seconds. He had no intention of wasting the limited number of 3 employee slots. Xiao Tianwu, standing there with a grim expression, felt an unusual power surge within him the moment he signed the contract. This force felt like a kind of restraint. With a mere thought from Su Xiao, he could instantly induce a mental collapse from any corner of the world. Damn it. This is nothing short of a death clause. Xiao Tianwu inwardly cursed. Alert, alert. Harboring dissatisfaction towards the boss incurs a 5-point deduction. A mechanical voice abruptly echoed in his mind, and his performance score dropped from 50 to 45. Xiao Tianwu was taken aback. Quickly holding his breath and focusing, striving to suppress any further errant thoughts, he vividly remembered that the contract stipulated that if his score fell to 0, the so-called system would directly erase him. He did not wish for death, thus he accepted his fate. Boss. Xiao Tianwu respectfully bowed to Su Xiao. Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction, declaring, from this day forth, you shall be the inaugural employee of the cosmic supermarket. Xiao Tianwu hastily replied, I am at your command, boss. Su Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Tianwu, saying, I am aware of your reluctance, but joining me may not be without its advantages for you. I dare not. Xiao Tianwu fervently suppressed his inner turmoil, fearful that any negative thoughts might escape. Su Xiao shifted his arm, signaling Yi Xiao Xiao to adjust her grip, before continuing. As long as you can contribute sufficiently to the supermarket, I assure you that not only a mere realm of extremes, but even the sanctified realm shall be within your easy reach. The first step to becoming a boss is, of course, to paint a rosy picture. And such a picture is meant to be savored, not consumed. Only by inhaling its fragrance can employees be spurred onward. Naturally, should Xiao Tianwu prove to be truly capable, Su Xiao would not hesitate to deliver the feast straight to his lips. Xiao Tianwu was uncertain about the veracity of Su Xiao's claims, but to utter such a statement as the sanctified realm can be easily attained in such a calm manner was indeed unprecedented. Moreover, the strength of the other party was undeniably formidable, deepening his suspicions. Could he truly be a powerful being of the sanctified realm? Boss, I believe the floor might be a tad dirty. Allow me to clean it. Xiao Tianwu exclaimed, swiftly retrieving cleaning tools from the corner. He darted around the 30-square-meter supermarket, and moments later, the floor gleamed, reflecting images. The goods on the shelves had become somewhat disarrayed. I shall tidy them up. A few minutes later, the items were meticulously arranged, with even the spacing between each product perfectly uniform. Task exceeded. Server Xiao Tianwu's performance points 2. Boss 800 yuan. Su Xiao. Chapter 14. Just because you cannot find unknown does not imply I cannot. While Xiao Tianwu was occupied, someone entered through the door. Upon spotting Xiao Tianwu, a flicker of intense murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Xiao Tianwu? Huang Zhongshi bellowed, charging towards him. Xiao Tianwu hesitated, observing the fury radiating from Huang Zhongshi. Had it been in the past, he would have surely engaged in a fierce battle. However, with Su Xiao present, he dared not act recklessly. In a mere instant, Huang Zhongshi covered the distance of several meters, his curved blade poised to strike. Suddenly, a powerful pressure enveloped the supermarket, causing Huang Zhongshi to feel as though he were mired in a quagmire. His movements becoming exceedingly arduous. Subsequently, the curved blade slipped from his grasp, slowly floating towards Su Xiao. The blade twisted and contorted mid-air, ultimately transforming into a fist-sized iron ball, landing in Su Xiao's hand. Su Xiao toyed with the iron ball, casually remarking, "Comrade Lao Huang, while we are acquainted, physical confrontations are prohibited within the confines of this establishment." Huang Zhongshi's heart sank in terror. That blade was a forbidden weapon crafted from special materials by this Slayer faction, impervious to even the mightiest of extraordinary beings, let alone being condensed into an iron ball. Such a feat was beyond his comprehension. He had assumed Su Xiao was merely an entity of the extreme realm. But now he realized how profoundly mistaken he had been. "Boss, he is a Slayer." Huang Zhongshi's gaze towards Su Xiao was now filled with profound awe. Su Xiao nodded. "He once was, but now, he is merely an employee within my supermarket." Huang Zhongshi urgently declared, "Boss, Slayers are inherently violent. Keeping him around will certainly pose a future threat." Su Xiao turned to Zhao Tianwu and stated, "He claims you are a potential hazard." A cold sweat broke out on Zhao Tianwu's brow. He had mentally berated Huang Zhongshi 800 times, hastily affirming, "Zhao Tianwu harbors no ulterior motives towards the boss. Otherwise, may my spirit perish and my flesh crumble." Su Xiao responded, "You see, he has sworn an oath." Huang Zhongshi grasped the situation. Though he did not know the reason, Zhao Tianwu was now incapacitated. Remembering the fallen members of his team, a wave of sorrow surged within him. Su Xiao lifted the pressure, saying, "Lao Huang, I comprehend your thoughts. In truth, it was not the Slayer who caused the demise of these innocents and your subordinates." Huang Zhongshi glared at Zhao Tianwu, his eyes still brimming with resentment. "If not them, then who?" Su Xiao gestured for Zhao Tianwu and Huang Zhongshi to take a seat. "Xiao, prepare some tea." Zhao Tianwu dared not refuse, while Huang Zhongshi had no choice but to comply. Yi Xiao obediently approached the tea table, placing 2 exquisite cups in front of the 2M and Yu Xiao settled into the host's seat and began, at that time, the awakened were united under a single faction. But why did they ultimately fracture? Huang Zhongshi cast a cold glance at Zhao Tianwu, scoffing, "Because they are incapable of change." Zhao Tianwu's eyes flared with anger. If not for Su Xiao's presence, he would not have tolerated such an insult. Su Xiao chuckled softly, finding the situation amusing. "Even at such an age, your temper remains quite fierce," he continued. "The schism among the awakened arose because the available food could no longer sustain such immense internal strife. People struggled in hunger. Over time, some were compelled to join the ranks of the unknown for survival. They indeed committed numerous inhumane acts, but even if you were to kill him today, tomorrow there would be Wang Tianwu and Li Tianwu." Huang Zhongshi retorted fiercely, "Then I shall eliminate them all." Su Xiao chuckled, "Congratulations. Unknown thinks the very same." Huang Zhongshi gazed at Su Xiao, confusion etched on his face, uncertain of the meaning behind his words. The aim of Unknown is to obliterate humanity from this world with minimal losses. They entice the starving with food, drawing them into their fold. They incite you to turn against one another. Huang Zhongshi furrowed his brow, while Zhao Tianwu fell into contemplation. Yu Xiao continued, "Since the apocalypse descended, how many Slayers have you killed, and how many Slayers have you lost? But what of Unknown? How many have you eradicated?" In essence, it is merely humans turning against one another. A chill inexplicably rose within Huang Zhongshi. He had never contemplated this matter. Since joining the Slayers, he had held only one conviction: to eliminate all dangerous factors and protect the last embers of humanity. Yet, after all these years, Unknown remained shrouded in mystery, while humanity had decimated itself. As his thoughts deepened, the chill within him intensified. He envisioned a scene. Countless crimson eyes lurking in the shadows, mockingly observing humans as they slaughtered one another. When the last human falls in a pool of blood, they shall stand amidst the bones, laughing maniacally. So this is the true objective of Unknown. Huang Zhongshi exhaled a long, trembling breath, lamenting, "But even so, we lack the power to stop it." Setting aside Unknown as formidable and inscrutable strength, their innate ability to conceal themselves rendered them elusive, just like the Unknown of the Last Shelter, which had concealed itself right under his nose. As an extreme realm powerhouse, he had been unable to detect it. Although the spirit incense could reveal Unknown, the range was limited, and most critically, it was exorbitantly priced. Just because you cannot find them does not imply that I cannot. Su Xiao leisurely sipped his tea, his tone unhurried. Huang Zhongshi's expression faltered, then a glimmer of hope flickered across his face. Of course, how could he forget this esteemed individual before him? The spirit candle, a wondrous item, was indeed of his making. Coupled with the other's unfathomable prowess, he might just possess a means. Boss, do you have a way to locate unknown? Su Xiao slowly set down his teacup. Narrowing his eyes, there is nothing in this world that I cannot accomplish. As long as you possess the funds, you may acquire anything your heart desires. Do not speak of merely locating a few unknown. Even the lair of unknown, I could divulge its whereabouts, however. You might find the compensation to be beyond your means. Huang Zhongshi. Chapter 15. At this age, Crayon Shinchan should wear his underwear less often. Had he not witnessed Su Xiao's capabilities, Huang Zhongshi would have surely stormed out in disbelief. Was this not pure bravado? Does he know what color my underwear is today? I also wish for a gas canister. Can you conjure one for me? Huang Zhongshi internally scoffed, seeking to vent all his frustrations from the day. Su Xiao glared. How dare you doubt me? Querying the nearest, unknown. 2. Unknown. Detected within a 10-kilometer radius. Coordinates for the battle realm, unknown. 2,000 yuan. To eliminate the battle realm, unknown. 5,000 yuan. Coordinates for the extreme realm, unknown. 10,000 yuan. To eliminate the extreme realm, unknown. 30,000 yuan. Su Xiao selected the coordinates for the battle realm, unknown. Knowing that Huang Zhongshi, as an extreme realm powerhouse, could easily vanquish it. Moreover, this particular business transaction does not concern him with the profits. Rather, he seeks to pry open the wallet of the slayer with this information. 5,000 coins. I shall reveal to you the hiding place of a battle realm unknown, Su Xiao declared. Huang Zhongshi's expression turned contemplative. If this information proves accurate, 5,000 coins is a trifling sum. By eliminating that battle realm unknown, he could earn a bounty of 10,000 coins. What astonished him was how Su Xiao had acquired knowledge of the unknown's whereabouts. For centuries, they had exhausted every method, yet they could never uncover the location of the unknown. Ultimately, it was a saint-level expert from the Slayers' camp who, utilizing their formidable prowess, managed to capture an extreme unknown. However, even then, they ended up with nothing substantial, having nearly turned the unknown into a specimen. Very well. Huang Zhongshi transferred 5,000 coins to Su Xiao's account, and in his mind, a surge of psychic energy emerged, precisely displaying the coordinates of the unknown, even detailing the exact tree beneath which it lay. Huang Zhongshi clicked his tongue in wonder, then rose from the tea table, casting a lingering glance at Xiao Tianwu. The hatred in his eyes having diminished considerably. Xu Zhao's words had enlightened him. As he approached the door, a remark drifted from the tea table, causing his steady stride to falter slightly. Old Huang, at your age, it's best to wear fewer of those crayon Shinchan underpants within the shelter camp. Churan sat bloodied in a chair. Beside her was the equally wounded Mo Yun. Captain, Xiao Feng and the others have sacrificed themselves. Churan closed her eyes, tears glistening at the corners. Mo Yun grasped 3 curved blades, relics of their fallen comrades. They were the heroes of this city. The purging plan for the unknown has never failed, yet this time, we have held our ground. Churan opened her eyes, wiping away her tears, and spoke. Captain, do you not find it strange? The Slayers were assured of victory, yet they inexplicably vanished at the last moment. Particularly that battle realm, Slayer, squad. They seem to have received some command midway and have not returned since. Churan shook her head. I cannot believe they would suddenly develop compassion. Moreover, how could they abandon that dual attribute awakened one? Mo Yun's gaze sharpened, and he inquired. By the way, where is that girl now? She is a valuable asset. She must not fall into the hands of the Slayers, for she will undoubtedly become a formidable enemy in the future. A dual attribute awakened one. There are very few in the entire Slayers' camp. Churan responded. In the heat of the moment, I left her with the boss. Mo Yun was taken aback. The boss was willing to take her in? Churan shook her head. Not willingly. I left behind 500 coins. Mo Yun let out a wry smile. Why is such a powerful reclusive expert so obsessed with money? And with so much food at his disposal, what use does he have for such wealth? Is he merely counting it for amusement? As the two conversed, Huang Zhongshi returned. Instructor. The two quickly rose, and Churan exclaimed, "It's truly wonderful that you are unharmed. What of the extreme, Slayer?" Huang Zhongshi sighed lightly. He was retained by the boss. The boss? Both Churan and Mo Yun exclaimed in shock. Why would the boss keep a Slayer? Huang Zhongshi's expression revealed his own helplessness as he replied, "I cannot fathom the boss's intentions. But we cannot act against Zhao Tianwu." Churan suddenly entertained a terrifying suspicion. "Instructor, do you think the boss might truly be affiliated with the Slayers?" Huang Zhongshi resolutely shook his head, stating, "Impossible." He then transmitted a stream of psychic energy into their minds, stating, "This information was provided by him." Unknown. Upon interpreting the information in their minds, incredulous expressions adorned their faces. How could the boss possibly know about the unknown? Mo Yun exclaimed in astonishment. Huang Zhongshi recalled the pressure that had made his very soul tremble and spoke softly. "Perhaps we have all underestimated the boss's strength." He suddenly remembered a remark Churan had made casually. "Instructor, do you think there is a possibility that the boss has reached a realm where he can perceive the hearts of men?" It seems that such a realm may indeed exist. A few kilometers away from the shelter, at a derelict factory, Huang Zhongshi led Churan and Mo Yun to a withered tree. Is this the place? Churan asked softly. Huang Zhongshi surveyed the surroundings and nodded. If the information is correct, then this is indeed the location. Subsequently, a silver long lock appeared in Huang Zhongshi's hand, vanishing into the surrounding air the moment it materialized. His gaze flashed as he gathered surging power in his hand and struck down upon the withered tree. With splintered and a gray mist wafted from the collapsing trunk, slowly coalescing into a cyclopean monster. "How is this possible? How could you discover my location?" The cyclopean monster shrieked in a piercing voice. Fear etched across its features as it gazed upon Huang Zhongshi. The aura of murderous intent enveloped Huang Zhongshi, all his resentment towards the Slayers, now directed at this creature. The cyclopean monster sensed the formidable power emanating from Huang Zhongshi. Devoid of any fighting spirit, it frantically sought escape. Though it possessed formidable strength compared to other awakened ones of the same realm, it was still merely an equivalent, faced with Huang Zhongshi, an extreme expert. Fleeing was its only option, however. No matter which direction it attempted to escape, it was met with an invisible barrier, the surrounding space seeming to have been confined. Huang Zhongshi snorted coldly and transformed into a blur, instantly appearing beside the unknown, his hand moving with the speed of lightning to grasp its neck. His cursed weapon, the curved blade, had been transformed into an iron ball by Xiao, thus he could only engage it barehanded. Yet, even so, slaying a battle realm unknown was effortless. With a swift twist, he severed its head, extinguishing the terrifying vertical eye atop the gray creature's head. Chapter 16. The moment of invincibility. Huang Zhongshi tossed the unknown's head into the void, remarking, "This ghastly creature is easy to slay, yet locating them is a hassle." Churan gazed at the headless monster on the ground, a chill coursing through her. Despite having joined the Slayers for 3 years, this was her first involvement in a mission against the unknown. "Perhaps it will not be so troublesome in the future," Churan stated. Mo Yun nodded in agreement. With the boss around, things have indeed become significantly simpler. "Of course, we must prepare the funds." The three exchanged glances, simultaneously sharing a wry smile. Huang Zhongshi declared, "Let us return to the shelter and report this battle loss to headquarters." The following morning, as dawn broke, the shelter in Lan City commenced its post-battle organization. Huang Zhongshi compiled the list of fallen comrades before setting off towards headquarters. He needed to claim compensation for each of the sacrificed team members and deliver it to their families, assuming they still had relatives living. Meanwhile, the remaining Battle Realm and Spirit Realm members had already begun visiting the homes of ordinary citizens to conduct morale-boosting efforts. The purging plan for the unknown had failed, but it would not be long before they re-emerged, and the enemies faced would undoubtedly be even more formidable. If their residences were too dispersed, it would not only provide opportunities for the Slayers, but also significantly weaken the Slayers' strength. After all, their power was limited, and they could not achieve complete coverage of the city. Days passed, and when the last household moved into the residential building adjacent to the shelter, they finally exhaled a sigh of relief. On that day, Xiao also managed to gather 50,000 coins. Within the supermarket space, he gazed up at the starry sky, a sense of excitement stirring within him. "I wonder how far this upgrade will enhance the invincible domain." Upgrade. Upgrade successful. Your current balance is 1,534 coins, and the amount required for the next upgrade is 300,000 coins. Reward. 1 hour of invincibility. Although Su Xiao lacked formal education, he possessed enough comprehension to understand the implications. As the name suggests, this means that within this hour, even if he steps out of the invincible domain, he need not fear anyone. A true artifact for showing off, although its duration is somewhat short. Su Xiao exited the supermarket system with satisfaction, then emanated countless streams of consciousness, spreading them in all directions. 200 meters, 500 meters, 800 meters. Finally, it halted at the 1 kilometer mark. Such an increase. Su Xiao's expression was one of astonishment. He had initially thought that after the upgrade, the invincible domain would extend at most a few hundred meters, yet it had expanded to an entire kilometer. It seems that the enhancement effect of the invincible domain becomes increasingly pronounced in the later stages. If only it could encompass the entire continent. Hehe. Su Xiao was once again granted an hour of reverie. During this period, 5 individuals arrived at the shelter in Lan City, 3 of which were from the battle realm. 2 were from the extreme realm. They were a branch of the Slayers, the mobile combat team. The role of the mobile strike teams lies in their ability to traverse between various cities, assisting the ordinary squads within those cities in their missions of extermination or protection, in preparation for the impending purge plan, which remains shrouded in uncertainty. The headquarters has temporarily deployed them from the nearest city. The Slayer faction boasts a total of 30 mobile strike teams. Although their numbers are few, each unit possesses formidable strength. Among the 5 members, the leader is a remarkably handsome young man, a prodigy meticulously nurtured by the Slayer headquarters, who, before reaching the age of 20, has already ascended to a realm of extraordinary prowess. Moreover, he is an awakened wielder of wind attributes. Consequently, he has been appointed as the captain of this mobile strike team. Designated as number 28, Bai Hao sat in his office, surveying the humble surroundings with an unmistakable expression of disdain. After a moment, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where is Huang Zhongshi?" Before him stood all the members of the shelter's team. One of the combat team members promptly responded, "Instructor Huang went to headquarters a few days ago. By now, he should be returning soon." A sense of dissatisfaction stirred within Bai Hao. "How dare you? Huang Zhongshi, knowing full well that I would be arriving these past few days, you still choose to neglect me." Having grown up amidst praise and flattery, he was unaccustomed to being overlooked, though he too was a being of extraordinary prowess. His stature far surpassed that of Huang Zhongshi, a mere instructor from a remote city. Suppressing his discontent, he scanned the team members before him. As his gaze fell upon Churan, it suddenly halted, an indescribable glimmer igniting in his eyes. What a stunning woman! As the captain of a mobile strike team, he had traversed numerous cities and encountered countless Slayers, yet none had ever compared to the enchanting beauty before him. Both her appearance and demeanor captivated him, rendering his expression momentarily dazed. Churan, standing amidst the crowd, sensed Bai Hao's fervent gaze upon her. Her brow imperceptibly furrowed. There was something about this man that she found inexplicably disagreeable. Had it not been for his status and position, she would have already distanced herself. A fellow Extreme Realm team member beside Bai Hao, perceiving the situation, released a pulse of mental energy that penetrated Bai Hao's consciousness, rousing him from his reverie. Upon regaining his composure, Bai Hao did not exhibit any signs of embarrassment. Instead, he cast a lingering glance at Churan before continuing. "I have heard that you discovered a dual attribute awakened individual. Bring her to me." Mo Yun, standing next to Churan, felt a stirring in his heart and was the first to speak up. "Captain Bai, the dual attribute awakened one is not currently within the shelter." Bai Hao's brows knitted in displeasure as he queried, "Not in the shelter? Then where is she?" Mo Yun hesitated for a moment, recalling the urgency of the previous day. "To prevent her from falling into the hands of the Slayers. We entrusted her to a supermarket owner." Bai Hao's expression grew increasingly frigid. "Such an important individual, and you dared to leave her outside the shelter. If she is discovered by the Slayers, we will have gained a formidable adversary, at least of the saintly realm. Can you bear the weight of this responsibility?" Mo Yun opened his mouth to respond but ultimately chose silence, for he could not assure her safety. While the owner was indeed strong, the Slayers, too, had numerous formidable individuals. It was entirely possible that they would dispatch a transcendent or even a saintly being to seize the dual attribute awakened girl. Could the owner withstand such a confrontation? He can. Churan interjected impassively. Bai Hao's expression faltered. What did you say? Churan maintained her gaze, replying coolly. I said, if the slayers manage to take this girl from him, I am willing to accept any punishment from headquarters. Bai Hao scoffed. What gives you such confidence? Because he promised me that until I arrive, he would protect the girl. Churan's unwavering stare met Bai Hao's, devoid of any trepidation. Bai Hao chuckled derisively. What an arrogant supermarket owner. Who does he think he is? The value of a dual attribute awakened individual is enough to compel the slayers to dispatch a transcendent or even saintly being. Do you truly believe that the supermarket owner possesses the strength to ensure her safety? Churan shook her head. I do not know. I only know that while he is fond of money, every word he has spoken can be trusted. In a brief span, they had vanquished two unknown entities, all due to Su Xiao's prowess. Unbeknownst to her, Su Xiao had become an omnipotent figure in Churan's heart. Bai Hao's lips curled in disdain as he remarked, then I shall witness for myself just how capable this owner truly is. Chapter 17. Do you think the saintly realm can save your life? Within the small shop, Su Xiao, Yi Xiao, and Zhao Tianwu were gathered around a tea table, playing cards. 56789. Su Xiao casually tossed a few cards into the ocean. Zhao Tianwu, quick of hand, retrieved Su Xiao's cards and exclaimed, Boss, 5679. Where's the 8? Unfazed, Su Xiao produced an 8 from beneath the cards and replied, Here it is. Yi Xiao stared wide-eyed. Brother, that was my play. Oh? Is that so? Then where's my 8? Zhao Tianwu was left exasperated. Throughout the morning, Su Xiao had exhibited all manner of tricks, and were it not for his keen eyesight, he would have lost all his money. Could it be that the boss was truly after his funds? This was outrageous. Alert! Alert! Discontent with the boss results in a deduction of 5 performance points. Damn. I almost forgot about that. Alert! Alert! Cursing the boss results in a deduction of 5 performance points. Zhao Tianwu. While Su Xiao continued to search for the 8, Zhao Tianwu hastily interjected, Boss, stop looking. There are 8s everywhere. If this continued, all his efforts from the past few days would be in vain. Su Xiao exclaimed, Oh, I knew it. How could I possibly cheat? Indeed, you did not cheat. You merely performed for show. This was what Yi Xiao thought in her heart. At that moment, the door to the supermarket swung open, and 5 young men entered. The leader, strikingly handsome and well-groomed, first surveyed the array of items on the shelves with astonishment before his gaze settled on Yi Xiao. Are you the dual attribute awakened individual? Yi Xiao glanced at him and dismissed him with indifference. Bomb. Subsequently, she flung out for 2 cards. Bai Hao furrowed his brow, irritation rising within him. No one had dared to disregard his presence before. Not even a dual attribute awakened individual. Your duty should be to join the slayers, not to waste time playing trivial games with these mundane people. Bai Hao spoke sternly. Why? Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, finding the situation amusing. And who are you? Who are you to dictate what I should or should not do? Was this person suffering from some delusion? Coming in here to lecture her? Moreover, she absolutely could not tolerate the implication that the boss was a trivial person. Hence, her tone held no hint of courtesy. Enraged, Bai Hao thought to himself that even if she was a dual attribute awakened individual, she was still only at the spirit realm and dared to speak to him in such a manner. Even some of the same level extreme realm slayers treated him with respect, a courtesy afforded him not just because he was the captain of the mobile strike team number 28, but also due to his 3 uncles, who were bona fide transcendents. Humph. You're young and have quite the temper. Once you join the slayers, you will surely understand what you ought to do. Bai Hao scoffed. Take her away. 3 members of the combat team nodded and advanced toward Yi Xiao. Zhao Tianwu, observing the approaching slayers, could not help but chuckle inwardly. Here come a few more ignorant souls. Why did I say again? He placed his cards down, his figure flashing as he positioned himself protectively in front of Yi Xiao. A formidable aura erupted from him, forcing the 3 combat slayers to retreat to their original positions. 2 gleaming short daggers appeared in his hands. Seeing the daggers wielded by Zhao Tianwu, Bai Hao and the other team members' pupils constricted in shock as they exclaimed, Slayer! After the initial shock, excitement flickered in Bai Hao's eyes. If he could eliminate this extreme realm slayer, it would be a tremendous achievement. coupled with the dual attribute awakened individual, headquarters would undoubtedly reward him handsomely. Perhaps he could even leverage this opportunity to ascend into the ranks of the top 20 mobile strike teams. This was an extraordinary chance. Without him needing to utter a word, the others had already encircled Zhao Tianwu. Excitement gleaming in their eyes. Wasn't this a chance to claim credit? Attack, Bai Hao commanded, swinging his curved blade toward Zhao Tianwu's neck. However, the other four seemed oblivious to his order, standing frozen in place. Lacking their assistance, Zhao Tianwu effortlessly blocked his strike. What are you waiting for? Attack! Kill him, Bai Hao bellowed. Yet the four remained motionless, silently standing their ground. Bai Hao frowned, sensing something amiss. He could see a glimmer of fear in their eyes. Who gave you the audacity to attempt to abduct my sister and threaten my life? A light, airy voice resonated from the tea table, redirecting Bai Hao's attention. Was it you who orchestrated this? Bai Hao glared at Su Xiao, whose demeanor remained unperturbed. Yes, it was me. What do you intend to do about it? Bai Hao cast a sidelong glance at his companions and spoke. I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. To share a roof with a slayer, regardless of whether you yourself are one, is to invite the most severe punishment under the weight of their crimes. However, if you hand those two over to me, I can intercede with headquarters on your behalf, granting you a chance at survival. Su Xiao chuckled softly. As a businessman, should you wish to take them away, it is not impossible, provided you possess ample funds. Speak not only of those two, but even I could accompany you for the right price. Bai Hao fixed his gaze upon Su Xiao's eyes and inquired, how much? Su Xiao held up 2 fingers and replied nonchalantly, 2 million. 1 million per person. Zhao Tianwu struggled to resist the impulse to plunge the dagger in his hand into his own heart. 2 million. He felt as though he might as well end his own life. Bai Hao thought he must have misheard. What? 2 million? Per person? He then coldly remarked, for 1 million. I could enlist the aid of a sage-level expert. Though you believe you can survive under their might? A flash of murderous intent flickered in Su Xiao's eyes, and Bai Hao suddenly felt as though an invisible hand was gripping his throat, lifting him into the air uncontrollably. Are you threatening me? Bai Hao's complexion shifted from red to purple, emitting muffled sounds as he struggled in vain. If you believe a sage can save your life, by all means, give it a try. Just as Bai Hao was on the brink of asphyxiation, several figures suddenly burst through the door. It was Huang Zhongshi and Churan Yun. Boss, please show mercy, Huang Zhongshi exclaimed, panic rising within him as he surveyed the scene. Upon returning to the shelter, Churan had informed him of everything. The moment he learned that Bai Hao would come to the small shop, a sense of foreboding had settled in his heart. Who was Bai Hao? A prodigy within the Slayers faction, a young sage-level powerhouse. Yet such talents often exhibit arrogance. Coupled with the backing of his uncle, he acted with brazen disregard. But in the presence of the boss, sage-level prowess meant little. Genius was even less significant. Not related by blood, killing him was not out of the question. If Bai Hao were to perish, it would indeed be a loss, yet not an unbearable one, however. Should they provoke the boss and irreparably tarnish his impression of the Slayers, that would be their gravest misstep. Chapter 18. Is she flirting with me? Observing the scene before him, Huang Zhongshi sighed softly, realizing he had arrived too late. He was still naive, having offended the boss, and now he hoped that the boss would show leniency. Considering this was his first offense, Huang Zhongshi respectfully addressed Su Xiao. If all you Slayers are such arrogant fools, is it not somewhat laughable that the banner of humanity rests upon your shoulders? Cold sweat poured down Huang Zhongshi's back. He feared Su Xiao would form a negative impression of their Slayers, and now his fears were manifesting. Damn Bai Hao, you little brat. The favorable impression I painstakingly built has been utterly destroyed by you. What are you so proud of? Is being sage level truly so impressive? Does having an extraordinary uncle make you remarkable? In his presence, if your uncle so much as farted, I would deem him a hero. Boss, please do not be angered. The Slayers have always upheld their beliefs, but some young ones are impetuous and untested by adversity. I apologize on his behalf. With that, Huang Zhongshi deeply bowed to Su Xiao, his demeanor exceedingly sincere. Su Xiao's expression softened. He appreciated Huang Zhongshi's words. Then, with a mere thought, Bai Hao was released from the air, crashing to the ground. You dare to kill me? Bai Hao gasped for breath, coughing violently, and then glared at Su Xiao with venomous eyes. Before Su Xiao could respond, Huang Zhongshi delivered a resounding slap, sending Bai Hao spinning 3 times before a bright red handprint appeared on his face. "Shut your trap," Huang Zhongshi admonished fiercely. Bai Hao gingerly touched his swollen face, staring blankly at Huang Zhongshi, utterly stunned by the slap. Yet in the next moment, he glared at Huang Zhongshi, roaring, "Huang Zhongshi, how dare you strike me?" As the captain of the mobile battle team, he had just been slapped by an instructor from an ordinary team. What a disgrace it would be if word got out. Huang Zhongshi coldly regarded Bai Hao, his voice icy. "I am saving your life. If you wish to live, it would be wise to remain silent." Ignoring Bai Hao's murderous glare, Huang Zhongshi turned and forced a smile. "Thank you, boss, for your leniency. I will certainly educate him properly upon our return." Xiao shook his head. "Return? I merely spared his life for your sake. I did not say he could leave." Huang Zhongshi. "Old Huang, you do not know. This brother of ours is quite vicious. He entered intending to seize my sister and even wished to kill my employees. Had I not fought back with all my might, you might not have seen me again." Xiao sighed, feigning a look of fear. Huang Zhongshi's facial muscles twitched. "Fought back with all your might? That you did not crush him is a testament to your restraint." A single glance at Su Zhao's expression revealed his intent. After spending so much time together, Huang Zhongshi knew Su Zhao's preferences well. "Boss's words ring true. How about this? I will apply for a sum from headquarters as compensation for your sister's emotional distress. What do you think? A sensible proposition. Absolutely commendable." Su Zhao regarded Huang Zhongshi with appreciation, thoroughly satisfied. "Since you have offered, I shall not deny you. Request a sum of 100,000. What say you, Xiao? Su Zhao turned to the side. Looking at Xiao, she immediately donned a pitiful expression, softly murmuring, "Brother, you can decide. I thought I would never see you again." With that, she lowered her head and stifled a few sobs, feigning fear from earlier. This left the still-lying doggy utterly astounded. He mused, could these two be long-lost siblings? Huang Zhongshi nodded without hesitation. "Good. Just 100,000. After all, he would not be footing the bill. Someone else would clean up the mess." Subsequently, Su Zhao released the restraints on the 4 team members, who departed the small shop under Huang Zhongshi's anxious gaze. Churan approached Xiao and said, "I believe you would be better off staying by the boss's side." Xiao gazed at her savior, sporting a sweet smile. "Thank you, sister." Churan returned the smile, her beauty capable of captivating nations. "Boss, you are truly handsome." She winked at Su Zhao before turning to leave the shop. Su Zhao watched her retreating figure, pondering, was she just flirting with me? Xiao nodded earnestly. "Price increase. It must be raised. The next time she comes to purchase something, we will raise the price by 20%. Su Zhao, Zhao Tianwu, Dog Yi, Beast, in the blink of an eye. Only Bai Hao remained in the small shop, caught in a dilemma of whether to stand or sit, fearing Su Zhao might once again harbor murderous intent. Having witnessed Huang Zhongshi's attitude towards Su Zhao, he finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Dio command Huang Zhongshi's deference. How could he merely be a sage? Su Zhao regarded the paralyzed Bai Hao, casually waving his hand to throw him into the system space. As for the secrets of the system, he would naturally erase Bai Hao's memory upon his departure. "Come now, it is time for you two to meet your second boss." Su Zhao spoke mysteriously. Zhao Tianwu, astonished, inquired, "The small shop has a second boss. Why have I never seen them all this time? Doggy, show yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, the prostrate Doggy slowly rose, ultimately standing upright like a human. He approached Zhao Tianwu, his voice chilling. "Kid, you seem quite eager to feast on dog meat these past few days." Zhao Tianwu trembled, staring at Dog Yi, who was slightly taller than him, and shakily pointed. "You?" Then, terrified, he turned to Su Zhao. "Boss." It spoke. Xiao also gaped in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Su Zhao chuckled. "This is your bona fide second boss, Doggy." Doggy placed a paw on Zhao Tianwu's shoulder, causing the latter to sink down considerably. "Kid, weren't you craving dog meat hot pot? Didn't you want to reserve a leg for roasting? Not to mention, didn't you want less cumin and more spice?" Dogya's tone grew increasingly frigid. Zhao Tianwu's lips twitched uncontrollably, finally managing to force out a ghastly smile, stammering, Doggy, I was merely having fleeting thoughts. You are the one beside the boss." At this point, Zhao Tianwu hesitated, uncertain how to continue. The one beside the boss? Clearly, that was not it. The boss's dog? He dared not say that. The boss's brother? He feared Su Xiao might strike him dead. After much deliberation, he finally managed to utter, "You follow the boss." "How could I dare entertain such thoughts against you?" Doggy withdrew his paw from Zhao Tianwu's shoulder, warning, "If I catch wind of any ill intentions, I won't hesitate to add extra spice before roasting you." Then, a comb appeared in his paw, which he tossed to Zhao Tianwu. "Groom my fur. With every stray dog hair that falls, I shall deduct a point from your performance, Zhao Tianwu, Yi Xiao Xiao." Su Xiao, Brute, Chapter 19. The dog master favors long legs. Days swiftly passed. There was not a whisper of activity from the shelter, yet Su Xiao remained unperturbed. A genius, Slayer, was left behind. And the Slayer faction would not stand idly by. During this time, Churan's visits had increased noticeably. Today he claimed to be there to see Yi Xiao Xiao. Tomorrow he said he wished to take the dog master for a stroll. His excuses were remarkably plentiful. After a few days, the dog master had visibly slimmed down. Yet her thoughts were transparent before Su Xiao. "Can you not manage that little girl? At this rate, I shall soon turn into a skinny dog." The dog master glared at Su Xiao with indignation. It was evident that the little girl had taken a liking to Su Xiao. Why then must she torment him so? Whose dog goes for walks 8 times a day? Su Xiao, engrossed in antiquated tomes, remained unfazed. "Don't you fancy her long legs?" Yi Xiao Xiao burst into a melodious laugh. Zhao Tianwu maintained a stoic demeanor, his mind free of distractions, while Yi Xiao Xiao dared to laugh. He certainly did not. His performance points were nearly exhausted. The dog master, flustered and furious, retorted, "Nonsense. When did I ever say I liked her long legs?" Su Xiao, astonished, inquired, "Then why do you always rest your dog head on her legs?" The dog master faltered, stammering, "That's because my head is heavy and I'm tired. Is that not valid?" Su Xiao was disinclined to engage in a verbal spar with the dog master and returned to his reading. Suddenly, 2 figures materialized within his domain, causing Su Xiao's eyes to brighten. They have arrived, with a mere thought, by how appeared in the small shop, his memories frozen just prior to entering the system space. Shortly thereafter, several figures entered the shop in succession. Huang Zhongshi stood respectfully behind a middle-aged man and stepped forward upon seeing Su Xiao, declaring, "Boss, this is Slayer, Factions Instructor, by Hong Yu, by Hao's uncle, of the extraordinary realm." His words were succinct, serving both as an introduction and a reminder to Su Xiao. Su Xiao nodded inwardly, his regard for Huang Zhongshi growing. Bai Hongyu first glanced at the terrified Bai Hao standing on the ground, then shifted his gaze to Su Xiao. "Your methods are truly impressive." Su Xiao set down his book, chuckling lightly. "Merely self-preservation?" Bai Hongyu's eyes flickered slightly as he fixed his gaze on Su Xiao. "Speaking. Are you not afraid of offending the entire Slayer faction by doing so?" His words caused a cold sweat to break out on Huang Zhongshi. Before coming, he had repeatedly cautioned against offending Su Xiao. And Bai Hongyu had readily agreed. But what was the situation now? Was he here to demand accountability? "By instructor, you," Huang Zhongshi spoke urgently. Bai Hongyu's expression remained indifferent as he glanced at Huang Zhongshi and said, "Instructor Huang, I must remind you that the duty of the Slayers is to safeguard the ember of humanity. All threats to humanity must be eradicated. Since he dares to harbor a Slayer, it indicates he is not aligned with us. To prevent him from being swayed by the Slayer and turning against us, we must not compromise, but rather eliminate him." Bai Hongyu regarded Su Xiao coolly, continuing, "I acknowledge your talent is commendable. At such a young age, you have already entered the ranks of the extraordinary, a rarity even within the mobile combat team. However, regrettably, you have chosen the wrong path. Your error lies in your arrogance. Believing the Slayers would bow to you." Su Xiao, intrigued, observed Bai Hongyu's eloquence, a smirk gracing his lips. "Aren't you here to negotiate for someone's release?" Bai Hongyu pointed at Bai Hao beside him, stating, "Of course, I intend to take him away, but I will not pay you. Moreover, you shall bear the consequences of your arrogance." With that, a crimson spear materialized in his hand, 2 streams of scarlet flames spiraling around its shaft like 2 writhing dragons. In an instant, the temperature in the small shop began to rise. Huang Zhongshi, his face a mask of urgency, hurriedly positioned himself between Bai Hongyu and Su Xiao. "By instructor, You must not do this. The boss has never opposed us. In fact, this cleansing operation hinges entirely on his intervention, allowing us to hold our ground. Furthermore, he has provided us with information on the unknown. For that alone, he could never possibly join the Slayer faction. Bai Hongyu snorted coldly. How do you know he is not intentionally laying a trap? Perhaps he shares trivial information with you solely to gain the trust of the Slayers. Otherwise, how could he be so well informed about the hiding place of the unknown? Huang Zhongshi was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to counter, but after a moment, he spoke again. Yet we cannot decide a person's life or death based solely on conjecture. If that were the case, how would we differ from the Slayers? Bai Hongyu's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Huang Zhongshi. Are you lecturing me? Your relentless obstruction. Could it be that you too have been swayed by the Slayers? Huang Zhongshi's heart brimmed with indignation. He never imagined such a conclusion. Bai Hongyu was brought by him. If the boss were to perish because of him, he would never find peace in this life. If you must kill him, you shall first have to step over my corpse. Huang Zhongshi clenched his jaw. Two reclaimed forbidden blades crossed over his chest as he stared unflinchingly at Bai Hongyu. In his heart, though Su Xiao was fond of wealth, he had never committed an act to harm the Slayers. And indeed, due to his influence, he had garnered considerable merit. Whether it be the successful defense during the cleansing operation or the elimination of two unknown. Both accomplishments had earned him significant commendations from headquarters. Yet now, the tide was turning against Su Xiao. Such treachery was an act he could never commit. The extraordinary against the extraordinary, with no chance of victory. Yet for the sake of his own conscience, he was willing to risk it all. A barely perceptible cold smile flickered at the corners of Bai Hongyu's mouth. Very well, since you have chosen to collude with him, I shall charge you with treason and slay you both. Forbidden technique. Flame dragon piercing the void. Bai Hongyu shouted, and then the spear shot forth like a dragon. A lance enveloped in searing flames darted toward Huang Zhongshi's chest with blinding speed. In that brief distance, facing an extraordinary powerhouse, Huang Zhongshi had no time to react. He could only raise his blades to defend. Clang! The spear collided with the curved blades, producing a piercing sound. In Huang Zhongshi's astonished gaze, the spear that should have been unstoppable was, astonishingly, halted by him. Bai Hongyu staggered back several steps, his eyes filled with disbelief as he regarded Huang Zhongshi. Impossible. How could you possibly withstand my attack? Huang Zhongshi stared blankly at the curved blades in his hands, equally incredulous. That was a full-force strike from an extraordinary powerhouse, and he had even employed a forbidden technique. Even if 10 of him were tied together, the outcome would have been certain death. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply, slowly turning to look at Su Xiao behind him. Su Xiao's gaze swept past Huang Zhongshi and settled upon Bai Hongyu. Speaking slowly, I have said before, no one dares to act against me in my small shop, especially not you. An aberration. Chapter 20. When did I ever claim to be extraordinary? Aberration? Huang Zhongshi raised an eyebrow. Gazing at Su Xiao in astonishment, Bai Hongyu's expression shifted slightly before returning to normal, coldly scoffing. I do not comprehend your words. As a distinguished instructor of these Slayers, how dare you label me an aberration? Su Xiao regarded Bai Hongyu with an impassive expression, speaking mildly. You are not acting against me out of fear that I might join the Slayers. Rather, your true intent is to force me into the Slayers. Am I correct? Bai Hongyu sneered. Utter nonsense. Forcing you to join the Slayers holds no benefit for me or the entire Slayer faction. Su Xiao shook his head, stating, it offers no advantage to the Slayer faction, but for you, the benefits would be substantial. Bai Hongyu's eyes were fixed on Su Xiao, his voice low. On what grounds do you make such an assertion? On what grounds? Simply because I can locate your hiding places. That alone is reason enough for you to risk coming here to kill me. Should I be eliminated, the matter would be settled. If not, old Huang here would undoubtedly not survive until dawn. At that point, you would attribute his death to me, for after all, I reside beneath the same roof as a Slayer. The Slayer. Headquarters would never suspect you. Then, I would be hunted down by the Slayers. Left with no choice but to join the Slayers, as my only means of survival. Am I correct in my analysis? The loathsome one-eyed monster. Su Xiao regarded Bai Hongyu with a mocking gaze. As if he were some fool, Huang Zhongshi's complexion paled, and he quickly retreated to Su Xiao's side. "Boss, are you suggesting he is unknown?" Su Xiao lifted the teacup before him, draining the now tepid tea in one gulp, and remarked, "Do you not still possess a Ming Hun candle? A simple trial will reveal the truth." Bai Hongyu's expression shifted slightly as he retorted, "Huang Zhongshi, do you truly prefer to trust an outsider over me?" Huang Zhongshi wrestled with his inner turmoil, though it lasted but a fleeting moment. In his hand appeared an ordinary-looking candle. He could scarcely believe that, in the presence of his comrades and Su Xiao, he would choose to place his faith in the latter. As the candle was ignited, wisps of blue smoke began to swirl. The moment this smoke materialized, it surged toward Bai Hongyu, and upon contact with his body, the candle was instantly consumed by flames. A thick cloud of blue smoke enveloped Bai Hongyu entirely, from which emanated a steady stream of grayish essence, ultimately coalescing into a towering one-eyed monstrosity. He, splendid. I did not anticipate that even the extraordinary could not conceal itself from you. Therefore, you cannot be allowed to leave alive. The one-eyed creature floated in midair, emitting a piercing, spine-chilling laugh, its gray aura roiling ominously. Huang Zhongshi's pupils constricted. This unknown was far more formidable than the two he had encountered previously, radiating a fierce energy that he could not hope to withstand. Su Xiao rocked in his chair. Sighing lightly, though your appearance may be somewhat unappealing, I must admit your intellect remains intact. No wonder you've managed to seize 90% of humanity's territory in such a short span. However, it seems you have misjudged the situation. When did I ever claim to be extraordinary? The one-eyed creature sneered, its voice akin to the clash of blades. Based on our understanding of the Slayers, there are indeed several humans at your age who have reached the extraordinary realm. Yet only 3 have transcended to the saintly tier. Regrettably, I have encountered all 3, and you are not among them. The one-eyed monster exuded an air of unshakable confidence. It believed that Su Xiao's nonchalance was mere bravado, and even in the extraordinary realm, it was certain it could obliterate him. Su Xiao disregarded the creature, instead turning his gaze toward Huang Zhongshi and stating, "Comrade Lao Huang, it appears your slayers have a bit of a leak. Such critical information has reached these monsters." Huang Zhongshi's expression grew grave as he lamented, "The unknown possess an absurd ability to conceal themselves, and upon devouring an individual, they acquire all of that person's memories. There is no defense against it. This is precisely why humanity has found itself in an utterly disadvantaged position in over a century of conflict with the unknown." Su Xiao nodded and inquired, "What bounty is placed on an extraordinary unknown?" Huang Zhongshi hesitated before replying, "At least 200,000. The corners of Su Xiao's mouth curled into an ever-widening grin, his smile deepening as he regarded the one-eyed monster as if it were a treasured prize. "Comrade Lao Huang, in light of your valiant efforts to protect me just now, I shall bestow upon you the head of an extraordinary unknown." Su Xiao's words were delivered with such casualness, as though recounting the most ordinary of events. Suddenly, Huang Zhongshi felt his curved knife slip uncontrollably from his grasp, executing a simple yet unadorned horizontal strike toward the one-eyed creature's head. The attack was excruciatingly slow. Observing this utterly inconsequential assault, the one-eyed monster snorted derisively, a flicker of disdain crossing its vertical eye, before it slowly closed its eye. As it did, the gray essence surrounding it began to surge into that singular eye. Moments later, its eye sprang open, unleashing a terrifying energy that shot forth from its vertical pupil, a thick gray laser, as wide as a bowl, hurtling towards Su Xiao's face. This strike was exponentially more potent than the restricted techniques employed earlier. It represented the unknown's ultimate tactic. Even a formidable opponent of the same realm would be reduced to mere fragments. However, the scene it had envisioned did not unfold. Its most confident attack dissipated before it could even reach Su Xiao, failing to stir a single thread of his garment. "You? It is impossible. Absolutely impossible." The one-eyed monster screamed internally, for it believed that not even a saintly being could so easily dispel its onslaught. Unless, at this realization, its entire presence began to unravel, its sole vertical eye twisting in fear. "Flee." Just then, an overwhelming pressure descended upon it, rendering its body immobile in despair. It could only watch helplessly as the curved knife drew closer. Thud! The head was severed cleanly at the neck. Chapter 21. Perhaps it is best to set aside matters of the heart for now. Huang Zhongshi stared blankly at the unfolding scene, his shock immeasurable. They had speculated Su Xiao's strength ranged from the battlefield to the extraordinary realm, but now, an extraordinary unknown stood before Su Xiao, utterly powerless to resist. It was like slaughtering a chicken. By the heavens, what realm of monster is he? Su Xiao paid no heed to Huang Zhongshi's conjectures, allowing them to run rampant. From the moment this unknown entered, he had discerned its identity. The reason for his elaborate charade was to cultivate an air of mystery and strength before Huang Zhongshi. He aimed to impress upon Huang Zhongshi that he was not only all-knowing but also all-powerful. The purpose behind this was to ensure the slayers truly acknowledged his existence. Otherwise, why go to such lengths? Let it be known that even the peak combatants of humanity would meet a similar fate before him. Comrade Lao Huang, claim your reward. Su Xiao waved his hand, the massive head of the unknown floating before Huang Zhongshi. Awakened from his stupor, Huang Zhongshi gazed at the severed head, his excitement causing his hands to tremble. If he returned this head to headquarters, not only would he receive a handsome bounty, but he would also accrue a wealth of merit points, potentially elevating him from instructor to mentor. Boss, this unknown was slain by you. Is it truly appropriate for me to take it? Huang Zhongshi rubbed his hands together, a hint of embarrassment on his face, before he continued. How about this? The merit points are of no use to you, so I shall shamelessly accept them, while the entire bounty will belong to you. What say you? Was money important to him? Yes, indeed. Yet it paled in comparison to the importance of being associated with Su Xiao. As long as he maintained a positive relationship with Su Xiao, these material gains would be easily attainable. Su Xiao was well aware of Huang Zhongshi's thoughts. He harbored no aversion to the idea of Huang Zhongshi clinging to him. Huang Zhongshi had risked his life to protect him earlier, earning Su Xiao's acknowledgement. Thus, he was more than willing to offer a fitting reward to someone he recognized. Very well, I shall accept the money. Consider this a gift, a complimentary offering for you. Subsequently, a stream of mental energy entered Huang Zhongshi's mind. Upon reviewing its contents, joy was evident on Huang Zhongshi's face as he exclaimed, "Thank you, boss." The information contained the hiding places of several unknowns, and Su Xiao had learned from this particular unknown that it was not an item of the system, allowing him to bestow it freely. Boss, by how? Huang Zhongshi hesitated, words unspoken. Su Xiao glanced at Bai Hao, who stood dazed nearby, and declared, "In light of your presence, I shall spare him today." Those words sent Huang Zhongshi into a euphoric daze. In his mind, Su Xiao's status had risen to that of the high-ranking figures at headquarters. For him to extend a favor was an immense honor. Come here. Huang Zhongshi glared at the frozen Bai Hao. Do you not thank the boss? Bai Hao, now stripped of his previous arrogance, found himself at the mercy of circumstances. Not only had his powerful uncle been devoured by the unknown, but even if Bai Hongyu were alive, he held no ground to act arrogantly before Su Xiao. An extraordinary being could obliterate him with a mere flick of the finger. Upon hearing Huang Zhongshi's command, Bai Hao hurriedly approached Su Xiao, bowing deeply and stating, "Thank you for your mercy, boss." Su Xiao waved his hand dismissively, and Huang Zhongshi, understanding the unspoken cue, led Bai Hao out of the small shop. As they strolled along the street, Bai Hao inhaled the somewhat stale air, yet felt a profound sense of rebirth. Brother Huang, what realm of power does the boss possess? Bai Hao, still shaken, glanced back toward the small shop and whispered. Huang Zhongshi reveled in the shift in Bai Hao's address, though he maintained a stoic expression as he replied, "The boss's strength is beyond our comprehension. Just remember this. Never cross him, understood?" Bai Hao nodded vigorously. "I understand, Brother Huang. By the way, Brother Huang, what is your relationship with the boss?" Huang Zhongshi's pride shone through as his steps lightened. "I refer to the boss as my brother. Do you think a being capable of effortlessly slaying extraordinary foes would extend his favor to just anyone?" Hearing this, Bai Hao's attitude grew increasingly respectful, his gaze toward Huang Zhongshi filled with admiration as he called him Brother Huang with sincerity. "Brother Huang, with the boss supporting you, you will surely ascend in the Slayer's ranks. Just do not forget your little brother when that time comes." Huang Zhongshi felt a surge of elation. He had never imagined that he could curry favor with the captain of a mobile combat team. All of this was thanks to Su Xiao. As Huang Zhongshi reveled in his triumph, a flicker of gratitude washed over him. Had he acted against his employer in the past, he might not have enjoyed such glory today. Or perhaps, Had he not courageously stepped forward just moments ago, but instead turned his weapons against Su Xiao alongside by Hong Yu, he would have vanished from this world alongside, unknown. Rest assured, I shared a bond with Bai Jiaoxi during our youth, and now that he has met with such misfortune, I shall naturally look after you in his stead. Upon hearing this, Bai Hao's eyes sparkled with delight, and he declared, Brother Huang, I have made my decision. I wish to remain in Lansha and fight alongside you. Huang Zhongshi's face brightened with an expression of teachable potential, nodding in satisfaction. Though Bai Hao was somewhat arrogant, he was undeniably sharp-witted. While Huang had not explicitly stated his intentions, it was evident that Bai Hao understood. The shelter had suffered significant losses, with 3 members of the battleground team fallen and the spiritual realm team nearly annihilated. Although he had submitted a request for reinforcements to headquarters, fresh blood had yet to flow into their ranks, prompting the dispatch of a mobile combat team to counter the impending purge. But what would happen afterward? Regardless of whether, unknown, purge plan succeeded, this mobile team would depart, leaving him in a dire situation with no one to rely upon. Thus, the optimal solution was to secure the mobile team's permanent presence in Lansha. This would undoubtedly elevate the shelter's combat capabilities to a new level. Bai Hao, too, harbored his own ulterior motives. As the captain of the mobile team, he was merely the last squad of Unit 28. To achieve promotion, he had 2 arduous paths: to transcend into the extraordinary realm or to accumulate sufficient merit. Both routes were fraught with challenges, making it far more appealing to seize this opportunity to stay close to Huang Zhongshi. Though Huang was merely a lowly border instructor now, his close ties with the boss promised future opportunities for advancement. By fostering a good relationship with him now, the benefits would surely follow. With a formidable ally of at least the saintly realm backing him, what was there to fear? Thus, the two, each with their own schemes, forged an alliance, their camaraderie solidified. By the way, Brother Huang, there's something I wish to inquire about. Bai Hao seemed to recall something, a hint of bashfulness crossing his face. Huang Zhongshi casually replied, What is it? Bai Hao chuckled, I was wondering if the stunning woman from our shelter is married. Huang Zhongshi paused, then replied with realization, You mean Churan? She's single. Bai Hao's eyes lit up at this news. Brother Huang, I wish to pursue her. Huang Zhongshi's expression grew somewhat peculiar as he asked, Are you certain? Bai Hao, chin held high, declared, I am 19 years old, a formidable force in the extreme realm, and the captain of the mobile team. Is that not sufficient? Huang Zhongshi halted, a smile creeping onto his lips. But what if that girl has affections for the boss? Do you believe you are worthy? Bai Hao's expression faltered, the fervor in his eyes extinguished. Brother Huang, I believe a man should prioritize his career and uphold the protection of humanity as his foremost belief. Matters of the heart can wait. Chapter 22. The Love-Struck Fool. Su Xiao toyed with a money card obtained from unknown. A long spear wreathed in crimson flames standing beside him. 17,000. If combined with the bounty from that extraordinary, unknown, his invincible domain could be further enhanced. Su Xiao, I am hungry. As dusk approached, Doggy, licking his canine face, lay on the sofa, reminding Su Xiao that it was time to eat. Indeed, he was feeling a bit peckish. Time to indulge a little. Su Xiao selected a bounty of ingredients from the system, handing them all over to Yi Xiao Xiao. Ever since tasting her cooking, he had not lifted a finger in the kitchen. Her dishes were a symphony of color, aroma, and flavor, while his own meals were merely a means to fill his belly. Before long, a lavish spread lay upon the dining table, with the exception of the large leg of lamb in Dog Ye's mouth. All else was Chinese cuisine. Just as everyone was about to dig in, Churan arrived. Her eyes widened at the sight of the abundant feast before them. She had never imagined that such a sumptuous dinner could exist in this apocalyptic world. Heh, boss, would you mind if I joined you? Doggy, now wary of Churan, feared she might come to take him for a walk again. $50. All you can eat. Su Xiao smiled faintly and replied. Churan pouted, muttering under her breath. So stingy. Yet, she soon pulled out $50, seating herself beside Su Xiao and devouring the dishes in a whirlwind. Seeing this, Su Xiao wasted no time, grabbing his chopsticks and shoveling food into his mouth without a care for what he was eating. What a joke! He had paid for all this, and at the rate Churan was eating, it seemed there wouldn't be enough food for her alone. Thus began the epic clash between the boss and the voracious eater in this self-service banquet. Boss, what realm of strength do you possess? You can easily slay those in the extraordinary realm. Are you at the saintly level? Churan asked, her cheeks bulging as she spoke muffledly. Xiao, equally unyielding, answered with his mouth full, his gaze darting between the plates. Not even having swallowed his last bite, he swiftly grabbed another piece of meat. 20,000 bucks, and I'll reveal my realm, Churan gasped. Thinking, why don't you just rob someone? 20,000 bucks for an answer? I would love to rob, but the question is, do you have any money on you? Xiao retorted. Churan was taken aback, her face showing shock. How did you know what I was thinking? Xiao casually replied. Just a guess. Do you believe me? Churan was skeptical but pressed on. Boss, with your immense power, why do you care so much about money? Typically, those of higher realms are indifferent to material possessions. I've never heard of a saintly realm expert whose conversations are dominated by money. Because being powerful still requires sustenance. Plus, I have so many employees to support. And a dog. All these are expenses, Xiao lamented. What could he do? The supermarket system was an insatiable abyss. To expand his invincible domain, he had to keep pouring in funds. He could hardly fathom the astronomical sum required to cover the entirety of the divine land one day. Churan's beautiful eyes twinkled as she asked, then why not open a store elsewhere, like in Jing City or High City, where the crowds bustle and numerous killers guard the place? Wouldn't you make more money? Xiao sighed inwardly. He wished he could, however. The system had chosen this location. Not even Doggy, as the system's avatar, could change that. Besides, he couldn't dare to leave his invincible domain unguarded. If he carelessly perished outside, it would be a regretful end. His secret, of course, was not something he could divulge to Churan. So he feigned profundity and said, sometimes, it is better to wait for the wind to come than to chase after it. Wait for the wind to come rather than chase after it. Churan repeated the phrase, her face contemplative. Moments later, she suddenly looked up, her gaze fierce as she fixed her eyes on Xiao. Asserting, no, I want to chase after the wind. Xiao was momentarily speechless, thinking, I was trying to impart wisdom, and this is what you come up with? Ignoring Churan's fiery gaze, he chose to focus on his meal. The dinner concluded in a peculiar atmosphere, with Xiao reclining on a rocking chair, perusing books. Xiao cleared the table, while Zhao Tianwu, sensing the tension, picked up his tools to complete his tasks for the day. Only Doggy, with his canine eyes darting between Xiao and Churan, emitted low, human-like chuckles. During this time, Churan attempted to engage Xiao in conversation, but he merely responded with noncommittal sounds. Eventually falling silent, engrossed in his book. This left Churan feeling somewhat defeated. If it were anyone else, they would be eager to converse with her. There were suitors lining up from the east of the village to the west, and one glance from her would have them trembling. Yet, before Xiao, why did she feel so lacking in confidence? She glanced down at her attire. Leather jacket, short skirt, knee-high boots, even wore black stockings on purpose. Her lipstick was a captivating shade. This ensemble had undoubtedly stunned many members of the shelter. Did she not appeal to the dominant woman type? Churan found herself in a quandary. Doggy, engrossed in his own thoughts, caught sight of Churan's internal struggle. He couldn't help but let out a pig-like squeal of laughter. Churan's gaze instantly turned to him. Doggy sensed impending doom and scrambled away towards the room. However, before he could make it halfway, a long, slender hand grasped the nape of his neck, sealing his fate. Fool. All you do is read. Little Doggy, you are the best. Doggy turned pale at this, plopping down on the ground, refusing to budge. Why take out your frustrations on a dog when you were bullied by a fool? Who have I offended? I work hard to eat and drink. Is it easy to gain a bit of weight? Demon, wicked woman, love-struck fool. Doggy cursed within, unceasingly. However, in the end, it was still forcibly dragged out by Churan, leaving a distinct claw mark on the ground. Until late at night, Doggy returned to the small shop. Panting heavily, his face a portrait of exhaustion, he collapsed onto the sofa. Tired. Let it be destroyed. Before long, the sound of snoring filled the air. Chapter 23. The cleansing plan. The building next to the Lawn City shelter was ablaze with lights. Standing like a brilliant lighthouse in the city shrouded in darkness, in front of the building, dozens of members of the Slayers stood, embodying all the strength within the shelter. Huang Gu, how did you know the cleansing plan was today? By how furrowed his brow, glancing at Huang Zhongsher beside him. Huang Zhongshu wore a grave expression, his eyes fixed on the darkness ahead as he spoke slowly. Since the killers can infiltrate our ranks with spies, we too can place our own eyes among them. According to reliable intelligence, the cleansing operation begins at 10 p.m. tonight. Bai Hao raised his hand to check his watch, the hands frozen at 9:50 p.m. Instructor Huang, do we know the enemy's combat strength? Asked another Extreme Realm team member standing behind Huang Zhongshu, his voice LOW.AT. Bai Hao's nod. The members of the mobile combat team dared not show any disrespect to Huang Zhongshu, all looking to him for guidance. Huang Zhongshu shook his head. Obtaining the timing of the cleansing plan was already exceedingly difficult, and as for the number of adversaries they would mobilize, that remained unclear for the time being. Huang Zhongshu's words cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. The knowledge that the enemy lurked in the dark while they stood in the light enveloped them in an invisible pressure. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere around them, Huang Zhongshu's mind stirred, and two curved blades materialized in his hands, pointing towards the darkness. Brothers, I know you feel the pressure, and I do too. But turn around and look. As his words fell, the Slayer members turned in unison to gaze at the myriad lights behind them. Huang Zhongshu's voice rang out once more. They are our compatriots, our brothers and sisters. They are also the last hope of humanity. If we shrink back out of fear, how can we honor those martyrs who have perished over the past century? How can we uphold the oaths sworn beneath the crimson banner? How can we justify wielding these curved blades that symbolize our guardianship? No matter how arduous today's battle may be, we must stand before them. Before the blood has dried, if I, Huang Zhongshu, retreat even a single step, you shall sever my head with your blades and let it hang in the air, rotting and infested with maggots, for it does not deserve to rest upon this sacred land of ours. Huang Zhongshu's voice resonated like a bell, striking with the weight of a heavy hammer upon the hearts of all present. Every member of the Slayers, including Bai Hao, felt a fiery resolve ignite within their eyes, their spirits beginning to surge. A man's courage shines far and wide. To slay the enemy is to honor one's kin. Huang Zhongshu bellowed, clashing his two curved blades together, producing a resounding clang. A man's courage shines far and wide. To slay the enemy is to honor one's kin. A man's courage. The Slayers shouted in unison, their voices echoing through the heavens. At that moment, their fighting spirit reached its zenith. Humph! Do you think that merely elevating their morale will be enough to withstand the might of our killers? A voice emerged from the darkness, followed by the sound of heavy, disjointed footsteps on the empty street. Three figures appeared like phantoms, suddenly materializing just 10 meters from the Slayers. All three were clad in red armor. The Extreme Realm killers. Behind them stood dozens of killers dressed in silver and black armor. Huang Zhongshu's pupils constricted. He had anticipated that this battle would be incredibly challenging, but he had not expected the unknown to deploy such a significant number of killers. There were 3 Extreme Realm experts among them. Yet, that was not the most lethal aspect. After all, they also possessed 3 Extreme Realm fighters. Not to mention, the greatest concern lay with the dozens of killers from the combat or spirit realms. Their numbers were at least several times that of their own. Should even one manage to breach the building, it would spell disaster for the ordinary people inside. Is your speech finished? If not, I can grant you a few more minutes. One of the Extreme Realm killers, a youth with a face full of black moles, sneered derisively at Huang Zhongshu. Bai Hao stepped forward, coldly regarding the mole-faced youth, slowly raising his curved blade. Your bounty is mine to claim. With that, he dashed forward towards the mole-faced youth. Though he currently heeded Huang Zhongshu's lead, as the captain of the mobile combat team, his strength surpassed that of all present. Seeing this, Huang Zhongshu and another Extreme Realm team member wasted no time, rushing towards the other 2 Extreme Realm killers. The battle was on the verge of eruption. The remaining killers surged towards the building, while the Slayers fought desperately to resist. Yet each of them was essentially facing 2 opponents, and casualties began to emerge in mere moments. Huang Zhongshu's heart raced with urgency as he drew closer to the building amid the chaos of battle. Your opponent is me, the Extreme Realm killer laughed coldly, blocking Huang Zhongshu's path, while simultaneously launching a silver dagger straight for his chest. Huang Zhongshu's expression darkened as he momentarily suppressed the rising agitation within him, unleashing powerful attacks against the Extreme Realm killer before him. If he did not eliminate this foe, he would have no chance of participating in the rescue. However, both were awakened beings of the same realm. Their strengths closely matched. In the short term, he could not breach the other's defenses. If the entanglement continued, the building could be breached at any moment. Once that happened, the ordinary people would face merciless slaughter. Their morale would plummet to rock bottom, and their combat effectiveness would be severely diminished. Bai Hao, hold him back. Give me 1 minute. Huang Zhongshi shouted towards Bai Hao, swiftly disengaging from the battlefield and racing toward the killers in front of the building. The extreme realm killer he was facing would not allow him to escape that easily. As Huang Zhongshi broke away, the foe was already in pursuit, leaving him no opportunity to breathe. Clang, a curved blade, accompanied by a powerful whoosh, appeared before him, halting his movement. The killer struck fiercely with his dagger against the curved blade. The blade was sent flying, and the force knocked the killer back several meters. The clash between the strong was unmistakable. This extreme realm killer understood that the wielder of that curved blade was far stronger than Huang Zhongshi. I can't say whether I can slay you, but holding you back for a minute is no challenge for me. Bai Hao's form materialized before him, raising his hand to summon the blade that had been knocked away, returning it to his grasp. Faced with two adversaries of the same realm, Bai Hao bore no trace of fear. The imposing aura of the mobile combat team captain, overshadowed by Su Xiao, returned to him once more. Chapter 24. The stinking man, the mole-faced youth, and another extreme realm killer exchanged glances, simultaneously launching an assault on Bai Hao. Their strikes were vicious, ruthless, and incredibly powerful. Bai Hao, relying on the formidable strength of his wind element awakening, appeared to handle the situation with ease in a short time. Though he could not defeat both, not even a fly could pass by him within a minute. The brutal battle at the foot of the building saw a swift change in fortunes with the addition of Huang Zhongshi. The extreme realm expert, the killers of the spirit and combat realms, had no chance to resist against Huang Zhongshi. In mere moments, 7 or 8 killers had already fallen to his blade. As Huang Zhongshi wreaked havoc, a member of the Slayers slowly approached him. When he was just a few meters away, the Slayer revealed a glint of coldness in his eyes, and the curved blade in his hand shot towards Huang Zhongshi's back like lightning. As an extreme realm expert, Huang Zhongshi instinctively sensed a dangerous killing intent behind him, twisting his body in an exaggerated manner. Puff! The blade barely missed his vital points, but it carved a gruesome wound deep enough to expose bone across his back. Were it not for the extraordinary physical resilience of awakened beings, that strike would have claimed the life of an ordinary person. What are you doing? Enraged, Huang Zhongshi shouted. Kiki-kik, the Slayer emitted an ear-piercing, high-pitched laugh. As his body began to age rapidly, grayish wisps of energy pouring forth from his decaying form. Huang Zhongshi's pupils constricted. Unknown. He realized that this was yet another extreme realm unknown. His heart sank to the depths of despair. He had originally planned to swiftly deal with the spirit and combat realm killers before turning his full attention to the 3 extreme realm killers. But with the emergence of this extreme realm unknown, all his aspirations crumbled. And even his own survival became uncertain. The extreme realm unknown, wearing a sinister smile, slowly advanced towards Huang Zhongshi. As the initiator of this cleansing plan, he had initially deemed it beneath him to participate in the operation. However, he had not expected that there would be a figure within the shelter capable of contending against 2 foes, forcing him to reveal himself. Otherwise, if Huang Zhongshi continues to let the slaughter unfold, these Slayers, from the battle realm and the spirit realm, will be exterminated in less than a minute. After tonight, this city will be completely engulfed in darkness. Surrender. If you are willing to serve the throne, I might consider granting you a chance at survival. The piercing, grating voice carried a hint of temptation into Huang Zhongshi's ears as he cast a frigid gaze upon the gray monstrosity before him. A creature lower than even a beast dares to ask for my allegiance? To enter the building, you must first pass through me. Huang Zhongshi roared, suppressing the pain coursing through his body, and launched an assault towards the realm of unknown. The curved blade glimmered with a chilling light beneath the night sky, and with each flash of cold brilliance, an explosive sound would follow. Burning mental energy? Let us see how long you can endure. The being of unknown snorted disdainfully, twisting and turning in the air, refusing to give Huang Zhongshi a chance for a direct confrontation. The unknown was not foolish. On the contrary, it was quite astute. Burning mental energy could only provide a fleeting boost in strength. Once it was depleted, Huang Zhongshi would succumb to exhaustion, without even needing the unknown to intervene. A fierce crimson hue filled Huang Zhongshi's eyes as his attacks grew increasingly rapid and ferocious. Yet his mental energy was draining at a terrifying pace. In merely 10 minutes, he began to feel a wave of dizziness, yet he could not even breach 3 meters of his opponent's space. A sense of despair began to swell within him. Must I truly take that step? Churan! Huang Zhongshi shouted, and upon hearing his cry, Churan swiftly retreated, Slayer, from the spirit realm before hastening to his side. Instructor! A shadow of sorrow crossed Huang Zhongshi's face as he hoarsely uttered, We cannot hold our ground in this cleansing operation. The final step is for you to complete. With that, Huang Zhongshi pulled a vial of potion from his pocket and solemnly placed it in Churan's hands. In an instant, a myriad of complex emotions washed over Churan's face, grief, reluctance, and fury. But above all, an unbearable sense of compassion. As a member of the Killers, she understood all too well what that vial represented. If she were to pour this potion into the building, every soul within would experience a swift cessation of heartbeat. Yet, she also knew that for those ordinary people, it would be the best possible fate. For if they were to be invaded by the unknown, they would face a fate of utter annihilation. The unknown does not consume the lifeless. Huang Zhongshi plunged back into the fray, his thoughts devoid of any sentiment. His heart turned into a desolate void, his strikes becoming more tyrannical and reckless. No, there must be another way. There must be. They cannot die. I will save them. I can save them. Tears streamed down his cheeks, falling onto his blood-soaked cloak, forming patchy patterns. Churan's figure vanished, yet her direction was not towards the building behind her. The night deepened, and a gray mist enveloped the earth, obscuring the white moonlight that should have cascaded down, intensifying the surrounding darkness. Aside from the building next to the shelter, a single place in the city flickered with a faint glimmer of light. With a loud crash, the supermarket door was forcefully pushed open, and Churan, drenched in blood, appeared before Xiao. Boss, please, save those ordinary people. Xiao, engrossed in his book, was startled by Churan's abrupt entrance, having been lost in the sea of words, completely unaware that someone had intruded into the invincible domain. He set down his half-read copy of Journey to the West and, upon seeing Churan's state, his gaze sharpened, with all that had transpired becoming clear to him. The cleansing operation, the emergence of the unknown. Huang Zhongshi fighting for his life. Scenes flashed before him like slides. Time is of the essence. Please, boss, lend your assistance. Churan, tear-streaked, dropped to her knees before Xiao. With a wave of his hand, he rendered Churan's body motionless. I do not interfere with external matters. Xiao shook his head and spoke. Churan urgently replied, Boss, there is no one else who can save them. Xiao regarded Churan and replied, In this apocalyptic world, people perish every moment. I am not a savior, incapable of turning the tide for everyone in their hour of need. However, I am a businessman, and the price for saving them is something you cannot afford at this moment. Therefore, I cannot assist you. Despair etched across Churan's face. If even Xiao was unwilling to act, it seemed that this time, they were truly in dire straits. With this thought, a surge of anger welled up within her. This fool, in a time like this, still fixated on money. Is money truly that important? Stupid man. Chapter 25. Not a single coin shall escape me. Upon perceiving Churan's thoughts, Xiao felt exasperated. You little girl, untouched by the hardships of life, have no understanding of the value of basic necessities. Without money, how can I help you find the unknown? Without money, you cannot even afford instant noodles. Boss, although I lack funds, those slayers must have plenty. If you are willing to assist, all the money from the slayers will belong to you, even the bounty. What do you say? Churan asked, clinging to her last glimmer of hope. If Xiao still declined, she would have no choice but to execute that final step. She did not blame Xiao for his inaction. In this apocalyptic world, everyone was on edge. Even if Xiao were powerful, he would be reluctant to invite trouble upon himself. If the unknown discovered his existence, it would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to his life. She was no saint. Some truths were easily understood. Deal. To her surprise, Xiao did not hesitate at all and readily agreed. You agreed? Churan exclaimed in delight. Xiao affirmed with a nod, saying, I have stated that I am a businessman. Everything in this world holds value in my eyes. As long as you can offer sufficient compensation, I can fulfill all your wishes. Churan nodded, still somewhat skeptical, and then asked, Did you not say you would not involve yourself in external affairs? Xiao smiled slightly. I do not participate, but that does not mean others cannot take part. Xiao Tianwu, Xiao. Hearing their names, Xiao Tianwu and Yi Xiao hurriedly approached Xiao. Boss brother. Xiao nodded and instructed, I have a task for you. Eliminate all the slayers and the unknown. And gather all the money on them. Not a single coin shall escape. Do you understand? Xiao Tianwu and Yi Xiao did not hesitate at all and turned to leave. Wait. Xiao Tianwu turned back to Xiao and asked, Is there anything else, boss? Xiao did not respond but instead directly entered the system space. Query the method to elevate to the battle realm. Temporary elevation to the battle realm. 8,000 coins. Permanent elevation to the battle realm. 80,000 coins. Xiao chose the permanent elevation. In the external world, a powerful energy wave suddenly erupted from Yi Xiao, and her aura began to rise at an alarming rate. In less than a few seconds, she transformed from a spirit realm awakener into a formidable battle realm expert. Moreover, she became an invincible dual attribute awakener of the same tier. You broke through? Xiao Tianwu exclaimed in shock, staring at Yi Xiao as if he had seen a ghost. How long has it been? Less than a month, and she directly advanced from the spirit realm to the battle realm? Even a dual attribute awakener could not possibly be this monstrous, right? It must be the boss. It has to be the boss. Xiao Tianwu gazed at Xiao with fiery eyes, regarding him as an omnipotent being. Query the method to break through to the extraordinary realm. Temporary elevation to the extraordinary realm. 150,000. Permanent elevation to the extraordinary realm. 1,500,000. Forget it. Query the methods to slay the extreme realm. There are 32,842 methods to slay the extreme realm, which include stop, the cheapest, forbidden weapon. Qinghun sword can store 3 sword energies, guaranteed to kill with 1 strike below the extraordinary realm. Each sword energy costs 15,000 coins. I'll take it. Fill the sword energies. Suddenly, a green 3-foot-long sword appeared in Xiao's hand, which he casually tossed to Xiao Tianwu, saying, This sword has 3 sword energies stored. As long as the opponent's realm does not reach the extraordinary, a mere wave will suffice to annihilate them. He then handed over the crimson fire spear obtained from the extraordinary realm unknown. To Yi Xiao, continuing, This is your first time representing my identity on an external mission, so you must uphold my reputation. It is said that one should be poor in the home but affluent on the road. He may subsist on instant noodles daily, but his reputation must be upheld. If it is a hassle to take down a few minor extremes, who would dare to collaborate with him in the future? He himself was constrained by the system, unable to actively partake in external matters unless provoked. However, such opportunities are indeed far too scarce. Thus, he requires a spokesperson in the outside world, which was the very reason he chose to keep Yi Xiao by his side. Xiao Tianwu, filled with excitement, took the long sword and, after playing with it for a moment, departed the small shop alongside Yi Xiao, following Churan. Outside the building, the powerful energy generated by the clash of forbidden weapons reduced the surrounding structures within several dozen meters to mere ruins. Bai Hao stood atop the debris, his hands gripping the curved blade trembling as beads of sweat, the size of mung beans, continuously trickled down his face. It had been 5 minutes since he had engaged in combat with the 2 extreme killers. Initially, he was able to hold his ground, but as time progressed, signs of exhaustion began to manifest in both his physical and mental endurance. The 2 extreme killers opposite him fared no better. Their bodies were riddled with countless cuts, though none were fatal. Blood continued to pour forth. Brother Huang, I can't hold on much longer, Bai Hao gasped, glancing at Huang Zhongshi, who was locked in a life-and-death struggle with the unknown. Huang Zhongshi appeared oblivious to Bai Hao's cries. His eyes were bloodshot, and his consciousness was beginning to blur, yet his attacks remained fierce. In this state, it would not be long before he succumbed to mental exhaustion. Another attack missed its mark, causing him to sway slightly, and the extreme unknown flashed a gleam in its vertical eye. Its palm enveloped in a gray mist, slammed firmly against Huang Zhongshi's chest. Boom! Thud! A mouthful of blood erupted from Huang Zhongshi's lips, and his body crashed heavily onto the steps of the building. Kikik exhausted your mental strength, have you? I said. Tonight this city shall forever be shrouded in darkness. No one can save you. The sinister laughter of the extreme, unknown, drifted towards Huang Zhong's it had been waiting for Huang Zhongshe to exhaust his mental strength before devouring him. Otherwise, in a direct confrontation, it too risked injury. As a noble being, how could it suffer harm due to a few lowly humans? Kikik approaching Huang Zhongshe, its form began to gradually dissolve into mist, slowly enveloping him, an extreme power. For it would be a great boon. It could already sense the exhilarating sensation of devouring flesh and blood. A streak of azure light swept past it, and the gray mist that was about to envelop Huang Zhongshe suddenly dissipated in an irrevocable manner. Ugh! A piercing scream echoed throughout the night sky. A figure slowly approached from a distance, wielding a long sword of azure hue. Chapter 26. Xiao Tianwu's performance evaluation. Xiao Tianwu walked slowly to the dissipating unknown. A smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Greetings, esteemed unknown. In a brief moment, the lower half of the unknown had completely transformed into void, and upon recognizing the newcomer, it exclaimed in terror, You are the killer, instructor, Xiao Tianwu. Xiao Tianwu smiled slightly. Indeed, I am but a subordinate. How dare you betray the throne? The unknown hissed through gritted teeth, clinging to its last shred of strength. Xiao Tianwu scoffed. Betrayal? If we must speak of betrayal, it is I who has betrayed the butcher. As for you, merely a beast. He slowly raised the long sword in his hand. This blade was crafted to slay beasts. A flash of green light, and the head of the unknown fell to the ground, a card of currency clutched in his hand, which he promptly discarded into the void. With this strike, he had not employed sword energy. Su Xiao had mentioned that sword energy was limited to 3 strikes. He needed to conserve it. Alert, alert. Task assigned by the supermarket owner completed. Server performance 1 point. Owner 800 yuan. Xiao Tianwu grinned, then turned his gaze towards the 2 killers engaged in combat with Bai Hao. These 2 were his old acquaintances. Xiao Tianwu, how dare you lay hands on Lord Unknown? Are you tired of living? The youth with a mole noticed the earlier scene, and in his fright, shouted angrily. Xiao Tianwu coldly chuckled. Not just it, even you shall not leave here alive. The youth with a mole sneered, a defeated foe. Just you alone. Even if we are injured, do you think you can stop us if we wish to depart? Once I return, I will surely report to Lord Unknown, and you may await the onslaught of the Unknown army. He had only witnessed the demise of the Unknown, yet failed to grasp the reason behind its downfall. Had he seen the might of that strike, he would likely have lost the courage to speak. Return? You shall not. Xiao Tianwu snorted coldly, then turned to Bai Hao. Leave these 2 to me. Bai Hao hesitated. He understood that Xiao Tianwu was a comrade of Su Xiao, yet facing 2 opponents of the same realm was daunting even for him. He did not believe Xiao Tianwu to be stronger. However, he had reached his limit. Staying behind would only expose him to danger. Be careful. Bai Hao nodded to Xiao Tianwu, then swiftly moved aside to meditate and recuperate. The youth with a mole cast a cold glare at Xiao Tianwu, then his gaze shifted downward to the azure long sword in Xiao Tianwu's hand. For some reason, he felt an ominous aura emanating from that blade. Delay him! The youth with a mole alerted his companion beside him. Despite Xiao Tianwu's presence, the situation on the field had not changed for him. Huang Zhongshe was gravely injured and had lost all fighting capability, while Bai Hao's mental strength was nearly depleted, significantly reducing his combat effectiveness. If they could merely hold Xiao Tianwu at bay for a moment longer, the building would surely be breached. Once they eradicated those ordinary people, they could retreat unscathed. Charge into the building. Quick battle, quick resolution. With a loud command, the killers, before the building surged forward like a swarm of hornets, launching a final assault on the structure. Ultimately, one battle-hardened killer breached the last line of defense, successfully reaching the entrance of the building. Just as he grinned and stepped inside, a long spear entwined with crimson flames descended from above, piercing through his chest and embedding itself in the ground. A striking figure gracefully descended from the air, 1 foot resting upon the spear, her eyes swirling with ice and fire, gazing down upon the crowd like a deity. Ice! Xiao Xiao raised a hand, slowly extending it forward. Those killers, engaged in battle, whether in spirit realm or battle realm, felt their bodies gradually stiffening, their movements slowing. Gradually, shards of ice formed upon their bodies, spreading from their feet to their heads, ultimately encasing them in humanoid ice sculptures. Xiao's gaze was as frigid as frost. These were the murderers of her grandfather, Fire. As her words fell, the ice sculptures began to melt at an alarming rate. And in mere moments, they transformed into pools of blood. Not a single scream echoed in the air. All eyes were filled with terror as they beheld the woman standing atop the spear. Their hearts overwhelmed with shock. Dozens of killers were instantaneously reduced to mere blood puddles. Such perverse power was surely unattainable even by extreme realm powers, was it not? I'm shocked. This is too powerful. Have you noticed? She possesses both ice and fire attributes. You mean, she is the dual attribute awakener that Churan rescued? Goodness. This is utterly monstrous. Such a powerhouse, why aren't we recruiting her into the butcher camp? She appears to be one of the small shop owner's people. Forget I said anything. In an instant, the butcher members, deprived of their opponents, began to murmur among themselves, simultaneously feeling a sense of relief that she was not one of the killers. Otherwise, they too would have met the same bloody end. Even Zhao Tianwu looked at Xiao with a hint of envy. Even if he were to take her place, eliminating these low-tier killers would require considerable effort, certainly not as effortless as she made it appear. This was the prowess of a dual attribute awakener, invincible among peers. The youth with a mole felt his heart drop at this sight. He never imagined a dual attribute awakener would be concealed here. Retreat! With a startled cry, he dashed into the darkness without hesitation. With this girl present, unless they could summon another extreme realm power, even 100 battle realm fighters would meet the same fate. Zhao Tianwu smirked, the azure long sword in his hand slicing forward with lightning speed. A wave of sword energy shooting forth, creating a massive ripple in the air. The ripple, akin to traversing space, swiftly reached the fleeing two extreme killers, finally sweeping past their bodies like a gentle breeze. Crack! Two corpses, for severed limbs, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the earth a deep crimson. Alert! Alert! Task assigned by the supermarket owner completed. Server performance 1 point. Owner 800 yuan. Alert! Alert! Task assigned by the supermarket owner completed. Server performance 1 point. Owner 800 yuan. Goodness! Can it stack? Zhao Tianwu's face was instantly replaced by surprise. He had initially believed that the task assigned by his superior would yield only a single reward. Yet he was astonished to discover that rewards could indeed be stacked. His gaze abruptly fell upon the last of the extreme slayers, his eyes gleaming with a greedy intensity reminiscent of Su Shaokai. The final slayer was now devoid of any fighting spirit, retreating hastily while feebly resisting the onslaught of his opponent. A member of the mobile combat team seized a fleeting opportunity, their curved blade slicing toward the slayer's neck. Poised to bring the enemy down, at that moment, a flash of azure light swept through, and the slayer's head was the first to hit the ground. Big brother, he would have perished even without your intervention. A member of the mobile combat team gazed at Zhao Tianwu in disbelief. Zhao Tianwu shook his head and declared, I must take action. The team member was momentarily rendered speechless. Why? Because I have performance evaluations to consider. Chapter 27. The Invincible Domain, upgraded again. With the demise of the last extreme slayer, the cleansing operation was once again declared a failure. Instructor, are you all right? You mustn't die on us. Churan crouched on the ground, vigorously shaking Huang Zhongshi's body, her eyes reddened with concern. Ugh! A pained groan escaped Huang Zhongshi as he struggled to open his eyes, weakly uttering, Girl, if you keep shaking me, I truly won't survive. Churan let out a soft giggle. Instructor, I apologize. I disobeyed military orders. Churan murmured, her head lowered. In the battlefield, military commands were as solid as mountains. Her unauthorized visit to seek out Su Xiao was a clear violation of Huang Zhongshi's orders. Should he report her actions to headquarters, she would undoubtedly face the consequences of a military tribunal. With the support of those around him, Huang Zhongshi painstakingly rose to his feet, then patted Churan's shoulder with a smile, saying, While you did disobey military orders, you also saved hundreds of lives. If given another chance, what would you choose? Churan pondered earnestly before responding, I would still choose to seek out the boss. Huang Zhongshi, stooping slightly, glanced back at the brightly lit building behind him and slowly spoke, You did nothing wrong. Neither regulations nor laws should be mere cold steel frameworks, especially when confronted with hundreds of lives. They should be the military overcoats that shield heroes from despair. Finally, he turned to the figure standing a short distance away and said, "Regardless, I must thank you." Xiao Tianwu, with an expressionless visage, replied coolly, "No need to thank me. I came here to fulfill the task assigned by the boss. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it toward him. Now that the mission is complete, I must return to report." Xiao Tianwu did not linger any longer and turned to walk toward the convenience store. Wei Xiao nodded at Churan and followed Xiao Tianwu out. Huang Zhongshi stood there, staring blankly in the direction Xiao Tianwu had vanished, lost in thought. Once, they had been fierce enemies, but in the blink of an eye, they had become comrades united against a common foe. Though their objectives differed, they had ultimately reached a commendable outcome through divergent paths. At the very least, they had once again safeguarded the city. To successfully defend the city twice against the unknown cleansing operation was a feat unparalleled in history. "Brother, we're back." Yi Xiao pushed the door open. With Xiao Tianwu trailing closely behind, sword in hand, Xu Xiao was engrossed in a book, and he did not need to pry into the thoughts of the two to discern the final outcome. Xiao Tianwu approached Xu Xiao and retrieved 3 money cards from the virtual realm, presenting them to him. "Boss, this is what we obtained from the 3 extreme slayers." Xu Xiao set down his book, and upon receiving the cards, his expression turned slightly astonished. "So much?" The total value of the 3 cards amounted to over 200,000. "Brother, I also have mine." Yi Xiao, unwilling to be outdone, quickly produced her own money cards from the virtual realm. With a rustling sound, money cards cascaded from Yi Xiao's hands like snowflakes, forming a thick pile on the ground. What on earth? Did this girl go robbing? Su Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief as he envisioned Yi Xiao displaying her prowess. Good heavens! This is utterly outrageous. Isn't she a pure war machine? No wonder the slayers dared not let Yi Xiao fall into the hands of the killers. If she were to be captured and nurtured to the sacred realm. The scene was too beautiful to behold. Even he dared not imagine. With a wave of his hand, all the money cards on the ground flew into his possession, and after a brief examination, he felt a surge of excitement. Though the quality of these cards was inferior to those from the 3 extreme slayers, their sheer quantity was overwhelming. The combined total of dozens of cards approached nearly 200,000. This meant that the two had brought back an income of 400,000 from their outing. Each received a payout of 200,000, a substantial sum indeed. Initially, he had anticipated that upgrading the invincible domain would require waiting for Huang Zhongshi to return with the 200,000 bounty, but that was no longer necessary. Upgrade domain. Upgrade successful. Your current balance is 151,534 yuan. The amount required for the next upgrade is 2 million yuan. Reward, 3 hours of invincibility. Please expedite your financial endeavors. Understood. Exiting the system, Su Xiao once again extended his consciousness, spreading it wildly around him. After a full minute, he gradually halted 30 kilometers. Su Xiao was quite satisfied with this distance. This encompassed a significant portion of the city, allowing him to perceive every blade of grass and tree within a 30-kilometer radius with a mere thought. "Oh, there you are." Su Xiao chuckled lightly, as if discovering new territory. Old Huang was gravely injured. At that moment, Huang Zhongshi sat on his bed, meditating and recuperating. Threads of mental energy emerged from within him like a refreshing oasis in the desert, nourishing every inch of his meridians and flesh, gradually enhancing his strength. "Isn't that Churan? Why is she wandering about so late?" Churan, holding a pink basin filled with toiletries, walked slowly in a certain direction, occasionally lifting her arm to sniff and wrinkling her nose in distaste, quickening her pace. Arriving at a room, she shut the door behind her and began to remove her clothing. First, her shoes, then her coat, and then, damn. Su Xiao hastily shifted his consciousness elsewhere, his usually stoic face betraying a rare hint of embarrassment. Though he was not exactly a paragon of virtue, he could not bring himself to spy on someone bathing. It seemed that he could not use his consciousness indiscriminately. Su Xiao sighed in resignation. Aside from Churan, there were several other women in the sanctuary. What if, one day, he accidentally stumbled upon something he should not have seen? Wouldn't that tarnish his illustrious reputation? Although others might never discover it. Sleep Su Xiao shook his head and headed toward his room. The supermarket's area had now expanded to nearly 100 square meters, with he, Zhao Qianwu, and Yi Xiaoxiao each having their own rooms, while the Dog Lord willingly chose to remain on the sofa in the hall. "Dog Lord, time to sleep," Su Xiao called out toward the sofa before heading directly to his room. However, after a long time, he received no response from the Dog Lord, prompting him to approach the sofa in confusion. On the sofa, the Dog Lord's eyes gleamed, drool cascading from his mouth and dampening the fabric beneath him. "Heh heh." A series of low, lewd chuckles emanated from the Dog Lord's throat. Su Xiao's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly slapped the Dog Lord on the head. Startled, the Dog Lord barked, "What are you doing?" Su Xiao glared at him with a dangerous expression, his tone icy. "What are you looking at?" The Dog Lord, aware of his guilt, feebly protested. I was just admiring the scenery. "Is that not permissible?" Su Xiao narrowed his eyes and questioned, "How's the scenery? Is it beautiful?" "The scenery is long and quite white." It was only then that the Dog Lord suddenly realized, offering an awkward smile and stammering, "What I meant was, the night is long, and the scenery is beautiful. Do you believe me?" The Dog Lord sneaked a glance at Su Xiao. "What do you think?" Su Xiao's voice was chilling, and with a flicker of thought, he severed the Dog Lord's connection to the sanctuary. Within the Dog Lord's domain, the sanctuary was shrouded in a veil of mist, rendering it invisible. The Dog Lord shrank his head and muttered under his breath, "What a pity. I was so close to seeing it." Chapter 28. The third method to break through the transcendent realm is me. The following morning, the members of the convenience store were enjoying breakfast. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Huang Zhongshi stepped inside, followed closely by Hao and Churan. "Oh, Comrade Huang. You've leveled up." Su Xiao swallowed the bread in his mouth. Smiling, Huang Zhongshi chuckled wryly. The comment felt somewhat awkward, as if he had just given birth. As expected, nothing could escape the boss's notice. The appointment letter had arrived early that morning, thanks to the boss's support. He had been promoted to instructor. Huang Zhongshi beamed. Having successfully defended the city twice, his merit points had skyrocketed like a rocket, finally reaching the threshold for the instructor position. He had become the first awakened individual in the Killers faction to attain the instructor title through the extreme realm. The promotion not only brought about a qualitative enhancement in his remuneration, but most importantly, it allowed the instructor to obtain a unique forbidden weapon and a volume of forbidden techniques. With the aid of a personalized forbidden weapon and techniques, his prowess would be comparable to that of Hao within the same realm. However, the bounty for the ultimate, unknown, had yet to be approved, necessitating a few more days of patience from the boss. Huang Zhongshi naturally understood what Su Xiao was concerned about and no worries, take your time. Su Xiao reassured him. Currently, to upgrade the invincible domain once more, a staggering 2 million was required. Even if he were to receive 200,000 now, it would merely be a drop in the bucket. Damn it, truly an insatiable abyss. Su Xiao sighed inwardly. In the past, he nearly came to blows with the Dog King over a mere 200 yuan stake. Now, he found himself indifferent to a vast sum of 200,000. The paradox of invincibility remained. He was still just a worker. "Boss, I came to ask if you happen to know any other unknown hiding locations?" Huang Zhongshi gazed at Su Xiao with a glimmer of hope. Su Xiao nodded, "Of course, but it seems you're a bit short on funds." Churan, standing beside them, looked at Su Xiao with exasperation, inwardly rolling his eyes. As expected, within 3 sentences, the topic of money would inevitably arise. Huang Zhongshi chuckled awkwardly, then turned his gaze toward Bai Hao. Bai Hao, taken aback, smiled wryly and said, "Huang, my funds are running low too. Cut the chit-chat. Hand over the card. Which is more important, money or unknown?" Huang Zhongshi extended his hand toward Bai Hao. Reluctantly, Bai Hao produced his card, a pained expression on his face as he placed it in Huang Zhongshi's hand. "You call this running low?" Huang Zhongshi exclaimed, eyes wide as he stared at Bai Hao. "150,000 isn't money to you." His expression was one of incredulity, while he secretly envied the benefits enjoyed by the mobile battle team. Bai Hao offered a sheepish smile, explaining, "I was planning to save up 300,000 to purchase a power capsule from the headquarters, hoping to break through the constraints of the ultimate realm." "Power capsule? That's not something just anyone can afford." Huang Zhongshi exclaimed in awe at the mention of the power capsule. The power capsule is a coveted treasure for awakeners, containing immense mental energy, with a slim chance of helping them transcend their current realm. Though the odds are exceedingly low, countless awakeners still flock to it. After all, wealth is merely a material possession. Only through personal strength can one hope to survive in this chaotic world. Xiao felt a stir within. Having never heard of the power capsule before, he feigned surprise, asking, "Power capsule? What sort of contraption is that?" Huang Zhongshi quickly explained, "The boss is and slaughterer," so he naturally wouldn't know the wonders of the power capsule. It is a precious item refined by the world's strongest, capable of potentially allowing an awakener to elevate their realm while swiftly replenishing their depleted mental energy. Of course, no one would be extravagant enough to use it as a mere supplement. However, the higher the awakener's realm, the lower the success rate. To ascend from the ultimate realm to the extraordinary realm, the chance of success is merely 1%. Thus, it is typically the plaything of elite heirs or affluent families. Unaffordable for ordinary folk. I heard that the young master of the Wang family in Jing City relied on power capsules to forcefully elevate himself from the spiritual realm to the extraordinary realm. It is said that he spent over 50 million in total. Su Zhao's facial muscles twitched violently. What? Over 50 million? Using the system to cultivate a single extraordinary awakener costs at most 200,000. If I had 50 million, even doubling it would allow me to assemble a football team. Foolishness, wealth abounds, and the streets are paved with gold. For the first time, Su Xiao contemplated venturing into the big city. Given the odds are so low, why even attempt it? Su Xiao glanced at Bai Hao, casually inquiring. Upon noticing Su Xiao turning the conversation to himself, Bai Hao's demeanor transformed to one of utmost respect. A stark contrast to his earlier self. In response to the boss, currently, an awakener has only two methods to break through their realm. The first is relying on the power capsule, a method that requires substantial financial investment. The second is to enhance their mental energy through continuous battle. When their mental energy reaches its utmost limit, they will naturally ascend to the next realm. By how lamented, however, every individual's talent varies. And so too does their potential height. Some can break through to the extraordinary realm in just over a decade, or even less, while others may find the battle realm an insurmountable height throughout their lives. At this point, Bai Hao's expression grew somber. Though I am deemed a genius, I am still far behind those in the top 10 battle teams, which is why I hope to try my luck with the power capsule. Contemplating the prodigies in the top 10, Bai Hao felt a profound sense of helplessness, let alone the monstrous talents in the top 3. Su Zhao's understanding deepened, and a glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes as he proposed. There is another method. What method? What method? Huang Zhongshi and Bai Hao exchanged glances, both speaking in unison. Su Xiao smiled faintly. I am that third method. What do you mean, boss? You have a way to break through to the extraordinary realm? Huang Zhongshi furrowed his brow. It wasn't that he doubted Su Xiao's words, but rather that it seemed rather preposterous. If it were to ascend from the spiritual realm to the battle realm, or even to the ultimate realm, he believed Su Xiao could accomplish it. Yi Xiao was the best example. He couldn't fathom how someone newly awakened could elevate from the spiritual realm to the battle realm in less than a month. Even for a dual attribute awakener, it was utterly impossible. Thus, there must be some method at play. Additionally, he had heard of similar techniques employed by extremely powerful individuals to forcibly enhance the strength of their heirs. Yet even that was merely to the ultimate realm, which was already the limit. Moreover, while such methods yield evident results, they could inflict irrevocable harm on the caster, potentially rendering them incapable of further advancement in their lifetime. As for ascending to the extraordinary realm, not only had Huang Zhongshi never heard of it, he wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Such an ability would be beyond even a saint-level powerhouse. And if it were possible, it would surely come at a deadly cost. Did the boss truly reach a point of valuing wealth over life? Chapter 29. Divine Realm. Huang Zhongshi's thoughts were transparent to Su Xiao. However, he remained unconcerned. It was only natural for the other party to harbor doubts. Were anyone in his position, they would likely deem his words as mere fantasy. I possess the method, but you currently lack the means to pay the fee. Su Xiao spoke calmly. Bai Hao, more skeptical than Huang Zhongshi, despite harboring countless doubts, dared not show it on his face. Boss, how much would it cost to elevate to the extraordinary realm? Bai Hao cautiously inquired. 300,000. Su Xiao replied. 300,000? This figure was undoubtedly a substantial sum for them. Huang Zhongshi fell into silence. Yet the very mention of 300,000 made him slightly more inclined to believe Su Xiao, prompting him to muster the courage to ask, "What are the chances of success?" Su Xiao narrowed his eyes, stating 100%. 100%. Both men gasped in astonishment, their hearts racing. If what Su Xiao claimed were true, then 300,000 would be an absolute bargain. The young master of the Wang family had spent tens of millions to achieve success. Is what the boss says true? A flicker of fervor ignited in Huang Zhongshi's gaze. Although he currently lacked funds, money could be accumulated, and a clear goal was visible. However, the power capsule was different. Its success rate was mysterious, potentially succeeding on the first attempt or failing across hundreds or even thousands of attempts. Rather than fall into the abyss of chance, it was better to diligently amass wealth. Su Xiao chuckled softly. If it fails, the amount will be fully refunded. Huang Zhongshi felt as though a weight had been lifted from his heart. His earlier doubts gradually dissipated. He suddenly recalled that from the moment he first met the boss, he had continuously questioned him, only to be repeatedly awed by Su Xiao's unfathomable capabilities. From doubting Su Xiao's strength, to speculating about the battle realm, and now to the saint-level powerhouse, the concealed battle realm, unknown. The hiding places of the unknown. Moreover, Su Xiao seemed to possess an uncanny ability to perceive the human heart. Of course, there was also the matter of his own childhood secrets. In all of this, Su Xiao appeared almost divine, surveying the world from a godly perspective. Just as he had proclaimed, there was nothing in this world beyond his reach. Perhaps the extraordinary realm was merely around the corner. Huang Zhongshi's heart was filled with clarity. Boss, I currently lack the funds, but once I have enough, I will certainly seek your assistance. Su Xiao smiled gently, stating, you may be short on funds, but unknown has plenty. Huang Zhongshi's expression froze. Indeed. How had he nearly forgotten his purpose for this visit? I almost overlooked that. Huang Zhongshi quickly responded. Please inform me of the hiding places of unknown. Esteemed boss, with a thought, Su Xiao entered the system space. Query. The hiding places of unknown have been found to total 23,584 locations, specifically at stop, query within 50 kilometers. It has detected 3 battle zones of unknown and 5 extreme realms of unknown within a 50-kilometer radius. Query the coordinates of the battle zones of unknown, 2,000 for each. Eliminate the battle zones of unknown, 5,000 each. Query the coordinates of the extreme realms of unknown, 10,000 each. Eliminate the extreme realms of unknown, 30,000 each. Su Xiao nodded, opting to query the coordinates. After all, the unknown, that does not exceed the extreme realms, could certainly be handled by Huang Zhongshi and the others. I have 8 hiding places of unknown, totaling 112,000, Su Xiao stated. This time, Huang Zhongshi showed no hesitation, directly transferring the funds into Su Xiao's account. Subsequently, a mental force suddenly appeared in his mind, detailing the coordinates of the 8 unknown. Although he had already witnessed Su Xiao's might, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the latter's enigmatic prowess. Thank you, boss. Huang Zhongshi once again bowed to Su Xiao before departing the small shop with Bai Hao and Churan. With the coordinates in hand, all that remained was to carry out the purge. For a century, humanity had been in a passive state of being battered, but now the horn of counterattack could finally be sounded. Huang Zhongshi always remembered Su Xiao's previous conversation with him, that as long as unknown remained, no matter how many killers they eliminated, it would be in vain, ultimately draining humanity's vitality. Brother Huang, do you truly believe the boss has the ability to break through to the transcendent realm? On the way back to the sanctuary, Bai Hao couldn't help but ask. Huang Zhongshi's expression turned serious as he quietly replied, your time of contact with the boss has been rather brief, so you cannot possibly comprehend his greatness. Many matters concerning him cannot be judged by common logic. Just like the coordinates of these unknown we obtained, do you think anyone besides him could have accomplished this? Bai Hao's face showed signs of contemplation, and after a moment, he spoke. But to my knowledge, even a super powerhouse of the sacred realm would not easily elevate an extreme realm to the transcendent level. Unless they truly sought death. Sacred realm? Huang Zhongshi murmured. When I first encountered him, I believed he was of the battle realm, yet he effortlessly saw through everything about me, leading me to categorize him among the transcendent powerhouses. However, not long ago, that transcendent unknown had no opportunity to resist in his presence, prompting me to reassess his realm. Sometimes I ponder, what if that unknown truly belongs to the sacred realm? What then? Would it still end in the same fate? Bai Hao's face turned pale, his hair standing on end like steel needles, as Huang Zhongshi's words echoed like thunder in his mind. Brother Huang, are you suggesting that the boss is a god-level being? Bai Hao's eyes bulged, as if they might fall out at any moment. Impossible. A god-level powerhouse. How many exist across the entire land of Shenzhou? Those individuals represent the pinnacle of human combat power. Moreover, how could such a young boss possibly be a god-level powerhouse? The magnitude of Huang Zhongshi's speculation left Bai Hao's mouth agape. Huang Zhongshi sighed lightly. I cannot definitively ascertain whether he is a god-level being, but we must remember one thing. Never offend the boss. Bai Hao managed a wry smile. Brother Huang, it seems we might be overestimating ourselves. If the boss truly is a god-level powerhouse, how many individuals do you think would dare to oppose him in this world? Did you not once proclaim to let the boss off the hook? Huang Zhongshi gazed at Bai Hao with a half-dashed smile. At these words, Bai Hao broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly covering Huang Zhongshi's mouth, exclaiming, Brother Huang, my dear brother, I beg you, do not say that. Had I known the boss was of such caliber, I would have crawled in upon entering. A soft laugh escaped Churan's lips. Throughout their journey, she had remained silent, yet upon hearing the two discuss Su Xiao, a trace of an inscrutable color ignited in her eyes, growing more intense with their praise. It was a mixture of admiration for a powerful figure and affection for a beloved. Chapter 30. The mysterious youth in a dense forest on the outskirts of a certain city. Although labeled a dense forest, it was primarily comprised of withered tree trunks. Deep within this forest of dead wood stood a structure approximately 10 zhang high. This entirely black edifice appeared to be constructed from an unknown amalgamation of materials, resembling the hardened remnants of volcanic lava, shaped into jagged boulders through long-term accumulation, judging solely by its appearance. This structure undoubtedly did not belong to human civilization. Inside the building, an exceptionally handsome young man sat quietly at a lavish dining table, savoring his meal with utmost elegance. He carefully sliced a piece of golden brown roasted beef and brought it to his mouth, slowly closing his eyes to relish the burst of juices within. Truly delightful. Reflecting upon life a century ago evokes a sense of nostalgia. Such delicacies were once commonplace. The handsome youth sipped from his glass of red wine, swallowing it along with the beef, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Suddenly, a slender figure cloaked in a purple robe appeared in the room like a ghost. Dazzling. How many times must I remind you to knock before entering? Why do you always forget? The young man set down his knife and fork, a hint of reproach on his face. The figure in the purple robe seemed oblivious to the young man's admonishment. Directly approaching him and whispering in his ear, "HM?" failed again. The handsome youth displayed a look of surprise, then slowly rose, his loose white robe appearing somewhat relaxed and carefree without the constraint of a belt. If I recall correctly, this marks the second failed plan? The handsome youth spoke in a contemplative tone. Indeed. A cold female voice emanated from beneath the purple robe, causing the surrounding temperature to drop ominously. Do you know why the purging plans over the years have never failed? The handsome youth inquired indifferently. I do not know. The purple robe responded tersely. Regarding Xiling's frosty demeanor, the handsome youth felt no offense. Only she dared to speak so in his presence. Because each time before the purge begins, a detailed intelligence report appears on the desk of the killer's headquarters. The report contains a list of the guards at the city, their numbers, realms, and even their birth dates. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. The handsome youth's gaze drifted into the void, his expression inscrutable. With 2 consecutive failures, there could only be one possibility. This city has encountered unforeseen variables. Moreover, this variable is something even the killer's headquarters is unaware of. What sort of variable could elude the detection systems of the killer's headquarters? Suddenly, a smile crept across the handsome youth's lips, growing into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha! To have failed to capture a border town twice in a row. I can only imagine how furious Dong Lingyun must be. Upon hearing the name Dong Lingyun, the concealed icy gaze beneath the hood of the purple robe flared with a surge of murderous intent. The unknown faction has already issued their ultimatum. If this city is not breached within 10 days, he will be cast into the netherworld to endure 100 days of torment. The netherworld, a flicker of dread crossed the handsome youth's eyes. No one understood the horrors of the netherworld better than he. He seeks to replace you. The purple robe interjected suddenly. Recently, dozens of nations have fallen at his hands, and not long ago, he even razed an island nation in the eastern part of the Eurasian continent to the ground. The entire island was reduced to ruins, not a single dog remaining. The handsome youth expressed astonishment. That's unlike his style. Logic dictates that if he intends to usurp my position, he should recruit powerful allies and consolidate strength, rather than annihilating everything in his path. The purple robe nodded in agreement. He indeed acted in such a manner. Many powerful individuals from various nations have become his subordinates under threat and temptation. Yet the annihilation of that island nation stemmed from its disreputable appearance, rendering it unworthy of preservation. Thus, in a fit of rage, he exterminated them all, 370,000 square kilometers, devoid of life. The handsome youth found the situation rather amusing. This was quite the case of judging by appearances, however. It was indeed rather despicable. Killing them was perhaps doing a good deed. He has now achieved remarkable feats, accompanied by numerous powerful followers. If you remain unwilling to act against the killers, it won't be long before the unknown faction loses patience with you, and he will naturally replace your position. The bluntness of the purple robe's words earned her a scornful glance from the handsome youth. Who in the entire killers faction would dare speak to him in such a manner? Even Dong Lingyun, whom he mentioned, would only dare to engage in covert maneuvers, never openly disrespecting him. Should I eliminate him? A powerful killing intent emanated from the purple robe. The handsome young man shook his head, responding with calm indifference. If you kill him, you shall also meet your demise. In my eyes, your life is far more valuable than his. The figure clad in a purple robe fell silent at his words, yet the icy glint in his eyes had diminished considerably. However, he is gradually undermining your authority, and many of the plans remain beyond my knowledge. A hint of worry flickered in the depths of the purple-robed figure's eyes, hidden beneath his hood. Rest assured. Even if he were to seize the entire world, he could never replace me. Even if I refrain from participating in the actions of the Slayers, the unknown would not dare to lay a finger on me. The reason I have survived thus far is that I still possess other value. Before the land of Shinjo succumbs entirely to darkness, my life is untouchable. A trace of melancholy crossed the nearly flawless visage of the handsome young man. And then, in an instant, his form vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he stood at the entrance of the building. Without a single motion from him, the heavy, towering doors creaked open. For the first time in over a century, he stepped out of this cold, dark self-imposed prison. Xiao, let us take a stroll. Chapter 31. My brother fancies black stockings. On a street, Churan and Xiao ambled leisurely, with the 15 or 16-year-old Xiao walking alongside Churan, making it impossible to discern their heights. Both possessed tall, enviable legs, yet their styles were starkly contrasting. Churan continued to embody the elegant, dominant woman style, donning marten boots, a black fitted skirt, and a small leather jacket draped over her shoulders. With cascading purple waves of hair falling casually, complemented by her unparalleled beauty, no man could resist being captivated, except, of course, for that one obsessed with money. Yet through countless experiments, she discovered that when she adorned herself in this dominant attire, Su Xiaoluo's gaze would linger upon her more than usual. Even that dog would be notably more attentive. Indeed, all males are inherently lecherous. In stark contrast to Churan, Xiao's attire radiated innocence. Clad in a white dress, she appeared serene and graceful, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall. Though her face still bore traces of youth, the seeds of a stunning beauty were already evident. Sister Churan, what do you think the world was like over 100 years ago? Xiao inquired, her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the dilapidated buildings around them. Churan pursed her lips, shaking her head. I am not quite certain. The events before the apocalypse are merely fragments I have read about in various texts. It is said to have been an incredibly beautiful world, with blue skies, white clouds, and the sweet melodies of birds. Most importantly, humanity did not have to worry about food. But all of this was obliterated by the damned unknown. Speaking of the unknown, a chill flickered in Churan's eyes. Had it not been for the emergence of the unknown, She might have been a corporate white-collar worker, a proud teacher, or even the owner of a flower shop. Regardless of the role, it would undoubtedly be 100 times better than this blood-soaked existence. Yet, would she ever encounter the boss again? The unknown had been present for a century. Could humanity truly not uncover what manner of creature it was? Xiao questioned. Churan's smile turned bittersweet as she replied, "For a century, humanity has been at a disadvantage in the struggle against the unknown. We have not only failed to discern its true nature, but remain oblivious to its presence lurking among us. Were it not for the boss, we would not even know their hiding places." Xiao nodded thoughtfully, a glint of mischief sparking in her eyes. "Sister Churan, do you fancy my brother?" "Nonsense." Churan's eyes widened in panic, her cheeks flushing crimson. Who fancies him? Who would fancy someone who only thinks about money? Look, you're blushing." Xiao chuckled. "And you still deny it? Just about everyone knows you have a soft spot for the boss. It's just that no one has dared to mention it." I merely," Churan struggled to find the right words, "I only admire his capabilities." "Yes, just his capabilities," Xiao scoffed, choosing to continue unraveling her lies. "Sister, you admire his capabilities while visiting the small shop 8 times a day? Moreover, why do you change your attire so frequently? Just how many outfits do you own? Since I first met you, you've changed your clothes at least 88 times, including 15 innocent styles, 13 casual ones, 20 professional outfits, and 40 dominant ensembles. Among them, you've donned leather 12 times and black stockings 38 times. Xiao recounted meticulously, her eyes suddenly lighting up. "That I get it. My brother fancies black stockings." Churan's face was already a vivid shade of red, as if one pinch would draw blood. "Stop it, you little gossip monger. How can you be so nosy?" Churan retorted, flustered. "Just wait until I spank you." She then lunged playfully at Xiao. On the street, the duo chased one another, their contrasting colors forming a vibrant spectacle against the surrounding oppressive silence. While they frolicked, 2 figures approached slowly down the street. Churan halted her playful pursuit, her guard rising as she scrutinized the unfamiliar pair. They were not from this city, nor were they members of the shelter. "Who are you?" Churan furrowed her brow at the man and woman now before her, her vigilance heightened. A handsome young man clad in a white robe bore a gentle smile. Upon hearing Churan's question, he quickly responded with kindness, "There is no need for alarm. We are not villains. We merely passed through and found ourselves a bit hungry, seeking a place to rest." Churan gazed at the white-robed youth's amiable countenance, her heart involuntarily swelling with admiration. How could such a striking man exist in this world? Even the film stars of a century ago would pale in comparison. "Expose your arms. I need to verify your identities," Churan commanded, stepping back with Xiao, 2 curved blades appearing in her hands in an instant. Handsome was one matter, but should they be slayers, she would not hesitate to sever their heads. The white-robed youth appeared unfazed, rolling up his long sleeves to reveal arms as delicate as a woman's. The purple-robed woman beside him, upon hearing Churan's words, displayed a fleeting hint of murderous intent, though it was swiftly quelled by a subtle glance from the youth, compelling her to reluctantly roll up her sleeves as well. "Not slayers?" Churan observed the pair's arms closely, her apprehension gradually dissipating. Each slayer bore a mark of an eye on their arm, an indelible imprint that could neither be concealed nor erased. Subsequently, Churan produced a candle from her belongings and lit it, observing the blue smoke rise without any unusual occurrences. This candle, a soul candle obtained from Su Xiaoluo, was nearly possessed by everyone in the Lan City shelter. Not unknown either. Only now did Churan let her guard down. As long as they were not slayers or unknown, even if they weren't allies of the slayers, they could never be regarded as foes. Why apologies? In these times, with those accursed slayers rampant? "We must exercise caution," Churan said, a hint of regret in her voice. The white-robed youth rubbed his nose and chuckled lightly. "No worries. The slayers indeed deserve disdain." Yet the purple-robed woman, upon hearing this, felt her murderous intent intensify. "Are you hungry? I happen to know a place that can satisfy your cravings, but..." Churan hesitated before continuing. "Do you have any money?" The white-robed youth paused, nodding slightly, just a little. Churan smiled. "That's good. That fellow only accepts money. Follow me." With that, she took Xiao's hand and headed towards the small shop, while the white-robed youth and the purple-robed woman followed leisurely behind them. Chapter 32. An invincible domain. Even the divine must yield. Before long, the group returned to the small shop. Boss, I've brought back 2 customers. Churan's excited voice reached Su Xiaoluo's ears even before they entered. Knowing Su Xiaoluo's love for money, she had refrained from bringing the pair to the shelter, hoping to earn him a little profit. Though it was but a meager gain, it proved she could be of assistance to Su Xiaoluo, demonstrating that she was not entirely useless in his eyes. The supermarket door swung open, and 4 figures entered in succession. Churan approached Su Xiaoluo, leaning in to whisper playfully, "Hey, just a casual stroll, and I can bring you business. Aren't I impressive?" Su Xiaoluo's gaze remained fixed on the white-robed youth. "You are indeed impressive, not just impressive. You are downright extraordinary. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. I've checked. They are neither slayers nor unknown, merely 2 ordinary passers-by. Take it easy on the slaughter." After a brief reminder from Churan, she settled onto the sofa and began to engage in hushed whispers with Xiao, occasionally stealing glances at Su Xiao. Meanwhile, Doggy lay beside them, internally sighing, "My dear, it is truly a miracle that you have survived until now." The young man in the white robe surveyed the scene within the supermarket, a glimmer of surprise crossing his eyes. After a moment, he turned his gaze towards Su Xiao and smiled. "Are you the owner?" Su Xiao reciprocated with a smile, responding, "Without a doubt." The young man in the white robe rubbed his stomach and remarked, "Seeing so many delicacies has indeed made me a bit hungry." His gaze fell upon a plate of steak on the dining table, and his astonishment deepened. "There's steak too?" Su Xiao chuckled lightly. "As long as you have the money, you can indulge in anything your heart desires." The young man in the white robe fixed his gaze upon Su Xiao, and after a moment, he suddenly approached the dining table and plopped down. "If possible, I would like a plate of dumplings, pork and scallion filling." Su Xiao nodded. "Sure, that will be $2,000. Upon hearing Su Xiao's words, Churan almost choked. $2,000? Are you out of your mind? Why not just rob a bank? I asked you to be gentle with the pricing, and yet you are wielding the knife like a butcher." Churan stared at Su Xiao in disbelief, but in order to protect her beloved's interests, she kept these thoughts to herself. "All right, $2,000 for a plate of dumplings. What a steal!" To her surprise, the young man in the white robe did not hesitate at all and promptly transferred the money into Su Xiao's account. Xiao. Xiao entered the kitchen at the call, and before long, a steaming plate of dumplings was placed on the dining table. The young man in the white robe picked up a pair of chopsticks and lifted a dumpling to his mouth. Nostalgia washing over his face. "It has been far too long. So long that I had forgotten this taste." As he savored the dumplings, he muttered incomprehensible words, save for Su Xiao. "Boss, do you have any wine?" He tossed aside the chopsticks and dug in with his hands, not caring about the grease staining his fingers. "Yes." Su Xiao produced a bottle of red wine. $5,000. The young man in the white robe shook his head. "Do you have any of our own wine? These foreign brands are all style with little substance." "Yes, but it will cost extra." Su Xiao replaced the red wine with a bottle of 56-degree Erguo. $10,000. All right. Another $10,000 flowed into Su Xiao's wallet, and the young man in the white robe seized the bottle of Erguo, gulping down several mouthfuls. A long exhale escaped his throat, as if he were expelling every trace of alcohol from his stomach. Refreshing. He reached for another dumpling and sighed. Dumplings and wine. The more you drink, the better it gets. A look of utter satisfaction spread across his face. Churan had long since slumped helplessly onto the sofa, feeling that this world was utterly insane. Was this not pure folly? $15,000 for a meal, just like that? It was outrageous. Initially, she had kindly suggested that Su Xiao charge less, but now it seemed entirely unnecessary. Such ostentation was well-deserved for encountering Su Xiao. With a hint of wealth resentment, Churan left the convenience store in a huff. With a few gulps of wine downed, a flush crept onto the young man's face. Another bottle. With profits to be made, Su Xiao did not hesitate. A second bottle was opened, and this time, he did not drink alone. Looking at Su Xiao, he proposed, "Boss, would you join me for a drink?" Su Xiao glanced at him and nodded, "Sure, but the cost of the wine is on you." The young man in the white robe paused, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, naturally." Seated opposite each other, the two of them exchanged cups with great enjoyment. Before long, another bottle was emptied. "These 2 recent city defenses must be related to you, right?" The young man's sudden remark caused both Zhao Tianwu and Yi Xiaoxiao to change their expressions simultaneously. especially Xiao Tianwu. Since the moment the young man in the white robe entered, he felt as if he had seen him somewhere before. A smirk curled at the corners of Su Xiao's mouth. Such trivial matters should not concern you, should they? The young man in the white robe's gaze sharpened. Do you know who I am? Su Xiao set down his wine glass and replied coolly. Given your status, it seems you should not be here. If the killers were to find out, I fear they would leave no stone unturned to capture you. As soon as Su Xiao's words fell, a powerful aura erupted from the purple-robed woman behind the young man, her murderous intent seemingly ready to burst forth. With a single command from the young man in white, everyone in the room would instantly be turned into a mist of blood. The young man in the white robe stared intently into Su Xiao's eyes, yet upon witnessing the purple figure's display of power, he remained unfazed. A flicker of surprise crossed his gaze, and he asked, "How did you know my identity?" Su Xiao smiled faintly. 500000. I can tell you the answer. The young man in the white robe fell silent, never having felt so cornered before. No one had ever forced him to this extent. In a mere moment, he had engaged in countless speculations about Su Xiao's identity, but could find no trace of him in his mind. The only conclusion he could draw was that the owner of this convenience store was definitely not from the killer's faction. Realizing this, he suddenly laughed and remarked, "Forget it. In my eyes, my identity is less valuable than this plate of dumplings." He then shifted the conversation. During this time, the hiding place of the unknown has been frequently discovered. I assume that is also your doing. Su Xiao shrugged. I am merely a businessman. Since someone is willing to pay, why would I not profit? And if someone wishes to buy my life, would you sell it? The young man in the white robe looked at Su Xiao with a mix of amusement and intrigue. Of course, with your status, you would certainly fetch a handsome price, Su Xiao replied with a smile. Humph, in that case, I shall kill you first. The purple-robed woman stepped forward, slowly advancing towards Su Xiao. Su Xiao narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within. Take another step forward, and you shall surely meet your demise. The young man in the white robe raised an eyebrow. And what if it were me? You. Su Xiao replied the same. Chapter 33. Little Li Xiling. Stand down. The young man in white wore a grave expression. The fact that the other party knew his identity while remaining so nonchalant indicated something significant. This meant that the owner of this convenience store was either a fool or simply did not care about him. If even the killer's headquarters were unaware of his identity, how could a fool possibly know? He recognized that since the other party was aware of his identity, he would surely pose a future threat. Xiling's expression faltered slightly as she reminded him. The young man in white once again donned a faint smile, his gaze never leaving Su Xiao. By stepping forward, you may not even be able to save yourself. Exposing one's murderous intent in front of a peak divine realm expert is not a wise choice. Xiling suddenly looked up, her eyes, hidden beneath her hood, fixated on Su Xiao, filled with shock. Divine realm? This seemingly harmless young man is actually a divine realm expert. If anyone else had told her this, she would have scoffed, but given the words of the young man in white, she had no choice but to believe. And dare not disbelieve. The aura surrounding Xiling instantly receded, and the foot she had raised slowly returned to the ground. I was too hasty. I shall punish myself with 3 cups. The young man in white chuckled lightly, raising his glass and downing it in one go, then refilling it. After 3 cups, he filled Su Xiao's glass before pouring the remainder into his own. Just enough for 2 glasses. He lifted his glass and smiled. Li Guanshi, Su Xiao. Their glasses clinked as they drank deeply, as if everything that had just transpired was but a fleeting memory. Standing beside them, Xiao Tianwu's pupils constricted sharply upon hearing the name Li Guanshi. A storm of emotions surging within him, the vague figure in his mind suddenly aligned with the person before him. You are... Li Guanshi cast a puzzled glance at Xiao Tianwu. Do you know me? Xiao Tianwu, having only seen a painting previously, understood why he felt the young man in white seemed familiar. However, the name Li Guanshi was akin to that of a god within the killer's faction. He had once been a killer himself. Su Xiao interjected. Li Guanshi smiled lightly. I see. You need not be so reserved. The matters of the killers have always been handled by Dong Lingyun. I never interfere. As for your current identity, it matters little to me, however. If you wish to return to the killer's faction, I can, for the sake of the owner, ensure they do not pursue your responsibilities. Xiao Tianwu felt utterly despondent. Even if he had 1,000 guts, he would not dare to continue this conversation. To say he did not wish to return would insult Li Guanchu's face. To say he wanted to return? Su Xiao would surely have his throat. Though he was now one of Su Xiao's people, the intimidation Li Guanchu instilled in him was second only to Su Xiao. He dared not act. But Su Xiao did. Little Li Zi, you are being unreasonable. Before my very eyes, you are attempting to undermine me. Are you perhaps feeling a bit too frisky? Li Guanchu chuckled awkwardly, realizing that he had now become an ally of the boss. Let us pretend I said nothing. Zhao Tianwu suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Little Li? Feeling frisky? He had never imagined that such phrases would one day be uttered in reference to Li Guanchu. Moreover, the latter seemed utterly unconcerned by it. Could it be that even he harbored a fear of the boss? Why are you not staying comfortably in the south, and instead have ventured north? The north is a gathering place for the killers. Are you tired of life? Su Xiao, disinterested in probing into the other's secrets using his invincible domain, directly inquired. Li Guanchu maintained his expression, smiling as he replied. I have come here to discover the reason behind my second brother's consecutive failures. It appears he has indeed met a just fate. Not unjust at all. As for my identity, those who know it could not exceed 5. Beyond a few old-timers in the killer faction, you are the sole one. Su Xiao's eyes flickered as he leaned in and asked, do you not wish to restore your second brother's honor? For instance, by eliminating me? What if you were to succeed? Li Guanchu was taken aback. Sensing a hint of regret in your tone, do you truly wish for me to kill you? Su Xiao nodded affirmatively. If you make a move against me, I shall have the justification to eliminate you and seize all that you possess. As a peak divine realm powerhouse, do you lack even this modicum of courage? Li Guanchu, I shall not fall for your tricks. The more you say this, the less confident I become. Shaking his head, Li Guanchu suggested, how about this? When I am certain of my victory, I will come for you. Sound agreeable? Agreed. Su Xiao nodded enthusiastically. Zhao Tianwu, standing to the side, was finally enlightened. Is this the demeanor of unparalleled powerhouses? Can such matters even be discussed openly? Just then, the door of the small shop swung open, and Huang Zhongshi entered, his face alight with excitement. Boss, the bounty has arrived. Upon seeing Li Guanchu and the woman in purple, Huang Zhongshi was momentarily taken aback. The boss has guessed. Su Xiao offered no reply, simply regarding Huang Zhongshi with a peculiar expression. Old Huang, your timing is impeccable. These two do not appear to be residents of Lanqing. Huang Zhongshi scrutinized Li Guanchu and the woman in purple, puzzled. Li Guanchu, maintaining a faint smile throughout, spoke. We are merely passing through this place, and we found ourselves quite famished. Fortunately, we encountered the boss. Huang Zhongshi realized. So that is the case, however, you are indeed fortunate to have met the boss. He is a genuinely good person. Huang Zhongshi also took the opportunity to flatter Su Xiao. Subsequently, he retrieved a money card from the virtual realm and presented it to Su Xiao. Smiling, boss, this is the bounty for that extraordinary unknown, totaling 200,000. Not a penny less. Su Xiao accepted it, smiling. Old Huang, it seems you have reaped quite the rewards this time. Huang Zhongshi laughed heartily, stating that he had scavenged over 200,000 from the 8 unknown, and with the bounty for the unknown itself, it amounted to over 300,000. Even if split with by helping, he would still receive 150,000. This surpasses his earnings from the previous few years. I must extend my gratitude to the boss for providing the information on the unknown. Otherwise, these elusive entities would have been quite difficult to locate. And those wretched killers, had I not been adequately prepared this time, I would have nearly crossed paths with them several times. These scoundrels, forsaking their humanity to serve as hounds for the unknown. Do they truly believe that a few days of consuming dog food from the unknown will elevate their status in someone's eyes? To conspire with a tiger for its skin. Sooner or later, they will meet their demise. Huang Zhongshi vented his frustrations regarding the killers, but then suddenly glanced at Zhao Tianwu, chuckling awkwardly. Old Zhao, I was not referring to you. Now that you are on the boss's side, you naturally cannot be compared to those scoundrels. Having spoken so much, he almost forgot about Zhao Tianwu. Zhao Tianwu felt as if his heart might leap from his chest, grinding his teeth as he declared, You are magnificent. You are so noble. Please, be quiet. What? Is what I said incorrect? Huang Zhongshe looked at Su Xiao in confusion. Su Xiao gave a thumbs up, affirming, "I believe you are quite right. Exactly. Those scoundrels will eventually fall into the hands of the unknown." Upon hearing Su Xiao's endorsement, Huang Zhongshe felt even more resolute in his statements. "Young brother, do you agree with my assessment?" Zhao Tianwu turned to Li Guanqi.Su Xiao. Zhao Tianwu, Yi Xiao Xiao. Dogmaster, impressive. Chapter 34. Secondary civilization. Zhao Tianwu desperately wished to reveal the identity of the person before Huang Zhongshe. Would he still dare to address Li Guanqi in such a familiar manner once he learned of his status? Li Guanqi wore a somewhat peculiar expression, rubbing his nose as he remarked, "I too find your assertions quite reasonable." Huang Zhongshe grinned widely, noting that the young brother was indeed a person of character. After saying this, he even patted Li Guanqi on the shoulder. "Hey, old Zhao, what expression is that?" Zhao Tianwu lowered his head in resignation. "What expression?" "The kind that wishes to kill you. You have half the methods of courting death yourself. Isn't he living good enough?" Aside from Zhao Tianwu, the woman in purple was also present. If looks could kill, Huang Zhongshe would have been sliced into 1,000 pieces by now. This outing had kept her veins on the brink of bursting. The white-robed youth, whom she revered as a deity, had never been subjected to such indignities. Su Xiao was one thing, but now even a mere ant of the extreme realm dared to put an arm around him and speak disrespectfully. Such audacity was simply intolerable. Thus, Huang Zhongshe had been marked for death. The involved party sensed the atmosphere had shifted, yet he did not dwell on it, and instead addressed the boss. "Could you possibly provide more information on the unknown?" Ever since Su Xiao mentioned a method to advance to the extraordinary realm, Huang Zhongshe had not regarded earning money as particularly important. Hearing that there was business to be conducted, Su Xiao naturally felt pleased. He did not concern himself with the identities or affiliations of those present in the small shop. Whoever it may concern. Inquiry. Recent coordinates for the unknown, a division of unknown, has been located 100 kilometers away, comprising 7 battle realm, unknown, and 5 extreme realm, unknown. Specific coordinates, 180,000. Annihilation of the division, 500,000. Such an exorbitant fee. Su Xiao was somewhat taken aback. Querying a single extreme realm, unknown, only cost 10,000. Could it be due to the division? Su Xiao silently nodded, considering it likely the reason. The previous, unknown, were all solitary coordinates, thus making both inquiries and eliminations relatively straightforward. Now that these unknown are gathered in a single nest, it naturally complicates the task. 320,000. I can provide you with the location of a division of unknown. Su Xiao spoke to Huang Zhongshe. Huang Zhongshe gazed at the numbers on his money card. Lost in deep contemplation, 320,008. The boss wouldn't he happen to know how much money he has, would he? This is too coincidental. All right, deal. Huang Zhongshe now possessed boundless trust in Su Xiao. Since he stated it was 320,000, it must certainly be worth that price. Transferring the funds into Su Xiao's account, a new mental imprint formed in his mind. A division. Huang Zhongshe exclaimed in surprise. Currently, the entire sanctuary, including himself, only had 3 extreme realm powerhouses. Relying solely on their strength would undoubtedly be inadequate. It seemed that a long-term strategy was needed to complete this assassination. However, once successful, he would be the very first killer to eliminate a unknown nest in history. Regardless of the bounty, merely the honor of such an accomplishment sent shivers of excitement through Huang Zhongshe. 320,000. Worth it? If only he had the funds, he would have gladly bought 10 or 8 such pieces of information from Su Xiao. Su Xiao, noticing Huang Zhongshe's thoughts, allowed the corners of his mouth to curl into a slight smile. "Old Huang, would you like to become wealthy overnight?" Huang Zhongshe was taken aback, excitement bubbling within him. "Absolutely." Su Xiao smiled slightly. "I possess all the information regarding the head of the killers. Provided you can request 1 billion from headquarters, I can reveal his current whereabouts. Just imagine, once you eliminate him, you would be the greatest contributor, and the bounty you receive will not only elevate you to the extraordinary realm but may even allow you to ascend directly to the saint realm. An opportunity not to be missed. Consider it carefully." Su Xiao's words stunned everyone. Li Guanqi stared at Su Xiao, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. "You are selling me out right before my eyes?" Zhao Tianwu was also drenched in cold sweat at Su Xiao's proclamation. but he couldn't help but silently cheer. The boss is amazing. The woman in purple glared coldly at Huang Zhongshi. Should he dare to nod in agreement, she would instantly eliminate him and swiftly depart with Li Guanqi. Sensing that all eyes were now on him, Huang Zhongshi could only manage a bitter smile. Boss. You jest. Not to mention that I do not possess 1 billion. Even if I were to request it from headquarters, it would be absolutely impossible to secure. The head of the killers is the pinnacle of human combat power. Even if we knew his whereabouts, what could we possibly do? He is bound to be surrounded by countless strong allies. It is likely that even if all the killers were to mobilize, they would have no guarantee of success in eliminating him. Moreover, with the assistance of the unknown lurking behind, it is essentially an insurmountable task. Boss, I cannot engage in this transaction, despite being aware of the outcome. Xiao couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. After all, this was akin to a pie falling from the sky. Li Guanqi stood beside him, capable of saving the costs of system inquiries directly. However, this pie was too substantial. Even the entire Slayer faction might struggle to consume it. Boss, the information this time poses quite a challenge. I will need to enlist a few helpers. I bid you farewell for now. Huang Zhongshi did not linger excessively. After exchanging greetings with everyone, he departed from the small shop. Take care, young brother. Li Guanqi smiled faintly, assuring him they would meet again. As Huang Zhongshi left, the small shop fell into a brief silence once more. A hint of helplessness crossed Li Guanqi's face as he chuckled bitterly, saying, Boss, you truly do what you say. Xiao sighed softly, lamenting, what a pity. This cake is far too large for the Slayer to digest at present. Li Guanqi smiled slightly, suggesting that perhaps it indicated that his identity here was temporarily safe. Xiao noncommittally replied, a merchant naturally prioritizes profit. I have no interest in ventures that yield no gain. Li Guanqi questioned, with your unparalleled prowess, everything in this world is at your fingertips. Why then are you so fixated on wealth? Li Guanqi genuinely did not comprehend why a peak being of divine realm would be so concerned with money. For someone of his stature, anything desired would come with countless eager suitors vying for favor. Yet, at his level, nothing could ignite his desires anymore. Literally, you fail to understand. No matter the circumstances, one should always have aspirations and desires. Without pursuits, what differentiates one from a salted fish? Without desires, one becomes merely a rotting carcass on the move. Xiao's smile turned enigmatic as he continued. Even those one-eyed monsters strive towards evolving into a secondary civilization. How much more so for us humans who have just stepped into the first? Wouldn't you agree? Li Guanqi shuddered, a look of astonishment dawning in his eyes as he gazed at Xiao. Chapter 35. The Way of Heaven? What rubbish! How do you know such things? Waves of astonishment surged within Li Guanqi as his gaze fixated on Xiao. Even when he had earlier speculated that Xiao was a being of peak divine realm, it had not shocked him as profoundly as this. Xiao, hands clasped behind his back, replied with an air of nonchalance, I am all-knowing, profound and unfathomable. This was the most immediate impression that Xiao left on Li Guanqi. As for how Xiao acquired this information, it was naturally observed from Li Guanqi himself. What surprised him, however, was the fog of uncertainty that shrouded Li Guanqi's innermost thoughts, a realm even he could not directly perceive. This was a first. Inquiry. The secrets of Li Guanqi. To uncover the secrets of Li Guanqi, the cost is 1 billion. Damn, so expensive. Xiao had thoroughly understood the nature of the supermarket system. The more critical the information, the higher the fees. But what could possibly be such a secret that merely inquiring would cost 1 billion? Though curious, faced with such exorbitant consultation fees, Xiao had no choice but to let it go. Li Guanqi composed himself and inquired, since the boss is aware of the matter regarding the secondary civilization, do you know the reason for the arrival of the unknown? Xiao's mind stirred as he re-entered the supermarket system. Inquiry. The reason for the arrival of the unknown. Brief information, 1 million. Detailed information, 50 million. Xiao nodded inwardly, 30 million. I shall reveal the origins of the unknown. Without hesitation, Li Guanqi transferred 30 million directly into Xiao's account. Seeing the sudden influx of funds in his account, Xiao was moved to tears. Now, that was truly a significant sum. In that instant, Li Guanqi successfully supplanted Huang Zhongshi in Xiao's esteem. Becoming his foremost ally, little Xiao, brew some tea. Xiao obediently approached the tea table and began her adept preparations. Once the aroma of tea wafted through the air, Xiao slowly began to speak. The unknown were originally beings of a secondary civilization from another planet. However, over a century ago, their territory was invaded by another secondary civilization. After a protracted war, the unknown ultimately faced defeat and were compelled to migrate en masse. Utilizing their spatial jumping abilities, they finally arrived on Earth. But the lengthy conflict had severely depleted their strength, compounded by the substantial costs of spatial traversing, leading their civilization to regress from a secondary to a current 1.5 level civilization. It is precisely for this reason that humanity has managed to survive. For otherwise, facing a secondary civilization capable of harnessing stellar energy, humanity would stand no chance whatsoever. Merely constructing a ship larger than Earth would suffice to obliterate it. Xiao relayed the information he had gathered to Li Guanqi without alteration. Li Guanqi's brow furrowed deeper. He had also learned of the secondary civilization by chance from the unknown. However, the underlying reasons remained elusive. Now, hearing these revelations from Xiao, he was left in a state of profound shock. So, it was an invasion of species. But must they eliminate all of humanity? A subtle change crossed Li Guanqi's expression as he murmured softly. Non-human races are bound to harbor different hearts. This is an ancient saying of ours. Yet how does it not apply to the unknown? Humans are beings of immense wisdom and creativity. How could they possibly leave such a significant vulnerability unguarded? One cannot allow others to slumber beside their own bed. We understand, and they are not foolish either. Xiao spoke calmly. Li Guanqi nodded slowly, then resumed his smile. This encounter with the boss had indeed been worthwhile. Dumplings have been consumed. Wine has been drunk. I shall not impose further. I will visit again another day. Xiao did not linger either. His reason for divulging the information regarding the secondary civilization to Li Guanqi was to establish a connection with the small shop. After all, this was a super big client. In the span of a meal, he had earned over 2 million. How could this merely be a one-time transaction? Dog Master, there is something I need to ask you. After Li Guanqi's departure, Xiao first placed Xiao and Zhao Tianwu into the system space before addressing Dogmaster on the sofa. Observing Xiao's serious demeanor, Dogmaster rose from the couch. What is it? Xiao fixed his gaze on Dogmaster's eyes, his expression grave as he inquired. I wish to know, if the invincible domain were to confront a true secondary civilization being, would it still maintain its invincibility? Is that all? Dogmaster replied, somewhat at a loss for words. Xiao frowned. Is this not important? Though the invincible domain is currently an unmatched existence, the unknown is not at its peak state. If one day they were to regain their status as a secondary civilization, would the invincible domain still be able to suppress them? Furthermore, the most crucial point is that with the emergence of a secondary civilization, there will inevitably be tertiary, quaternary, and even more powerful entities in the future. At that time, could the invincible domain still claim true invincibility? Since learning of the existence of secondary civilizations in Li Guanqi's heart, this question had lingered in his mind. If the invincible domain cannot suppress secondary civilization beings, then the pretensions he had donned before the unknown would only come back to haunt him tenfold. That would be terribly embarrassing. Dogmaster, after listening, revealed a hint of disdain, speaking with an air of arrogance. Do you know what the stars above the cosmic supermarket represent? Xiao shook his head honestly. They represent the myriad realms and countless timelines. All rules, origins, and forms of power cannot escape the judgment of the system space. A secondary civilization, even if a 10th level civilization were to stand before you, you could mold it as you wish, round or flat. What is the invincible domain? Ridiculous, Dogmaster proclaimed with grandiosity. What? Is it truly that formidable? This sounds akin to the descriptions of the Way of Heaven in cultivation novels from over a century ago. Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. Dogmaster scoffed, the Way of Heaven? What rubbish is that? Once you upgrade the invincible domain to a certain level, you will understand. The so-called Way of Heaven is merely a trivial concept. Listening to this, Xiao felt a surge of excitement, his previous worries dissipating. Invincible? Then let it remain invincible. In a buoyant mood, Xiao couldn't help but break into song. I found a penny on the road, I handed over to Uncle Xiao. Uncle nods his head at me, not enough. Pick up another. Dogmaster. Chapter 36. The method to break the deadlock after leaving the small shop, Ziling's consciousness rapidly expanded. Observing the menacing Ziling, Li Guanqi asked in astonishment, "What are you doing?" "Looking for someone." Ziling's voice was cold as Iced and Li Guanqi contemplated briefly and soon grasped Ziling's meaning, chuckling lightly. "Ignorance is bliss, and besides, that individual seems to have a favorable relationship with the boss. If you were to eliminate him, it might provoke that esteemed figure, leading to a loss that outweighs the gain. Furthermore, when have I ever cared about my own status or reputation?" Xiling furrowed her brow. Asking, "Are you afraid of him?" Li Guanqi did not conceal his feelings, nodding affirmatively. "His strength is undoubtedly superior to mine." Xiling, perplexed, remarked, "Even if he is in the divine realm, he alone cannot possibly contend with the slayers." Li Guanqi shook his head, stating, "My concern is not his prowess, but rather his ability to discern the unknown." Xiling, quick-witted, suddenly considered a possibility and exclaimed in shock, "You wish to leverage him?" Li Guanqi nodded slightly and whispered, "Though I am unaware of the conditions required for the unknown to restore itself to a level 2 civilization, it must be related to the cleansing plan? Or perhaps this is merely their initial step. Once they have eradicated the slayers, and those ordinary individuals, they will undoubtedly turn their attention to the killers. Those not of our kin will surely harbor ill intentions. The boss, although seemingly discussing the unknown, is actually hinting at us. The words of that slayer earlier were not entirely unfounded. To conspire with a tiger is to risk being devoured by it." Xiling listened intently, then spoke again. "If that is the case, why would the unknown cultivate us? With their strength, they could annihilate humanity within the galaxy." Contemplating the formidable methods of the unknown and that mysterious throne, a chill crept into Xiling's heart. "That is a force beyond our capacity to confront." Li Guanqi, hands clasped behind his back, gazed up at the overcast sky and began. "Over a century ago, there existed a creature known as a rat, dirty and insignificant. Humanity possesses countless methods to eliminate such lowly beings, yet ultimately chose to keep cats instead. For they loathe filth and find it distasteful. Unwilling to dirty their own hands, in the presence of the unknown, humanity is but a despicable and diminutive rat. We are the cat. Once the rats are completely exterminated, the cat will no longer have a reason to exist. This is also why I have never engaged in the killer's plan. When the clam and the heron vie, it is the fisherman who profits." Xiling opened her mouth, yet chose not to continue. Li Guanqi chuckled softly, fully aware of Xiling's expression, and said, "You wish to inquire why, despite knowing the inevitable outcome, I have not stopped Dongling Yun and the others from proceeding, do you not?" Xiling remained silent for a moment before eventually nodding slowly. "The value of the cat's existence lies in its ability to catch rats. Should it lose this ability, the unknown will undoubtedly take action with great force. If that occurs, how long do you suppose humanity could endure? A month? A year?" Xiling gasped. "So this is your strategy of delay?" Li Guanqi sighed. "Regrettably, over 100 years have passed, and humanity still holds no chance of victory." Xiling turned to gaze at the young man in the white robe, her eyes, concealed beneath the hood, reflecting a complex array of emotions. "Yet everything you do will remain unknown, and you shall undoubtedly bear the infamy for eternity." Li Guanqi scoffed. "Infamy? If it could truly lead to a clear blue sky, I, Li Guanqi, would gladly bear that burden." A sense of melancholy rose within Xiling. Could there truly be no way to alter the outcome? She initially joined the killers, merely to avoid starvation, later meeting Li Guanqi and believing she could survive in this chaotic world. It now seemed she had underestimated the situation. The rabbit's death and the dog's cooking is merely a matter of time. Li Guanqi smiled faintly, saying, "There was once no way, but now, perhaps not." Xiling suddenly lifted her head, a glimmer of hope sparking in her eyes. "What do you mean?" Li Guanqi remained silent, his gaze slowly drifting towards a particular direction, the location of the small shop. Xiling's eyes lit up. "Are you suggesting that the owner of that small shop possesses the ability to change the outcome?" Li Guanqi shook his head. "I do not know, but the fact that he can locate the unknown makes him a significant variable in all of their plans." Xiling regarded Li Guanqi as if he were a stranger, then softly remarked, "No one has ever received such high praise from you before." Li Guanqi withdrew his gaze and slowly spoke. "That is because no one has ever earned my acknowledgement." nor have they ever given me hope. Whenever he reflects upon the secrets he carries, it feels like a thorn embedded in his heart. He does not care for his status or position. He could even cast aside his life, yet he is unwilling to make a futile sacrifice. He still dreams of a day when he can shed his suit and loosen his tie, seated before a table laden with delicious food. However, over a century has passed, and he had nearly lost hope, until Su Xiao's appearance rekindled a flicker of optimism within him. Perhaps the key to breaking this deadlock lies within him. "What plans do we have moving forward?" Dazzling inquired, in her heart. There were no divisions of allegiance, only the man before her. If he says to go east, she shall not waver towards the west. Even if Li Guanqi commanded her to sever her own head, she would not hesitate. All remains unchanged. Upon hearing Li Guanqi's response, Dazzling slightly furrowed her brow. What about Dong Lingyun? He is currently consumed with achieving merit. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a human-shaped unknown. Li Guanqi chuckled. Do not concern yourself with him. Let him continue his entanglements with the killers. With this fool willing to charge forward, he can divert some of the unknown's attention. In chess, one fears the interference of others. Dazzling silently nodded, following behind Li Guanqi, enveloped and silenced. Oh, by the way, Li Guanqi suddenly recalled something. Starting today, all funds acquired by the killers must be surrendered. 10%? No, 20%. Dazzling's previously icy demeanor finally revealed a hint of surprise. What do you need the money for? Li Guanqi sighed with a wry smile. Cannot you see? That boss is avaricious. In his eyes, there is no hierarchy or faction. As long as there is money, even a mere lowly figure can be his brother. Without it, even I, at the pinnacle of the divine realm, would be nothing. After their brief encounter, Su Xiao's greedy nature had been deeply imprinted in Li Guanqi's mind. Dazzling pondered seriously, realizing he was indeed correct. Chapter 37. The Holy Realm, Killers, in the Dead of Night. The shelter was pierced by an alarming crackle of electricity. Huang Zhongshi abruptly awoke from his slumber, hastily approaching the table to grasp a communicator and activate it. Lan City. Huang Zhongshi. Soon, an urgent voice echoed from the other end. A killer of the Holy Realm is en route to Lan City. Expected to arrive in 10 minutes. Evacuate. Evacuate. Huang Zhongshi's pupils constricted sharply, and he exclaimed, Are the slayers and killers not mutually restrained in the central battlefield? Why would one come to the northern district? How could headquarters fail to receive any news about such a significant oversight? His voice brimmed with reproach. 10 minutes was far too brief. The slayers could manage, but those ordinary citizens would not have sufficient time to evacuate. They are playing a game of time against us. By the time headquarters learns of this news, that Holy Realm killer will already be en route. Even our nearest Holy Realm powerhouse would take half an hour to arrive. Huang Zhongshi's expression darkened, fury emanating from him. Why? Why is our information always a step behind the killers? Do you not understand what this 20-minute delay signifies? 20 minutes is ample time for that Holy Realm killer to raise the entire city. I suspect there may be. Huang Zhongshi's voice trailed off. Though he was enraged, he retained his composure, realizing certain words should not be spoken lightly. A silence fell on the other end of the communicator, and after about 30 seconds, the crackling resumed. This is beyond our speculation. The priority now is to minimize losses. Otherwise, once that Holy Realm killer arrives, everyone will perish. Huang Zhongshi slowly closed his eyes, the weight of despair heavy upon his features. Very well, I understand. After disconnecting the communicator, he glanced at his wristwatch. It was now 2 a.m., and most of the team members had already succumbed to slumber. All personnel assemble. The command echoed throughout the shelter, resonating into the night sky. In an instant, the lights of the shelter illuminated, and figures swiftly emerged from their rooms. In less than a minute, everyone had gathered before Huang Zhongshi. Crisis Intelligence, a slayer from the Sacred Realm, was en route to Lanshi, and our current mission is to ensure the safe evacuation of ordinary civilians. We have only 10 minutes, Huang Zhongshi spoke urgently. Bai Hao, standing at the forefront of the group, furrowed his brow and asked, Brother Huang, is the information accurate? 10 minutes is hardly sufficient for such a large-scale evacuation. Huang Zhongshi shook his head, asserting that regardless of the information's veracity, we cannot gamble with our lives. Suddenly, Churan, amidst the crowd, recalled something and hurriedly spoke up, Instructor, What if we seek out the boss? Perhaps he possesses a solution. Huang Zhongshi sighed softly. He had also thought of Su Xiao first. Yet Su Xiao had clearly stated that he would not involve himself in matters of the outside world, and of course, unless you have money. Moreover, this time, we are facing a genuine powerhouse from the sacred realm. He was uncertain whether Su Xiao could still manage. We cannot rely on the boss for everything. Some challenges must ultimately be faced by ourselves. Furthermore, if the boss is unable to contend with a sacred realm expert, it would only bring him endless troubles. He has treated us well, and we cannot put him in jeopardy. Churan bit her lip anxiously. If even Su Xiao cannot intervene, who will halt this impending disaster? Everyone, abandon all supplies. Each of you take 3 ordinary civilians and evacuate swiftly. Huang Zhongshi issued the final command. Bai Hao cast a deep glance at Huang Zhongshi and inquired, and what about the remaining individuals? A flicker of sorrow crossed Huang Zhongshi's eyes, but he remained silent. Yet, everyone understood his implication. No one hesitated. They sprang into action, racing towards the nearby building. Time was of the essence, and they dared not delay. However, just then, a powerful wave of psychic energy surged through the sky. A figure descended slowly from above. A middle-aged man with short hair, clad in purple armor. With his arrival, all members of the Slayer team halted in their tracks, bound by an invisible force. Upon seeing the color of the man's armor, a glimmer of despair ignited in Huang Zhongshi's eyes. One of the 18 executioners of the Slayers. Tell me, how did you survive the purge plan? A faint voice emerged from the short-haired man's lips as he effortlessly seized a spirit realm slayer midair. Faced with a sacred realm powerhouse, the spirit realm slayer began to tremble, overwhelmed by the pressure on his very soul. Yet, he gritted his teeth and remained silent. Bang! A mist of blood erupted, scattering flesh before the eyes of the onlookers, delivering a powerful visual shock. Then, another combat realm slayer appeared in his grasp, and the cold voice echoed once more. Tell me, how did you survive the purge plan? If you don't speak, you shall die. The combat realm slayer's eyes revealed a frenzied madness. To hell with you. Even in death, I shall never be a traitor. Bang! Another cloud of blood dispersed into the air, the acrid scent of blood immediately filling the nostrils of the crowd. Stop! Huang Zhongshi's heart ached. These were comrades who had fought alongside him, and now he could only watch helplessly as they perished before his eyes. His heart felt as if it were being sliced. Extremity? It seems you must be their instructor. Then tell me, who participated in this purge plan? Otherwise, with your few insignificant subordinates, it is impossible for you to have survived until today. If you refuse to speak, I will force you to watch as they die one by one. As soon as the short-haired man finished speaking, 2 combat realm slayers collapsed to the ground, as if their life force had been drained. Huang Zhongshi cast a sorrowful glance at the 2 fallen combat realm slayers and slowly closed his eyes. Still not speaking? Very well. I shall kill them all before your eyes and then hand over those ordinary civilians to the unknown master. So much fresh flesh. I am certain the unknown master will find it delightful. A wave of intense killing intent erupted from the short-haired man, his cold gaze fixated on Huang Zhongshi. Who shall I kill first? The short-haired man surveyed the members of the Slayers, and his gaze finally halted. A stunning figure floated gracefully 3 paces before him. What a beautiful woman! It would be such a pity for her to die. The short-haired man let out a cold laugh, and a domineering force surged from his palm, instantly sweeping towards Churan suspended in midair. Churan let out a bitter smile, slowly closing her eyes. Against a sacred realm expert, any resistance was futile. I wonder what Xian is doing right now. It's so late. He should have been asleep by now. I suppose I won't see him again. He surely won't. Forget about me. With that thought, a faint smile appeared at the corners of Churan's lips. Suddenly, she felt a jolt in her body, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself back on the ground. In her original position stood a familiar silhouette. Doggy. Did you see that? He attacked me first. Just then, an enraged voice echoed from a distance. Xiao, you bastard. You triggered a bug for me again. Chapter 38. Doggy is angry. What you said. How can this be called a bug? This is maximizing benefits using system rules. Su Xiao smoothed out the wrinkles on his back. Having deflected the earlier attack entirely, within the invincible domain, such attacks felt no more than mere tickles. Doggy was left speechless, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Su Xiao. His anger stemmed not from Su Xiao exploiting a system bug to assist him, but rather from having always proclaimed himself the supreme system throughout history, only to have his flaws exposed by Su Xiao. How could he maintain his dignity? In midair, the exchange between man and dog resembled a brawl, leaving everyone deeply shaken. It was the first time they had witnessed a dog speaking. Unbelievable. A modern urban fantasy? Especially Huang Zhongshi and Churan, who had previously encountered Doggy, were utterly astonished. Since Su Xiao's appearance, the short-haired man had not taken his eyes off him. From this young man, he sensed a hint of danger. Upon hearing Doggy speak, his heart trembled, exclaiming, "Eh?" Doggy shot a fierce glare at the short-haired man, initially irked by Su Xiao's bug incident, and now, someone had dared to provoke him. "I am a divine beast." "No, I am the #1 beast in the world." Doggy redirected his ire, unleashing all his pent-up frustration upon the short-haired man. "You fool. Why choose the hardest target to kill? This girl is his close acquaintance. How could I let you kill her so easily? With over 100 people below, you've managed to increase the odds of self-destruction to 100%. I admire your audacity, Su Xiao." Churan wished she could find a hole to hide in. Had her intentions been that transparent that even a dog could see through them? The short-haired man glared darkly at Doggy. Secretly astonished by the high intelligence of this, however, he soon scoffed. "Just a mutated little creature. Wait until I cut off your tongue and strip your teeth. Let us see if you can still be so sharp-tongued." Dogye's gaze fell upon the short-haired man. "What did you just call me?" A flash of murderous intent flickered in Su Xiao's eyes. Although he often bickered with Doggy, it did not mean others could treat him lightly. He had never regarded Doggy as merely a pet. In his heart, Doggy was a unique existence. Just as he was about to strike down the short-haired man, a paw stopped him. "This is a big deal. Don't interfere. Let me handle it." Doggy strode past Su Xiao, approaching the short-haired man. With each step forward, his form grew larger. By the time he reached 3 paces from the short-haired man, Doggy had transformed into a colossal beast towering 10 stories high. An overwhelming aura radiated from him. The short-haired man stood frozen in fear, gazing up at the now 10-story-tall Doggy, his legs trembling uncontrollably. This was certainly not he raged internally, summoning all his might to resist the pressure emanating from Doggy. Yet, his strength felt like a flickering candle before the onslaught of Doggy. "In this entire universe, no one but me can act recklessly before you." Dogye's gaze, deep and unfathomable, turned to Su Xiao as an ancient and hollow voice emerged from his lips. At that moment, Doggy had shed his earlier demeanor, resembling an ancient cosmic beast, looking down upon all living beings. "Remember this. Even if I were but a dog, I would still stand one person beneath, yet above countless others." It slowly raised a paw, unadorned, and struck at the void. Boom. The fabric of space shattered, revealing a profound blackness in the night sky. A black hole, in the face of the endless terror of the middle-aged man with short hair. His body was swiftly consumed by the suddenly manifested black hole, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. The noble dog waved its paw once more, causing the black hole to vanish, returning to its original state. The dog was majestic. Su Xiao applauded in approval, for he alone understood that the dog had truly been enraged just moments ago. The dog was indeed formidable. The echoes of voices arose from the ground. For the spectacle they had just witnessed had transcended their comprehension. Huang Zhongshi cast a fearful glance at the dog, his mind racing to recall if he had ever offended this creature before. Damn! What manner of being is the boss? Even a mere dog by his side possesses such might. A saintly realm powerhouse was effortlessly dispatched with a single blow. Most frightened was Churan. As she recalled her past encounters while walking the dog, her courage dwindling to naught. "Dog, esteemed one, I apologize. I did not know who you were." Churan stood awkwardly to the side, her heart silently anxious. "Surely, I won't be struck down with a single blow, will I?" The dog once again resumed its adorably foolish demeanor. Were it not for the terrifying scene that had just transpired, everyone would likely regard it as an ordinary pet. "Forget it. You are his old acquaintance, so I cannot act against you." Churan wished to defend herself but dared not. Her delicate face had already flushed a vibrant crimson. Smack! Su Xiao slapped the dog's head, admonishing, "Damn! Can't you do something productive? What about the money from that saintly realm being?" The dog immediately shifted its expression, grinning sheepishly. Here it is, soon." A money card appeared in its paw. Su Xiao grasped it and examined it, a joyful expression blossoming on his face. 11.6 million. Goodness! Truly, the stronger the power, the greater the wealth. Old Huang, you have no objections to this money belonging to me, right? Su Xiao smiled at Huang Zhongshi. Huang Zhongshi shook his head vigorously. "Boss, this money was always meant for you, and I shall personally deliver the bounty for that saintly realm slayer to you on a later date." Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction and then led the dog toward the direction of the small shop. Churan watched Su Xiao's departing figure, a hint of melancholy surfacing in her gaze. The stronger Su Xiao became, the farther he drifted from her. She and Su Xiao were simply inhabitants of disparate worlds. One could extinguish a saintly realm with a mere wave of his hand, while the other was but a lowly spirit realm slayer team member. Did he act this time for the sake of money? Or perhaps because of me? Chapter 39. The Invincible Domain of 800 Kilometers. Upon returning to the small shop, Su Xiao could hardly contain his eagerness as he entered the system space. What brings the greatest joy? Undoubtedly, it is the moment of upgrading the Invincible Domain. After completing the business with Li Guanqi, he had already amassed 2.5 million. Now, having acquired an additional 11.6 million from that saintly realm slayer, his account held a staggering 14.1 million. Money that simply could not be spent. Su Xiao, do you truly harbor feelings for that little girl, Churan? The dog, lacking subtlety, inquired with a look of curiosity. Su Xiao shot it a sidelong glance. Do not provoke me during my moment of bliss. Upgrade successful. Your current balance is 11.1 million, and the amount required for the next upgrade is 50 million. Reward. You have gained a free inquiry opportunity. Damn, 50 million. This is no mere bottomless pit. It is deeper than the imagination of some beleaguered youth seated at a computer desk. It is simply insufficient. The final reward, however, left Su Xiao quite pleased. A free inquiry. This means he could exploit the system's permissions without cost. If used wisely, this opportunity could yield immense wealth. Whom to deceive? Su Xiao pondered. The image of the young man in a white robe emerged in his mind. Exiting the system, Su Xiao's consciousness began to extend outward, countless scenes materializing within his invincible domain. Not even a speck of dust could escape his gaze. 300 kilometers reached in an instant, 400 kilometers, 500 kilometers. Ultimately, his perception settled at a range of 800 kilometers. Incredible. Su Xiao could not contain his excitement. 800 kilometers. This was a distance spanning provinces. Within his perceptual reach lay a plethora of cities, numbering in the hundreds. Most exhilarating was the discovery of over 100 locations marked as unknown within his invincible domain. These were all opportunities for profit. If sold, would it not yield tremendous gains? Yet, how to swiftly convert this unknown information into currency posed a dilemma. Relying solely on Huang Zhongshi and his companions, that would take an eternity. Moreover, among those 100-plus coordinates, there were numerous extraordinary unknowns, and even traces of saintly realm unknowns had been uncovered. It was certainly not a task manageable by a mere shelter in Lan City. Zhao Tianwu, hearing his name. Zhao Tianwu quickly bowed and inquired, "Boss, what are your orders?" Su Xiao replied coolly, "Spread the word that someone within Lan City knows the locations of the unknowns." Zhao Tianwu bowed in compliance, but then asked, "What if others do not believe it?" Su Xiao smiled slightly, already prepared. A mental directive formed in Zhao Tianwu's mind. These were some low-level unknown coordinates, which could serve as bait to entice them. As for the strength of these individuals, it mattered not. What I seek is to make the existence of the small shop known to more people. Do you understand? Zhao Tianwu nodded, replying respectfully, "Understood. You will set out early tomorrow, and upon success, I shall assist you in ascending to the extraordinary realm." Zhao Tianwu's body trembled, his face instantly replaced with elation. "Thank you, boss. Zhao Tianwu shall not fail in this mission. Is fortune finally turning my way?" He had been enviously eyeing the last time Su Xiao helped Xiao elevate her realm, yet he had not dared to mention it. Now, even without that contract, he would never leave the small shop. He would rather die than depart. A night passed without incident. The following morning, Zhao Tianwu's figure was nowhere to be seen in the small shop. Su Zhao's words had kept him excited throughout the night. At the break of dawn, he had already set off toward another city. At the dining table, Su Xiao, Yi Xiao, and the dog were enjoying breakfast. The dog maintained its usual hearty appetite, devouring 2 steaks wedged with stinky tofu in a few bites, and then elegantly sipping a glass of red wine. Su Xiao and Yi Xiao, on the other hand, opted for a simple breakfast, a glass of milk, an egg, and a few slices of bread. Although their standard of living had risen, he still could not acclimate to greasy foods. Your dog's skin plaster has arrived. The dog, picking at the remnants of meat stuck in its teeth, cast a sidelong glance at Su Xiao. However, upon encountering Su Zhao's dangerous smile, it chose to remain silent. Not long after, Huang Zhongshi and Churan entered the small shop. "Good morning, boss." Huang Zhongshi greeted Su Xiao first before directing his gaze toward the dog. "Esteemed one, have you eaten?" The dog relished Huang Zhongshi's attitude. "Yes," it replied succinctly, epitomizing the demeanor of a powerful being. However, it also recognized that Huang Zhongshi had come with business to discuss with Su Xiao. So it twisted its body and leaped onto the sofa. Satiated and feeling drowsy, it began to close its eyelids slowly. A fragrant breeze wafted by, and another figure appeared on the sofa. "Dog, you won't kill me, will you?" Churan asked timidly. The dog, on the verge of dozing off, was startled awake by her voice, its sleepiness dissipating as it inquired, "Why would I kill you? I used to bully you so much." "You truly don't mind?" Churan whispered. The dog was momentarily speechless. "Didn't I just say it? You are Su Zhao's old acquaintance. If I were to kill you, what if Su Xiao, in his lonely nights, sought my skin? Rest assured, as long as he remains alive, I shall not harm you," the dog replied casually, closing its eyes once more. "It was utterly exhausted. Dog, how about you strike me a couple of times?" Churan hesitated, then quickly amended, "Or you could scold me a few times, or I could give you a shoulder rub." Just as the dog was about to doze off again, it was jolted awake by Churan's suggestion. Gritting its teeth, it declared, "No." A clear rejection. Now could it finally sleep? Moments later, "Dog, how about I still take you for a walk? I'll accompany you for a stroll." Churan's voice once again broke the silence. Suddenly, the old dog opened his eyes wide, fixing his gaze intensely on Su Xiao. "Perhaps I should just kill her." Chapter 40. Capital City. Headquarters of the killers. Su Xiao paid no heed to the murderous intent in the old dog's eyes and turned to Huang Zhongshi, saying, "Comrade Lao Huang, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" "Boss, I would like to invite you to the headquarters of the killers." Huang Zhongshi rubbed his hands together, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "To be precise, it is the headquarters that wishes to extend an invitation to you." Last night, he had already reported everything that transpired to the headquarters, which was left in utter shock. They never expected that such a powerful figure could be hidden within the small city of Lan City. The annihilation of the Holy Realm. This is a method employed by those of the Divine Realm. After successfully defending the city twice, they had only regarded Su Xiao as a rather formidable extraordinary being. Even after he had slain that extraordinary entity labeled as unknown, they merely assumed he had employed some tactics, impressive, yet not enough to warrant a stir within the killer's faction. However, times have changed. The fact that even a Holy Realm slayer met his demise at his hands left them utterly astonished. Thus, they were determined to meet this unparalleled powerhouse concealed amidst the ruins. Huang Zhongshi found himself in a difficult position here. You want to meet this individual, yet you expect them to traverse great distances to your location. Is that reasonable? Moreover, how do you perceive this esteemed figure? A lowly pawn. Someone you can summon at will? Therefore, even if Su Xiao outright refused, he would not voice a single objection. He would simply attribute the responsibility to those at headquarters who lacked understanding of social niceties. Very well. Huang Zhongshi was taken aback for a moment. Then his expression brightened. "Boss, you've agreed." Su Xiao spoke nonchalantly. 5 million. Huang Zhongshi let out a bitter laugh. "Boss, how come you always seem to have everything calculated?" He had reported Su Xiao's strength to the headquarters, and similarly, he had already informed them of Su Xiao's preferences before arriving at the small shop. The budget approved by headquarters was precisely 5 million. 5 million to hire a Divine Realm powerhouse is hardly a loss. Watching the balance in his account fluctuate, Su Xiao felt elated. Sometimes, wealth is indeed tied to strength. The stronger one is, the higher their worth naturally becomes. Had he continued to present only extraordinary level prowess, he might never have garnered the attention of the killer's headquarters, concealing his brilliance. That is a notion for those who are half-hearted and indecisive. With an invincible domain, he need only shine brightly. Capital City.as, one of the few remaining mega-metropolises, the bustling scenes here are incomparable to the remote and modest lawn city. On the wide and pristine streets, pedestrians bustle about, towering buildings line both sides, and through the windows, one can see throngs of people moving back and forth. Compared to other cities' desolation and silence, there is a vibrant atmosphere of life here, if not for the absence of greenery in sight. One might feel as though they had stepped back in time over a century. At the very heart of the city stands a grand and ancient structure, its style and design completely detached from modernity, bestowing upon it an air of solemnity and authority. Beside it rises a skyscraper, towering 100 stories high, its design infused with a sense of technology and innovation. The building tapers from a wide base to a narrow peak, resembling a sharp sword piercing the sky. Headquarters of the killers, the very heart of humanity's offensive force, arrived. Huang Zhongshi gazed wearily at the building before him. 2 consecutive days of travel had left even this extreme realm powerhouse feeling fatigued. Casting a glance at the composed Su Xiao beside him, admiration flickered across Huang Zhongshi's face. A divine realm powerhouse. Terrifying indeed. Only Su Xiao knew that after traveling 800 kilometers from the small shop, he was no different from an ordinary person. Had he not spent 150,000 to temporarily elevate his realm to extraordinary, he might have collapsed from exhaustion along the way. Though somewhat pained, he deemed the expense worthwhile to maintain his image as a reclusive expert. Under Huang Zhongshi's guidance, the two made their way to the 88th floor. The entire building boasts 99 floors. Floors 1 to 30 house some lower-level leaders within the Killers faction, tasked with coordinating personnel between cities and training newly awakened individuals. Floors 31 to 60 are reserved for mid-level leaders, such as chief instructors and combat team trainers. Their duties, while straightforward, are also the most arduous, endless combat. Floors 61 to 90 are occupied by decision-makers. Though few in number, each is a powerhouse of the Holy Realm. However, most of them remain stationed in the desolate central region, maintaining a balance with the Holy Realm powerhouses of the Slayers, thus rarely appearing within this building. As for floors 91 to 99, no one has ever known who they are, nor has anyone ever seen their faces. It is only known that each floor contains one individual, each one representing the pinnacle of human combat strength. Arriving outside an office on the 88th floor, Huang Zhongshi gently knocked on the door. "Enter." A deep voice resonated from within. Huang Zhongshi did not dare delay, pushing the door open and stepping aside to usher Su Xiao in, then closing the door and bowing in retreat. This place was not meant for a mere instructor like him to linger. The office was exceedingly spacious, roughly the size of 2 small shops. However, the furnishings were remarkably simple. A desk, 2 rows of bookshelves, and several sets of sofas. Aside from that, there was nothing else. At that moment, 7 individuals were seated inside, and upon Su Xiao's arrival, their gazes immediately fell upon him. Su Xiao scanned the room. Although he was merely at the extraordinary level for now, his keen insight allowed him to assess the strength of several individuals in an instant. 7 people, 7 Holy Realm powerhouses. You must be the esteemed individual who vanquished the Holy Realm Slayer. It is indeed a pleasure to finally meet you. A cultured elder seated at the desk rose and approached Su Xiao, smiling as he spoke. "Please, take a seat." Su Xiao glanced at the elder before him, who donned simple attire. Although his hair was mostly white, it was neatly combed back, and his eyes were deep and bright. In such a situation, the first to speak assumes the role of leader. Su Xiao nodded, feeling no need for formality, and walked to the nearest sofa, plopping down onto it. However, this action caused several individuals nearby to narrow their eyes slightly, particularly the woman across from Su Xiao, whose beautiful visage now bore a hint of displeasure, for the spot he occupied was the seat of honor. The unpretentious elder showed no sign of concern, taking a position beside Su Xiao and smiling. "We must thank you for your assistance, or else countless souls would have perished across the land of Shenzhou." Su Xiao waved his hand dismissively, returning the smile. "It is merely a matter of mutual benefit." The elder smiled, his demeanor unchanging. "Originally, we should have visited in person, but the constraints among Holy Realm beings are too numerous. Pulling one thread can unravel the whole tapestry. If we were to act collectively, the Slayers would undoubtedly respond in kind. To avoid unnecessary complications, we could only trouble you to make the journey yourself. The elder's words were reasonable, perfectly articulated, and his attitude left no room for criticism. No problem. Having stayed in that dilapidated place in Lawn City for too long, I too wished to venture out. Even for the sake of the 5 million in his pocket, he had to make this trip. Chapter 41. The moment of invincibility. Commence. In truth, our purpose in inviting you here is to seek your inclusion in the Killers faction. The elder pondered for a moment. You should be aware that our strength pales in comparison to that of Unknown. And with the Slayers meddling, our chances of victory are exceedingly slim, however, if you would be willing to join the Killers. With your extraordinary ability to discern the whereabouts of Unknown, you could undoubtedly become our greatest asset. Additionally, the survival chances of humanity in this calamity would be greatly enhanced. Su Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Having exited the invincible domain, he could no longer perceive the intentions of his opponents. It was only upon hearing the elder's words that he comprehended their true aim. They sought to appeal to reason and emotion, adorning him with the mantle of a savior. In the end, the 7 Holy Realm powerhouses encircled Su Xiao, creating an invisible pressure. To be frank, even ordinary Holy Realm, or even Divine Realm powerhouses would feel a twinge of pressure in such an environment. However, they had failed to find the right person. I have already explained to Comrade Lao Huang. I am merely a businessman, uninterested in external matters. My sole objective is to make money, to be honest. The only reason I am present in this place is that you are willing to pay. Su Xiao's words were blunt, devoid of any ambiguity, yet, to the ears of others, they were far from pleasant. Please mind your tone. The strikingly beautiful young woman opposite Su Xiao was the first to speak, casting a disdainful glance at him as she coldly remarked, "This is not Lawn City. Even if you have slain a saint-level butcher, it does not grant you the right to be so arrogant." Su Xiao raised an eyebrow. This woman had been glaring at him with hostility since he entered the room. What on earth had he done to deserve such ire? The humble elder quickly stepped in to mediate. Since the boss is unwilling, we cannot force the issue. However, we hope you might share some insights on how to uncover the unknown, as it is crucial for us in rallying our counterattack. Their purpose for inviting Su Xiao was twofold. Firstly, to ascertain the true extent of his capabilities, for hearsay is but a shadow of reality. Yet, Su Xiao's aura remained firmly within the extraordinary realm, leading them to believe he was merely concealing his true strength. Little did they know, he was genuinely at the extraordinary level. The second aim was to recruit Su Xiao into the Slayers. For a person capable of slaying a saint-level foe must possess at least equal power. The addition of a saint-level individual could easily tip the scales in a battle of equals. The final and most significant objective revolved around Su Xiao's mysterious ability to detect the unknown. It held the potential to truly alter the fate of humanity. Thus, they were determined to pursue this avenue relentlessly. Facing the gaze of the assembled crowd, Su Xiao remained unfazed and slowly extended a hand. 5 billion. I can reveal to you all the hideouts of the unknown, and even assist you in locating their lair. His words froze the atmosphere in the office. Do not overstep. 5 billion? Do you comprehend the magnitude of that sum? The young woman's face darkened as she regarded Su Xiao, and awakened. She bore the duty and responsibility to collectively resist the invaders, rather than sit idly and demand exorbitant fees. If you possess such abilities, you ought to offer them freely to aid us in eradicating the unknown. Moreover, I have heard you possess a wealth of provisions. These are invaluable resources that should not be hoarded by a single individual, but rather unified under our management. Su Xiao stared blankly at the woman before him, as if gazing at a fool. He finally understood why, in times of chaos, it was essential to eliminate the self-righteous. Such individuals were the root of all calamity. I have already indicated how to locate the unknown. As for compensation, it appears you are unable to afford it. With a look of regret, Su Xiao slowly rose. You intend to leave just like that? The young woman scoffed. Su Xiao turned, squinting at her. What, do you wish to provide a meal as well? The young woman huffed dismissively. No. I merely wish to ascertain the extent of the strength that allows one to slay a saint-level butcher, and render you so audacious. Perhaps we could engage in a friendly spar? Faced with the woman's sudden challenge, the other 6 individuals, including the humble elder, adopted a demeanor of detached observation, showing no inclination to intervene. Xiao let out a cold laugh. From the outset, these people exuded an air of hypocrisy. They yearned to reap benefits without effort, all while feigning noble intentions, as if withholding the method to locate the unknown would brand him a villain throughout history. At this thought, the image of Li Guanqi surfaced in his mind. A figure far more forthright than these individuals. A spar. I do not engage in such frivolities. When I strike, it is a matter of life and death. You have but one chance. Think carefully. The young woman furrowed her brow, a flicker of apprehension igniting within her, for she had indeed slain a saint-level butcher. Yet, whether it was due to her own strength or some other means remained uncertain. Huang Zhongshi had merely reported that Su Xiao had killed a saint-level butcher. Without clarifying the circumstances surrounding the death, after all, it seemed rather far-fetched to claim that a talking dog had dispatched a saint-level warrior with a mere slap. As the young woman's gaze swept over the other six, her momentary trepidation dissipated. Even if she were to falter, could he truly slay her before the watchful eyes of 6 saint-level warriors? Even a divine-level being could not instantaneously eliminate a saint. Very well. I shall witness whether you possess the audacity you claim. The young woman's eyes narrowed, her demeanor transforming into one of fierce determination, her formidable aura erupting around her. In that instant, a 3-meter-long whip manifested in her hand. Crackling with arcs of lightning, a smirk graced her lips. As a wielder of lightning, coupled with the thunderous weapon, the purple lightning whip, her power would ascend to new heights. Ordinary saint-level warriors would be no match for her. The whip lashed out, imbued with a ferocious energy aimed directly at Su Xiao, an attack meant to kill. The calmness in Su Xiao's eyes vanished, replaced by an overwhelming intent to kill. So, you wish to test me? You wish to gauge my strength? Very well, then I shall demonstrate that testing me comes at a price. The moment of invincibility. Activate. Chapter 42. When I strike, it is a matter of life and death. The purple lightning whip darted towards Su Xiao like a bolt of lightning, arriving at his face in the blink of an eye. The young woman laughed coldly. You have no time to react? Is this truly your strength? A mere facade. The other 6 saint-level warriors began to harbor doubts. If Su Xiao had indeed possessed the ability to slay a saint-level butcher, how could he be so defenseless against another saint? Was he merely a highly skilled charlatan? Recalling Su Xiao's audacious demand of 5 billion, they privately nodded in agreement. As for the slain saint-level butcher, perhaps he had been gravely wounded in the desolate central region before Su Xiao fortuitously found him in Lan City. Or perhaps the slain's strength had not even reached the saint level. Contemplating the earlier scene where they had shown Su Xiao deference, they felt a twinge of irritation, even the humble elder's expression darkening slightly. Let Hong Lian teach him a lesson, otherwise, everyone will treat the slayers' headquarters as their backyard, and how could we maintain order? Just as these thoughts swirled, the purple lightning whip seemed to lose all agency. The arcs of lightning dissipating at a visible rate until it became an ordinary whip, which Su Xiao grasped effortlessly. The young woman was struck with terror as the lightning surged into the purple lightning whip. Yet it vanished without a trace, akin to a stone sinking into the ocean. Allow me to elucidate what true lightning power entails. Su Xiao's gaze remained indifferent as he regarded the young woman. His voice laced with a chilling intent to kill. In the next moment, an overwhelming energy erupted from the whip, a silver lightning bolt so potent that even a saint-level warrior could not bear to gaze upon it, consumed the purple lightning whip. The young woman's heart raced with dread as she beheld the relentless lightning power surging towards her. The energy contained within this bolt was 100-fold, 1,000-fold stronger than her own. She sought to flee, yet her hand was inexorably drawn to the whip, as if ensnared by the very lightning. "Save me!" a cry echoed, snapping the 6 saint-level warriors from their shock, prompting them to surge towards Su Xiao. Boom! But before they could take a step, a pressure akin to divine wrath enveloped the room, pinning the 6 saint-level warriors to the ground without a chance to resist. Crimson fluid began to seep from their 7 orifices. At that moment, the office door swung open. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, entered the room. Upon witnessing the scene before him, his pupils constricted. "Cease this at once." He swiftly transformed into a blur, racing towards the young woman in an attempt to separate her from the purple lightning whip. However, After only a few meters, the oppressive force descended, causing the elderly man to hunch over as if a mountain had suddenly settled upon his shoulders. His eyes widened in horror, and he gathered all his energy, channeling it into his cane to alleviate the crushing pressure. Nevertheless, the cane, made of an unknown material, could only withstand for a second before it began to warp, bending at a right angle. "Please, spare my life." Su Xiao glanced at the newcomer, his actions unwavering. The lightning power instantly engulfed the young woman, her form obliterated by the overwhelming force, leaving not even a trace of dust, only a suspended card of currency. "I warned you. When I strike, it is a matter of life and death." As the pressure dissipated, Su Xiao's voice echoed softly. The 6 fallen beings of the sacred realm, known as the Killers, struggled to rise from the ground. Their eyes directed towards Su Xiao, filled with an overwhelming dread. He was not of the sacred realm. He could not possibly be of the divine realm. The transcendent power of lightning that had just manifested could not possibly belong to a mere human. The recent scene had utterly shattered their courage. The elder with white hair was drenched in cold sweat as he hastily approached Su Xiao, bowing deeply. "Your Excellency, please temper your wrath, regardless of any negligence on their part. I implore you to spare their lives for the time being. Once this calamity passes, should they survive, I shall personally bring them before you for your judgment. I sincerely hope you can overlook past grievances and not allow this minor incident to taint our collaboration." The life of a sacred realm powerhouse was certainly not a trivial matter, yet he dared not show even a hint of dissatisfaction. Not to mention the sacred realm, even he would have met a swift demise under that flash of lightning. Su Xiao's gaze fell upon the elder, and in that moment of invincibility, all of the opponent's information was laid bare before him. Chun Chongqing, one of the 8 guardians of the Killers. Divine realm, forbidden artifact, star staff, do not attempt to probe into my secrets. I care not whether you represent justice. Should there be a next time, I will not hesitate to raise this building to the ground. You have your laws and I have my own rules. Under my rules, no one may provoke my authority. Remember, I mean everyone. Su Xiao's icy voice sent shivers down the spines of the 7, including the elder. They were humanity's most formidable warriors, with one even at the pinnacle of the divine realm, yet at that moment, they dared not even exhale. Su Xiao returned to the sofa, resuming his previous position, still at the head of the table. However, this time, no one dared to express any discontent. If life were only as it was at first sight, they would never have acted so foolishly. A single moment of folly had led to the demise of a sacred realm powerhouse. "You mentioned cooperation? I shall grant you 1 minute." Su Xiao surveyed the room and spoke indifferently. Qin Chongqing, without a hint of hesitation, quickly began to explain. "We have indeed summoned you, boss, for another matter. The situation in the wasteland has become dire. Our confrontations with the Killers have always been evenly matched, yet recently, there have been appearances of some unknown entities. Their movements are elusive, and their power is unfathomably strong. With their involvement, the balance of power between us and the Killers has begun to tip. The sacred realm killer that appeared in Lan City was able to withdraw from battle precisely because of these unknown entities. Thus, we earnestly request your assistance in locating their hideouts. Once we can trace their movements, we will have the means to eliminate them one by one." Chapter 43. Above the 99th floor, a mysterious figure. Great chapter. As Su Xiao listened to Qin Chongqing's words, he simultaneously read the thoughts within his mind, revealing a perfect alignment between the two. In the central district, the wasteland, which once was a sprawling expanse of mountains and forests, had become desolate and devoid of greenery since the arrival of the unknown, ultimately transforming into an endless wasteland. Since then, this desolate land had become the battleground for powerhouses of the sacred realm and above. From both the Killers and the Slayers, the reason these two factions had reached this unwritten agreement was entirely due to the overwhelming strength of the sacred realm powerhouses, capable of causing landslides with a mere wave of their hand. Even a casual release of energy during combat would be beyond the endurance of lower-tier awakened ones. Both factions feared the collateral damage to innocents. The Killers were cautious of harm coming to the innocent, while the Slayers equally feared the slaughter of low-tier awakened ones by the opposing side. Hence, this unwritten rule was born. However, with the appearance of the sacred realm killer in Lan City, that treaty was officially torn asunder. Thus, they had summoned Su Xiao, Yet, in their calculations, they had gravely underestimated Su Xiao's strength, resulting in the loss of a sacred realm powerhouse. I can assist you in locating the hideouts of these unknown entities, but in addition to the remuneration you owe, I shall claim half of the spoils obtained from the unknown. Upon hearing this, Chen Chongqing showed no hesitation. Very well. Let it be as the boss wishes. The most pressing concern was to eliminate these unknown entities that had emerged in the wasteland. As for the financial compensation, as long as it was not excessively outrageous, he would not refuse. Consider it a gesture of goodwill to ease the relationship with Su Xiao. Moreover, the unknown had never actively participated in the battles in the wasteland. Their sudden emergence could only signify one possibility. Their plans had been accelerated. Although the specifics of their plans remained elusive, should the killers and the unknown collaborate, it would spell disaster for them. And Su Xiao might just be the pivotal figure in this impending calamity. Therefore, they could not afford to offend this extraordinarily powerful shopkeeper. Query: location of unknown entities in the wasteland. 3 Sacred Realm, unknown entities have been located in the wasteland. Coordinates of the Sacred Realm, unknown, 3 million. Elimination of 3 Sacred Realm, unknown, 25 million. Truly outrageous. The query for an extraordinary realm unknown is merely 150,000. The Sacred Realm's fee has skyrocketed by 20 times. 3 Sacred Realm entities amount to 900,000. 2 million. I shall provide you with the coordinates of the 3 Sacred Realm unknown in the wasteland system. You have not wasted too much, Su Xiao. 3? Chen Chongqing's expression turned grave. Although he had anticipated this, he still felt a twinge of shock upon hearing there were 3 Sacred Realm unknown. Such abominable entities had not frequently appeared in the past, even if a few were occasionally spotted. They were typically low-tier minions from the Battle Realm or Extreme Realm. The unknown that had recently devoured by Hong Yu was merely at the Extraordinary Realm level. Yet this time, they were faced with 3 Sacred Realm entities right from the outset. Victory assured? Or a mutual destruction? A sense of worry began to rise within Chen Chongqing. With 2 million received, the information regarding the unknown was transmitted into Chen Chongqing's mind. Su Xiao did not linger. Knowing his moment of invincibility was limited to 4 hours. Should he encounter an unwise individual afterward, his cover would be blown. The pinnacle of arrogance lies in these 8 words. Maintain mystery. And be concise. Leave room for others' imaginations. Transaction complete. We welcome you again. A smile returned to Su Xiao's face, as if all previous events had never occurred. Observing Su Xiao's demeanor, Chen Chongqing could not help but bitterly smile. This boss truly is captivated by money. The moment the funds arrived, he was all smiles. However, Su Xiao's departure allowed them to collectively exhale in relief. Chen Lao, what level of powerhouse is he? Once Su Xiao departed, the 6 Sacred Realm beings gathered around the elder with white hair. I do not know, but I can assure you, his strength undoubtedly surpasses that of the Divine Realm. The recollection of that lightning power still haunted the elder. Chen Chongqing's words sent a tremor through the hearts of the 6, and one scholarly elder furrowed his brow. The Divine Realm represented the pinnacle of human power. What level of existence could surpass it? Another middle-aged man spoke up. Do you not find him too young? He appears to be barely in his 20s. How could someone so young possess such terrifying strength? Chen Chongqing pondered for a moment. Some prodigious individuals experience a rate of advancement that far exceeds the aging process, leading to a youthful appearance. Perhaps this person is a hidden master of timelessness. Everyone nodded in agreement, acknowledging the improbability of a 20-year-old being a powerhouse that transcends the Divine Realm. If he could be persuaded to act against the unknown. The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed as he began to propose something. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Chen Chongqing. If you do not wish to follow in Hong Lian's footsteps, it would be best to keep your thoughts to yourselves. Chen Chongqing's expression grew serious as he stated, this individual is clearly decisive and capricious. Concepts of national righteousness and distinctions between right and wrong mean nothing to him. It is far more practical to offer him direct compensation. The group fell silent, unable to comprehend why an almost invincible sovereign would be so attracted to mere material wealth. This matter must not be disclosed. Chen Chongqing's tone turned steely. Everyone nodded in agreement. Even without Chen Chongqing's admonition, they would have kept the secret. 7 Sacred Realm beings and 1 Divine Realm being had been treated like mere dogs in their own building. And one of them had even been killed. What dignity remains if it is spoken of? After reiterating a few words, Chun Chongqing transmitted the unknown coordinates provided by Su Xiao to everyone before departing from the office. He ascended through the 88th floor, ultimately emerging on the 99th floor of the towering building. Approaching a smooth wall, he lifted the starry staff now bent at a 90-degree angle and gently tapped the wall twice. Moments later, the seemingly solid wall began to rise slowly, revealing a steep wooden staircase. Chun Chongqing climbed the stairs, eventually arriving at an attic. The attic, constructed entirely of wood, bore the marks of age, with numerous insect holes dotting the timber. Giving it a rather rudimentary appearance, a figure sat cross-legged on a cushion, eyes tightly closed, lips quivering slightly, as a string of prayer beads rhythmically danced in their hands, seemingly engaged in recitation. "How is it?" A ghostly voice resonated within the attic, as the seated figure gradually opened their eyes. "Hong Lian has perished. Lan Daoming and the others are not a match for a single blow." The prayer beads in the figure's hands ceased their movement. "Hong Lian is dead?" There was a hint of astonishment in their voice. I sought to intervene. Yet, Chun Chongqing stepped forward, offering the starry staff to the individual before him. The figure accepted the now bent staff. Their once stoic gaze now infused with shock. The material of this staff was a shard of star, and merely shaping it had nearly drained the mental energy of 3 divine realm powerhouses. Even I could not leave a trace upon it. Yet now it has been bent? Chun Chongqing lowered his gaze, recalling the scene from that day. He had not attacked me, merely a pressure, but that pressure conveyed only one feeling to me. The sky had fallen. For the first time, Shen Ying's face showed a flicker of emotion, for he knew that Chun Chongqing's words were devoid of embellishment. Could it be that there truly exists a being beyond the divine realm? Chun Chongqing furrowed his brow, the wrinkles on his face appearing even more pronounced. This has long been a troubling question for him, or rather, a dilemma that has haunted all divine realm powerhouses. Before encountering Su Xiao, he had believed that the pinnacle of the divine realm was the utmost limit of this world. Yet now, his doubts seemed to have been validated. Indeed, the figure's tone was resolute. The unknown throne has remained hidden, and no one knows the extent of its power. However, a century ago, during the onset of darkness, 2 individuals witnessed its true form. It is undoubtedly an existence far surpassing the divine realm. Chun Chongqing frowned slightly. If that is the case, why does it not choose to act directly? If a being beyond the divine realm truly exists, this war would hold no suspense. The figure fixed their gaze upon a Buddha statue. Their eyes deep in thought. Based on my years of speculation, they are likely gravely injured for some reason. Their century-long concealment on Earth serves as a sanctuary for healing, using human flesh and blood to hasten their recovery. They cultivate slayers, partly because their current state is insufficient to eliminate all humanity. Even if they could, it would come at a grievous cost. Secondly, they manipulate food to incite mutual slaughter among us, thereby weakening humanity's own strength. Suddenly, Chun Chongqing seemed to recall something, speaking urgently. Recently, the unknown has been frequently appearing in the wasteland. Could it be that their strength is gradually recovering? The figure slowly shook their head. Given the current situation, it appears they have only regained a small fraction. As for that mysterious throne, it is the leader and should bear the heaviest injuries. Therefore, we must swiftly eliminate its surrounding wings before it recovers. Only then do we stand a glimmer of hope. This all hinges on that boss. Chun Chongqing sighed softly, uncertain who holds greater strength between the boss and the throne. The figure spoke somberly. We cannot place our hopes upon any individual. This is a gamble that can only yield victory, for we cannot afford to lose. Chun Chongqing nodded slightly, before a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Should we eliminate the 96th floor? The figure shook their head. His life must be preserved for now. For years, I have personally delivered pieces of intelligence into his ears, intending for him to convey it to the slayers. Only in this way can the unknown achieve gains in this war, and the duration of this conflict can be prolonged indefinitely. Otherwise, once the slayers lose their utility, the unknown will undoubtedly resort to a desperate, all-or-nothing strategy. We cannot bear such a cost. Speaking of which, many lives have been lost due to my actions, including Xiao Qi. If one day the unknown regains its strength, he will undoubtedly become the first sacrifice. With his back turned to the figure, Chun Chongqing could not see their expression. yet he sensed a subtle shift in tone. Sadness. If only, a century ago, the progenitor of civilization had chosen me. How wonderful it would have been. Chapter 44, The Little Shop's Motto. Not a single coin must be lost. Inside the little shop, Xiao and Doggy were idly playing a card game, with Doggy covered in sticky notes. Just then, a figure materialized out of thin air within the shop. Brother, you're back? Xiao tossed aside her cards and approached Su Xiao, affectionately linking her arm with his. Doggy trembled all over. The sticky notes vanishing in an instant, his eyes sparkling. Hey, how much did you earn? His expression resembled that of housewives eagerly awaiting their husband's payday. Su Xiao did not respond, yet the smile curling at the corners of his mouth revealed the joy within him. The appearance fee was 5 million, plus the 11 million gained from the transaction with Chen Chongqing, and the 4.6 million from defeating Hong Lian. This journey brought him a net income of 26 million. Su Xiao glanced at his account balance, 31.7 million. The upgrade for the invincible domain was just around the corner. Doggy, if I send Xiao or Zhao Tianwu to eliminate the unknown, would that be considered a violation? Doggy pondered for a moment before replying. The system only restricts you from taking the initiative unless the enemy comes to your door. They are considered external personnel? So it shouldn't count as a violation. Doggy's naive face bore a hint of confusion. I say the Slayer, supposed to handle the unknown? Shouldn't we just enjoy our steak and tea, waiting for them to deliver money to us? Su Xiao was speechless. Essentially, he meant to just slack off. Doggy nodded emphatically. What's wrong with slacking off? The market is already open, and money will continuously flow into your pockets. Besides, while others slack off out of indifference, we do so out of fearlessness. Let the world outside turn upside down. Su Xiao looked at Doggy in astonishment. Impressive. You're spitting out some wisdom now. Doggy, pleased by Su Xiao's praise, swayed his head. Didn't you go to the Slayer headquarters to make them aware of your existence? Once they recognize your abilities, they will instantly think of you when the unknown is mentioned. From then on, you have no trouble making money? Su Xiao extended his thumb in approval. Brilliant. You make a valid point. However, after visiting the Slayer headquarters, it became evident that the unknown had begun to stir. The members of Slayer would never be able to consume this piece of cake. Moreover, with the Slayer acting as their accomplice, they had no hope whatsoever. The crux of the matter is, these people earn far too slowly. If things were to continue as before, he would unequivocally support Doggy's approach. Slack off completely. However, now the funds required for the system upgrade are ever increasing. If he were to continue waiting idly, the enhancement of the invincible domain would become a distant dream. Slow is slow, but as long as you're within the invincible domain, you are an invincible existence. Doggy maintained a demeanor of indifference. Su Xiao shook his head. While that may be true, no one knows what will happen in the future. And didn't you mention that the supermarket domain encompasses all things in the universe? If we could spread the invincible domain to other planets, even to every corner of the universe, that would be an endless source of wealth. Even invincibility requires effort. Doggy tilted his head, thoughtfully considering Su Xiao's words, before slowly nodding. He had begun to recognize the validity of Su Xiao's viewpoint, reflecting on the times when they could barely afford steak, if not for Su Xiao's relentless efforts to rise. Actively seeking opportunities and employing cunning, perhaps the little shop would have long been closed. How could they have come this far? Upon this realization, the elder dog felt a surge of gratitude that the system had chosen Su Xiao. Although he had been somewhat miserly and a bit petty, he had never regarded it as a mere tool for amassing wealth, but rather as a companion with whom he could converse and negotiate. Elder dog, why are your eyes so red? Xiao perceptively caught the expression on the elder dog's face. The elder dog hurriedly turned his head away, stammering, I didn't sleep well last night, damn. It's rare for me to feel touched. And yet this little girl has discovered it. He cast a furtive glance at Su Xiao, only to find the latter staring intently into his eyes, mouth slightly agape. Could he have seen me cry too? Damn! You better not have rabies, Xiao. Quickly retreat. Su Xiao grasped Xiao and stepped aside, fixing a cautious gaze upon the elder dog. At this moment, the elder dog felt an overwhelming urge to kill. Truly, it was a calamity. You old hag. I was moved to tears, and you are being so petty. He shot a fierce look at Su Xiao and retorted, So what do you intend to do now? Shall we simply raise the lair of the unknown? Su Xiao lowered his arms, cautiously confirming that the elder dog wouldn't suddenly attack before responding. That's unrealistic. Although we are not afraid. We lack the funds. Su Xiao didn't even bother to investigate further. It was undoubtedly a staggering sum. I have already provided the headquarters of the Slayers with several pieces of information regarding the unknown in the Holy Realm. Once they eliminate these unknown, they will surely come looking for me. Zhao Tianwu has also gone out to spread the word, and it won't be long before the scattered shelters across the land become aware of the little shop's existence. If we add in the proactive actions of Xiao Xiao and the others, wealth from around the world will flow into our pockets. A gleam of brilliance flickered in Su Xiao's eyes, reflecting the dazzling hues of coins under the sunlight. Enhancement, method to elevate to the ultimate realm. Temporary enhancement to 50,000. Permanent enhancement to 500,000. Permanent enhancement. In the outside world, Yi Xiaoxiao's aura began to rise sharply, transforming from the battle realm to an ultimate realm powerhouse in mere moments. Enhancement, method to attain the extraordinary realm. Temporary elevation to 150,000. Permanent elevation to 1,500,000. Permanent enhancement. Before Yi Xiaoxiao could fully recover from her surprise, her previously stagnant realm surged upward once more. This time, the dual powers of ice and fire within her erupted, coalescing into a two-colored ribbon that spiraled around her. Her eyes, one icy and one fiery, rendered her almost divine. Enhancement, method to ascend to the holy realm. Temporary elevation to 4,500,000. Permanent elevation to 45 million. Forget I said anything. Farewell. Su Xiao had originally intended to directly elevate Yi Xiaoxiao to the holy realm, but was taken aback by the staggering requirement of 45 million. He cursed the system countless times in his heart, wondering if this dog system had raised the prices just because he had some money now. Given the dog system's nature, such a possibility was not entirely out of the question, however. Even at the extraordinary realm, with Yi Xiaoxiao's dual attribute abilities, she was more than capable of handling any formidable foes below the holy realm. A thought flickered into Yi Xiaoxiao's mind, revealing the hiding places of several extraordinary, unknown. Within Su Xiao's domain, do you understand our objective? Yi Xiaoxiao paused for a moment, then nodded earnestly. Not a single coin can be lost. Chapter 45. Realms Beyond the Divine. After Yi Xiaoxiao departed, only Su Xiao and the elder dog remained in the little shop. Tio escaped the elder dog's incessant and unhelpful chatter. He retreated to the supermarket system. Suspended in midair, Su Xiao gazed upward into the endless void, where countless stars twinkled, each radiating distinct strengths. Each star represented a world, a realm, or a civilization. He searched diligently for this blue planet beneath him. But there were simply too many stars, blurring his vision, and he could not locate it. Perhaps Earth was simply too small, or humanity too feeble, to shine brightly in this vast universe. Query. Method for humanity to advance to level 2 civilization. The cost to query the method for humanity to enter level 2 civilization is 3 million. The cost to assist humanity in achieving level 2 civilization is 50 billion. Su Xiao. After all this effort, I remain a pauper. Query. If a being of constant realm emerges among humanity, it will automatically ascend to level 2 civilization. Can you elaborate a bit more? Otherwise, my heart is bleeding. A song would suffice. Not possible. Su Xiao was on the verge of tears, having received such a scant response for 3 million. If this were a novel, would it not warrant a trip to Grandma's house? Constant realm? Su Xiao pondered briefly and began to grasp the system's intent. The constant realm must be the level beyond the divine realm. However, having only encountered the divine realm, he was unaware of what lay beyond it. Would you kindly assist me in querying what realms exist beyond the divine realm? Thank you very much. His voice, lacking confidence, carried a hint of sincerity. He had initially thought himself bold enough to indulge in some spending before the system, but now found that his meager funds could not even resolve a single query. Querying realms beyond the divine realm costs 100,000. Su Xiao gaped in disbelief. Has the dog system transformed? Or perhaps mutated? Why is it so inexpensive this time? Query. The realms beyond the divine realm are Level 2 civilization, Constant realm, Source realm, Dyson realm, Level 3 civilization? Why does the latter have question marks? Insufficient funds? Damn. The dog system hasn't changed. It's still the same old formula, the familiar flavor. Exiting the system, Su Xiao sipped his cold tea. According to the dog system, for humanity to progress to a level 2 civilization, a powerhouse of the divine realm must break through their limitations and attain the constant realm. Only then would they be qualified to challenge the unknown. Yet, he remained uncertain about the nature of the throne held by the unknown. Constant realm, source realm, or perhaps the highest echelon of level 2 civilization, the Dyson realm? Speculation aside, Su Xiao would never squander money on useless information. Such paid content would naturally attract inquiries in the future. Late into the night, Xiao finally returned to the little shop. The coordinates provided by Su Xiao were all approximately 300 kilometers away, and given her current prowess in the extraordinary realm, a round trip would take but a few hours. Su Xiao took the money card and cast a glance at Xiao. Instantly, the images of her formidable displays of power flooded his mind. Xiao's combat style was straightforward. Locate the coordinates, blast open the entrance, sever the heads, and leave. Those extraordinary, unknown, fell before her in a matter of moments. A dual attribute awakened being, a pure war machine. Glancing at the number on the money card, 1.6 million. While this sum was neither trivial nor substantial, Su Xiao felt quite satisfied, especially since he had only garnered a mere tens of thousands from that extraordinary, unknown, who had devoured by Hung Yu. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. Once Xiao Tianwu disseminated the news, the slayers would undoubtedly flock to him. If each were to offer him 10 or 20,000, it would amount to a considerable fortune. When it comes to making money, one should not focus on any single individual, but rather consider everyone collectively. Brother, I feel like those ugly creatures have become stronger than before. Xiao reflected on the scene, stating, although I can still dispatch them in an instant, the mental energy consumed is significantly greater than before. Moreover, their forms have also changed. Previously, they were in a vaporous state, but now they seem to be taking on a more solid shape. Su Xiao nodded slightly. Their strength was steadily recovering, and he believed it would not be long before they returned to the pinnacle of level 2 civilization. The reason the slayers sought him out was likely due to their awareness of the urgency of the situation. They needed to weaken the unknown as much as possible before their resurgence. With this ebb and flow, they could amass enough strength to confront the unseen throne. Xiao bit her lip, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. Brother, can we help them? Xiao understood clearly that this question was one she ought not to ask. Yet, with territories in shambles, homes in ruins, compatriots suffering in agony, and loved ones, families torn apart, she could not bear to witness the vibrant world fading from this starry sky. Though she harbored deep resentment for the slayers due to her grandfather's death, her greater hatred was for the unknown invaders. If it weren't for their sudden arrival, how could the world have devolved into its current state? Su Xiao perceived Xiao's thoughts and sighed inwardly. He could not allow anyone to know of the system's existence, and naturally, he was unable to elucidate its rules to Xiao. Gently ruffling Xiao's hair, Su Xiao began, Xiao, this world operates under its own set of rules. Whether one is a slayer or a butcher, or even the unknown, and indeed, those ordinary individuals, they all exist within this framework. Life and death are part of it. To put it simply, we must go with the flow. To delve deeper, everything is predetermined. Do you think that eliminating the unknown will bring humanity everlasting peace? The universe is vast and boundless. Kill Zhang San, and Li Si will take his place. If humanity wishes to turn the tide against adversity and shine in the cosmic expanse, it relies on the enhancement of collective strength, not on a so-called savior who shields them from all calamity. This is the inevitable path to the elevation of civilization. Xiao stared blankly at Su Xiao. And after a moment, she murmured, Brother, I was wrong. Su Xiao smiled gently. You are not in the wrong. Kindness is a most precious quality. However, the foundation of kindness must be built upon a detachment from the circumstances. Otherwise, once you immerse yourself in such a situation, your kindness will only bring you endless troubles without truly aiding anyone. If others are hungry while we have enough, yet we lack the means to share, then refraining from unnecessary lamentation is the greatest act of kindness. Su Xiao shook the money card in his hand. Moreover, aren't you helping them by doing this? Xiao was taken aback. Her smile radiant. Chapter 46. The enthusiastic Xiao. The night stretched long, and Xiao slept soundly. She had a long dream in which she became a young maiden on horseback, clad in unique ethnic attire. galloping across an endless prairie. When weary, she would lie upon the soft grass, gazing at the azure sky and listening to the chirping of insects and the songs of birds. In the evening, she gathered around a bonfire, singing and dancing, where a familiar figure stood with their back to her. The following morning, Xiao eagerly volunteered and requested several unknown coordinates from Xiao, swiftly vanishing from sight. This left Xiao momentarily speechless. Could it be that his words from yesterday had spurred this little girl into action? Not long after Xiao departed, Zhao Tianwu returned. Boss, the news has spread far and wide. Within an 800-kilometer radius, there are a total of 114 cities, of which 76 have turned into ghost towns. Only 38 cities still have shelters, and I believe it won't be long before people come seeking information about the unknown. However, a portion of individuals remain skeptical. Zhao Tianwu stood respectfully beside Xiao, beginning to report the results of this mission. Xiao nodded. No matter. The truth of the event requires time to ferment. Once the first person dares to take the plunge, the information will spread like wildfire. With a key in hand, success is naturally on the horizon. Hearing Su Zhao's words, Zhao Tianwu felt a quiet relief. This mission was crucial for his advancement to the extraordinary realm. If he failed or displeased Su Zhao, his hopes for promotion would vanish, and that would be the least of his worries. The thought of leaving a bad impression on Su Zhao, only to be dismissed in a fit of anger and replaced by someone else, sent a shiver down his spine. Service number 1. Such a prestigious position. I cannot allow anyone to take it from me. Zhao Tianwu's stubborn thoughts went unnoticed by Su Zhao. Elevation. Method to reach the extraordinary realm. Temporary elevation to extraordinary at 150,000. Permanent elevation to extraordinary at 1.5 million. Permanent elevation. A peculiar force suddenly descended upon Zhao Tianwu, causing his body to tremble violently, and an overwhelming joy surged within him. Thank you, boss, for your generosity. Zhao Tianwu prostrated on the ground, trembling with excitement. Had it not been for Su Zhao, given his talent, he would never have been able to break through to the extraordinary realm in his lifetime. The elevation in rank not only signified an increase in power, but also an extension of life. A powerful individual at the extraordinary realm could live to at least 300 years if they did not perish prematurely. Who would not desire to live a little longer? Having completed all this, Su Zhao leisurely reclined in a rocking chair, the fragrant aroma dissipating, now merely awaiting the arrival of the wind. However, several days passed without a single visitor to the small shop. Contrarily, Xiao's enthusiasm soared to unprecedented heights. Even pulling Zhao Tianwu into her team, each morning, before dawn, Xiao would rouse Zhao Tianwu, and together they would seek out Su Zhao for tasks. She was elated, while Su Zhao felt close to insanity. For the first time, he experienced the sensation of clocking in for work. Damn it. I am at least an invincible existence. What do they take me for? An NPC? Is there no respect left? After several days of this, his morning grumpiness grew severe, and on numerous occasions, he felt the urge to eliminate anyone in his path. Yet, despite his perpetual dark circles, the tireless efforts of Xiao and Zhao Tianwu brought in over 5 million in revenue within just a few days. Furthermore, the more than 100 unknown coordinates in his domain had directly decreased by a third. One day, as per usual, Xiao knocked on the door, collected the unknown coordinates, and turned to leave under Su Zhao's murderous gaze. Zhao Tianwu followed closely behind, a bitter smile on his face. In fact, Xiao had single-handedly slain all the unknown creatures during these past few days. Zhao Tianwu had intended to assist, but every time he prepared to strike, the unknown had already been reduced to mere fragments under the combined forces of ice and fire. Thus, he could only reluctantly take on the role of battlefield cleanup, collecting money cards, gathering heads. As for Xiao's sudden transformation from a warrior to a powerful being of the extraordinary realm, Zhao Tianwu could only feel a mixture of admiration, envy, and resentment. He envied her rapid advancement in strength, was jealous of her relationship with Su Zhao, and despised that he was not a woman. He too wished to be Su Zhao's little sister. Just as the two were preparing to leave the small shop, 5 individuals suddenly entered through the door. Brother Xiao? One of them, noticing Zhao Tianwu's flustered demeanor, exclaimed in surprise, "Out so early? Morning workout?" Zhao Tianwu. Faced with these unfamiliar faces, Zhao Tianwu strained to recall their identities. After a moment, realization dawned upon him. These individuals were members of the Slayers from a shelter located over 200 kilometers away from Lan City. If he recalled correctly, the one speaking was the instructor of the shelter, named Wang Qingyun, first to take the plunge. Xiao Tianwu thought excitedly. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Su Xiao emerge from the room. "Welcome," Su Xiao greeted with a smile, instantly captivating everyone's attention. "Who are you?" Wang Qingyun inquired, casting a puzzled look at the young man with dark circles under his eyes. Xiao Tianwu quickly interjected, "This gentleman is the owner of the small shop. He is the one who knows the coordinates of the unknown." One of the female team members asked incredulously, "Wasn't he supposed to be dashing and unparalleled? Why does he look like he is overindulged?" Su Xiao, yet, she only dared to voice her thoughts internally, for anyone able to have Xiao Tianwu, an extraordinary expert, by their side undoubtedly possessed strength at least at the extraordinary level, of course. They remained unaware that the Xiao they spoke of had recently been promoted to their ranks. "Boss, we need 5 locations for the extreme realm unknown. How much will that cost?" Su Xiao maintained his smile. Replying 100,000, Wang Qingyun pondered for a moment before responding, "If we do not find any trace of the unknown, we'll pay tenfold." Su Xiao's voice cut through the air, instantly alleviating Wang Qingyun's concerns. After all, 100,000 was no small sum for them. If Su Xiao's information proved inaccurate, months of effort would go to waste. All right. Wang Qingyun promptly transferred 100,000 into Su Xiao's account. Suddenly, a mental connection formed in his mind. A mystical method that left him in awe. He did not linger, exchanging pleasantries before leading his team away from the small shop, heading towards the coordinates in their minds. Su Xiao stretched lazily, fully aware that from this day forward, the small shop would become exceedingly lively. Chapter 47. Apologies, the atmosphere has led us here. Have you heard? The original city recently eliminated 5 extreme realm unknowns and even seized a small supply cache from one of their lairs. In a spacious office, dozens of individuals gathered, many displaying traces of envy upon hearing one person's words. They were all members of nearby shelters, convening here specifically because of this news. Damn it. I had thought that the previous individual was a fraud. But to my surprise, he truly possessed the means to locate the whereabouts of the unknown. A rugged man with a face full of beard furrowed his brows, which were almost fused together. And his voice carried a hint of regret. Who could argue otherwise? The headquarters has spent over a century researching and has yet to accurately pinpoint the hiding place of the unknown. Who could have anticipated that others would possess such capabilities? So why are we still hesitating? Indeed. Let us set forth to Lan City at once. Otherwise, if we arrive too late, we might not only miss the feast but even be deprived of a warm bowl of soup. Let us go. The crowd rose in unison, leaving the office. The same scene unfolded in various locations, and soon, a tempest swirled within an 800-mile radius centered around Lan City, as countless Slayers banded together, all heading in a singular direction. While these individuals were still en route, another message swiftly disseminated throughout the entire Slayer faction, shattering their last vestiges of doubt. At the Lan City Sanctuary, Instructor Huang Zhongshi and his team successfully eradicated a nest of unknown. Countless resources were seized, marking the first time in history that a nest of unknown was destroyed by a Slayer. Consequently, the title of Vanguard Team was bestowed upon the Slayers. Instructor Huang Zhongshi was awarded a divine power capsule and a bounty of 800,000. The remaining participating team members received a bounty of 200,000. In a small shop, a dozen figures stood neatly on the ground. Congratulations, Comrade Lao Huang. The Slayer Vanguard Team sounds quite impressive. Su Xiao jested from his rocking chair, a smile adorning his face. Huang Zhongshi chuckled, attributing their success to Bai Hao, who had drawn 2 exceptional individuals from other mobile combat teams. Otherwise, it would have indeed posed a significant challenge, of course. All of this was thanks to the boss's brilliant strategizing. Without him, we wouldn't even have located the unknown. With a casual pat on Su Xiao's back, Huang Zhongshi demonstrated his proficiency. Su Xiao chuckled lightly, inquiring, "Have you saved enough money this time?" Huang Zhongshi nodded slightly, affirming that it was sufficient. This operation had indeed yielded a substantial sum, aside from the bounty on the unknown itself and the wealth scavenged from them. There was also his own reward. Moreover, the divine power capsule he possessed had already been sold. With Su Xiao around, why bother with the so-called probabilities? Thus, all of this combined barely exceeded the milestone of 3 million. However, half of this belonged to Bai Hao, as the initial capital had been obtained from him, and the two had agreed to split the earnings. Excellent. Then I shall assist you in transcending to the extraordinary realm, Su Xiao declared. Wait a moment, boss. Huang Zhongshi, seeing Su Xiao's intentions, quickly pulled Bai Hao over. He is younger than I am, and his talents surpass mine, so this time, he is more suited. Bai Hao suddenly raised his head. Gazing intently at Huang Zhongshi's resolute face, a warm current surged through his heart. Brother Huang, you? Initially, when Bai Hao heard Huang Zhongshi mention saving enough money, a flicker of unease crossed his mind. He thought Huang Zhongshi intended to use the funds to aid his own leap into the extraordinary realm. But to his astonishment, Huang Zhongshi resolutely offered this precious opportunity to him. No. There is half of this amount belonging to you, 1.5 million. Even considering your current status as an instructor, that is still 10 years' worth of salary. Bai Hao rejected. Huang Zhongshi shook his head, asserting that this operation was primarily your effort, and given your talent combined with the abilities of a wind attribute awakened. Once you transcend to the extraordinary realm, you will undoubtedly surpass others of the same level. In future battles against the unknown, you will wield the greatest power. You are not like me. You are young, talented, and the blade that headquarters wields to shatter the darkness. A blade is meant to taste blood. How can it be hidden within the folds of a robe? Huang Zhongshi's words moved all the nearby team members profoundly, even eliciting a hint of admiration in Su Xiao's eyes. Especially Bai Hao, whose eyes were glistening with tears. Brother Huang. But, no buts. This is an order. Huang Zhongshi's expression turned grave, his tone unwavering. Have you thought it through? Su Xiao inquired. Huang Zhongshi nodded without hesitation, requesting the boss to take action. Su Xiao did not hesitate and directly entered the system space. Enhancement. Method to reach the extraordinary realm. Temporary enhancement to the extraordinary realm 150,000. Permanent enhancement to the extraordinary realm 1.5 million. Permanent enhancement. A peculiar force enveloped the small shop, and under its influence, Bai Hao's aura surged upward. The power of wind emanated from him, transforming into a small vortex that enveloped him, while Bai Hao, standing in the eye of the storm, closed his eyes slightly, feeling the formidable strength he had never possessed before. Moments later, the whirlwind dissipated, and he slowly opened his eyes. Suppressing his inner excitement, Bai Hao first bowed deeply to Su Xiao, then embraced Huang Zhongshi. If at the beginning he had chosen to remain with Huang Zhongshi due to his connection with Su Xiao, now, it was entirely out of respect and gratitude towards Huang Zhongshi. Get off. Even though I'm older, I don't want to be embraced by a man. Huang Zhongshi cursed, his face contorted with disdain. Moreover, this money I borrowed from you. Once you've earned enough, make sure to return it to me. Bai Hao ignored him, refusing to let go. This scene left the surrounding team members feeling quite uncomfortable. Please, boss, assist me in transcending to the extreme realm. At this moment, a member from a mobile combat team stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Su Xiao. Upon witnessing this, the other team members quickly reacted. Surrounding Su Xiao smiled at the individuals before him, finding them increasingly endearing. Enhancement? Method to reach the extreme realm. Enhancement? Method to reach the battle realm. Enhancement? Moments later, most of the team members had broken through their previous boundaries, attaining a new level. I want to as well. A figure emerged from the crowd, timidly stepping up to Su Xiao. What do you want? Su Xiao stared wide-eyed at her. I also want to break through to the battle realm. Noticing the few coins she possessed, Su Xiao retorted, Do you have any money? I don't have any. If you don't, then why are you making a fuss? Churan's face turned a bit awkward, and she retreated to her original position. My apologies. I didn't mean to disrupt the atmosphere. Su Xiao. Chapter 48. The Birth of the 8 Million Tragedy. Churan awakens water attribute. Huang Zhongshi kicked Bai Hao aside and pulled Churan back to Su Xiao. Boss, Churan contributed during the city defense, so this time her expenses will be covered by me. Huang Zhongshi took out a money card and transferred 160,000 from the remaining 200,000 into Su Xiao's account. He had a rough understanding of Su Xiao's charging standards. Churan's eyes brightened, and she exclaimed, Thank you, instructor. Watching her companions break through their previous boundaries, it was impossible for her not to feel envious. However, her low level meant she had missed many operations, leaving her financially constrained. Furthermore, recently the killers seemed to be up to something. halting all missions and ceasing their attacks on the city, as if they had vanished entirely, without a source of income. Poor Churan had once again resorted to nibbling on energy bars. Damn money, 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 humph. Xiao paid no mind to this, whether it was borrowing or high-interest loans, as long as it could be deposited into his account. Enhancement. Method to reach the battle realm. Temporary enhancement to the battle realm costs 8,000. Permanent enhancement. Permanent enhancement. Hurry up, hurry up. Xiao directly interrupted the system, finding it too slow. This could easily lead to misunderstandings about word count. Outside, a faint mist suddenly enveloped Churan, resembling little spirits joyfully swirling around her. Gradually, these mists began to merge, ultimately condensing into droplets the size of peas. Water attribute? Churan actually awakened the water attribute. This scene left all the members of the Slayers, including Huang Zhongshi, gaping in astonishment. Most attribute awakeners discover their attributes simultaneously at the moment of awakening, like Xiao. However, a small fraction of individuals awaken their attributes during subsequent breakthroughs. Clearly, Churan belonged to this small group. Drip, a droplet fell, and Churan successfully transformed from a spirit realm awakened to a water attribute battle realm powerhouse. Simultaneously, the balance in Xiao's account was rapidly diminishing. I am soaked. Dog system, come out here. You better explain why others break through to the battle realm for 80,000 while she is 8 million. Because she has the option to break through as a water attribute awakened. The system's voice echoed, devoid of any emotion. Why didn't you say it earlier? Xiao's heart bled, his countenance extremely grim. You wouldn't let me speak. Xiao felt an urge to slap himself twice. Would it have killed him to listen a bit more to the voice broadcasts? Now the money had been collected. His realm had also ascended. Was he really expected to shamelessly ask for it again? What difference did it make between his invincible image and a rotten egg? All for the sake of pride. He had endured enough. Inside the small shop, there was still jubilation, for the birth of an attribute awakener was, to them, a monumental event. Much like by Xiao, who, with his formidable wind attribute awakening, could easily contend with two opponents of the same realm for a short period. Should he later acquire a dedicated forbidden weapon and techniques? Facing two foes would pose no challenge. The boss was truly our lucky star. Huang Zhongshi appeared exceptionally exhilarated. Although Churan was currently only in the battle realm, her strength had yet to become apparent. However, once she, like by Xiao, broke through to the extraordinary realm, or even higher, the might of an attribute awakener would gradually reveal itself. Just imagine, in a battle between two Saint Realm powerhouses, if one were an attribute awakener. What kind of spectacle would unfold? An absolute thrashing, a brutal beating. Though not as monstrous as a dual attribute awakener, the prowess of an attribute awakener was undeniably formidable. Xiao's expression darkened. The once melodious flattery now sounded rather grating. What nonsense about being a lucky star? That was all built upon my own wealth. 3 minutes, and for a woman, I spent 8 million. A fortune god would be more fitting. Churan. I knew you were no ordinary person. How could someone with such strength be so stunning? Damn. You better be talking about strength. Is it not acceptable for Churan to possess both strength and beauty? Surrounded by admirers, Churan basked in their praise. She raised her delicate arm, her skin appearing even smoother and more refined than before, as though awakening her water attribute had subtly altered her constitution. It turns out my talent is quite formidable. She murmured to herself, a flash of vibrant color dancing in her eyes. She had developed feelings for someone, yet his strength was overwhelmingly powerful, so powerful that everything before him seemed trivial. He could resolve a crisis with but a gesture. She had once thought her mediocre gifts would forever prevent her from keeping pace with him, relegating her to silently watch from behind, but now, as an attribute awakener, she stood among the ranks of the talented. She too could earn more for him, like Xiao in his presence. She was no longer a useless burden. You love money. I do not, but I love you, from now on, in my heart. Aside from you, money is the most important thing. Thank you. Churan gazed at Xiao, genuine emotion spilling forth. How sharp were Huang Zhongshi's eyes. This scene, accompanied by an invisible background melody, made him instantly feel that there were superfluous elements in the small shop. Thus, he waved his hand, signaling his team to leave. All were surplus as they departed. Even Doggy cast a gaze of appreciation. Meanwhile, Su Xiao remained steeped in the sorrow of the 8 million debacle, pondering from whom he could extort 8 million to fill this void. Thus had no time to attend to Churan's emotional turmoil. I want to say Churan bit her lip fiercely. Faint traces of blood seeping out, her heart caught in an endless struggle. This truly distressed doggy beside her. Speak. Just say it. Humans are so indecisive. Being a dog is better. I can just climb onto someone's shoulder if I like them, I want to say. Thank you for helping me regain my confidence with 160,000. I will continue to work hard, very hard. Churan's smile returned, radiant. After casting one last deep glance at Su Xiao, she exited the small shop besides in front of Su Xiao. She had always been very proud. She aimed to prove her worth, to make Su Xiao fall for her too. However, it was better she didn't mention it. The moment she brought up money, Su Xiao jolted awake from his sorrow, only to plunge into an even deeper despair. Just thinking of 160,000 reminded him of that 8 million, causing his heart to bleed anew. Doggy. I agree. Go kill her. Chapter 49, The Slayer. Mobile Task Force, number 001. Lawn City, even a century ago, was merely a small city capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands. After the apocalypse descended, most people either perished or fled, rendering the already small city even more desolate. Yet today was somewhat different. Figures flitted across the desolate streets, moving in an oddly unified direction. Form a line. One by one, enter. Xiao Tianwu stood at the small shop's entrance, observing the lengthy queue before him, calling out, "Damn! We are extreme realm powerhouses, yet we are made to wait outside like commoners. This is outrageous." A member of the extreme realm, Slayer team muttered discontentedly from the middle of the line. "Take a good look at the realm of the one shouting," a person behind him reminded. "Isn't he the one who disseminated the information? I recall he's extreme realm him. Why can't I see his realm now?" The extreme realm, Slayer, momentarily failed to grasp the situation. Surrounding onlookers regarded him with expressions of mockery. "The only reason you can't see his realm is that he has already become an extraordinary realm powerhouse. Think about it with your thick skull. Even the doorman is extraordinary realm. What kind of terrifying existence must the boss inside be?" Feeling humiliated by the crowd's jests, the extreme realm, Slayer, promptly shut his mouth. Scanning the area and noticing several extraordinary realm individuals quietly waiting in place, this only exacerbated his sense of being an eyesore. Next, Xiao Tianwu's voice rang out, and the person at the front stepped inside first. "Boss, I need the coordinates for 3 battle realm, unknown, and 1 extreme realm, unknown." Su Xiao nodded, beginning to search for suitable information within the invincible domain. Moments later, a stream of mental energy flowed into the individual's mind. 32,000. The Slayer did not hesitate, promptly transferring the funds into Su Xiao's account, bowing slightly before turning to leave. Next, time passed second by second, and before long, it was noon. The unknown coordinates within Su Xiao's invincible domain had mostly sold out. The remaining dozen or so coordinates included 3 Saint Realm unknown, 8 Extraordinary Realm unknown, and 1 unknown. Next, the sheer number of unknown was vast, with varying realms. This was no ordinary task force that could handle. Conversely, the number of people lining up was increasing, which posed a dilemma for Su Xiao. Was he to pay the dog system to query coordinates located 800 kilometers away? Having grown accustomed to feasting at no cost these past few days, he was clearly reluctant to do so. Glancing at his balance, 38.4 million. Still a bit short of 50 million. If he could enhance his invincible domain once more, he could pull off another empty-handed deal. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. "Did I see that correctly? Even they have come." "You're not mistaken. It's indeed them. I remember they've been in the wasteland battling the Slayers. How could they be here?" "Haven't you heard? The Slayers have recently gone quiet, as if they've suddenly ceased all activity. But think about it. They must not be up to any good. Well, this is splendid. The meat eaters have arrived. Hopefully, we can still sip some soup," as the crowd murmured. 5 figures slowly approached from a distance, dressed entirely in black tactical gear, with a silver and white belt cinched at their waists. They appeared even taller and more imposing. On the chests of the 5, a line of numbers was embroidered in golden thread. 001. Now, this would be a spectacle. I refuse to believe that even the doorman would dare block these individuals. The eyesore's voice rang out again, but this time, no one dared to retort. The mobile task force number 001. The ace team from headquarters, the true spearhead. To join the 001 team, there was but one requirement: under 30 years of age. Above Saint Realm, 5 team members, 5 Saint Realm powerhouses. Moreover, each one was an exceptionally talented prodigy. This time, even the boss would likely come out personally to welcome them. The eyesore was infectious. One spoke, and another followed as the 5 approached. The surrounding chatter abruptly ceased, and all gazes were filled with reverence. Not only their instructors and mentors, but even the higher-ups from headquarters would bow in respect upon encountering these individuals. Because they do not belong to any specific faction, they heed only the commands of one individual. That is the leader of the killers. Xiao Tianwu gazed intently at the 5 individuals before him, their formidable presence unmistakably revealing their strength. Each one possessed the power to eliminate him in an instant. Form a line. Xiao Tianwu's expression remained unchanged as he spoke calmly. You are indeed powerful, but only in my eyes. Before the boss, even Li Guanxi becomes merely little Li. Let alone you. A surge of emotions coursed through Xiao Tianwu. This was the confidence that Su Xiao instilled in him. It allowed him to maintain an air of tranquility even when facing 5 formidable beings of the sacred realm. How audacious! Did he truly dare to obstruct them? Was he out of his mind? Any one of these individuals could easily crush him with a single blow. To demonstrate such loyalty, willing to sacrifice their lives. Everyone was astonished by Xiao Tianwu's actions, thinking him a fool with a stubborn mind. Did he not fear bringing calamity upon his boss? However, the subsequent scene truly left them all in shock. Among the 5, a young man standing in the center placed a hand over his chest and slowly bowed. The others mirrored his movements in unison. Captain Jian E of the Killers, 001 Mobile Combat Team, greeting the boss. His voice boomed, resonating like thunder. It echoed in the hearts of all present. How could this be? Their identities did not require such grand gestures even before the leader. Yet here they were, bowing to a mere boss. Could it be that the boss's status surpassed that of the leader? An absurd thought suddenly emerged in everyone's minds. Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, the 5 members of the mobile combat team completed their bow and directly approached the end of the line. Form a line. Not a trace of dissatisfaction was evident on their faces. Witnessing this scene, a faint smile crept upon Xiao Tianwu's lips. To lean against a mighty tree is to enjoy its shade. Chapter 50. Half the world clearly understood. Su Xiao observed the commotion outside with keen interest, delighted by the identities of the newcomers. Was this not a timely boon? Come in. Although he did not specify names, everyone understood whom he referred to, their gazes collectively directed towards the end of the line. The 5 elite team members did not dare to hesitate, promptly making their way into the small shop. The matters concerning Su Xiao at the Killers' headquarters had been classified as highly confidential. Even Huang Zhongshi, who accompanied them, had received no inkling of it. They were unaware that within such a short span, a high-ranking member of the Killers had met his demise. Yet they were fully aware of the implications. If it were merely this, it would not suffice to incite such urgency in them. After all, even the sacred realm was not an unattainable existence in their eyes. With their exceptional talents, attaining the sacred status was merely a matter of time. However, prior to their arrival, that man had uttered one simple phrase. A phrase that was profoundly shocking. Above the sacred realm. These 4 words utterly shattered their pride. Entering through the door and gently closing it, they cautiously assessed the young man reclining in the rocking chair. A flicker of doubt crossing their eyes. Was he not a tad too youthful? Su Xiao was also observing them, yet the more he looked, the greater his astonishment. For from Jian Yi's heart, he perceived a particular figure. Li Guanxi, however, he quickly dismissed this thought. Although the 2 bore an uncanny resemblance, their demeanor and gaze were unmistakably different. Such a phenomenon? Twins. Though surprised internally, he maintained an expression devoid of any reveal. Shouldn't you be restraining the sacred beings of the Slayers in the wasteland? Why have you come to my domain? Do you also lack bounty? Su Xiao regarded the 5 individuals with keen interest, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Jian Yi stepped forward and slightly nodded. Recently, with unknown, frequently appearing, the Slayers have fallen silent. Moreover, after we encircled and eliminated 3 sacred, unknown beings in the wasteland a few days ago, the Slayers have retreated from the battlefield entirely. The reason remains unknown. Su Xiao nodded. So you wish to seize this opportunity to launch a counteroffensive against unknown? Jianyi's expression grew grave as he replied solemnly, "Our time is limited." Wink with a frown. Unknown grows stronger by the day. If we wait until their strength is restored to its peak, we will have no chance of victory. Only the boss possesses the capability to discern their whereabouts. We implore you to assist us." The five bowed collectively, their demeanor exceedingly earnest. Xiao smiled faintly. Of course. Query. Coordinates of other, unknown. Within 800 kilometers. Package query. There are a total of 12 coordinate locations within 800 kilometers. To query specific coordinates, it will cost 18 million. To eliminate all unknown, it will amount to 130 million. System brother, your pricing seems rather perplexing. Are you attempting to swindle me? Querying a sacred, unknown, requires 3 million. There are 3 among these coordinates, totaling 9 million. The remaining coordinates are distributed in the form of nests, although the number of the unknown within is considerable. It should not cost 9 million, should it? Standing within the system space, Xiao wore an expression of caution. After such a lengthy engagement with the system, he felt perpetually at a disadvantage. It was always the system voicing demands while he bore the financial burden. There was no room for negotiation. Regardless, you are also exploiting them, the emotionless voice echoed once more, leaving Xiao momentarily stunned. That was a valid point. 40 million. I will provide you with the coordinates of 3 sacred, unknown, and some unknown nests. Although the strength of the unknown had indeed increased, the 5 of them could easily manage. Upholding the principle of extracting more from those with wealth and less from those without, Xiao declared his price. Agreed. Jianyi did not hesitate. As the strongest elite team, they could afford this sum. Upon receipt of the payment, Xiao transmitted the information into Jianyi's mind. After confirming the coordinates of the unknown, Jianyi and his 4 teammates bowed and took their leave. Once they departed, Zhao Tianwu approached Xiao. Boss, the crowd outside is growing increasingly numerous. Xiao's eyes brightened, the smile on his face widening. Upgrade. Upgrade successful. Your current balance is 10.4 million. The next upgrade requires 10 billion or an eternal realm life form X1 as a reward. 1 secondary civilization mother seed. With the upgrade of the invincible domain successfully completed, the originally stagnant divine sense, confined to 800 kilometers, began to surge forth uncontrollably. Countless scenes were enveloped by this divine sense, all manifesting vividly in Xiao's mind. The killers, headquarters, sacred, unknown, nesting sites. The hiding places of sacred realm, unknown, along with an oddly shaped, dark structure resembling a chaotic pile of stones, and a woman in purple clothing. Oh, is that not the purple spirit? Why can I not find the little Li's figure? Xiao searched the entirety of the invincible domain, yet could not locate Li Guanqi's presence. This indicated that the latter was currently beyond the reach of the invincible domain. Could he have fallen victim to the unknown? Xiao furrowed his brows. During their initial meeting, he had been somewhat taken aback. This fellow, as the premier of the Slayers, had managed to avoid shedding a single drop of killer's blood in a century. Had he been in unknown's position, the grass atop Li Guanqi's grave would have grown 3 meters high. Yet the unknown had permitted him such leeway, likely tied to the secret he harbored in his heart. Reflecting on the secret that required 1 billion for a simple inquiry, he felt a pang of regret. If Li Guanqi were truly dead, it would be a loss greater than the 8 million tragedy. Nevertheless, one must maintain an optimistic outlook. Xiao began to console himself. What if he had merely been severely wounded? With this thought, he found himself uplifted once more. This upgrade had expanded the invincible domain from 800 kilometers to 3,200 kilometers. Although this increase was not as substantial as before, this area now encompassed half of the divine land. Half the world clearly understood. How magnificent! How extraordinary! In former times, such a reach would have guaranteed fortune in courier services. An eternal realm life form? A secondary civilization mother seed. Xiao narrowed his eyes. The eternal realm life form was comprehensible, representing a secondary civilization above the sacred realm. But what on earth was this secondary civilization mother seed? Dog? System brother? Please elucidate. The civilization mother seed is the crystallization of a civilization's achievements. It can significantly shorten the time required for civilizational evolution. Once a life form acquires a civilization mother seed, it will grow at an accelerated pace. Upon reaching the ultimate limit of its civilization level, its species will leap toward the next tier of civilization, albeit at the cost of draining the vitality of the life form that possesses the mother seed. Listening to the system's explanation, Xiao was profoundly shocked. This was nothing short of a self-sacrificial endeavor to benefit others, a guaranteed tragic fate. Such a mindset, willing to bear the world's burden while refusing to impose upon it. It was tragic, foolhardy, yet undeniably magnificent. Then, could I not simply find someone at random to complete the evolution of human civilization in a short span of time? Xiao's eyes gleamed with excitement. If that were indeed the case, the headquarters of the Slayer would certainly go to great lengths to facilitate this transaction with him. No. The progenitor of civilization will only select the life form most likely to become the harbinger of evolution. Only one can exist within a species. Xiao sighed in resignation. The demands are truly excessive. Alas, the plan for overnight riches has been dashed. I suppose it's best to return to the grind. Next, Chapter 51. Unknown Throne emerges. Thousands of miles away from Lan City, in a barren expanse, a chasm stretching for thousands of feet lay exposed beneath the heavens. It resembled a long scar etched upon the earth. With a bottomless abyss within its center, a cave, towering at a height of 100 feet, stood starkly. Its appearance suggested that a mountain had been hollowed out by some divine force. Inside the cave, a mountain of bones lay heaped, filling the dim space. In this eerie and terrifying place, even the air seemed to congeal. Due to prolonged dampness, water droplets had condensed on the rocky walls surrounding the cave, now dripping steadily into a puddle on the ground. Ding dong! Ding dong! Li Guanqi stood with his hands clasped behind his back in the empty cave, his gaze fixated on the mound of bones, his expression devoid of emotion. However, the hands behind him appeared slightly pale from gripping too tightly. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy rippled through the void ahead, as countless gray gases materialized, beginning to converge before him. Li Guanqi immediately felt his mental energy being tugged by a formidable force, almost as if it were attempting to extract him. With a thought, the aura of a transcendent being erupted from within him, resisting the gravitational pull capable of shredding a saintly being to pieces. Moments later, the gray gas ceased to appear, and the immense suction vanished before him, a gray creature, towering 100 feet in size. Manifested. The creature's singular vertical eye on its face loomed like a colossal tower, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Bow before the throne. Li Guanqi allowed his hands to fall naturally, inclining his body slightly. Humph! A facade of politeness. Do not think I am oblivious to your hidden agendas. The 100-foot unknown spoke in a frigid tone, its eyes brimming with palpable malice. You wish to withdraw all slayers, to grant those people a moment to breathe? For years, you have deliberately left vulnerabilities for the slayers. Do you think I am unaware? Do not assume that because you possess the progenitor of civilization, I am afraid to eliminate you. A wisp of gray energy shot forth from its fingertip, instantly reaching Li Guanqi. Boom! The latter's body was hurled like a cannonball, crashing violently against the nearby rock wall. Dust billowed as large fragments of stone tumbled down, causing the entire cave to tremble. Cough, cough. Blood continuously spewed from Li Guanqi's mouth, and he sensed his mental energy beginning to dissipate. With a single strike, a transcendent being was gravely injured. Rising from the rubble, Li Guanqi approached the 100-foot unknown once more. The reason I withdrew the slayers is that our plans have encountered unforeseen variables. Li Guanqi coughed a few times, wiping the blood from his lips before continuing. Recently, our movements have frequently been exposed to the slayers. Even your hiding place has not escaped their notice. Therefore, I suspect someone has acquired a means to ascertain your location. They are in the light while we are in the dark. The situation is evidently unfavorable for us. So it would be prudent to withdraw everyone to conserve our strength. The 100-foot unknown gazed at Li Guanqi, its piercing voice echoing. Variables? What variables? Li Guanqi bowed slightly. I am currently investigating. Grant me a month, and I shall ascertain the cause. The 100-foot unknown scoffed. A month? By then, my kin will likely have all been slaughtered. As soon as the words left its mouth, its massive form began to shrink rapidly. And in the blink of an eye, it had coalesced into the shape of a young human. Li Guanqi's pupils constricted as he noticed that the humanoid half of the being had solidified into a flesh and blood form akin to a human. Thick capillaries were proliferating within. No need to investigate. Before long, my strength will be fully restored. At that time, regardless of the variables, I shall eliminate them all. Feeling the surging power within, the humanoid, unknown, bore a scornful smile, radiating an air of supreme confidence. What could a nascent first-level civilization possibly hold that would command its respect? Were it not for the injuries sustained at the hands of those damned ant-men, it would not have been forced to remain in this desolate place for over a century. The humanoid, unknown, tested its unfamiliar body, casting a glance at Li Guanqi. "As for you, it is your supreme honor to sacrifice for civilization." The humanoid, unknown, waved its hand, and Li Guanqi instantly vanished from the cave, reappearing within the black structure. "Humph! A lowly civilization dares to plot against me. Were it not for the progenitor of civilization choosing you, I would have long since disposed of you." Casting a disdainful glance at the spot where Li Guanqi had disappeared, the humanoid, unknown, raised its palm and grasped the air, causing a pitch-black portal to suddenly materialize before it. Strange, brutal energies and anguished cries echoed from within. "Dong Lingyun, from this moment forth, you shall be the premier of the Slayers. I command you to breach humanity's final defenses within a month and bring back all those flesh and blood beings. Go, prove your worth. Upon completion, I may consider allowing you to remain by my side forever, even assist you in ascending to the second level of civilization." Within the peculiar space of the portal, a figure was suspended midair, bound and ensnared. Countless gray gases swarmed around him, like voracious maggots, incessantly eroding his flesh. With each movement of the gray gases, the agony etched upon his face deepened. Upon hearing the words from outside, he suddenly raised his head, his previous despondence vanishing, replaced by boundless insanity. If one were nearby, they would notice that his pupils had transformed into slender vertical slits. Chapter 52. Is he giving up? So shall we. Within the black structure, as soon as Li Guanqi's figure materialized, he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his body swaying precariously. Ziling, concealed beneath her purple robe, narrowed her eyes, then hurried to Li Guanqi's side, supporting him in her embrace. "You are injured?" A hint of astonishment flickered in her eyes. Who in this world could wound a peak transcendent being so gravely? However, a terrifying thought suddenly crossed her mind, and she gasped. Could it be that it has recovered? Li Guanqi struggled to straighten his body, his handsome visage etched with deep concern. Not yet. It appears to have regained only half of its strength. Even so, before its might, my peak transcendent power is utterly insignificant. That seemingly casual strike nearly cost me my life. Had it been a typical transcendent being, they would have long since perished. Moreover, this time, it truly harbors murderous intent towards me. Ziling's heart sank, her brows knitting together. You possess its progenitor of civilization. Does it truly dare to kill you? Li Guanqi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied. The reason they have kept me around all this time is that they wish to exploit the progenitor of civilization within me to hasten their return to the second level of civilization. Once I break through to the transcendent realm, their power will instantly be restored to its zenith. But what if they regain their strength before that? Then I would be utterly worthless before them. After all, this war has dragged on for far too long. It has already been sufficient for them to escape their current predicament. Ziling understood, finally grasping why Li Guanqi had previously endeavored to impart wisdom upon her, forcefully elevating her from the spirit realm to the pinnacle of the saintly realm. He had been suppressing his own level of power. If this is truly the case, they will undoubtedly launch a final purge against humanity. With this realization, Ziling's expression grew somber. After all, she too was human. Unlike others who were blinded by the allure of the unknown, she had been by Li Guanqi's side since childhood. She understood, at least to some extent, the principle of the hunted dog being cooked once the rabbit is dead. Li Guanqi nodded. Without a doubt, the Slayers will bear the brunt of the assault. Only after both Slayers and Killers have fought to mutual destruction will they emerge to clean up the aftermath. Moreover, Dong Lingyun will undoubtedly become the blade that unknown uses to pierce through humanity's defenses. In the depths of Ziling's eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered as she coldly remarked, I should have killed him earlier. Li Guanxi, with a faint smile, replied, even if you had slain him, unknown, another Zilingian or Nilingian would emerge. Many have already lost their true selves in this war, leaving only a thirst for power and a bloodthirsty greed. I have always wished to prolong the war, allowing ample time to seek out unknown, more vulnerabilities, yet now it seems that all schemes are futile in the face of absolute strength. His gaze was profound, peering into the distance. Xialing followed his line of sight, her heart instantly comprehending his intent. Are you going to seek that boss? Li Guanxi remained silent, still gazing into the vastness. Suddenly, the aura of dejection that enveloped him vanished as if he had shed a tremendous burden. Yes, we shall find him. Damn it, with such great power, why must he hide away in a corner? Languishing? If he lays low, so shall we. Bring all the money. This time, we shall not return. For the first time, astonishment appeared in Xialing's eyes, for she had never witnessed Li Guanxi uttering profanity. He resembled a street rogue. Much like the proprietor of that small shop. Outside the shop, a throng surged. Everyone stood in an orderly queue, their faces devoid of impatience. Among the line were several members of the mobile combat team. Yet even they dared only to whisper, refraining from raising their voices. The esteemed individual inside was one whom even 001 treated with utmost respect. It must be said that the arrival of Jinny and his companions indeed brought a significant influx of customers to the small shop. What business do you have here with your meager skills? Su Xiao sipped the tea brewed by Yi Xiao, casting a disdainful glance at Churan standing before him. Churan, feeling indignant, retorted, "What's wrong with having meager skills? Catching a mouse makes one a good cat. Besides, I am a water attribute awakener. A genius, do you understand?" The moment water attributes were mentioned, Su Xiao nearly crushed his teacup in his grip. "You are invincible." He hastily transmitted several coordinates of battlefields, unknown, to Churan, eager to avoid her chatter to go on. "Catch those mice." Churan transferred money into Su Xiao's account, snorted, and turned to leave, clearly irked by Su Xiao's disdain. Watching Churan depart, Yi Xiao chuckled. Sister Churan seems to have transformed completely, battling, unknown, daily, and she appears to have developed quite the obsession with wealth. Recalling Churan's haggling with Su Xiao over a bucket of instant noodles yesterday, Yi Xiao found it amusing for the reason. Su Xiao was well aware, but chose not to elaborate. Zhao Tianwu also discerned a hint of it, but dared not speak. Love-struck fool, Doggy lay listlessly on the sofa. Mumbling that a dangerous gaze fell upon him, prompting Doggy to quickly shut his eyes and feign sleep. Bro. At this rate, humanity may truly have hope. Observing the crowd that extended 2 streets away, Yi Xiao's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. For every individual who exited the small shop signified another, unknown, eliminated. Su Xiao scoffed, looking at the naive girl. This is just the beginning. The foes we have vanquished are mere pawns. The true victors of this war will be those above the holy realm. Upon hearing Su Xiao's words, Yi Xiao exclaimed, her hope rapidly diminishing. Then, does that mean all their efforts are in vain? Su Xiao drained his teacup, assuring her, of course not. One must advance with hope and seek opportunities amidst that progress. If you were to inform them, rest easy, the opponents are a level 2 civilization, we cannot win. Then this war would never have endured until now. Had it not persisted, they would never have encountered me. Perhaps there is still a chance. A spark ignited in Yi Xiao's eyes as she exclaimed, Bro, do you mean you will take action? Su Xiao paused. No. I mean, will they be willing to pay? Chapter 53, Humanoid, Unknown. Dong Lingyun. Su Xiao's words prompted Yi Xiao to roll her eyes in exasperation. Oh my goodness, at this time, you're still thinking about making money. Humanity is on the brink of extinction. What use is there for so much money? Yi Xiao felt tears welling up, while Su Xiao remained at a loss for words. Why, dear sister? No matter the circumstances, money must be earned. If I do not earn, humanity will truly face extinction. Su Xiao's thoughts were beyond Yi Xiao's comprehension. In her frustration, she requested several unknown coordinates from Su Xiao and ventured into the wilderness. If there is no hope, then so be it. Let us hunt a few more unknown, to break even. After Yi Xiao's departure, the small shop resumed its usual rhythm, with a steady stream of customers entering and exiting, and Su Xiao's balance rapidly increasing. Yet, he was still far from the next upgrade of the invincible domain. Just then, a figure appeared on the street. The newcomer was a kindly old man, a gentle smile gracing his face. Though dressed simply, he radiated an aura of righteousness. Such a person elicits a natural fondness upon first glance. His arrival seemed almost magical, unnoticed by anyone until he reached the small shop, whereupon they recognized his presence. What a benevolent old grandpa! A young woman at the front of the line, upon seeing the old man's visage, felt a surge of affection. The old man nodded at her, his warm voice resonating. "Young lady, I have urgent matters to discuss with the boss, and I humbly wish to exchange our positions, if I may." With that, a divine power capsule appeared in the old man's hand as he continued, "Consider this as a condition for the exchange." What say you? Some sharp-eyed individuals had already spotted the divine power capsule in the old man's hand, astonished while speculating about his identity. After all, being able to casually produce a divine power capsule worth 300,000 could not possibly mean he was an ordinary individual. The young woman's eyes brightened. Being merely a small player in the battlefield, the allure of a divine power capsule was immense. Moreover, it merely meant entering a bit later, which would not significantly impact her. All right, she accepted the divine power capsule from the old man, her fondness for this stranger deepening. Xiao Tianwu furrowed his brow. This was the first time he encountered someone attempting to cut in line. However, since no one else objected, he chose not to intervene. After all, their money would eventually find its way into the boss's pocket. Next, with a member of the killing order stepping out, Xiao Tianwu's voice rang out coolly. The old man nodded at Xiao Tianwu and slowly entered. Xiao Tianwu glanced back at the old man's retreating figure, a sense of curiosity swelling within him. Logically, someone who was so generous should not be an ordinary person. And what business would an ordinary person have in this place? However, if he were an awakener, Xiao Tianwu should have sensed his aura in the time since countless members of the killing order had passed before him, and with his keen perception, he could detect even the faintest presence of a holy realm expert. Yet this old man felt no different from an ordinary person. Upon entering the room, the old man walked straight up to Su Xiao, his expression unchanged. Su Xiao's gaze sharpened, internally acknowledging the intrigue. Xie Qingnan, one of the 8 guardians of the killing order, divine realm, forbidden artifact, chasing cloud sword, lifelong aspiration, to become the leader of the killing order, helmsman of the 96th floor of the killing order, headquarters. I have heard that the boss possesses the ability to perceive, unknown, hence I have come to pay my respects. Xie Qingnan nodded slightly to Su Xiao, his face radiating kindness. Su Xiao's lips curled into a knowing smile as he regarded the elderly figure before him. I am all-knowing. Oh? Xie Qingnan appeared slightly taken aback, then smiled. In that case, I have a question to pose to the boss. Su Xiao raised a hand. Speaking, feel free to ask, whether it concerns fate, love, or the desires that dwell within your heart. I can assist you in fulfilling them, of course. The condition is that you must be able to afford it. Upon mentioning desires, a subtle change passed over Xie Qingnan's countenance before he swiftly regained his composure. My only wish is for humanity to survive this calamity. His expression turned somewhat melancholic. I wish to inquire if there remains any possibility for humanity to survive this disaster. After posing his question, Xie Qingnan stood silently, gazing at Su Xiao. You wish to uncover the secrets of fate, do you? This predicament is rather costly. Su Xiao's expression darkened as he eventually spoke. Very well, 50 million. I shall sacrifice a portion of my lifespan to unveil the secrets of the heavens for you. Xie Qingnan effortlessly transferred 50 million into Su Xiao's account, seemingly genuinely concerned for the survival of humanity. Su Xiao squinted slightly, his fingers moving chaotically for a moment before he calmly intoned. A glimmer of hope. Xie Qingnan raised an eyebrow, his voice low. Where lies this hope? Su Xiao shook his head, stating that this was an entirely different matter. Moreover, the reward required for this inquiry was beyond your means. Xie Qingnan's brow furrowed slightly as he clasped his hands behind his back, his mind racing with calculations. Moments later, a smile returned to his face, and he declared, in that case, I shall not trouble you further. As Su Xiao observed Xie Qingnan's retreating figure, a playful smirk crept onto his lips. Since he had come this far, would it not be entertaining to slay a few, unknown, for sport? Xie Qingnan paused, turning with a smile. Old man has more pressing matters to attend to. With that, he ambled away from the small shop. Did he intend to kill me? It seems the Slayer headquarters has kept him in the dark regarding that cane. Su Zhao's voice echoed within the confines of the shop. After departing, Xie Qingnan journeyed northward, the overwhelming aura of a divine realm expert unmistakably radiating from him. Within less than an hour, he had traversed over 1,500 kilometers. Before him lay an empty city, and with a few flickers, he arrived at a dimly lit building. The moment he stepped inside, the stench of blood assailed his senses, causing him to wrinkle his brow. A figure, hair disheveled and akin to a specter, sat cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by countless lifeless bodies, drained of vitality. "When do you plan to take action?" Observing the near blood-soaked apparition, a hint of disdain crossed Xie Qingnan's face. The specter slowly opened its eyes, the pale vertical stripes in its pupils emanating a chilling light. "Within a month, the Slayer's headquarters shall be reduced to rubble." Its voice was as sharp as iron, cutting through the air. "No, a month is far too long. I sense that someone at headquarters is beginning to suspect me. Once exposed, I will surely perish at their hands." Xie Qingnan's face turned ashen. His voice raised in anger. "For years, I have risked my life to deliver intelligence to you, hoping you would assist me in seizing the position of leader. Yet after all this time, you cannot even breach their gates. Pathetic." But in the next moment, he abruptly noticed the specter had vanished, only to feel a bloodied hand seize him from the air. "Who are you calling pathetic?" A grotesque and terrifying visage loomed close to Xie Qingnan, and he felt his spiritual energy being drawn toward the specter's palm. Xie Qingnan's heart raced with dread. You have broken through?" The specter released its grip, its voice icy. "Should there be a next time, I will certainly kill you. The flesh of a divine realm expert may allow me to ascend further." Xie Qingnan feigned calmness. Speaking solemnly, "You forcibly broke through to the pinnacle of the divine realm through the power of flesh and blood, yet you fear no backlash. In your current state, how are you any different from unknown?" The specter scoffed disdainfully. "Unknown? What of it? What I crave is power, greater power." At this point, its expression grew frenzied. "If it weren't for that damned Li Guanqi, I would not have been reduced to this state. Had the Slayers been in my grasp, the headquarters would have already become a sea of blood. All of this is his doing. I will reclaim everything that belongs to me, and then I shall devour him piece by piece." Cackling ominously, Xie Qingnan felt a shiver run down his spine. He realized that the second in command of the Slayers, Dong Lingyun, had irrevocably transformed into a human-shaped unknown. "I will find an opportunity to divert those old fools at headquarters. That shall be your moment to strike." Leaving those words behind, Xie Qingnan turned to depart. After only a few steps, he halted, turning back to say, "Before I forget, prior to my arrival, I visited Lan City, and the shopkeeper imparted a phrase to me. Humanity still clings to a thread of hope." Dong Lingyun's eyes glimmered with murderous intent once more. It was that shopkeeper who had caused him to suffer in the netherworld. Humph, merely a charade. When the unknown army descends en masse, I shall see just where this so-called hope resides. Chapter 54. A gentleman does not speak. A man does not regret his moves on this day. Lan City welcomed two unfamiliar faces. A young man clad in green, appearing no older than 20, had one hand casually behind his back while the other held a string of prayer beads across his chest. Half a step behind him followed an elderly man with white hair, gripping a curved cane. The pair moved at a leisurely pace, yet with each step, the surrounding space rippled slightly, and they would appear several dozen paces ahead. Before long, the old and the young arrived at the corner of the small shop. "It seems the proprietor's business is thriving." Observing the long queue before him, the young man in green smiled. The elderly man spoke slowly. "Ever since you sent Jian Yi and the others here, this place has become unusually lively." The young man retained his smile. "Since he has sent his subordinates to spread the word, he wishes for everyone to be aware of his existence. After all, he possesses the ability to discern unknown. So why not return the favor? A win-win situation." The elderly man furrowed his brow, pondering whether his actions were genuinely motivated by financial gain. The young man gazed intently at the small shop in the distance, his eyes deep with contemplation. Considering his previous actions, he likely was not one to concern himself solely with the woes of the world before his own. "I suspect money holds a special significance for him. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in the young man's eyes as he stepped toward the small shop. Come, I am eager to see what peculiar qualities this legendary shopkeeper, who can perceive all, possesses. Xiao Tianwu sat at the entrance, idly yawning. 3 days had passed, and the queue outside showed no signs of diminishing. Though as a transcendent realm expert, he could easily go 10 days without rest without discomfort. The monotony of the situation inevitably dulled his spirits. He found himself somewhat envious of Xiao, who could venture out to hunt a few, unknown, for some excitement, far more pleasant than his own role as a mere doorkeeper. Of course, he could only harbor envy, as he dared not voice any complaints. Casually glancing at the lengthy line, he was about to withdraw his gaze when suddenly he looked up, his dull eyes sharpening with clarity. For he had just glimpsed a familiar figure. Upon confirming, Xiao Tianwu opened his mouth to speak, but upon seeing the queue before him, he quickly fell silent. Instead, he hastened to the two and gestured for them to enter. The young man in green was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the respectful demeanor of the other. You know me? Given his status, even outside, there were few who recognized him, and even at the Slayers' headquarters, no more than 10 were aware of his identity. This was why his arrival had elicited no reaction from the Slayers. Xiao Tianwu's mind raced, pondering whether the master had lost his memory. Had he not just been here not long ago? Then he glanced at the surrounding crowd, suddenly realizing, thank goodness I am clever. If I were to reveal his identity in front of these Slayers, it would surely cause chaos. Chaos is one thing, but what if it angered this benefactor? In such a situation, the boss might not hesitate to skin me alive. With that in mind, Xiao Tianwu maintained a respectful demeanor and remained silent. Whatever will be, will be. His actions, however, left the surrounding patrons in shock. They had never witnessed Xiao Tianwu express such deference toward anyone other than the proprietor. Even when Jenny visited, Xiao Tianwu had maintained an expression of stern neutrality. Yet this moment swiftly quelled any dissatisfaction among those in line. This individual must either possess immense strength or be a VIP. The young man in green paid little mind to the reactions. Following Xiao Tianwu into the small shop, boss, these 2 coordinates are far too distant. A round trip would require 2 to 3 days. Dio, you have a solution? Huang Zhongshi chuckled awkwardly at Su Xiao from across the tea table. Old Huang, are you questioning my abilities? Su Xiao shot an indignant glance at Huang Zhongshi before stepping into the system space. Query. Methods to shorten the journey. Must be the fastest, the cheapest, ideally, free. No way. Su Xiao. Very well. Seeking the cheapest option, level 1 spatial shuttle, a single-use item, can traverse any location within a 2,000-kilometer radius. 150, 000, 1, 300, 000. Su Xiao quoted. Huang Zhongshi, without a moment's hesitation, promptly transferred the funds into Su Xiao's account, after which an oval object, approximately a foot in length, materialized in his hand. I've already sent you the usage instructions. Safe travels, Su Xiao remarked with a smile. Huang Zhongshi was inwardly astonished, pondering where his boss procured such peculiar items. Nevertheless, he now harbored unwavering trust in Su Xiao. Even if the latter claimed this object could bear children, Huang Zhongshi would harbor no doubts whatsoever. As he toyed with the spatial shuttle in his hand, he made his way towards the exit, only to collide head-on with Xiao Tianwu. Old Xiao, have you grown eyes on your... he began, but then noticed the young man in the blue robe beside Xiao Tianwu. Surprise flickering in his eyes. You've seen me before? The young man in blue asked, his gaze intense. Huang Zhongshi was left speechless. Little brother, have you lost your memory? Did you not just come here a while ago? What? Have you returned to seek your fortune with the boss once more? Xiao Tianwu, wishing to smack the foolish Huang Zhongshi, found all the words he dared not say had been blurted out. For heaven's sake, do you mind dying outside? I still have to clean up the mess you make on the floor. Huang brother. Huang Ji, Dad. Didn't the boss give you the coordinates? Hurry and go eliminate unknown. If you wait too long, what if unknown escapes? Then your money would have been wasted. Xiao Tianwu's tone was gentle, akin to soothing a child. Right, little brother, I must attend to business first. We shall share a drink upon my return. From the moment I first met you, I felt a kinship. Huang Zhongshi departed, giving a friendly pat on the shoulder of the young man in blue. Xiao Tianwu sighed heavily, his hand instinctively raised to his forehead. That man is truly insufferable. Lao Go reclined on the sofa, reflecting, old Huang, in this lifetime. So straightforward. After Huang Zhongshi's conspicuous exit, Zhao Tianwu hastily brought the young man in blue before Su Xiao, bowing respectfully before retreating from the small shop and closing the door. Su Xiao gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar face before him, slowly speaking. A true gentleman remains silent while observing the game. A true man makes no regrets when placing his pieces. What a splendid name. Chapter 55. Li Luzi. A phrase that reveals the truth, however. The young man in blue displayed no surprise whatsoever, smiling as he remarked, "It has been over 100 years since I last heard my name." The boss is indeed astute. Many are unaware, hence it seldom comes up in conversation. Xiao. Serve the tea, brother Luzi. Please take a seat. Xiao gazed at the young man in blue with astonishment. Wasn't this the little Li? Yet, judging by Su Xiao's tone, it seemed he was not. However, in such a setting, she could not inquire further. She obediently poured tea into a cup filled to 7/10 capacity, placing it before the young man in blue. If I am not mistaken, this should be your first meeting with the boss. Li Luzi broke the silence, inquiring, but from the tone of those two earlier, it seems they have encountered me before? Su Xiao nodded with a smile. Indeed, someone who looks just like you visited me previously. Upon hearing Su Xiao's words, Li Luzi's expression sharpened. What was his purpose in coming here? Dumplings, alcohol, to test me, Su Xiao replied candidly. Li Luzi paused, then sighed ruefully. He should not have acted against you. But fortunately, he did not. Otherwise, he would have been the first fallen god-tier expert in over a century. Su Xiao shrugged, expressing his helplessness. You might as well say it's a pity. With all that money on him, I could have simply robbed him. Instead, I must now devise clever schemes to outwit him. Sigh. Running a small business is truly no easy feat. Li Luzi chuckled lightly. A splendid scheme. His wealth is ill-gotten gains from the slayers. It is far better in your pocket than being transformed into divine weapons to strike us down. However, if you deceive him, you cannot deceive me, for my funds are the fruits of the people's labor. Su Xiao was speechless. The slayers always operated this way, both impoverished and miserly while maintaining a sense of pride. So you wish to use the people's labor to learn why the throne remains inactive? Or rather, you desire to know when the unknown throne will strike against you, correct? Su Xiao was done playing coy. He laid his cards on the table. I know everything. Li Luzi stared intently at Su Xiao, astonishment flooding his gaze. His name and identity might still be discoverable, perhaps through his brother, Li Guanqi, but surely it was not possible for the other to know his innermost thoughts so precisely. Boss, your actions may lead to a scarcity of friends. Li Luzi's expression turned bitter. Su Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Friends are not so easily acquired. Li Luzi composed himself. Indeed, I truly wish to know this reason. Perhaps previously, they did not engage in a life-or-death struggle with humanity due to their own strength. However, their power has evidently recovered significantly, and breaking through humanity's final defenses should be a trivial matter. Especially that unknown throne. I encountered it a century ago, and its power is undoubtedly beyond the divine realm. If it were to take action, we would be utterly defeated. Li Luzi's demeanor grew grave. The adversary possessed the capability to annihilate them effortlessly, yet refrained from doing so. This sensation of being slowly boiled like a frog in warm water was unbearable, as if a colossal stone pressed upon his heart. Rendering him breathless, better to engage in a decisive battle, as that would be more liberating. Investigate the reasons behind the unknown, thrones in action, and the timing of their strike. Those are two inquiries. Both shall be investigated. Investigate the reasons behind the unknown, thrones in action. Brief information 200 million, detailed information 2 billion. Investigate the timing of the unknown, throne strike against humanity. Brief information 50 million, detailed plan 5 billion. Casting a glance at the money on Li Luzi, Su Xiao sighed. Truly, it was a case of killing for wealth, repairing bridges without corpses, compared to the slayers. He was indeed impoverished. 5 billion. Allow me to enlighten you. Initially, he had contemplated leveraging the detailed information for some profit, but upon seeing the funds Li Luzi possessed, he abandoned that thought. Li Luzi smiled nonchalantly, and 5 billion promptly transferred into Su Xiao's account. Brief information, reasons behind the unknown, thrones in action. The second-tier civilization, the Ant people, has taken over its territory to reclaim its domain. The unknown, Throne must journey to the Zhongchen star domain in search of a means to ascend to the third-tier civilization. However, reaching the Zhongchen star domain necessitates attaining the source realm level. The beings on Earth can only restore it to its former peak in the eternal realm to ensure its power remains intact. It has incited the slayers and killers to engage in mutual slaughter, ultimately eradicating all humanity at an exceedingly low cost. Only then can it secure a foothold in the source realm when the mother civilization bears fruit in a month's time. At that point, Li Guanxi will be sacrificed, and humanity will face annihilation. As the system's voice faded, Su Xiao sharply grasped several valuable bits of information. Zhongchen star domain. Mother civilization, Li Guanxi. So the mother civilization of the unknown is linked to this fellow. It seems the secret that even Li Guanxi cannot fathom pertains to the mother civilization. Little Li, your journey has not been easy. Su Xiao's thoughts suddenly crystallized. Li Luzi's gaze remained fixed on Su Xiao's face. Hoping to glean some valuable insight, however, the latter maintained an air of calm detachment, as if unperturbed by the unfolding events. After a brief pause, Su Xiao finally spoke. A good piece of news and a bad piece of news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Li Luzi, taken aback, replied gravely, the bad news. Meeting Li Luzi's gaze, Su Xiao stated, your brother will die. Everyone will perish. You shall all become the sustenance for the unknown throne, the foundation for its pursuit of the third-tier civilization. Though Li Luzi had been prepared for such a fate, the weight of those words cast a shadow over his heart, and the good news? With a glimmer of hope, his eyes returned to Su Xiao. The good news is, you have one more month to live. Li Luzi's gaze turned vacant, then he forced a bitter smile. Can that truly be considered good news? Su Xiao affirmed, of course. At the very least, for this month, they will not launch an assault on you. They will only allow the slayers to fulfill their final mission. When you are engaged in a fierce struggle, pulling hair and tugging at ears, only then will they leisurely emerge to cleanse the battlefield. As for why the unknown throne has chosen not to intervene, it is preserving its final strength. After a month, when your brother is sacrificed, it will harness the power of civilization's achievements to ascend to a new level. At that time, facing a fully formed second-level civilization life form, humanity is destined for extinction. Chapter 56. The heavens may be measured, yet they can also be altered. Li Luozu's palms were drenched in sweat, and even the old man with white hair beside him emanated an aura of desolation. It was the scent of despair. For over a century, they had struggled in vain, seeking a glimmer of hope amidst dire circumstances. Yet in the end, the outcome remained the same. Boss, pour me a bottle of the wine for watching the game. Li Luozu's gaze drifted outside the window, towards the overcast sky above. Hu Zhao's thoughts stirred, and a bottle of erguotu appeared in his hand. In light of the people's hard-earned money, this bottle of wine costs but 1 yuan. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at Su Xiao with unfamiliar eyes, as if she did not recognize him. To see Su Xiao being so generous is akin to a maiden's first ride in a bridal sedan. Thank you. Accepting the bottle, he twisted off the cap, and the aroma of the wine wafted forth. All of Li Luozu's thoughts were as transparent to Su Xiao as glass, leading him to feel a twinge of sentiment. These two brothers had treated the world as a chessboard, and the masses as mere pawns, for over 100 years. In their attempt to buy time to find a way out, countless lives had been sacrificed. Becoming discarded pieces on the board, blood flowed freely, and bones piled high. It could be said that in this war, 90% of those who perished did so upon their chessboard. To call them heroes would be a gross mischaracterization. They resembled two cunning strategists, decisive in their actions. Though their methods were ruthless, one cannot deny that it was the most effective approach. Had the Awakeners not had the Slayer faction, but instead united against a common enemy, a fight to the death against the unknown would have severely depleted their strength, yet for all of humanity, it would have meant utter annihilation. Thus, humanity's legacy could not have persisted until now. Heroes wield soft blades, while tyrants brandish sharp swords. Remarkable. Even from a divine perspective, Su Xiao could find no fault. It is a pity for those who died in the war. I could not grant them a blue sky. Watching the game bore the weight of a century's infamy. I could not clear his name. However, that no longer matters. At this juncture, his demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. With 9.6 million at his feet, and 5,000 years behind him. As long as I, Li Luozu, Draw breath. I shall never yield to these beasts. When darkness descends, I shall stand before countless souls. Even in death, I will ensure their blood splatters. Downing the wine in one gulp, Li Luozu slammed the cup down, his voice resonating. Fine wine. What audacity! Yi Xiao was swept up in Li Luozu's fervor, spontaneously exclaiming, "The wine money!" Li Luozu paused, casting a slightly resentful glance at Su Xiao, as if displeased that he interrupted his grand sentiment. Grand as it may be, Su Xiao felt helpless. 1 yuan may not lead to loss, but it could lead him to transgress. Although he was uncertain of the consequences of such transgression, based on his understanding of the dog system, even if it did not shatter his bones, it would surely peel his skin mercilessly. With 1 yuan received, the bottle of wine was emptied. Without consciously suppressing the effects of the alcohol, Li Luozu appeared somewhat tipsy. He withdrew a wooden pistol from the void, its surface clean and shining, subtly glimmering with a hint of light, clearly a result of long-term handling. This unassuming toy was once the favorite of Xiao Qi in his youth. With a hint of nostalgia, Li Luozu spoke softly. Back then, my parents always saved the best for him. I was quite envious. So, when he wasn't looking, I stole this gun and told him it was lost. He was heartbroken for quite some time. Li Luozu extended the wooden pistol towards Su Xiao, speaking once more. If he comes looking for you again, please return this to him. Su Xiao regarded Li Luozu but refrained from reaching out. You should deliver it personally? Li Luozu slowly shook his head. We cannot meet for the time being. Although this game of chess spanning over a century has not altered the eventual outcome, it is time to settle accounts with those useless pieces on the board. At this point, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Li Luozu's eyes. This time, Su Xiao did not decline, accepting the wooden pistol from Li Luozu and tossing it into the system's space. Having completed this, Li Luozu rose slowly. Now that he knew when the unknown throne would strike, he had to return and make careful preparations. I shall not disturb the boss's business any longer. Farewell. Su Xiao remained seated, his demeanor unchanging, nodding with a smile. Until we meet again. Li Luozu let out a bitter laugh, his expression one of resignation. Perhaps there would be no further chances, with a month to fully immerse himself in strategic planning. If all went according to plan, this would likely be his last meeting with Su Xiao. After a month, they would naturally part ways indefinitely. Su Xiao shrugged. Who knows, perhaps fate holds unforeseen twists. The heavens may be measured. Yet they can also be altered. What if you achieve something remarkable and emerge victorious? Li Luozu chuckled softly, casting one last glance at Su Xiao before departing with Chen Chongqing from the small shop. He took Su Xiao's encouragement as a boost to his morale. As Xiao Tianwu watched them off, the two vanished around the corner, one after the other. Once outside Lan City, Li Luozu halted his steps. Old Chen, let Xie Qingnan know that there is an unknown in the outskirts of Qingsheng. I will personally go to slay it on a chosen day. Chen Chongqing nodded, instantly comprehending his intent. This person is meticulous. He may not necessarily believe. Moreover, I suspect he might already know we are doubting him. Li Luozu's lips curled into a faint smile, reminding him, do not forget where we are now. He cannot afford not to believe. Chen Chongqing's expression shifted, his wrinkled, aged face gradually relaxing. In Lan City, the small shop, the boss, insight into the heavens. This time we did not deliberately conceal our itinerary, but rather aimed for him to understand that our purpose here is to gather information on the divine realm unknown. And if the Slayer wishes to breach the headquarters defenses, he will undoubtedly collaborate with Xie Qingnan. I believe it won't be long before he finds a way to lure the tiger from its mountain lair. Once I leave the headquarters, it will be the opportune moment for the Slayer to strike. Li Luozu's wise gaze peered into the distance, exuding confidence. Chen Chongqing furrowed his brows, but if you truly leave the headquarters, the defensive forces will undoubtedly suffer significant losses. The Slayer is numerous, especially Dong Lingyun, who has likely ascended to the divine realm level. Leveraging his talent and ferocity, ordinary divine beings would be no match for him. Li Luozu smiled faintly. Rest assured, I have my plans. Furthermore, instruct all shelters to retreat alongside the ordinary populace back to Jing City and Hai City. This time, it is a matter of life and death. Since we cannot live together, let us die together. Chapter 57. Superpower, wealth, In recent days, a piece of news swiftly circulated throughout the Slayer ranks. In a month, the unknown will make an appearance, a battle of life and death. Regarding the information gleaned from Su Xiao, Li Luozu did not conceal it from the populace. Rather, he boldly proclaimed it to the world. Firstly, it was to clearly inform the Slayers and the unknown that the Slayers were gearing up, resolutely defending their territory. Secondly, he sought to evoke a sense of tragic valor in all. Extreme sorrow breeds lamentation, and deep lamentation breeds hatred. Hatred leads to a desperate struggle. Only in the depths of despair can everyone unleash powers that transcend their limits. Even in the absence of hope, they will give their all. There was yet another reason that only Li Luozu understood within his heart. If the day of humanity's demise truly arrives in a month, then now is their only time to cherish with their families. To reminisce, to bid farewell, to embrace. Though he is the leader of the Slayers, he has no right to extinguish the purest of human emotions. Once this news spread, it enveloped the hearts of all like a shadow, erasing smiles from their faces and weighing their steps. Yet within the ordinary residential buildings, numerous shadows began to appear. At the Slayer headquarters, countless individuals gathered. Young man, I heard you are heading to the battlefield in a few days. Here are some provisions I've saved over the years. Take it away, exclaimed a frail, trembling elder as he pushed a bamboo basket toward a formidable Slayer, just as the Slayer was about to decline. His voice was drowned out by the surrounding clamor. Indeed, you may have it. You have protected us for so many years, enduring great hardships. Absolutely. While we may not be able to assist on the battlefield, we shall exert every effort to ensure your bellies are full. Gazing at the towering heap of food before him, the Slayer was overwhelmed with emotion. This was the culmination of their entire lives. The years of relentless fighting had not been in vain. I am a battle realm awakened. If you do not mind, allow me to slay a few unknowns as well. A young man, not part of the Slayer faction, stepped forward, his eyes glinting with determination. Step back, battle realm boy. I am an extreme realm awakened. I once thought your Slayer rules too constrictive, which is why I did not join. But now, I care not for such trifling regulations. I, Chen Dayuan, am willing to become a member of the Slayer team. Ready for deployment? Their words seemed to possess an infectious quality, prompting others around to echo their sentiments. I, Gu Yuetian, am willing too. Damn it, with only a month left. Killing one breaks even. Killing two is a profit. Count me in. Death is but a skyward journey. What is there to fear? The Slayer stood at a loss. This was no longer a scene he could control. He thus picked up his communicator to report the situation to the higher-ups. Shortly after, a young man dressed in sleek black attire, adorned with a silver belt, descended from the building. The golden 001 emblazoned on his chest was particularly striking. Jianni gazed at the densely packed crowd before him, astonished. He had exerted considerable effort in recruiting these neutral awakened, but had seen little success until now. To his surprise, as the great battle loomed, these individuals were volunteering. Excellent. Make sure to record all these brothers' names. Upon hearing Jianni's command, the Slayer wasted no time in diligently documenting the names of those present. Extreme Realm, Chen Dayuan. Battle Realm, Wang Su. Extraordinary Realm, Lu Zongzhua. The arrival of an extraordinary realm powerhouse drew the attention of countless onlookers. Ordinary person, Wang Jian. At that moment, a plainly dressed middle-aged man stepped forward, slowly raising his voice. Even among the myriad awakened, the man's unique aura could not be concealed. What is an ordinary person doing here? Uncle, this is for slaying enemies, not for playing mahjong. Ha ha ha. A jest sparked uproarious laughter, dissipating some of the ominous tension before the impending battle. Yet, the middle-aged man remained unfazed, simply offering a mild smile as he spoke. I assure you, I have my own uses. But this is a battle against those unknown monstrosities. What could an ordinary person possibly contribute? Cooking and cleaning? Ha ha ha. Perhaps he possesses superpowers. The middle-aged man nodded seriously at their words. Superpowers? I have those. His assertion elicited bemusement, even from the Slayer recording names, who quipped, then tell us, what superpower do you possess? Breathing fire or teleportation? The middle-aged man replied calmly, wealth. He then produced a money card from his person and handed it directly to the Slayer. Upon receiving the card and inspecting it, the Slayer's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. And his breath quickened. Gianni furrowed his brow, then gestured with his hand, causing the card to float into his grasp. Moments later, his expression mirrored that of the slayer, filled with astonishment. Does anyone else find this person a bit familiar? A sharply dressed youth in the crowd scrutinized the middle-aged man's silhouette, deep in thought. You're right. I felt like I had seen him somewhere before. Where could it be? Just then, a middle-aged woman pointed behind her. Speaking up, is this who you're referring to? The crowd's gaze swiftly shifted to the direction indicated by the woman. There loomed a towering building. A massive banner hung on the exterior, and the photo displayed upon it was none other than the middle-aged man before them. Gasp! The air filled with the sound of collective inhalation. They had finally discerned the identity of the man before them. The wealthiest individual in Jing City, Wang Jian, the very heir of the Wang family, who had spent millions to elevate from the spiritual realm to the extraordinary realm. Knowing the middle-aged man's identity, the crowd's frivolous chatter ceased. Even those who had jested at his expense fell silent. To ordinary people, they were formidable. Yet the man before them could hardly be classified as ordinary. What ordinary person could afford to hire a Saint Realm powerhouse as a personal bodyguard for $1 million a year? Should the middle-aged man so desire, he could vanish them from this world in an instant. The scion of privilege is ill-prepared for great responsibility, but in the face of calamity, the Wang family must act. These funds are the fruits of my ancestors' labor during the peaceful times, and they should naturally be dispersed in this chaotic era. I hope they can be of assistance to you. The middle-aged man's words resonated with conviction. Even when addressing Jian Yi, a Saint Realm powerhouse, he remained composed and articulate. Jian Yi regarded Wang Jian intently, then slowly nodded. In times past, the role of wealth in this war would have been negligible. But now, the situation had changed, for the presence of Su Xiao had emerged. This money was more than sufficient to elevate their collective strength to new heights. Chapter 58. Going out to gather some funds? The front of the Slayer headquarters buzzed with activity as figures flocked in from all corners of the country. These awakened, who had long maintained neutrality, had finally made their final choice on the eve of battle. Such a lively scene was mirrored elsewhere. Brother, why do I feel that the Slayers have suddenly become wealthy? Xiao observed the empty shelves, her eyes filled with curiosity. The Slayers had always struck her as righteous yet impoverished. But lately, they seemed to have suddenly swelled their coffers. Besides seeking Su Xiao for information on the unknowns, they were also spending lavishly to have Su Xiao elevate their realms. Some had even ascended 2 tiers. And they were not forgetting to take food back with them. It was a veritable one-stop shopping experience. Su Xiao smiled knowingly, because someone is investing. Who is this person? So affluent? Xiao gasped, pondering how much wealth was needed to support such extravagant spending by the Slayers. This person is extraordinary. If asked to fight on the battlefield, he would be utterly defenseless. But in terms of wealth, few could rival him in this world. Su Xiao's awareness settled upon a towering building within the invincible domain, where a plainly dressed middle-aged man gazed down over the city below. Some contribute labor, some provide funds, and some offer strategies. Su Xiao's voice flowed gently. Why Xiao, half comprehending, inquired, should we contribute something as well? Stretching with a yawn, Su Xiao replied, let us go out for a stroll. Xiao. As the small shop door swung open, the crowd waiting in line greeted Su Xiao with enthusiasm. Good day? Boss, morning, boss. Are you heading out? Through their interactions, they had discovered that this enigmatic boss, despite his unfathomable strength, bore no airs of superiority. There had been no instances of him bullying anyone. Rather, he treated everyone with utmost politeness. Earning their boundless admiration, Su Xiao nodded in response, smiling, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. Observing Su Xiao's courtesy, the crowd quickly chimed in. No need for such politeness, boss. Your matters take precedence. Indeed, we are in no rush. After nodding at the crowd once more, Su Xiao stepped out, disappearing from sight alongside Xiao. What a remarkable person the boss is. Such abilities were unheard of. The crowd stood dumbfounded, gazing at the spot where Su Xiao had vanished. Their hearts brimming with a we. Do you think the boss could be a celestial being? How else could he see through everything? A young slayer spoke with admiration, murmuring to himself, Humph, a celestial being? How ridiculous. Another slayer beside him retorted, then added, in my eyes, the boss is even more formidable than a celestial being. Oh my! I barely managed to draw my 40-meter-long sword halfway out, brothers. Replace his outfit with that of the slayer. Shortly thereafter, a cacophony of laughter and jeers erupted, a staggering 1,500 kilometers from the convenience store. The figures of Su Xiao and Yi Xiao materialized out of thin air, gazing at the desolate trees towering amidst the jungle. Yi Xiao inquired with a hint of confusion, "Brother, what brings us here?" Su Xiao's gaze, imbued with profound significance, seemed to penetrate the void and rest upon the depths of the jungle. "Let us see if we can scavenge some money." Deep within the jungle, in a naturally formed cavern, Li Guanqi sat cross-legged. A horrific wound that exposed bone lay across his chest. Each time he attempted to mend the wound with his mental energy, a gray mist would emanate from the injury, thwarting its healing. Blood trickled down, staining his white robe a vivid crimson. Ziling knelt beside Li Guanqi, revealing her true form for the first time. Stunningly beautiful, yet cold and aloof, in a frenzy, she applied the sacred healing ointment to Li Guanqi's wound. Her eyes filled with a never-before-seen panic. "It's futile. The wound inflicted by the unknown cannot be healed by our human means." Though pain was evident in his eyes, Li Guanqi's tone remained calm. "You should not have saved me." Ziling's voice was icy, tinged with a hint of reproach. "I am merely your subordinate. My life holds little value." Had it not been for her rescue, Li Guanqi would not have sustained such grievous injuries. A sudden pang pierced Ziling's heart. "You are not my subordinate. You are my companion, the only person with whom I can share my thoughts after more than a century." Li Guanqi halted Ziling's frantic application of the ointment, asserting, "Many have perished because of me. Now that the outcome is sealed, I wish for no one else to die before my eyes. But you cannot gamble with your life. Even if the outcome is predetermined, your existence holds far greater value than mine." Ziling's heart ached as she gazed at the wound on Li Guanqi's chest, continually eroded by the gray mist. If this continued, it would not be long before Li Guanqi would inevitably perish. "Just give it up. You clearly desire something unattainable." A ghostly voice suddenly echoed in the empty cavern, and two figures appeared out of nowhere. Ziling's nerves tensed, and two shimmering daggers materialized in her hands, shielding Li Guanqi behind her, her gaze fixed intently on the suddenly materialized Su Xiao. "Why so agitated? If I truly wished to kill him, no one in this world could stop me." Su Xiao looked at the overly defensive Ziling with an expression of incredulity. "I just called you tender grass. Is this really how you wish to treat me?" Yet, Ziling remained vigilant, perceiving Su Xiao's enigmatic and formidable abilities as more terrifying than the unknown. Upon seeing that the newcomer was Su Xiao, Li Guanqi suppressed his pain and managed a smile. "I asked the boss here to save me." Su Xiao chuckled lightly. "Oh, come now, don't be so formal. I'm merely waiting for those two divine beings. The unknown. Once they've dispatched you both, I'll simply collect some money on my way back." Ziling's heart raced. How could Su Xiao even be aware of the two divine beings trailing them? Suddenly, with a thud, Ziling knelt before Su Xiao. "I have offended you in the past. I hope the boss can show mercy and overlook previous grievances. I beg you to save the master. Please." In that moment, she resembled a helpless maiden. Li Guanqi regarded the prostrate Ziling with a deep gaze. "Rise. Your heartfelt words are of no use." His eyes then turned to Su Xiao, stating directly, "How much?" Su Xiao grinned broadly. Query. The cost to heal Li Guanqi. 100 million. The system's response was succinct. With a flick of his hand, it seemed as though an invisible force lifted Ziling. 200 million. Li Guanqi wasted no time, promptly transferring the funds to Su Xiao's account. Upon confirmation of payment, Su Xiao beamed with delight, while Yi Xiao was left utterly astonished. With a snap of his fingers, the wounds on Li Guanqi began to heal at a terrifying pace. The gray mist that had enveloped his injuries dissipated like smoke in the wind, vanishing without a trace. After completing this, Su Xiao scanned the surroundings and finally squatted atop a protruding stone. Li Guanqi, puzzled, asked, "Boss, do you have something else to attend to?" Su Xiao nodded earnestly. "Indeed. Did I not mention? I am waiting for those two unknown divine beings. Though you are healed now, I still have a chance to gather some money in the face of their heightened power." Ziling felt a surge of blood rush to her head and hastily grasped Li Guanqi, preparing to flee. "Don't bother. They've already arrived." As soon as Su Xiao's words fell, two powerful presences suddenly surged from outside. Ziling's heart tightened. Li Guanqi's expression grew grave. Crouched on the stone, Su Xiao felt a surge of excitement. Suddenly, Li Guanqi turned to Su Xiao, his eyes gleaming with resolve. "Boss, I recall you have a rule. As long as I am still your guest, no one can harm me, correct?" A smile spread across Li Guanqi's lips. "Bring me 5 pounds of sunflower seeds." Su Xiao's expression froze, his smile faltering. "You bastard! Are you exploiting my loophole?" Chapter 59. The Power of a Single Word. The law follows the command. Boom! A violent sound accompanied by a fierce tremor erupted as the cavern was violently breached. Two colossal, unknown beings, each the size of several tens of feet, emerged within the cavern. Upon their arrival, their icy gazes immediately locked onto Li Guanqi. "Come with us." Their piercing voices transformed into waves of invisible force, reverberating throughout the cavern. Countless fragments of stone walls crumbled to dust under the weight of their words. "Uft." Li Guanqi spat out the shell of the sunflower seed, utterly unperturbed, and chose a comfortable position to recline. "I never intended to return." His nonchalance caused the pupils of the two divine, unknown beings to narrow in shock. Your wounds have healed? Impossible. How can a mortal body withstand such power?" Amidst the scattered seed husks, Li Guanqi chuckled lightly. "If I were to say that every individual possesses a unique constitution, would you believe me?" The two divine, unknown beings snorted coldly, unleashing a terrifying force that erupted from within as they advanced toward Li Guanqi from either side. "So what if you've healed? If we could injure you once, we can do so again. This time, you will not escape by mere chance." Just then, a light cough resonated from the corner. Could you wait until he finishes his seeds before you apprehend him? Please, show me some consideration." Su Xiao, squatting in the corner with an earnest smile, had successfully captured the attention of the two unknown beings, although they merely cast a fleeting glance before continuing their advance. Their movements conveyed a clear message to Su Xiao. You have no standing here. A mere ant-like existence had no right to command their attention. Consideration? Once we capture Li Guanqi, I'll show you your own insides. Seeing the situation unfold, Su Xiao sighed helplessly. It seemed the time to rectify the bug had become urgent. Otherwise, everyone would regard him as a safe harbor, and how could this business continue? With that thought, his smile gradually faded, and without any further movement, he abruptly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood before the unknown. Once this shameless creature exits the cavern, whether to kill or capture him is entirely up to you. But until then, every hair on my body represents my brand. As a businessman, my brand is of utmost importance. Su Xiao tilted his head, gazing up at the towering unknown. His voice calmed. As their steps were interrupted, an air of danger emanated from the pupils of the two unknown. Since you seek death, let your flesh and blood serve as a tribute to your ignorance. As the words left its mouth, a gray mist enveloped its body, surging toward its vertical eye. It intended to unleash its most formidable strike, obliterating this bothersome human into mere fragments. Li Guanqi observed Su Xiao's back, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. He wished to witness the strength of this being that even peak powers of the divine realm regarded with trepidation. In a brief moment of concentration, the pale vertical eyes of the divine, unknown, became shrouded in gray mist. Waves of daunting power emanating from within. The next moment, a gray beam of light, measuring a staggering 10 meters in diameter, shot forth from its eye, targeting not just Su Xiao, but also Li Guanqi behind him. This strike, while insufficient to annihilate a peak divine being, would certainly leave him gravely injured, and that would suffice. Their objective was merely to prevent Li Guanqi from departing, so that the civilizational seed could bloom and bear fruit through him in the near future. As for Su Xiao, he resembled an ant that had inadvertently crawled upon the feet of humanity. If unnoticed, all would be well, yet once seen, it would be swiftly crushed. At least, that was their line of thought. However, the ensuing scene lacked the imagined roar, nor did it present a spectacle of flesh and blood mingling amidst swirling dust. The dim and confined cavern was enveloped in an eerie silence, the most formidable strike from the realm of unknown. Mere 3 meters away from Su Xiao was akin to a flame doused in a dense curtain of water, utterly unable to penetrate, disperse, As a voice boomed with a celestial authority, the gray pillar of light vanished without a sound from existence. Subsequently, within the terrified gazes of the two beings from the realm of unknown, their corporeal forms began to visibly disintegrate. How could you possess such formidable power? This should not be occurring. Clearly, their words could not keep pace with the speed of their dissolution. At this moment, Li Guanxi had already ceased his act of munching on sunflower seeds, his expression blank, staring in astonishment at the unfolding scene. A tempest raged within his heart. Is this the being from the realm of unknown that had grievously wounded him with a single blow? Is this truly the pinnacle powerhouse revered by the world as insurmountable? Is this his true strength? The might of a single word, with words manifesting into law. Li Guanxi felt this acutely, while beside him, Ziling was equally overwhelmed, shaken to her core. The mere recollection of her earlier impulse to confront Su Xiao at the small shop caused her to shiver involuntarily, cold sweat pouring down her brow. Her gaze towards Su Xiao morphed into one of profound dread. Only Yi Xiao appeared entirely unperturbed, even finding the situation somewhat tedious. Currently squatting on the ground, she was collecting some beautiful pebbles into her ethereal space. This trip was certainly not in vain. The figures on the two beings from the realm of unknown cards dispelled Su Xiao's fleeting frustration regarding his own discrepancies. Ignoring the astonished expressions of Li Guanxi and Ziling, he called to Yi Xiao, preparing to depart from this place. "Wait a moment, boss," Li Guanxi exclaimed, hastily rising from the ground upon seeing Su Xiao's intention to leave. "What do you want?" Su Xiao's tone was far from friendly. How could he afford to be cordial with someone who sought to exploit him? Who the hell contemplates exploiting glitches daily? My purpose for this journey also lies within the small shop. Why not accompany you, boss? Li Guanxi, sensing a hint of danger in Su Xiao's tone, spoke anxiously. Unwelcome. Su Xiao promptly rejected him. I just wiped your backside. Are you never satisfied? Li Guanxi's expression suddenly turned grave as he slowly continued. I wish to request the boss to help me break the deadlock I find myself in. Having witnessed Su Xiao's might, Li Guanxi was increasingly convinced that if there existed a method to break his predicament, it would undoubtedly lie with the latter. However, barely had his words left his lips when he found himself in a familiar environment. Did you not say I was unwelcome? He gazed incredulously at Su Xiao. Now reclining in a rocking chair, his expression one of shock. No, you are welcome, Su Xiao replied with a slight smile. Xiao, boil some dumplings. Chapter 60. Not merely working for me, but extending your life, a steaming plate of dumplings. A bottle of wine, the familiar set meal, yet devoid of familiar flavor. Li Guanxi's expression was notably distracted. The civilizational seed within him had been like a sharp thorn embedded in his heart for over a century. Until it was removed, he could find no peace. Previously, he felt powerless. Now he had placed all his hopes upon Su Xiao. What are you so anxious about? Is it merely a civilizational seed within you? It's not as if you're giving birth. No one will mock you, Su Xiao remarked, observing Li Guanxi's distressed demeanor with exasperation. Having grown accustomed to Su Xiao's prescient insights, Li Guanxi replied, My realm is on the verge of being suppressed. In no more than half a month, I shall break through to a new level. At that point, when the civilizational seed erupts, it will favor those beasts. And I simply cannot accept that. He had attempted to bestow enlightenment upon others once more, but even with the utmost expenditure of his mental energy, he could no longer suppress his realm as he once had. For the maturity of the civilizational seed had reached a critical threshold. A breakthrough was merely a matter of time. Then why not let unknown kill you, or simply take your own life? You perish and it's all over. The civilizational seed would vanish, and I could inherit your legacy. A win-win situation. Su Xiao bluntly proposed the most straightforward and simple solution. Li Guanxi was taken aback. Then chuckled bitterly, because I do not wish to die. Moreover, I do not want to die without any value. In half a month, the war for human extinction shall commence. Though hope is faint, the outcome is still uncertain. Countless souls of my compatriots weigh upon my conscience. If I speak lightly of life and death, they shall become wandering spirits. Therefore, I cannot die yet. My life must be preserved for the final desperate struggle. Su Xiao nodded, observing Li Guanxi's earnest expression, when suddenly the figure of Li Luoji appeared in his mind. You two brothers are quite alike. Li Guanxi abruptly raised his head, fixing his gaze upon Xiao. He has come to see you, however. He soon seemed to recall something and continued, indeed. If he hadn't sought you out, how could he possibly know the precise timing of unknown as actions in recent days? News has spread far and wide. Even unknown has caught wind of several rumors. His blatant strategy has thoroughly disrupted unknown. As prior plans, it was evident that Li Guanqi spoke of his brother with a sense of admiration. In the century-long tug-of-war, they appeared to be rivals on the surface, engaging in a battle of wits. Yet in truth, they were two sides of the same coin, sharing a profound connection. One gesture from the other could convey all intentions. Did he have any other matters to discuss with you? If you're charging a fee, just consider me uninformed. The more time Li Guanqi spent with Su Xiao, the more cautious he became. He had grown wary of traps. If Su Xiao were to utter even a single word about charging for breathing, he might as well smother himself in the ground. Yet this time, the merchant's nature did not surface. A calm voice emerged, probe the heavenly mysteries, recall the past, return the stolen goods. Li Guanqi was taken aback. Stolen goods. Su Xiao reluctantly vacated the comfort of the rocking chair and retrieved a wooden handgun from his system space. The esteemed leader of the Reapers is envious of stolen items. The illustrious figure of the Slayers is weeping. Tisk tisk tisk, a light chuckle escaped him, causing Li Guanqi's face to redden instantly. He knew nothing. He thought he had stolen my handgun, but in reality, this was one I had purchased with my own pocket money. Childhood embarrassments, coupled with Su Xiao's relentless mockery, ignited Li Guanqi's sense of shame. Subsequently, he flipped his hand, revealing an identical wooden handgun in his grasp. Because I am the younger brother, my parents always reserve the best for me, but I can understand his feelings, so I secretly used my own pocket money to buy an identical one. Then, I intentionally placed it in a conspicuous spot. As he spoke, Li Guanqi's eyes suddenly brightened, murmuring, "These two handguns are indistinguishable, just like the two of us." It turned out, this was the connection. Su Xiao observed Li Guanqi's thoughts with keen awareness. Feeling a twinge of surprise within, these two brothers were indeed natural strategists. No wonder they had emerged as chosen ones in this war. A mere toy handgun. In such a short span, it could transform into a scheme. Not merely impressive, it was simply extraordinary. Were it not for the overwhelming might of the throne, those unknown would have likely been outmaneuvered by the two long ago. The realization dawned upon Li Guanqi, who indeed comprehended the true intentions of Li Luaji. However, before the scheme could commence, he must first eliminate the civilizational seed within him. "I implore the boss for assistance." Li Guanqi's words had barely left his lips when Su Xiao had already entered the system space. Query: methods to remove the unknown, civilizational seed. Eliminate the eternal throne, unknown, 30 billion. The power of the system to completely eradicate, 50 billion. Is it recent currency inflation, or have you inflated? Damn. Does the damn system have no concept of money? Such unrestrained speech. The civilization mother seed residing within Li Guanqi is a product of secondary civilization. The system's explanation echoed, yet Su Xiao showed little interest. "No, it's far too expensive. Is there an alternative?" The system hesitated noticeably, plunging into a brief silence. Su Xiao's eyes brightened. "Surely, this dogged system must have another solution. Let us sign a contract." Before long, the system's soft, reluctant voice emerged, as if it bore the weight of 100 objections. Su Xiao's expression sharpened, and a grin gradually spread across his face. He had almost forgotten about this. "Your finances are insufficient to cover the compensation I require." Su Xiao's words dimmed the hopeful gleam in Li Guanqi's eyes once more. "However, I can arrange for you to pay in installments." Su Xiao's voice rang out again, and soon a thick stack of contracts appeared before Li Guanqi. He picked up the paper emblazoned with the words, "Cosmic Supermarket Contract." His expression clouded with confusion. "What is this?" Su Xiao smiled faintly. "Your talisman for survival." Li Guanqi glanced at Su Xiao, then focused intently on the contents of the contract. "Cosmic Supermarket Contract. Supermarket Staff Fulfillment Regulations. Rewards and Penalty System." Despite its thickness, the formidable strength of a divine realm expert allowed Li Guanqi to imprint every detail into his mind within mere breaths. Staring blankly at Su Xiao, he asked, "Are you asking me to work for you?" Su Xiao shook his head. "No, it's not for me, but for your continued existence." Li Guanqi furrowed his brow. The contract stipulations laid bare the cruel exploitation of laborers by capitalists. Even life and death were entirely under someone else's control. He was, after all, a divine realm expert, a prestigious slayer, seat holder. Yet, when life is at stake, what good is pride? Gritting his teeth, Li Guanqi siphoned off a sliver of mental energy and boldly signed his name. In that instant, his name appeared abruptly in the second staff position of the supermarket system. Su Xiao's slowly increasing balance suddenly began to surge rapidly, $8,000 per second, 8,640,000 a day. A divine realm expert, indeed terrifying. Su Xiao marveled sincerely. After completing the transaction, he reluctantly shifted his gaze from the fluctuating balance, then reached out to grasp at the an irregular stone, the size of an egg, slowly floated out from Li Guanqi's chest. The stone was shrouded in gray mist, and upon closer inspection, it bore a multitude of tiny cracks. As if sensing Su Xiao's power, the stone-like civilization mother seed appeared almost sentient. Suddenly, a surge of formidable energy erupted from within the cracks, seemingly intent on breaking free from Su Xiao's grasp. With a thought, Su Xiao summoned divine might. The stone instantly quieted, eventually resting gently in the palm of Su Xiao's hand. Without the civilization mother seed, Li Guanqi felt the shackles that had bound him for over a century vanish. "Thank you, boss." This heartfelt expression of gratitude was utterly sincere. "From this day forth, you shall be the second employee of the small shop. I shall grant you one more opportunity." With a flick of his hand, the gray stone vanished, replaced by a blue stone of the same size. "What is this?" Li Guanqi gazed at the blue stone in Su Xiao's hand. Sensing a familiar aura, "Company benefits. It is also your recompense for the countless souls above you." Chapter 61. Slayers, assemble. Excisers of poison. Li Guanqi felt elated as he pulled Su Xiao along, eager to celebrate, only to be firmly rebuffed by the latter. During work hours, "Who drinks?" Observing Su Xiao's disinterest, Li Guanqi bid farewell and departed the small shop alone. Outside of Su Xiao, no one knew where he had gone. Days turned into weeks, and Li Guanqi's presence faded from view. Slayers. Headquarters. Xiao stood alone before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, watching the Slayers, members converge from various cities. Though he appeared calm on the surface, anxiety churned within him. It had been over 20 days since Li Luoji returned from the small shop. Moreover, he was aware that Li Luoji had learned of the divine realm, unknown, from the shopkeeper, yet had delayed taking action. With the deadline imposed by unknown rapidly approaching, failure to complete the mission in time would yield a grim fate. Contemplating unknown's methods, he resolved that if Li Luoji did not act within 3 days, he would have to devise his own strategy to divert him, even if it was somewhat hazardous. There was no room for hesitation. Just then, a ripple of energy from the 96th floor caught his attention, and a figure appeared within his perception. Xiao eyes lit up, followed by a burst of excitement. "Chief, are you about to depart?" Xiao opened the door, speaking casually, as if it were an everyday occurrence. Li Luoji nodded in acknowledgement. With the impending battle, the strength of unknown grew stronger by the day, and to gain even a glimmer of hope in the conflict, they needed to preemptively sever their foes' wings. "Recently, I acquired the location of a divine realm, unknown, from that small shop owner. This time, I must slay it." Li Luoji's expression was grave, but his voice was resolute. "Hope? In this war, you shall find no hope. The position of chief is mine." Xiao scoffed inwardly but maintained a facade of respect, saying, "Chief, the headquarters is currently swarmed with numerous Slayers members. They must be waiting for a suitable opportunity. If you leave, it would undoubtedly provide them a chance to strike." Xiao face showed urgency as he swiftly interjected. Li Luoji patted Xiao shoulder, reassuring him, "Fear not. I will conceal my presence and depart quietly. How could the Slayers possibly know, right, Lao Xia?" Xiao held no doubts, sighing, "Very well. Please take care, Chief." Li Luoji nodded, then strode downwards. After a few steps, he abruptly turned back, saying, "Lao Xia, thank you for your hard work all these years." Xiao heart swelled with joy, failing to detect any underlying meaning in Li Luoji's words. He bowed slightly, replying, "Chief, you overstate it. Shouldering humanity's mission, how could I speak of hardship?" Li Luoji smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further, and vanished from sight. Xiao gazed at the spot where Li Luoji had disappeared, waiting for a long moment before dispersing his consciousness in all directions. After confirming that Li Luoji was nowhere within a 500-kilometer radius, a cold smile crept onto his lips. He then retrieved a specially designed communicator from the void, murmuring a few words before returning to the office. Inside the dimly lit building, the acrid stench of blood mingled with the nauseating odor of decay pervaded the space. In the darkness, a ghostly figure sat cross-legged. Even hidden in shadows, one could see the ghastly pale pupils glowing within his slitted eyes. Bang! A specially designed communicator exploded in his hand, scattering fragments across the floor. At last, he could savor the taste of flesh and blood once more. Amidst the eerie laughter akin to a wailing specter, he slowly rose to his feet and moved towards the door. Through the faint light filtering in from outside, it was evident that all human features had vanished from his visage, replaced by a terrifying vertical eye that nearly consumed his entire face. With the emergence of the new Slayers, Chief Donglingyun, the long-silent Slayers, reappeared before the world, their target. Humanity's final bastion, the Slayers' headquarters. The streets of Jing City were devoid of crowds, as notifications had urged everyone to return home. Yet the gray mist enveloping the sky and the oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on every heart, casting a shadow of dread. The battle has come. Is there any hope left for humanity to survive? To continue its civilization, to exist within this vast universe? In this battle, within the countless residential towers, a multitude of silhouettes clambered across the myriad windows, all gazing intently towards the heart of the city. There, an elderly figure with snow-white hair stood suspended in midair, grasping a twisted cane that had long since lost its original form. Behind him, 8 guardians of the divine realm, including Xiao Nan, also hovered in the void, their eyes piercing through layers of mist to observe the gathering slayers on the outskirts of the capital. Behind these 8 stood dozens of formidable saints, seasoned from years of battle in the realm of nothingness. Alongside members of the mobile combat team, Jianni stood at the forefront of the group, his gaze fixed on the rapidly enlarging black speck in the distance, his face betraying no emotion. Yet, the fervor in his eyes surged like flames. Further back, at the tail end of the formation, were the members of various city sanctuaries, Huang Zhongshi, Bai Hao, Mo Yun, Churan, and other familiar faces of Su Xiao. They bore no trace of fear, awaiting but a command to lay down their lives if necessary. The distant black spots multiplied, drawing ever closer, until they fully emerged into view. Black, silver, red, blue, purple, the glint of various armors intermingled like the harsh rays of winter sunlight. In stark contrast to these armored figures, the 8 elderly men at the forefront donned simple garments. Chapter 62. The Great War on the Brink. From the moment they appeared, the 8 elderly figures in plain attire fixed their gaze solely upon the 8 guardians of the Slayers and Chen Chongqing. As if no one else warranted their attention, Chen Chongqing, after decades, I presumed you had perished, sneered a diminutive elder, his icy eyes locked onto the white-haired patriarch at the front of the ranks. Hearing this, Chen Chongqing merely smiled lightly. My legs may not be as nimble as they once were, but dealing with you traitors is well within my capabilities. The small elder's sinister voice retorted. Traitors? In that age of famine when everyone lived in fear, had I not become a traitor, I would have perished from starvation. How could I possibly attain divine status now? One must look after oneself or face annihilation. Chen Chongqing shook his head. Have you ever pondered why you suffered from hunger? Why has the world of blue skies and white clouds transformed into a desolate wasteland? It is precisely due to those unknowns whom you revere as deities. You clutch the belongings that were rightfully ours from the invaders, yet express gratitude towards them, and then turn to plunge a dagger into the backs of your comrades. Chen Chongqing laughed bitterly in anger. What a splendid justification for self-preservation, but regrettably, you are unworthy of being called human. Faced with Chen Chongqing's derision, the diminutive elder's countenance darkened, momentarily at a loss for a retort, though not waste time with him. Our time is limited. If we wait for Li Luozu to return, the situation will turn dire, urged another elder clad in plain attire beside him. Upon hearing the name Li Luozu, the small elder's heart tightened. A flicker of fear crossing his face. The first dual attribute awoken among their ranks, moreover, a dual attribute awoken who had reached the pinnacle of the divine realm. How could they not fear? Humph, old fool, so you intended to stall for time. The diminutive elder's lips curled into a cold smile as he saw through Chen Chongqing's scheme. Kill. No more words with that, he surged forward, his aura swelling as he charged at Chen Chongqing. Annihilate all slayers. As for the flesh of those mortals, bring it all back to the throne, he bellowed, and in an instant, he was upon Chen Chongqing, overwhelming him with a barrage of ferocious attacks. The multitude of slayers surged forth at the command, each seeking their adversaries. There were no grand speeches to rally the troops, nor impassioned declarations, only the imminent clash of beasts, ready for war. Chen Chongqing fought while retreating, luring the small elder to an uninhabited expanse. Not just him, but the powerful beings above the Saint Realm engaged in their own battles, relocating the combat to more isolated areas. Their overwhelming strength rendered the energy waves generated during the fight far beyond what ordinary awakeners could withstand. The battlefield descended into chaos. The glint of curved blades and the eerie glow of short daggers permeated every corner. Roars born of hatred and screams, stemming from fear, merged together like distant thunder, resounding ominously. An unprecedented melee, long in the making, was on the brink of eruption. As Chen Chongqing defended against the small elder's onslaught, he kept a vigilant eye on every subtle change unfolding on the battlefield. Though the slayers were outnumbered, their overall strength, cultivated over years by the unknown, far surpassed that of the slayers. Even in individual combat, few of the same realm could withstand their might. This was especially true in the lead-up to battle, where Xiao had bolstered their overall power. Otherwise, the situation would have been even more dire. Fortunately, the slayers were fighting on their home turf. Though their strength was somewhat lacking, their ability to provide support was incomparable to that of the killers. The moment anyone sustained injuries or exhibited signs of mental fatigue, they would swiftly retreat to receive brief treatment before rejoining the fray. Moreover, there was a critical piece of advantageous news for the slayers. The opposing side had only 8 Divine Realm experts, while their ranks boasted 9. At that moment, one of the Divine Realm experts without an opponent was swiftly reaping the lives of the killers. Wherever he went, none could withstand his divine pressure for even a second. Witnessing this, the morale of the slayers surged. Their curved blades felt suddenly imbued with divine power, striking with renewed ferocity. Even those ordinary individuals, glued to their homes and anxiously watching the battlefield, wore faint smiles upon their faces. We shall certainly prevail. The small elder also noticed the rampaging Divine Realm slayer. His brow furrowed. If allowed to continue this slaughter, it would not be long before all would fall to his hand. Where is he? As if answering his summons, a figure materialized above the battlefield like a specter. Long hair, matted with blood, fell in strands as thick as fingers. His form was drenched in crimson, his robe appearing as though it had been soaked in blood. Vivid streaks cascading down, a sight most unsettling. A ghastly, haunting laughter echoed from his faceless visage, resembling the clashing of blades, sharp and jarring. Save for retaining a humanoid shape, he bore no trace of humanity. With his arrival, an eerie silence enveloped the battlefield, all eyes drawn to this fearsome presence that instilled dread with but a glance. What in the world is he? A man or a specter? Slayer wondered in trepidation, glancing at his comrades. What a terrifying appearance! Regardless of whether he was man or ghost, one thing was certain: he is our foe, and he can stand suspended in the void. This is the ability of a Divine Realm expert. His words instantly cast a heavy pressure over those nearby. A Divine Realm expert capable of determining the outcome of any battle. The Divine Realm slayer, who had been cutting a swath through the enemy forces, halted his actions. For he sensed that the pale vertical eye upon the figure had locked onto him. Moreover, he could feel the overwhelming aura emanating from the figure, unprecedentedly powerful. As the figure in the sky vanished, a nauseating stench wafted through the air. The Divine Realm Slayer's gaze sharpened as he conjured 2 invisible barriers before him, hastily retreating. Bang! Bang! The barriers crumbled like paper beneath a blood-soaked hand. The force of the palm unrelenting, striking like lightning straight for the chest of the Divine Realm Slayer. Puff! An endless wave of agony surged through him as he stared blankly at his chest. Where a hand had silently pierced through his body, his mental energy and life force were being devoured along the hand. Ha ha ha! The specter grinned wickedly, slowly withdrawing his hand. revealing a still-beating heart nestled within his palm. Creak, creak. The sound of chewing echoed from the sky, prompting countless warriors to disregard their opponents and bend over, retching violently. Even the members of the Slayers gazed in pallid horror at the specter that was devouring flesh and blood. Chapter 63. Dual Attribute Lightning, Li Luzi. The corpse of a divine realm expert had swiftly transformed into a mere desiccated husk. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. Dong Lingyun. Chen Chongqing's face was as dark as stormy waters, his eyes brimming with boundless fury. Though he was unaware of how his adversary had come to resemble this ghastly apparition, he could instantly discern his identity. You old wretch, do not be hasty. Allow me to devour them first, and then I shall savor you piece by piece. Casting the corpse of the divine realm expert aside like refuse, Dong Lingyun approached another divine realm slayer, engaged in combat with a sinister smile. The combatant, upon seeing the phantom advance toward him, was gripped by terror and unleashed a surge of power surpassing his limits, forcing his opponent back before rapidly retreating from the battlefield. Faced with this grotesque being, he felt no inclination to fight. Yet, no matter how swiftly he fled, he could not escape the relentless pursuit of the specter. What chilled him further was the rapidly diminishing distance between them. Flee! It seems the Slayers are merely a pack of cowardly rodents. I had thought your bones were more resilient. Observing the retreating divine realm slayer, a contemptuous voice emanated from within him. Humph! With that old scoundrel Li Luzi absent, you are but a scattered assembly. Slaying you will be child's play. As soon as the words left his lips, his speed surged dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the divine realm slayer. Die! With no embellishments, a palm struck directly at the latter's chest. The divine realm slayer was filled with dread, yet in an instant, this fear was replaced by fierce determination. Halting his retreat, he summoned all his might, channeling it into his right hand. Clenching his palm into a fist, he retaliated fiercely against the hand that still bore remnants of flesh. You wish for my life. You shall pay the price. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed across the battlefield, a tremendous force radiating from their clash. Under the unrestrained, violent aura, both Slayers and Slayers were sent sprawling, blood spraying from their mouths as their gazes dimmed. Some who stood too close to the battlefield were already reduced to mere blood mist by the overwhelming energy. A figure soared into the air like a kite severed from its string, and before he could descend, two gray auras entwined around him, binding him in mid-air as he beheld the advancing specter. The divine realm slayer was engulfed in profound despair. His most formidable strike had failed to even graze his opponent. Chen Chongqing's eyes burned with rage as he sought to rescue his comrade. Yet his opponent would not grant him such an opportunity. The diminutive elder snorted coldly, intensifying his attacks and firmly locking Chen Chongqing within this battlefield. Chen Chongqing, to be distracted in the presence of a peerless adversary, it seems you wish for a swift demise. While battling, the diminutive elder continued to taunt Chen Chongqing's state of mind. You cannot save him, unless that old scoundrel Li Luzi is present. Otherwise, no one can impede his advance. By the time Li Luzi returns, you will have long since become his sustenance. Ha 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 ha. Unfazed by the elder's words, Chen Chongqing relentlessly searched for a chance to escape. Yet no matter how hard he struggled, his foe remained like a shadow. At that moment, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared in the gray sky without warning. The instant the lightning manifested, it seemed to possess a will of its own. Plunging directly into the highest peak of the Slayers' headquarters, upon witnessing this, Chen Chongqing's anxious expression gradually transformed into a smile, his restless heart finally finding solace. Look, there is light. With a shout, all eyes turned toward the pinnacle of the Slayers' headquarters. There, a blinding sphere of light was steadily coalescing. As time passed, the initially fist-sized orb swelled to several times its size, now resembling a basketball. Threads of lightning power surged and spread within the orb. In the next moment, the power of the lightning, bearing an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, crashed down. Its target was none other than Dong Lingyun, who was preparing to consume the divine realm slayer. Dong Lingyun retracted his outstretched hand. An unusual gravity etched upon his vertical eye. Then, gray mist began to rise around him, rapidly transforming into a colossal fist imprint that struck down upon the lightning. Boom! Upon collision, the fist imprint shattered instantaneously, and the blinding radiance of the lightning dimmed considerably, ultimately descending upon Dong Lingyun. Ugh! A pained howl erupted from Dong Lingyun's body as one of his vertical eyes fixated intently on the figure gracefully descending from the top of the building. Damn it! How could he possibly be here? Dong Lingyun's aura was in disarray as he abruptly turned to glare at Xie Qingnan not far away, his voice laced with unrestrained fury. Xie Qingnan, equally terrified, grasped the magnitude of the situation. The other party had clearly departed from the Slayers' headquarters, and he had even used divine sense to detect the other's location. By all reasoning, Li Luzi should not have been able to return in such a short time. I have always been here, thanks to old Xie. If it weren't for him luring you here, how could I possibly ensnare you all? Li Luzi's figure descended, slowly speaking, as the power of the lightning dissipated. Dong Lingyun reappeared before everyone, yet half of his body had already transformed into a mere skeleton. A dual attribute awakener, invincible among peers. His survival was solely due to having recently devoured a divine realm slayer. Xie Qingnan, you seek death. An aura of boundless malice emanated from Dong Lingyun, his ghastly white pupils locking onto Xie Qingnan. Xie Qingnan's expression darkened significantly, and only then did he grasp the entirety of the situation. Everything he had done previously had long since fallen under Li Luzi's watchful gaze. The reason the other party had allowed him to remain alive was undoubtedly for this very moment. And the one who had departed was not Li Luzi, but rather his twin brother, the former leader of the Slayers, Li Guanshi. Realization struck too late. He understood his current predicament. From this moment forth, whether with the Slayers or the Slayers, there would be no sanctuary for him. Flee. As long as he could escape this place, he still held a glimmer of hope for survival. With this thought, a powerful force surged beneath his feet, propelling his body like a streak of light into the distance. Puff! A foul stench wafted forth, followed by a sharp pain piercing through Xie Qingnan's chest. A voice, cold and sinister, echoed in his ears. Dying man. You might as well relinquish your power to me. The specter of Dong Lingyun, now reduced to half a body, appeared like a wraith. Feeling the life force within him ebbing away, Xie Qingnan managed a bitter smile. A life driven by desire, ultimately succumbing to its very grasp. Chapter 64. Zhao Tianwu's moment of glory. As Xie Qingnan's life force was gradually consumed by Dong Lingyun, the latter's skeletal form began to regenerate flesh once more. Yet this was not the end. Discarding the now desiccated corpse of Xie Qingnan, Dong Lingyun began to dart across the battlefield. With each halt, swathes of Slayers and Slayers lost their vitality. Moreover, his aura surged at a frenzied pace. This indiscriminate massacre instilled a profound dread within the ranks of both factions, causing them to scatter in all directions. However, their futile resistance against a pinnacle divine realm expert was utterly in vain. They could only watch helplessly as their life force dwindled. A murderous glint flashed in Li Luzi's eyes as he vanished from his position. If this continued, it was likely that even he would be unable to subdue Dong Lingyun. Lightning! The power of lightning coalesced once more, even more formidable than before. Dong Lingyun fixated on the radiant beam hurtling toward him, dread intensifying within his vertical eye. He then extended a hand forward, grasping at the distance toward Chen Chongqing. A powerful pulling force enveloped Chen Chongqing, drawing him inexorably toward Dong Lingyun. In a desperate moment, Chen Chongqing acted without hesitation, plunging his staff into the ground, creating visible ripples. Subsequently, his mental energy surged into the staff like an uncontrollable flood. In that instant, he detonated the entirety of the stellar power contained within the celestial staff. He stabilized his position. Yet the diminutive elder behind Chen Chongqing was far less fortunate. Leader, you? The diminutive elder, gripped by fear, strained against the overwhelming pull while shouting frantically, Dong Lingyun, may you suffer a most wretched fate. Even if he exerts every ounce of his strength, he remains powerless to alter the destiny that has ensnared him in the clutches of darkness. Ha ha ha, death is but a triviality for anyone. Dong Lingyun let out a sinister chuckle. Positioning himself directly in front of the diminutive elder, boom! The force of electric energy surged instantaneously, propelling both the elder and the ever-determined Dong Lingyun into the void. Under the overwhelming strike of a dual attribute awakened being, the elder's form began to disintegrate, devoid of even a single drop of blood. Such a waste. What a pity! A chilling voice echoed in the elder's ears as his inner vitality and spirit were wholly consumed by Dong Lingyun. Dong Lingyun! I curse you! Life extinguished, his voice abruptly ceased. At that moment, Dong Lingyun's aura had ascended to an unparalleled zenith. Crack! It was as if the sound of confinement shattering resonated, and a magnificent energy erupted from within Dong Lingyun. Having devoured countless flesh and the powers of 3 divine realm experts, Dong Lingyun had broken through. Ha 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 ha, above the divine realm. I have finally ascended beyond the divine realm. Dong Lingyun stood in the void, his crimson robes billowing without wind. Gradually, his gaze descended, ultimately fixating upon Li Luozu. Now, it is my turn. No sooner had he spoken than Li Luozu's body was sent hurtling backwards, crashing violently several hundred meters away. Leader! Leader! Cries of alarm rang out as Chen Chongqing's figure flickered and appeared beside Li Luozu. Upon seeing Li Luozu in a grievously wounded state, his eyes brimmed with horror. A peak dual attribute divine realm expert. Yet he failed to even perceive the opponent's attack, having already been defeated. Cough, cough. Li Luozu struggled to rise, his gaze locking onto the advancing Dong Lingyun, his heart plummeting to the depths of despair. Given the current strength of his adversary, even all combined forces could not hope to contend. You have forcibly ascended to the divine realm through the blood and flesh of living beings. Even if you escape death now, your time is surely limited. Li Luozu's voice was calm as he spoke, though his inner spirit was rapidly mending his injuries. If I can break through to the divine realm through the power of flesh and blood, I can advance further using the same method. As long as there are living beings in this universe, I shall not perish. Dong Lingyun's sinister smile widened. For you, shall be the first human I consume in my ascension to the divine realm. The next will be your brother. As Dong Lingyun approached, Chen Chongqing stepped forward, shielding Li Luozu behind him. Simultaneously, the other 7 divine realm experts withdrew from the battlefield. Rushing towards Li Luozu. 8 peak human warriors stood in formation. Do you truly believe you can withstand us mere ants? Dong Lingyun pressed on, his eyes swirling with a gray mist, unleashing a gray beam the size of a bowl. Under this force, the 8 pinnacle warriors crumbled in mere seconds. Falling back several hundred meters, severely injured, overreaching. In this world, aside from the throne, no one can halt my advance. Humanity's civilization shall inevitably become a relic of the past, and I shall be the architect of a new civilization. Dong Lingyun's voice resonated with unshakable confidence as he seized Li Luozu in his grasp. Tell me, where is Li Guanxi? Li Luozu, in a state of despair, stared at the vertical eye for several seconds before breaking into a faint smile. He is in a very secure location. One that even you, or the throne behind you, would not dare to tread lightly. Though he had lost his senses, the disdain on Dong Lingyun's face was palpable. Humph! The illustrious leader of the killers, resorting to mere words. Since you refuse to speak, then perish. Once I have raised the killer's headquarters, I shall dig to the very depths to find him. I shall see for myself if there is any place I cannot reach. Li Luozu smiled calmly, unafraid of death. He had expended every ounce of strength in this battle. But alas, fate was not on his side. All the gazes of the killers turned towards Li Luozu. Their eyes filled with sorrow. He was their faith, the last hope for humanity. But now faith crumbled, hope shattered. Humanity is finished? In a small shop, Li Guanxi gazed gravely at a phantom screen overhead, displaying the unfolding battlefield. After departing from the killer's headquarters, he had returned directly to the shop. He had planned to wait for the appearance of the unknown, to seek Su Xiao's assistance. Yet, unexpectedly, before the unknown could arrive, Dong Lingyun had already broken through. This was an unforeseen turn of events. Had it not been for this, Li Luozu's strength alone was sufficient to eradicate the killers. Boss, act now. Li Guanxi's face was anxious, his voice tinged with desperation. Delay any longer, and Li Luozu shall surely perish. Query. Methods to kill Dong Lingyun. There are 15,842 methods to kill Dong Lingyun, including the 9th level civilization weapon, Luotian cannon, 40 trillion. Or the small-scale universe X1. Stop, stop, stop. Can we start from the bottom up? To kill the eternal realm Donglingyun, temporary realm, a first-level civilization weapon. The Wu Guang sword, one-time consumable, 2 billion. That's the one. Looking at the funds Li Guanqi possessed, Su Xiao scoffed and stated, 3.6 billion. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Guanqi handed over the card containing exactly 3.6 billion to Su Xiao. Donglingyun is now above the divine realm. Are you confident? A hint of trepidation flickered in Li Guanqi's heart as he inquired. Su Xiao was infuriated. Li Grannies, it seems if I don't showcase my abilities, you'll never be able to work properly again. I must establish my authority. Zhao Tianwu. At the call, Zhao Tianwu hurriedly approached Su Xiao. Su Xiao tossed the Wu Guang sword to Zhao Tianwu, granting you a moment of glory. Li Guanqi was taken aback. Are you not going to intervene? Su Xiao replied nonchalantly. It's merely a small ant. Chapter 65. I possess a sword that can slay gods. As life gradually ebbed away, Li Luozu's expression remained devoid of sorrow or joy. He surveyed the countless brothers and sisters before him, a smile gracing his face. In my life, having encountered you has been a tremendous fortune. Yet as your leader, I have failed to bring you a sky of blue. How deeply I am ashamed. Li Luozu's words flowed gently, like a refreshing breeze that swept into the hearts of all. Should I ascend to heaven, I shall host a grand banquet for you. And should I descend to hell, I shall undoubtedly lead the charge, clearing the path for you. Li Luozu. I express my gratitude to all. You have worked hard. The gray mist enveloped him, leaving Li Luozu immobile. Yet he still exerted all his strength to nod at those before him. Humph. Even at death's door, you still have so much to say. Donglingyun loomed in the void, shrouded in swirling gray mist. Resembling an ancient beast of terror, he had lost all interest in these mere ants. I intend for you to witness firsthand how I shall devour the killers. Leader Li Luozu, bite by bite. Ha ha ha. Considering Li Luozu's identity as a dual attribute awakened being, Donglingyun felt a twinge of excitement. Perhaps he could advance further by consuming Li Luozu's flesh and blood. At that point, even the unknown throne would regard him with trepidation. The throne? Humph. In this world, I shall be the ultimate sovereign. Approaching Li Luozu, Donglingyun's vertical eye suddenly opened wide, unleashing a barrage of sharp spikes. Just then, a faint sound of swords ringing echoed from the sky. Following that, two figures appeared out of thin air. You were right about one thing. You will ultimately be slaughtered like a pig. The sudden turn of events interrupted Donglingyun's actions, and upon seeing the newcomers, a fierce killing intent erupted from his vertical eye. Li Guanqi. From the moment he joined the killers, Li Guanqi had overshadowed him in both talent and cunning, resulting in Donglingyun's utter insignificance before the throne. Had it not been for years of relentless struggle, he might have long been abandoned by the throne, yet still, he bore the title of Thousand-Year Second, a title he had worn for over a century. I hadn't sought you out, yet you come to deliver yourself to death. Excellent. What a stroke of luck. You chose not to tread the path to paradise. And now you find yourself at hell's gates. Donglingyun's words had barely escaped his lips when Li Guanqi interrupted him. I have come to slay you. Not here to listen to your poetry recitation. Donglingyun's tone was choked, akin to hearing the most ludicrous joke in the world. You? Even Li Luozu's, a dual attribute awakener, is no match for me with just one move. And you? At the pinnacle of the divine realm with lightning attributes? Donglingyun scoffed. Li Guanqi. Times have changed. The divine realm is, to me, as mere fish and meat. Li Guanqi shook his head, his expression unchanged. It's not me. It's him. He then stepped back, leaving Zhao Tianwu isolated. Donglingyun's featureless body visibly paused, followed by a booming laugh that resonated throughout the battlefield. Li Guanqi. It turns out you are also a coward, hiding behind while sending a transcendent to his doom. Not to mention that he is already above the divine realm. Even in the past, a transcendent before him would be as insignificant as an ant, easily extinguished with a wave. However, Zhao Tianwu's calm demeanor rekindled a flicker of interest within him. You wish to kill me? Donglingyun turned, his tone mocking. Yes. Zhao Tianwu looked at the divine entity before him, whose very breath could shatter his physical form, his tone resolute. What instilled in him such confidence was not the countless members of the Slayers behind him, nor the Wu Guang sword in his hand. It was simply because Su Xiao had told him, "You can." Thus, it was possible. He did not comprehend the might of the Wu Guang sword, nor did he know whether a single strike could indeed fell a being of the divine realm. But when the boss speaks, "God shall be slain," then tell me, how do you intend to kill me? Dong Lingyun's eyes bore a hint of disdain as he chuckled. Zhao Tianwu raised the Wu Guang sword in his hand, speaking plainly. With it, Dong Lingyun sneered, "Truly a fool. Think a mere hunk of scrap metal can harm me? Even if it were a divine weapon, what power could it unleash in the hands of an ant like you? Above the divine realm, in this world, I am invincible. I am your deity, a mere mortal, seeking to slay a god." A glimmer of disappointment began to surface in Dong Lingyun's eyes, his tone growing icy. He had expected some formidable means from the opponent, yet found it so mundane. His patience had been thoroughly exhausted. Let it end. As for the power of the sword, I do not know, whether invincible above the divine realm. I am also uncertain, but if the boss decrees your death, you must die. Zhao Tianwu slowly raised the Wu Guang sword, its tip aimed directly at Dong Lingyun. Though you are a deity, this sword of mine can slay gods. As his words fell, the Wu Guang sword suddenly flickered with a faint light. The glow was like a candle flickering in the wind, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Yet suddenly, a vast power descended from the heavens, countless starlights shattering the void, piercing through layers of gray mist, all converging towards the Wu Guang sword. As the starlight descended, the sword aura thickened. Then, an arc of sword aura appeared abruptly in the air, as if a crease had formed on a blank sheet of paper. No sound, no energy fluctuations, it swept horizontally toward Dong Lingyun. Wherever it passed, space shattered, in the blink of an eye, from hundreds of feet away. It was now within reach. A deep fear suddenly flickered in Dong Lingyun's vertical eyes, and his suspended body began to tremble uncontrollably. Damn it! This power? There was no time for further thought. Dong Lingyun let out a roar, his aura surging, and he swiftly fled into the distance. However, as the ripples of the sword aura expanded, its speed increased, ultimately vanishing in a form imperceptible to the naked eye. In the distance, as Dong Lingyun fled, his body suddenly froze, and then, before countless gazes, it exploded with a thunderous crash. Above the divine realm, one sword fell. The entire battlefield fell into silence. Zhao Tianwu gazed into the distance, remaining silent for a long time. Yet, the shock and excitement within him had reached an unparalleled pinnacle. Perhaps his future achievements would far surpass the present, but he would never again feel such exhilarating excitement. All of this stemmed from Su Xiao's gift, emotions intertwined, culminating in a resounding roar that shook the heavens. The one who kills you. The boss has spoken. Zhao Tianwu. Chapter 66. Better to kill 1,000 by mistake. While everyone was still immersed in shock, Li Luozis, who had already witnessed Su Xiao's prowess, was the first to regain clarity. Though gravely injured, the might of a dual attribute awakener was still beyond that of an ordinary divine realm. Boom! A divine slayer was instantly slain under the electric power. In the moment Li Luozis struck, Li Guanchu's figure also vanished from sight. The rumble of thunder resounded, the powerful roar of thunder transforming into an invisible hammer that struck fiercely at a divine slayer. Bang! The divine slayer, whose soul had been scared out of his body by Zhao Tianwu's sword aura, had yet to react before being blasted away several hundred meters. Although Li Guanchu's strength was not as monstrous as Li Luozis, he was more than sufficient to deal with ordinary divine realms. In the blink of an eye, within the slayer's camp, 2 divine realms fell, 1 dead, 1 injured. Brothers, the boss has made his move. Let's take out these bastards. Huang Zhongshi led the charge, swiftly rejoining the fray. The boss is mighty. The boss is incredible. I stepped on your foot. Sorry, brother. Taikuan has moved. The battle reignited, yet this time, the atmosphere within the slayer's camp was significantly lighter than before. With Dong Lingyun's demise, this battle held no more suspense. Although many divine realms within the slayers were heavily wounded, the divine realm experts of the slayers had long lost the desire to continue fighting, their eyes constantly watching Zhao Tianwu's movements, fearing that the latter might strike them with a sword in his leisure. If even Dong Lingyun, above the divine realm, could not withstand the might of a single sword, how could they hope to leave even a trace behind? Yet, the valiant and invincible Xiao Tianwu, after unleashing that sword, had quickly retreated to the rear of the battlefield. He constantly recalled Su Zhao's teachings: strike and flee. Do not show off. The sword aura of the Wu Guang sword was singular, and he had but one life. But others did not know that. Thus, an amusing scene unfolded on the battlefield. A figure swaggered toward the rear, sword in hand. Wherever he passed, regardless of the strength of any being, they all retreated in fear. They ran as far as they could, as fast as they could. He was like a pest, within a radius of 500 meters. Not even a dog dared to stay. Damn it. Why are you running? Xiao Tianwu, feeling vexed, directly grabbed a member of the Slayers. His tone unfriendly. Damn it. Am I toxic? The Slayers can run, but you guys are also running for no reason? The member of the Slayers, in Xiao Tianwu's grip, felt a deep sense of despair. His eyes fixated on the Wu Guang sword in Xiao Tianwu's hand. Bro, that sword of yours won't backfire. Will it? His expression was bitter, and his voice carried a hint of a whine. Fearing that Xiao Tianwu might accidentally unleash a sword aura, observing the other's expression, Xiao Tianwu felt inexplicably frustrated. I turned the tide, saving you from peril. Shouldn't you be grateful, moved to tears, and awash with emotion? Even if not surrounded by throngs, should you really hide from me like a plague? Is the hero profession so unappreciated now? Avoiding contamination, Xiao Tianwu shot back, then silently walked toward the rear of the battlefield. At this moment, the battlefield had turned overwhelmingly in one direction. The Slayers grew bolder, while the Slayers fell back step by step. Boom! Another divine Slayer fell at Li Luozi's hands, shattering the psychological defenses of all Slayers members. I surrender. A pinnacle Slayer discarded his forbidden weapon, crouching down with his hands on his head. His action immediately placed his opponent in a dilemma. To spare him, after all, he was a Slayer. His hands stained with the blood of teammates. To kill him, faced with an opponent who had abandoned all resistance, he found it difficult to act. I also surrender. I surrender. The battlefield was suddenly filled with the clatter of weapons hitting the ground. All members of the Slayers turned their gaze toward Li Luozi's, awaiting his command. Li Luozi's looked at the defeated Slayers, his face expressionless, yet inwardly he lamented. These people were his compatriots, also a part of the Great Summer. Due to a moment's folly, they had chosen the path to assist the invaders in annihilating humanity. So sad, so pitiful, so lamentable, and so regrettable. Kill. With Li Luozi's command spoken, the members of the killers no longer hesitated, their curved blades resembling soul-binding chains, harvesting life inch by inch. The air was filled with wails, and the ground flowed with blood, a sea of crimson. Li Luozi slowly closed his eyes. Betrayal. Just once and yet countless times. Their surrender stemmed from a lack of hope. Once the flicker of hope reignited, their daggers would unhesitatingly plunge into the hearts of their comrades. He was the leader, the decision-maker. He would not allow a moment of sentimentality to disregard the lives of countless compatriots behind him. Perhaps some among them acted with genuine intent, but in such dire straits, better to kill 1,000 by mistake. After a brief silence, Li Luozi rejoined the battlefield. This time, his gaze was more resolute, and his strikes more ferocious. The remaining few divine killers, under the joint effort of him and Li Guanqi, swiftly ended the skirmish. Was it you who prompted the boss to act? As the last divine killer was obliterated by a surge of electric power, the brothers finally had the chance to converse. Li Guanqi scoffed. Do you think I would dare? You overestimate me. Having spent money? Li Luozi touched his nose, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Do you regret joining the boss? Li Guanqi did not answer directly, but instead turned his gaze to the rear of the battlefield. Gesturing with his chin, he said, that formidable transcendent from earlier. He was the boss's first recruit. Do you think he regrets it? Li Luozi looked over. There stood a figure yawning with boredom, cradling a 3-foot-long sword as if it were a sacred relic. I think he would consider himself fortunate. At that moment, the gray mist that had lain dormant for a century suddenly began to churn violently. The two looked skyward simultaneously, their faces etched with the same gravity. Concurrently, countless gray monsters, each bearing a single vertical eye, appeared around the capital. Some were several zhang in size, others towering like skyscrapers. In the rear, an entity loomed so large that even from a distance, one had to look up in awe. They have come. Chapter 67, Unknown, Army, poised at the gates. One wave had barely settled before another arose. They had just eradicated all the killers, and now the unknown had descended. Though the killers were formidable, they remained within the realm of humanity, still within their comprehension. Yet gazing upon the enormous gray monsters in the distance, their hearts were shaken by an unprecedented impact. Among the killers, many were facing the unknown for the first time. And before battle had even commenced, their bodies began to tremble. How can we fight this? One killer, lips pale, spoke with great difficulty. Human fear arises from two sources: the perilous unknown, acknowledging their insufficient firepower. They might be unafraid of death, yet they could not suppress their innate fear. Li Luozu's gaze remained fixed on the farthest end of the unknown, on a colossal figure, the throne of the unknown. Even from a distance, he could feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from it. It was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of Dong Lingyun. It has grown stronger. Li Guanqi's brow furrowed, standing shoulder to shoulder with Li Luozu in midair. Not long ago, that entity had merely been in a semi-physical state, its form only 100 zhang in size. But now, it was nearly entirely solidified, and its size had surged to 300 zhang. It was as if a towering mountain was slowly approaching them. No matter how strong it may be, we must confront it. For the past century, any misstep by humanity would lead to utter ruin. Since we have come this far, retreat is no longer an option. Moreover, we have no way back. Li Luozu flipped his hand, retrieving a dozen divine power capsules from the void, swallowing them whole. Instantly, a powerful surge of divine energy erupted within him, rapidly mending his previously damaged organs. To battle! Li Luozu bellowed. Stepping forward to face Ald-I in that moment, he fulfilled his promise. When darkness descends, he shall stand before the multitude. A smirk crept across Li Guanqi's lips, and in a flicker, he found himself beside Li Luozu. You can't steal all the glory for yourself. The two brothers exchanged a knowing smile, facing the approaching, unknown army with calm resolve. Him? The aura of the constant realm? The 300 zhang form of the unknown. Throne suddenly writhed, and then countless wisps of gray mist emanated from its body, as if searching for the source of the constant realm's power. Moments later, the gray mist was reabsorbed into its form. Humph! Even stepping into the constant realm makes you a useless waste. Just one glance, and it understood the tide of this war. The killers had merely suffered superficial wounds. The killers were entirely annihilated, and Dong Lingyun was dead. Damn Dong Lingyun. It had nurtured the killers for over a century, all to deliver a fatal blow to the killers at the last moment. Only then could it safely ascend to the source realm and lead its kin to other star domains. But now, all efforts were in vain. An endless fury coalesced into a palpable killing intent that swept across the battlefield. Countless members of the killers were engulfed by this killing intent, spitting blood as they fell, their eyes wide with terror at the insurmountable entity before them. Merely a wisp of killing intent. And all below the sacred realm were grievously injured. Even those sacred realm powerhouses like Jin Yi felt their lifeblood surge, their divine energy in disarray. This was only because the unknown throne intentionally spared their lives. Otherwise, those who survived would certainly number fewer than 100. I have always known you harbored ulterior motives, but because the mother civilization chose you, I have reluctantly allowed you to survive until today. The voice slowly emanated from within the unknown throne, one of its enormous vertical eyes scanning the two identical individuals before it, before addressing one of them. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have risked severe injury to eradicate you completely from the start. Li Guanqi shook his head. Before a great battle, the greatest taboo was excessive chatter. Dong Lingyun was the best example. Are you not afraid of following in his footsteps? The unknown throne snorted coldly, and then, under the gaze of the onlookers, its form began to shrink continuously, ultimately transforming into that of a normal human. Gray attire, gray hair, gray skin, sharp features. Aside from a slightly conspicuous skin tone, it bore no difference from a regular human. Following in his footsteps? Ha 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 ha. A laugh akin to that of a human escaped its lips. Merely a fool who barely stepped into the constant realm by leveraging my kin's devouring power. Do you think that represents the true strength of a secondary civilization? Pitiful humans. You lowly life forms will never comprehend what is meant by civilization-level suppression. The humanoid throne fixed its gaze upon Li Guanqi, a flicker of curiosity on its face. However, I am quite eager to know how you managed to slay a constant realm life form. Even if that waste had just broken through, before you first-level civilization beings, it was a godlike existence. It was indeed puzzled. The constant realm power it had detected earlier did contain Dong Lingyun's aura. Logically, the emergence of a constant realm powerhouse should have rendered this war devoid of any uncertainty. Li Guanqi gazed ahead and slowly spoke. Sometimes, the power of the divine does not surpass that of wealth. He died because I happen to have money. The reason you are still alive is simply that I have run out of funds. It's as simple as that. Subsequently, as the crowd watched, Li Guanqi strolled toward the humanoid throne. The reason you keep me alive is precisely for the mother civilization within me, is it not? If so, what are you waiting for? Li Guanqi's words caused the humanoid throne's gaze to sharpen, as if it had realized something. Then, a powerful mental force enveloped Li Guanqi. The aura of the mother civilization still exists. Are you not afraid of me? Observing the unflinching Li Guanqi, the humanoid throne bore a hint of doubt. Li Guanqi smiled faintly. Afraid? I have never feared you. What I fear is that this sacred land becomes tainted by you beasts. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Li Guanqi's aura surged violently. His mental energy spiraling like a maddened beast, rampaging through his flesh. His body began to expand uncontrollably. Do you wish to die? It was too late. Upon witnessing Li Guanqi's actions, the humanoid throne suddenly appeared before him, delivering a powerful blow to the crown of his head. The once raging force within Li Guanqi began to subside into tranquility. Li Guanqi glared at the humanoid throne, his eyes brimming with uncontainable resentment. So this is the truth. Your fearlessness stems from an unwavering conviction of certain death. Ha 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 ha. Resentment, humiliation, and fury. The three emotions displayed by Li Guanqi brought immense satisfaction to the humanoid throne. You wish to annihilate the seed of civilization through self-destruction, do you not? However, it is regrettable, before me, you lack even the qualification to die. Since you are so terrified of the seed of civilization's eruption, I shall lend it a hand. As the words left its lips, a domineering force surged into Li Guanqi's body. Within him, the seed of civilization was rapidly undergoing transformation under this formidable power. Yet, in his state of excitement, the humanoid throne failed to notice a fleeting smile at the corner of Li Guanqi's mouth. Chapter 68. The leap of civilization. Seeing Li Guanqi in peril, Li Luoji concentrated the electric power in his palm, launching it towards the humanoid throne. However, before he could approach, an invisible barrier obstructed his path. Li Luoji's gaze sharpened, and the immense electric force erupted against the air before him. Buzz! Minute ripples appeared, akin to the surface of a tranquil lake disturbed by a thrown stone, only to settle back into calmness moments later. The barrier remained intact. Li Luoji's expression darkened. That previous attack had been his utmost effort, yet he could not even breach 100 yards of distance. Is this the disparity of strength? Is this the suppression of civilization levels? At this moment, even Li Luoji felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. This opponent was utterly insurmountable. Just as the humanoid throne had declared, before it, they lacked even the right to perish. As the power continued to flow in, one of the humanoid throne's arms transformed once more into a vaporous state. Clearly, awakening the seed of civilization with its own strength was not a simple task. Originally, it had no desire to waste its power on such inferior civilizations. But since you are so eager to court death, I shall grant your wish. The humanoid throne's gaze turned icy, and the force flooding into Li Guanqi's body surged even more intensely. The reason it had never personally intervened was to conserve its own strength. However, the annihilation of the Slayers had completely disrupted all its plans. Coupled with Li Guanqi's desperate gambit, it was compelled to re-evaluate the necessary losses for this conflict. Nevertheless, it held no concern for any unexpected variables. As long as the seed of civilization bore fruit, it would return to its peak state. Although it could not leap directly into the source realm as previously envisioned, it could, to some extent, compensate for its losses through the flesh and blood it had gathered. At worst, It would simply wait several decades longer. All clans, heed my command. Exterminate all humans. With the humanoid throne's decree, the vast, unknown army instantly engulfed the headquarters of the Slayers. In the previous battle against the Slayers, countless members had already perished, and now, with their mental energy severely depleted, they had no means to resist the overwhelming might of the unknown forces, except for those above the holy realm who could barely cope. The rest were ensnared by gray mist, transformed into mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Life fades, vitality dissipates. Thus, they still remained alive, but merely temporarily. Once the seed of civilization erupted, the fate awaiting them would be that of withered corpses. Li Luoji yearned to save them, yet felt powerless, for before him stood three colossal figures, three divine, unknown, awakened with dual attributes, invincible at their tier. Indeed, it was true. His attacks could still pose a substantial threat, but every time he severely injured one of the divine, unknown, all three would simultaneously dissolve into a cloud of gray mist. Upon reconstituting, their injuries would instantly heal. Had he been at his peak, Li Luoji could have swiftly eliminated one unknown, and then methodically taken them down one by one. Yet now, with only half of his injuries mended, managing to inflict severe damage upon them relied solely on the innate strength of his dual attribute awakening. Li Luoji found himself in a precarious position, while others faced even greater challenges. The remaining divine slayers were gravely injured in Dong Lingyun's grasp, forced to defend against a solidified, unknown, of the same tier. Lacking any offensive capability, it wouldn't be long before they faced inevitable defeat. Why would so much energy be required? The humanoid throne sensed the power within it dwindling, an unsettling feeling creeping into its heart. Yet it could not pinpoint the source of the anomaly. The seed of civilization had already been on the brink of eruption a month prior. Why, after absorbing such immense power, was there still no sign of activity? However, this doubt flickered away. Once the seed of civilization selected its host, no unforeseen events would occur, unless a life form of transcendent second-tier civilization intervened. Yet, as soon as this thought emerged, it was extinguished in its mind. How could such a being possibly exist on a mere planet? The more power absorbed, the mightier the energy contained within the eventual fruits of civilization. Perhaps it could directly step into the source realm. While grappling with uncertainty, the humanoid throne also felt a glimmer of anticipation. Suddenly, 6 tendrils of gray mist extended from its body, adhering to Li Guanxi like appendages. An even greater surge of energy flowed in through these tendrils. In an instant, half of the humanoid throne's body transformed into vaporous form, its humanoid shape reverting to its towering 300 zhang stature. Just as its body was on the verge of complete vaporization, a powerful wave of energy erupted from within Li Guanxi. Crack! The sound of something shattering was followed by beams of blue light shooting from his body, illuminating the dim battlefield from a distance. It appeared as though countless blades had pierced him, his body riddled with numerous openings. Upon the emergence of these blue lights, they suddenly morphed into bolts of lightning, spreading like a web from Li Guanxi's center, ultimately manifesting above every slayer. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! How could it be the seed of human civilization? The solidified, unknown throne's eyes brimmed with boundless fury as it extended a massive hand to strike down the ant-like Li Guanxi, desperate to prevent this occurrence. Yet, just as its palm approached Li Guanxi's head, the blue light began to coalesce, forming a dense blue barrier. Boom! With the descent of its palm, the enormous body of the unknown throne was sent flying, flattening countless structures around it. Yet the brilliance of the blue barrier remained undiminished. For the first time, shock reflected in its enormous vertical eye. The ascension of civilization could not even be halted by its power. In the arena, Li Guanxi's eyes were tightly shut, floating in the air like a rootless water plant. At the center of his heart, a blue fruit gradually materialized. Just as it was about to drift away from his chest, his eyes snapped open, and he seized the blue fruit in his hand, swallowing it whole. Simultaneously, the spiderweb-like blue strands seemed to receive some command, piercing directly into the bodies of the numerous slayers above them. "I have broken through?" A peak slayer exclaimed, feeling the immense energy coursing through the spider strands. "Me too. I have entered the holy realm." It must be due to this blue light. Somewhere on the battlefield, Jian Yi suddenly clenched his fist, his eyes radiating brilliance, the power of the divine realm. Buzz! A vast aura emanated from Li Luoji's direction. He abruptly raised his head, locking his gaze on the distant, unknown throne, his eyes filled with murderous intent. In a fleeting moment, everyone in the human ranks ascended a level. My task is complete. The rest is up to you. Li Guanxi chuckled softly, transforming into motes of light, dissipating into the cosmos. Chapter 69. Humans. Strikingly handsome, dogs, foolishly bubbling. As Li Guanxi vanished, 7 formidable figures instantly appeared beside the unknown throne. Beasts, meet your demise. Li Luoji's heart was engulfed in profound sorrow, transforming into a torrent of unparalleled attacks directed towards the unknown throne. The maternal essence of civilization erupted, and the host was sacrificed. These matters had always been clear to him. Yet, Li Guanxi had explicitly informed him that he had acquired the method of immortality from their master. But why could it be that he merely sought to soothe my worries? The immense emotional upheaval rendered Li Luoji's eyes a vivid crimson. He had completely forsaken his own defenses, each strike imbued with a fatalistic resolve of no return. Ah, who is it? Who has swapped the maternal essence of civilization? The unknown throne, while barely fending off the onslaught of 7 formidable beings of the eternal realm, released a series of unwilling roars of fury. Had it been in its peak condition, it would have shown no fear even against their combined might. However, the maternal essence of civilization had just absorbed at least half of its power. Now, confronted by 7 newly ascended beings of the second-tier civilization, it could no longer act with the same ease as before, especially with Li Luoji, whose every attack left horrific scars upon its massive form. Witnessing their leader's indomitable valor, the members of the Killers were not to be outdone. Many of them, though unfamiliar with the concept of civilization transition, experienced a qualitative leap in their strength amidst the bizarre scene they had just witnessed. The ranks of divine beings suddenly swelled by dozens. With a resounding bang, a newly ascended Killer abruptly broke free from the shackles of gray mist, his curved blades spinning like a windmill, instantly shredding the head of a transcendent unknown. As if signaling a change, the battlefield underwent a cataclysmic transformation, with the once helpless lambs morphing into ferocious beasts, lunging at their foes. Kill, with their filthy blood. They would honor the departed souls of their kin. This time, there would be no return. Not a single one left. In the face of the Killers, they might still show mercy, but against these invaders, they deemed their restraints too blunt. On the opposite end of the battlefield, the unknown throne was already battered and bruised, even its enormous vertical eye marred by a long gash inflicted by Li Luoji. Gray blood trickling down its visage, rendering it even more monstrous and terrifying. Even if you have entered the eternal realm, you cannot kill me. The foreboding vertical eye of the unknown throne harbored boundless wrath. It had not endured such severe injury in ages. Even at the hands of the ants, it had never been in such a precarious state. Li Luoji's gaze turned frigid as power surged within his hands, lightning coalescing in his left hand, while radiance gathered in his right. Ultimately, he brought them forcefully together. Instantly, a cataclysmic force emanated from his palms. Then, try this. With an enraged shout, a luminous sphere of Tianzhong appeared before Li Luoji. Within the sphere, electric currents intertwined. A wave of dizziness washed over him as his mental energy was swiftly drained. A fleeting moment of panic flickered in the vertical eye of the unknown throne. Then its colossal form began to shrink dramatically, ultimately compressing itself into the size of Tianzhong. Boom! A piercing beam of light shot forth from the direction of the unknown throne, followed by an energy capable of annihilating all things. Sweeping outward in all directions, the 6 beings of the eternal realm behind Li Luoji felt a jolt of alarm, instantly positioning themselves above the Killers' ranks, their formidable auras radiating outward, forming an invisible barrier that enveloped all within. The Killers had protection, but those unknown did not. Under the onslaught of this violent force, their massive forms disintegrated in an instant, dissolving into lifeless gray mist. As the dust settled and the energy dissipated, Li Luoji's gaze remained fixed upon the direction of the unknown throne. There lay an emptiness, dead? The unknown. Throne is dead. Ha ha ha. We have triumphed. Humanity has triumphed. The jubilant cheers resounded through the ranks of the killers. Each face alight with excitement, eyes glistening with unshed tears. The enemy has not yet been vanquished. How can we call it home? A century of warfare, the sea of suffering is finite. This moment of glory belongs to each and every one of them. Instructor, we have won. Churan stood amidst the crowd, a radiant smile upon his face. Not far away, Huang Zhongshe clutched his curved blade tightly, gazing at the still-present mist in the sky, murmuring to himself, "Have we truly won? If the war has ended in victory and the unknown has vanished, why does the blue sky that belongs to humanity not yet appear? I told you. You cannot kill me." Cackle, cackle, cackle. A sudden, chilling voice echoed as the gray mist enveloping the battlefield surged wildly in a singular direction. Simultaneously, the roiling gray clouds above seemed to be drawn by some unseen force, spiraling down like a tempest from the heavens. The unknown throne re-emerged before the crowd. A being that had only just ascended to the eternal realm could wield such formidable power. But alas, as long as my true form is not annihilated in an instant, I am an immortal existence. You have disrupted my plans, slain my kin. I shall reduce this planet to a mere speck of dust in the cosmos, as countless gray mists were devoured by it. Its original 300 zhong form began to swell uncontrollably. 400 zhong, 600 zhong, finally, 1,000 zhong. If the aura of the unknown throne had previously been like a gentle stream, now it resembled a vast ocean. Beneath the ocean, the foundations trembled. Countless structures disintegrated into particles of dust, ascending into the air. Perish a colossal hand, as if reaching from the depths of the starry sky, descended ominously, obscuring the sun. The earth quaked violently. Even the divine beings were left prostrate beneath this suffocating force. Li Luoji looked skyward, the despondency in his eyes far outweighing the pain within his body. Above the eternal realm, this level of power far surpassed his comprehension. Unrivaled, this was the most direct impression the current, unknown, throne imparted upon him. A century of war, a century of strategy. Even having learned the final outcome from Xiao, he had still given his all, hoping to turn the tide in his favor. Yet now, due to the unknown throne, he faced utter defeat. Schemes, strategies, hopes, all would be reduced to ashes beneath this single hand. Countless individuals closed their eyes, their hearts devoid of fear, welcoming the impending fate with smiles. The swiftest way to win in a chess game is to lift the board and smash your opponent. A languid voice drifted through the air. The tone was soft, yet it resonated clearly across the battlefield. All eyes turned almost simultaneously towards the periphery of the battlefield. Amidst the shrouding mist, two figures were sauntering towards them. One man and one dog. The man, sharply defined features, strikingly handsome. The dog, with a glossy coat, exuded a delightful yet goofy demeanor. Chapter 70. Wherever I am, there lies the rule. The man and dog seemed oblivious to the peril looming overhead, casually stepping into the fray. I told you, watching television at home cannot compare to the excitement of being on site. Look at the ground, it's littered with riches. The dog's gaze swept excitedly over the battlefield, his expression brimming with enthusiasm. Xiao shot a sidelong glance at the dog, scoffing. You ever seen a master rush to the front like a fool? They always make a grand entrance. The dog nodded thoughtfully, tilting his head. What do you think? Is there enough money? Xiao smiled slightly. Just barely a moment ago, but with so many unknown now dead, it's more than sufficient. This light-hearted exchange instantly became the focal point of the entire arena. Li Luoji's gaze shifted towards Xiao's direction, his expression frozen in disbelief. The unknown had just broken through. The world was on the brink of destruction. Humanity was on the verge of extinction. Is it really necessary to appear so carefree? Li Luoji could even sense the waves of annihilation emanating from above. Disperse. The airy voice, akin to celestial music, lingered as the colossal hand capable of shattering the earth abruptly vanished into thin air. As if it had never existed, in the ranks of the killers, a profound silence ensued. Their minds were in disarray, each casting incredulous glances skyward, then back to Xiao. Just like that, it disappeared? Who are you? A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as the unknown, throne fixated intently on a figure beneath it, no larger than an ant, its gaze brimming with profound trepidation. No, it was fear. Silence ensued, and no one dared respond to it. It seemed that in the presence of the young man who had just appeared, it lacked even the right to engage in conversation. A flicker of blue light illuminated the surroundings as countless azure specks, radiating a subtle glow, converged from all directions. Moments later, they gradually coalesced into a humanoid form before Xiao. Am I not dead? As the brilliance dulled, Li Guanchuan stared vacantly at Xiao before his gaze drifted back to the battlefield. The blood-red earth, the chaotic ruins, the gray mist, and familiar silhouettes. I am not dead. Those who owe him money must rise from the grave, even if they are deceased. Doggy scoffed, disdainful of Li Guanchuan's Navi demeanor. Is this all you amount to? How can I expect to navigate the universe and conquer the world with you like this? Ignoring Dog Ye's conspicuous presence, Xiao lifted his gaze to the towering shadow above. Stepping forth, beneath his feet, invisible steps seemed to emerge from thin air. Treading upon the void, he ascended slowly. Then, he raised his hand slightly, and countless souls of the deceased shattered the void, their money cards swirling densely in the air. I am a man of my word. I abide by the rules. My reputation is paramount in my eyes. Now that I have accepted your money, naturally, I must deliver on my promises. As Xiao approached, the colossal form of the unknown throne began to retreat uncontrollably. This was a primal reaction to fear. Impossible. Under the laws of the universe, a level 1 civilization planet could never give rise to such a formidable being. Who exactly are you? After devouring the power source of countless clansmen, it had ascended from the pinnacle of the constant realm to the source realm. Yet even so, it felt a tremor in its very soul from the power emanating from the other. Rules? Xiao smiled nonchalantly. Where I reside is the rule. The fear in the vertical eyes of the unknown throne intensified, and why Xiao could disregard the cosmic laws became irrelevant. What mattered was how it could survive in the hands of a being who was at least a level 3 civilization powerhouse. The retreating figure suddenly halted, and a cold glint flashed in the unknown throne's eyes, as a formidable energy strong enough to pierce through the earth erupted from its vertical eye in an instant. Its immense body then exploded, disintegrating into countless tiny gray particles that all dissolved into the void. Flee. As long as a single particle of its essence survives, it can slowly recover over endless ages. Annihilate humanity, reclaim the Zhongchen star domain, seize back its territory. All of this was no longer within its aspirations. To live was now its greatest wish, however. The possibility of fulfilling that wish was bleak. In the moment of its explosion, a tremendous celestial might suddenly descended, die. As a detached voice resonated, the countless particles of essence that had once been the unknown throne melted away like snowflakes beneath a blazing sun. Simultaneously, the gray mist that had shrouded the land of Xinzhou for a century gradually dissipated. A brilliant blue emerged above everyone's heads. The unknown is dead, truly dead. Some murmured to themselves, while others wept, their eyes greedily gazing at the unfamiliar sky and the figure within it that bestowed upon them hope. In that instant, Xiao appeared to them, like a deity. I could do it too. Doggy scoffed, regretting not having preemptively slapped the unknown, thrown to death. Such a moment of grandiosity should not have been monopolized by Xiao alone. Li Guanchuan stared at Xiao's silhouette, unable to find his voice for a long while. After a moment, he suddenly spoke in a hushed tone. Is he a god? Doggy was taken aback. Do you not fear insulting him might cost you your performance rating? Li Guanchuan. After vanquishing the unknown throne, Xiao did not hasten to return to the ground. He surveyed the devastation beneath him, and with a thought, a thread of rule power silently manifested between heaven and earth. Life, under this mystical force, the collapsed buildings, withered trees, and cracked earth began to miraculously revive. An unprecedented hue of green broke through the soil, gradually revealing itself to all. In the system's space, a long dusty planet suddenly emitted a faint blue glow. Appearing in the vast expanse of the universe in a rather unassuming manner, Chapter 71. Let us call it 9527 at the headquarters of the killers. On the 99th floor, figures were scattered about. Su Xiao sat alone at a massive circular desk, with Dog Yi dozing beside him. As for Li Guanchuan, ever since signing the servitude contract, he had instinctively stood behind Su Xiao alongside Zhao Tianwu. Su Xiao, observing the orderly crowd flanking him like bodyguards, found it somewhat amusing. "Please, sit down. Hemorrhoids acting up?" Li Luozu chuckled awkwardly but remained seated. Had this been in the past, even knowing Su Xiao's might, he could have calmly conversed with him, but now, just moments ago, corpses, flesh and bone, all things revived. Is this truly the work of a human? Can a mere mortal achieve such feats? It was utterly surreal. Li Luozu could not bring himself to sit, and the others dared not even breathe. Huang Zhongsher stood at the back of the crowd, still shaken. His presence here was entirely due to his association with Su Xiao. After all, in Lansher, he was among the first batch to engage with the killers, and his status had naturally risen. Otherwise, as a mere instructor, even after the civilization leap into the extraordinary realm, he would never have imagined stepping onto the 99th floor. At that moment, his expression was bitter, almost suicidal. My life truly is a mess. To be on such close terms with a creator, and to rub shoulders with the leaders of two major factions, even calling them little brothers. Who knows if I were to take my own life? Would I at least leave behind a complete corpse? It was no wonder they felt such tension. The abilities Su Xiao displayed were too fantastical. This was a clear dimensional suppression. It was akin to an ordinary person entering a boxing match, only to find Tyson slowly approaching after warming up. You think your opponent is Tyson, but the referee informs you that Tyson is just holding up the sign. Your opponent is a transformer. In such circumstances, how could they remain composed? As Su Xiao persisted fruitlessly, Dog Yi stirred from his slumber, leaping onto the desk. Exposing his sharp teeth, he spoke ominously. "Are you not going to sit? Is this disrespectful? Would you like to try an experience card for the unknown throne?" In an instant, every seat was filled. Dog Yi shook his head, returning to Su Xiao's side, then closed his eyes again as Su Xiao sighed softly. "This dog is worth keeping. He really steps up when needed." Once everyone had settled, Su Xiao turned his gaze toward the contemplative Li Luozu. 500 million. "I can answer the two questions on your mind." Li Luozu remained unfazed. Even with the ability to reverse the heavens, reading minds was child's play. "Show me the money." Su Xiao smiled slightly, securing 500 million without effort. The two questions on Li Luozu's mind happened to be one Su Xiao was privy to. The first question. There are 3 realms within a level 2 civilization: Constant Realm, Source Realm, Dyson Realm. If a single Constant Realm individual emerges within a tribe, it will elevate the civilization from level 1 to level 2. The strength of the tribe will undergo a qualitative leap. This is the outcome of civilization ascension and a rule of the universe. The last realm of the unknown throne is the Source Realm. Upon reaching the Source Realm, one can traverse space and journey to other planets. The office fell into a hushed silence, everyone attentively dissecting Su Xiao's explanation, especially Li Luozu and the 6 newly ascended killers at the Constant Realm. For them, the realm beyond Constant Realm was a blank slate. The second question, in truth, you already have the answer in your heart. Su Xiao squinted, gazing through the window at the cerulean sky outside. The universe is vast, and the number of life-bearing planets is undoubtedly innumerable. The unknown is merely a drop in the ocean. Having received the answers he sought, Li Luozu's heart sank once more. If that is indeed the case, having eliminated the unknown, this time, what shall be next? Even if humanity has reached the level of a Type 2 civilization, we remain insignificant in the face of the vast cosmos. While Li Guanxi was lost in contemplation, Su Xiao had already vanished along with the others from the convenience store. When they reappeared, they found themselves back inside the shop. Su Xiao rubbed his hands together, a smile blossoming on his face. It was time for excitement once more. Level up. Upgrade successful. Your current balance is 21.6 billion. The next upgrade requires 200 billion, or 10x10 life forms, or 500 star iron crystals. You have attained the title of Planet Guardian, with the emotionless voice of the system resonating. The consciousness that had enveloped half of the land of Shenzhou abruptly vanished. Immediately after, countless images surged into Su Xiao's mind like a torrent of data. Glaciers, oceans, jungles, mountains, even a stone radiating immense energy from the depths of the earth. In short, no subtle change on the earth could escape Su Xiao's notice. With a mere thought, he could manifest in any corner of the planet. Or, should he desire, this planet that had endured countless epochs could instantaneously dissolve into cosmic dust. Title: Planet Guardian. What does it do? It enables interstellar migration of the designated planet. Wow, doesn't that mean expansion and prosperity? Can we open branch stores? No, Xiao. The plan has gone awry. One last question. Will there still be an invincible domain after migration? Yes, a slight smile began to curve Xiao's lips, ultimately revealing his back molars. This was the matter he cared about most. If the invincible domain ceased to exist post-migration, he might as well remain here, cautiously developing. The universe remains perilous, much like an abyss. When you gaze into it, it gazes back at you. Far from Earth, in the depths of the starry sky, a colossal spaceship was traveling at an astonishing speed. Each appearance and disappearance spanned countless planets. How much farther? A life form, its body resembling liquid, stood within the cabin, gazing at the stars that flashed by. With every movement, ripples generated by the flowing liquid could be distinctly seen on its form. It possessed no facial features or limbs, only a head akin to that of a human. At the current speed, it would reach the Milky Way in 3 days. Beside it stood a similarly shaped life form, albeit slightly smaller. After tens of thousands of years, the Zhongchen star domain had finally birthed another Type 2 civilization planet. How many is this now? Suddenly, a phantom screen appeared before the smaller life form, and after a brief inquiry, it spoke. Prior to this, the Zhongchen star domain had birthed a total of 9,526 Type 2 civilization planets. Over the years, 852 have been reduced to dust and 286 have become dead stars. Currently, there are still 388 Type 2 civilization planets remaining. Oh, no. Now there's one more. Upon hearing its companion's report, the transparent life form slowly nodded. Let us call it 527. Hopefully, it won't become one of the dead stars. Full speed ahead. Chapter 72. Cosmic Behemoth. Unknown, vanished, and Earth once again reverted to its state from a century ago. Although everything was still in a nascent phase, they no longer had to hide in shelters, enduring daily torment. At last, they could stand in the sunlight. On the streets, in the alleys, flowers and greenery flourished. People gathered in groups, marveling at the vibrant colors they had never seen before. Yet, just as smiles brimmed on their faces, the sunlight vanished from the sky once more. An immense spaceship suddenly appeared above everyone's heads. Panic, fear swept through the hearts of humanity once again. The moment the ship materialized. Powerful figures surged forth from the assassin headquarters. Li Luozu stood firm in the void, the aura of a constant realm expert erupting from him without reservation. His expression was grave, his gaze fixated on the colossal entity above. Could it be another invader? The ship's cabin opened, and 2 life forms, solidified like liquid, slowly descended. 2? Li Luozu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the figures drifting from above. If they were indeed invaders, how could there be only 2? Moreover, he could distinctly sense that, although their aura was stronger than his, they remained at the constant realm level and had not yet entered the source realm. After the 2 liquid life forms landed, they approached the crowd without regard for the hostility emanating from Li Luozu and the others. There's no need to be tense. We are not your enemies. I am Yak, the reception officer of the Zhongchen Star Domain's Civilization Management Bureau. Congratulations on becoming a Type 2 civilization planet. A cacophony of sounds ensued, and Li Luozu understood none of it. However, the essence of their message seemed to directly enter his mind. Zhongchen Star Domain? Civilization Management Bureau? Li Luozu's expression turned incredulous. These were terms he had never encountered before. Nonetheless, the lack of hostility from the visitors gradually eased his apprehension. What is the Civilization Management Bureau? Li Luozu spoke in fluent Mandarin, indifferent to whether they could comprehend him. Yet, judging by their expressions, there appeared to be no language barrier. The Civilization Management Bureau oversees countless Type 2 civilization planets, serving as the highest authority in the star domain. When mentioning the Bureau, Yak's words were imbued with a hint of pride. Overseeing countless Type 2 civilization planets. Reception officer, Li Luozu raised an eyebrow. Beginning to grasp their intentions, you wish for us to join the Civilization Management Bureau? Yak's tone carried a note of admiration. Precisely. You are the 9527th Type 2 civilization planet in the Zhongchen star domain, and thus must be unified under the management of the Bureau. After hearing this, Li Luozu hesitated not for a moment, shaking his head. I'm sorry. We have just endured the pains of war. We simply wish to return to a peaceful life and do not wish to join the Civilization Management Bureau. Unknown took away 99 of the people on Earth. Now that they have finally welcomed the dawn, he does not want to be embroiled in further conflicts. Yak, upon hearing Li Luozu's words, showed no anger. Every newly birthed Type 2 civilization planet responded in the same manner. However, once they witness the horrors of the universe, they will naturally submit willingly. Come with me. Yak, resembling liquid, slowly turned and began to glide back toward the spaceship. Li Luozu's gaze sharpened, and he made no move. Faced with an unexpectedly appearing unknown life form, how could he not maintain a cautious demeanor? For the hope of humanity, he could fearlessly battle unknown. However, he did not wish to lose his life in vain. If this were a trap, given his recent entry into the constant realm, it would be challenging to survive in their hands. Seeing Li Luozu remain motionless, Yak paused. What you are about to witness pertains to the safety of you and your kin. Please consider carefully. Yak's voice was calm and unhurried, lacking any sense of coercion. Li Luozu's face reflected contemplation as he rapidly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. To go means placing himself in jeopardy. To stay. If what they say is true, it would place all of humanity in peril, although he was still unaware of the nature of this peril. All right, I will go with you. After a moment's hesitation, Li Luozu soared toward Yak. Chief, no, beware of treachery. Witnessing Li Luozu's actions, the members of the assassin attempted to intervene, but were halted by Li Luozu's raised hand. Subsequently, a mental projection appeared in their minds. If they were truly invaders, they wouldn't have come with just two. Moreover, their strength surpassed ours. If they had ulterior motives, they wouldn't need to complicate matters. After a brief silence, the mental projection reappeared. If I meet with misfortune, gather funds, contact the boss. As the cabin door opened once more, Yak entered first, followed closely by Li Luozu. The spaceship ascended slowly, and upon reaching a certain altitude, it vanished from sight. In the endless starry sky, Li Luozu stood within the cabin, gazing ahead, his eyes shimmering with wonder. Although humanity had been able to conduct some basic explorations of the cosmos over a century ago, experiencing the mysteries of the universe in such an immersive manner was beyond imagination. Where are you taking me? After a long while, Li Luozu finally spoke up. Yak gazed into the distance and replied, Do not rush, it will come soon. Li Luozu furrowed his brow, a faint unease stirring within him. Could it be that the other party was a marauder lurking in the depths of the cosmos, intent on leading him to a desolate place to commit murder and plunder? We have arrived. Just as Li Luozu was lost in his wild speculations, Yak's voice suddenly broke through. He followed Yak's gaze and looked in the direction he was staring. In an instant, an indescribable chill enveloped his entire being. Outside the cabin, a terrifying beast, comparable in size to the entire spaceship, was slowly flapping its wings. It was covered in a dense layer of scales. Entirely jet black, its eyes emitted a ghostly glimmer, scanning the stars around it. This creature was known as a stellar behemoth. Yak was pleased to see the shock reflected in Li Luozu's eyes and began to explain. It does not belong to any civilized species. Rather, it is a unique life form within the universe. They survive by devouring stellar cores, and from the moment of their birth, they exist at the source realm. The astonishment in Li Luozu's eyes lingered, and after a moment, he suddenly asked, Why are you telling me this? Yak raised his head and replied, Do you see those lifeless planets beside it? They were all devoured by the stellar behemoth. If you do not join the Civilization Management Bureau, you will not receive the protection you require. Your planet will inevitably become its prey. A jolt of alarm surged through Li Luozu's heart. Yet, the planet he inhabited had existed for billions of years. Why had there never been any sign of the stellar behemoth before? If what the other party claimed were true, Earth would have been consumed long ago, and they would not have waited until now. Was it mere luck? Glancing at the beast outside, which was nearly the same size as Earth, Li Luozu found it hard to believe. That is because your planet has not yet evolved into a life-bearing world. Noticing the confusion etched on Li Luozu's face, Yak elaborated, Planets are classified as dead worlds, dust worlds, life worlds, and resource worlds. The dead worlds are the ones before you, devoid of any life. Dust worlds harbor life forms, but have not yet evolved into second-tier civilizations. Once a planet becomes a second-tier civilization, it will produce stellar cores. Stellar cores are the favorite food of the stellar behemoths. Upon hearing Yak's words, Li Luzi suddenly understood. Slaying the unknown, the leap of civilization. Though they achieved ultimate victory, they had also exposed themselves to these terrifying entities. Chapter 73. Their appearance seems familiar. The stellar behemoth you see now is merely a juvenile. Its strength is only at the first tier. Yet even so, it would be difficult for a peak source realm warrior to contend with it. Yak's voice pulled Li Luzi from his shock, and he continued. So, have you thought it over? Li Luzi remained silent, his mind racing. After a moment, he spoke solemnly. If we join the Civilization Management Bureau, what will we need to do? He was not foolish. The other party had traversed the cosmos for more than just a simple request for humanity to join the Bureau. To gain protection, there would naturally be a price to pay. Upon joining the Bureau, you will be required to pay an annual fee of 2,000 star iron crystals. Before Li Luzi could inquire further, Yak continued, star iron crystals are the materials used to forge civilized weaponry. With the ongoing conflicts among the star domains, the consumption of civilized weapons is immense. Therefore, once a second-tier civilization planet is birthed, the Bureau will provide a certain level of protection, while also collecting a fee. Li Luzi nodded. Regardless of what kind of organization the Civilization Management Bureau was, at least it seemed reasonable. Otherwise, they could simply use their overwhelming force to suppress them and drag them away as laborers, without needing to seek any opinions. With this thought, he couldn't help but feel a slight fondness for the Bureau and for Yak. Very well. I shall join, however. I need some time to prepare. His nature was one of decisiveness, and since there was only one path laid before him, it was better to make a swift decision and leave a good impression. After all, he did not wish for Earth to one day become a meal for those colossal beasts outside. Yak felt no surprise, for he anticipated this outcome. No newly emerged second-tier civilization could survive before the stellar behemoths, nor would any lord wish to lead their people to destruction. In Yak's mind, Li Luzi had already become the highest leader of Earth. Very well, Yak nodded, and then a ripple emanated from his body, revealing a small spacecraft the size of a palm before him. This is a spatial vessel from the Zhongchen star domain, with sufficient energy to take you to Luanyuni No. 1. Oh, and by the way, Luanyuni No. 1 is the only third-tier civilized planet in the Zhongchen star domain. It is also the headquarters of the Civilization Management Bureau. Li Luzi reached out to take the exquisite spacecraft, his eyes filled with wonder. After examining it closely, he couldn't help but marvel at the power of civilized technology. Such a small vessel could transport one to another star domain. Suddenly, the figure of Xiao flashed through Li Luzi's mind. He wondered if his boss possessed the strength to traverse the endless cosmos. Perhaps not. The thought of a flesh-and-blood body traveling through time and space felt utterly absurd. As his unease gradually dissipated, Li Luzi and Yak began to grow increasingly familiar with one another. Yak, where can we obtain the star iron crystals? Now that he had resolved to join the Civilization Management Bureau, it was prudent to familiarize himself with this essential knowledge beforehand, especially as he was venturing into an unfamiliar realm without the aid of his kind or the foresight of his boss. Star iron crystals are mined from resource planets. Each second-tier civilization that joins the Bureau will be assigned to a resource planet. Beyond the required annual fee, any excess can be freely disposed of. Star iron crystals serve as currency among civilizations at various levels. Whether for civilized weaponry or foundational seeds, everything relies on it. But remember, resource planets are unclaimed territory. Any group can occupy them. Yak responded like a well-programmed automaton, answering every question without a hint of impatience. Li Luzi frowned at the mention of unclaimed territory, knowing it would lead to conflict, and conflict would breed bloodshed. Clearly, the days ahead would not be tranquil. Li Luzi had initially believed the war was over, only to realize it had merely begun. After a considerable time, the spacecraft once again hovered above Earth. This time, Yak did not linger. After exchanging a few final words with Li Luzi, he vanished into the sky. His mission had been completed, and all that remained was to return and report. And no matter whether Li Luzi would venture to the Civilization Management Bureau afterward, it was no longer his concern. An emergent second-tier civilization has no need for excessive courtesy. A companion of Yak's on the spacecraft spoke with a hint of disdain. Udo, never underestimate any group. Although the Civilization Management Bureau wields immense power and governs the fate of every planet in the Zhongchen star domain, we are merely minor guides in their scheme. Can you guarantee that none of these second-tier civilized planets will one day become the overlords of this starry expanse? To take it a step further, even if they were to one day regress to dust worlds or become dead worlds, it would not incur any loss for us. Yak's voice continued to resonate, and then he turned his body, slowly drifting towards the rear of the cabin. Moreover, do you not find their appearance somewhat familiar? Udo lowered his head, seemingly lost in thought about Yak's words. After a moment, his body visibly jolted, ripples like liquid spreading across him. Are you suggesting those beings from the parallel universe? His tone underwent a dramatic transformation, and the doors of memory began to unlock for Udo. Deep within his recollections, he unearthed a vague image from long, long ago, when the Zhongchen star domain bore witness to a murky fragment of history. It was in the depths of a universe, where countless powerful corpses floated like fallen stars in the cosmic void. Though that vision was somewhat blurred, he could still discern it that a figure, almost identical to that recent human, stood upon the cosmos, shattering star rivers with a mere wave of his hand, causing the universe to collapse. Even some seventh-tier stellar behemoths appeared as insignificant as ants before him. The image was brief but profoundly shocking, however. For reasons unknown, this segment of footage did not last long before it was completely obliterated by the Civilization Management Bureau. Indeed, the parallel universe, that is a realm even fourth-level civilizations dare not tread lightly upon. Chapter 74, Migration. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Slayer organization, Li Luozai succinctly recounted everything that had transpired to the others. He then vanished from the 99th floor. In the small shop, as Li Luozai stepped inside, he was greeted with surprise. Hey, old Li, weren't you abducted by aliens? Back so soon? Su Xiao lay leisurely in a rocking chair, exhibiting no astonishment at Li Luozai's arrival. Everything on this planet was well within his grasp, boss. Li Luozai first offered a respectful greeting, then proceeded, I have a question I wish to consult you about. The information from today has been overwhelmingly vast. Even though I have promised Yak to join the Civilization Management Bureau, I still feel a twinge of trepidation. Su Xiao chuckled lightly. I am merely a merchant, possessing a modicum of knowledge about the ways of business, but utterly ignorant of the grand affairs of the world. Moreover, whether I join the Civilization Management Bureau holds no significance for me. Li Luozai mused internally. Indeed, nothing escapes the keen eyes of the boss. Before he could voice his thoughts, Su Xiao was already well aware. And have you not already given your word? Su Xiao set down the book he was holding and smiled at Li Luozai. Li Luozai's expression was one of resignation as he spoke. I have been left with no choice. If I do not agree, humanity will once again plunge into a greater crisis. Even now, the haunting image of the terrifying starry beast sent shivers down Li Luozai's spine. It was colossal, and according to Yak, it was merely a first-stage juvenile. What formidable presence would an adult version possess? Devouring the cosmos. Su Xiao nodded. Indeed, if that creature were to arrive, it would only be I who could stand unscathed. And I, Doggy interjected with disdain, that little thing is nothing but a nuisance. I could dispatch it with a mere fart. Li Luozai could only smile wryly. What was a pressing matter for him seemed to be but a gentle breeze in Su Xiao's eyes. What event could possibly stir him? Boss, I wish to inquire about my fate. Li Luozai's expression remained unchanged, yet his tone conveyed a seriousness never before encountered. The journey to the Zhongchen star domain was fraught with uncertainty. If it pertained only to his own life and death, he would not hesitate. However, the heavy burden he had just begun to lay down now once again pressed upon his shoulders. It was burdensome and inescapable. Su Xiao glanced at Li Luozai, comprehending his thoughts. Li Luozai was a man of responsibility, capable and resolute, a born leader. Yet, he lived a life of unrelenting strain, always speaking of the rise and fall of nations. With his eyes open or closed, he bore the weight of humanity's mission. For the human race, his presence was a blessing. But for Li Luozai personally, he felt like a cog in the machinery of civilization, tirelessly toiling yet steadily eroding his own existence. Inquiry. The fate of Li Luozai in the Zhongchen star domain. 10 billion. Free inquiry. Damn. You wouldn't dare to renege, would you? Su Xiao stood in the system space. Hands on hips, the only instance of free inquiry was originally intended to ensnare Li Guanqi, however. As events unfolded, the secrets surrounding Li Guanqi gradually came to light. Now that Li Guanqi had become his subordinate, he was also trailing behind him, burdened by a plethora of famines. It seemed there would be no future opportunities. But if he couldn't exploit the brother, what of the elder? After a brief silence, the system's voice slowly resonated. In the Zhongchen star domain, resources are plundered, countless races engage in slaughter, and survival is precarious. Su Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, exiting the system's space. 180 billion. Li Luozai's expression did not waver, and he directly handed the money card to Su Xiao. 180 billion. This is all my wealth. After receiving the payment, Su Xiao slowly remarked, this time, the odds are grim. In the struggle for resources, you will be beset by countless races. A single misstep could lead to irretrievable doom. Upon hearing Su Xiao's words, Li Luozai displayed no signs of joy or sorrow. Yet the aura emanating from him subtly indicated that his heart was far from tranquil. The universe is so vast. Why can it not accommodate a mere human? Unknown. To regain strength, they treat us as fodder. The starry beasts consume us to evolve into higher life forms. Those races regard us as prey to secure greater resources. Is humanity destined to be oppressed? A sudden, mournful laughter escaped Li Luozai's lips. I no longer wish to be a little rabbit. I too desire to feast. The last two sentences seemed somewhat disjointed. Apart from Su Xiao, no one could fathom their meaning. Boss, thank you. Li Luozai bowed respectfully to Su Xiao before stepping out of the small shop. Observing Li Luozai's departing figure, Li Guanqi furrowed his brow. His mindset had shifted. Su Xiao smiled faintly. When a person has been bullied for too long, they will either continue to endure in silence or rise up in rebellion. Li Guanqi's gaze sharpened. He intends to rebel. Su Xiao shook his head. No. He aims to bully others. Li Guanqi's expression froze, perplexed. Su Xiao offered no explanation, instead focusing on the silhouette of Li Guanqi as he vanished from the small shop. He understood that with Li Luozai's departure, the Slayer faction would no longer have a leader. The boundless cosmos would soon witness the emergence of a butcher, a true Slayer, determined to survive without being trampled underfoot. Outside the headquarters of the Slayer organization, a spaceship expanded against the wind, ultimately transforming into a colossal entity spanning thousands of kilometers. Concurrently, 7 figures suddenly shot forth from within the building, zipping towards the spacecraft in streaks of light. Finally, amidst the gazes of all present, the immense vessel began to ascend slowly. For the vast majority, no one comprehended the significance of Yak's arrival today. Nor did they know where those 7 figures were headed. To them, all of this felt exceedingly distant. Yet they were acutely aware that the reason they could still exist beneath this mysterious starry sky was that someone bore the weight of their survival. Zhongchen Star Domain. Su Xiao watched as Li Luozai and the others departed, curiosity flickering across his face. Doggy, would you like to see what aliens look like? Upon hearing Su Xiao's question, Doggy perked up instantly. I've been dying to know. Su Xiao smiled faintly, once again entering the system space. Inquiry. Coordinates of the Civilization Management Bureau in the Zhongchen Star Domain. No sooner had Su Xiao's words left his lips than a star emitting a soft glow flickered in the boundless expanse of the system space. Migration. Chapter 75. Damn. Home. In the endless cosmos, a spaceship of several thousand kilometers was hurtling through space. Li Luozai turned to glance back. That familiar basketball-shaped planet had long since vanished from his sight. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. Leader, let us take a break. A member of the Eternal Realm Slayer spoke up. According to the ship's coordinates, we still need over 10 days to reach the Civilization Management Bureau. Noticing the weight of thought on Li Luozai's face, the Eternal Realm Slayer continued, before we departed, I had the boss divine our fate. The outlook is not optimistic. You all must be prepared. Li Luozai was still mulling over Su Xiao's words regarding the perilous journey ahead. For this reason, he had not brought many people along. If they had no hope, bringing more would only lead to death. If it truly was as that guide had said, that a certain quantity needed to be paid annually to complete the task. We are not without a chance for survival. Once we gather enough star iron crystals, we can find a place to hide. After pondering for a moment, the Eternal Realm Slayer shared his plan. Li Luozai slowly shook his head. This is our ingrained mindset. We do not initiate aggression, nor do we actively seek to claim our own. We only rise in rebellion once others have bullied us to the extreme. This time, we will not hide. Li Luozai's gaze was resolute. Weakness garners no compassion. Only fangs earn respect. Since the boss has proclaimed the odds grim, we shall strive for that slender thread of hope. From this day forth, we shall no longer be slayers. Instead, we shall be the butchers beneath this starry sky. There are no rules, no reason, and no right or wrong. Any enemy that stands in our way shall be mercilessly slain. Li Luoji's words instantly ignited the battle spirit of the 6 killers. To hell with it. If death is inevitable, one might as well carve a bloody path. The cabin fell into a profound silence. Yet within the eyes of the 7 humans flickered a faint glimmer of bloodlust. Half a month later, the spaceship's speed gradually slowed, revealing an immense planet before Li Luoji and his companions. Though they had encountered countless stars along their journey, none could compare to the colossal behemoth that loomed before them. Could this be Luan Yuntai No. 1? The onlookers gazed in awe at the celestial body, which was several million times the size of Earth, their astonishment palpable. In comparison, Earth seemed merely an egg. One of the killers remarked bitterly, let alone this planet. Even those surrounding it were countless times larger than Earth. Another individual pointed towards the numerous planets orbiting Luan Yuntai No. 1, feeling a hint of inferiority. There was no helping it. After all, size was a factor. Who said that? There's still an egg over there. One of the killers seemed to have made a discovery, pointing at a small planet nestled among the myriad stars. Had it not emitted a faint glow, its presence would have been nearly imperceptible. Indeed, there was. As if they had stumbled upon a new continent, the group leaned in to investigate. Goodness! A mere stone from these surrounding celestial bodies could crush it effortlessly. To find a planet comparable in size to Earth was a rare occurrence. Instantly piquing their interest, a blue glow. As the spaceship drew closer to Luan Yuntai No. 1, the egg-sized planet gradually came into full view. Since discovering this planet, Li Luoji had remained silent, for he sensed an eerily familiar feeling emanating from this small sphere. The spaceship approached ever nearer. Li Luoji's eyes widened in disbelief, until the spaceship hovered above the planet. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Damn! Home! A coarse exclamation encapsulated all of Li Luoji's emotions at that moment. How the hell did we return home? Is the spaceship malfunctioning? This contraption is a product of the Civilizational Management Bureau. Do you think it could possibly break down? Then explain to me, what in the world is going on here? I believe we may have encountered a ghost wall. Listening to the cacophony of voices around him, Li Luoji sighed, rubbing his forehead. Were it not for the spaceship's coordinates indicating their arrival or the stars now before them, even he would have thought they had merely circled through the cosmos. But now that home had materialized before them, there could be only one explanation. It had to be one possibility. Leader, what on earth is happening? With doubts lingering, they naturally turned to their leader for answers. Li Luoji offered a wry smile. The boss truly is extravagant. If something inexplicable occurred on this blue planet, no need to inquire. It could only be that one person. Let us go. We're going home. Li Luoji maneuvered the spaceship to hover above Earth, descending onto this land they had just departed. The glacial mountains, the dense jungles, the oceans, the headquarters of the killers, and the countless figures moving about the streets. To those on Earth, nothing seemed amiss. They continued to eat, sleep, and travel as usual, completely unaware that they had found themselves in an entirely different starry expanse. The only difference was that over the past half-month, it appeared as though extraterrestrial beings had multiplied. However, these beings exhibited no hostility towards humans, merely observing for a time before departing. After all, they had weathered many storms. These visitors, though varied in form, were far more aesthetically pleasing than the grotesque unknown creatures. In Lan City, the small shop was bustling. As Li Luoji and his companions arrived, they beheld the alien races entering and exiting, their hearts racing with excitement. Before they could step inside, a familiar voice resonated from within. Hey, buddy, don't underestimate this egg. It's from a free-range chicken that has been allowed to roam for 49 days. You know what a free-range chicken is? It's a sacred beast of our human race. How much do we revere sacred beasts? Let me put it this way. We never skip a meal. Just think, The delicacies crafted from a sacred beast's egg can't possibly be cheap. Alas, with the decline of sacred beasts, their eggs are becoming increasingly rare. This is the only one I have left. If you're truly interested, I'll let it go for just 2-star iron crystals. His voice carried a hint of heartache. Eli Luagi was momentarily stupefied. Chapter 76. I am everywhere. A being resembling a lizard man emerged from the small shop. Cradling a boiled egg in its hands, it carefully unwrapped the packaging and took a gentle bite. Instantly, the cold-blooded creature's unique icy gaze softened considerably. It then placed the remaining portion of the boiled egg back into the packaging, the egg disappearing at the flick of a thought. Having traded 2-star iron crystals for it, it was unwilling to consume it all at once. It must be feeling quite pained. The shopkeeper truly is a good person. The lizard man sighed inwardly, offering Li Luagi a smile as it passed. Humans, after all, are inherently good. Li Luagi had never admired anyone throughout his life, but now he found himself in awe. The shopkeeper's charm indeed knew no bounds. Even these extraterrestrial beings could be swindled. Their gratitude palpable, impressive. Li Luagi sincerely marveled. Observing the long queue before him, Li Luagi remained unhurried, strolling to the end of the line while assessing the various alien beings around him. In mere moments, over a dozen distinct races passed before his eyes. Some resembled cats, others tigers, some appeared as though forged from steel. A few even bore a striking resemblance to humans, complete with facial features and limbs. The power levels of these beings ranged broadly, with some stronger and others weaker, which offered Li Luagi and his companions a modicum of reassurance. If even one of them were stronger, it would be best to head home early. The grandiose declarations made aboard the spaceship were better off swallowed back. Not long after, their turn finally arrived. Eli Luagi adjusted his breathing, striving to appear less astonished. Comrade Laoli, why did you take so long to arrive? I've been waiting for you for half a month. In the familiar surroundings, Xiao remained as relaxed as ever, seemingly glued to that rickety rocking chair. Eli Luagi's carefully regulated breathing was once again disrupted by Xiao's words. Half a month? Had the boss arrived half a month ago? But it was clear they had still been in the previous star domain at that time. Had he traveled here on the same day? Impossible! Li Luagi had thought he had become accustomed to Xiao's might. Yet it seemed the displays of power previously exhibited were merely the tip of the iceberg. They had spent nearly half a month aboard the spatial spaceship. But Xiao had accomplished it in just one day, and he had brought Earth along with him. Boss, how is it that you are here? Li Luagi was filled with countless questions, yet considering his empty wallet, he could only pose some straightforward inquiries. Xiao smiled slightly. I am everywhere. Wherever there is money to be made, my presence will follow. And seeing as you've all become broke, if I don't make a move soon, life will become even more arduous. Li Luagi scoffed, unconvinced by Xiao's words. You're facing hardship? The money you earn could circle the earth twice. But he soon sensed a dangerous gaze fixed upon him. Li Luagi's body quivered, and he quickly steadied himself, suppressing any errant thoughts. How could he forget? The boss could see right through one's heart. Offering an awkward chuckle to ease the tension, Li Luagi asked, Boss, with us so close to the Civilizational Management Bureau, won't they notice our presence? Xiao frowned, his voice deepening. Is our location that conspicuous? Li Luagi paused, then earnestly nodded. Very conspicuous. It's akin to directly confronting the Civilizational Management Bureau. Moreover, whether heading to the Bureau or the passing spaceships, one could easily spot Earth's location at a glance. As Li Luazu spoke, a hint of concern flickered across his expression. Should some formidable beings discover the sudden emergence of Earth, this fragile little egg might soon find its yolk irrevocably shaken. As for whether Xiao would intervene in such a dire moment, Li Luazu felt no sense of assurance from the moment he met Xiao. The latter had consistently adopted the perspective of an observer, never proactively engaging nor allowing emotions to cloud his judgment. He resembled a creator, standing aloof above the myriad beings, listening to the winds of fate from his lofty perch. He regarded the tumultuous world with detached indifference. If it truly unfolds as you say, how splendid that would be! Upon hearing Li Luazu's words, Xiao's expression gradually transformed into one of excitement. Observing Xiao's reaction, Li Luazu's thoughts swiftly crystallized. It was intentional. He had deliberately positioned Earth in such a conspicuous locale, aiming to draw greater attention to the existence of the small shop, and thereby extract even more wealth. Undoubtedly, boss, we must report to the Civil Management Bureau, so I shan't disturb you further. Once everything stabilizes, I shall pay another visit. Su Xiao's arrival dissipated the last remnants of worry in Li Luozu's heart. Otherwise, in that distant expanse of starlit sky, there would always linger a tinge of concern. Now, with their homeland so close at hand, they could return for visits at any time. All 7 of them bowed deeply to Su Xiao and then ascended towards the hovering spacecraft. The vessel gradually rose, ultimately merging with the colossal body of planet Luoyuan No. 1. After Li Luozu departed, Su Xiao's thoughts stirred, and before him appeared hundreds of fist-sized black crystals. 102. Too slow. These were the star iron crystals he had painstakingly acquired over the past fortnight. Though their cost was minimal, Su Xiao understood that for those foreign beings, these ordinary provisions were merely a novelty. Over time, they would naturally lose their allure. Upon hearing Su Xiao's words, Doggy immediately perked up. Whenever Su Xiao grumbled about the slow pace of earning, he always managed to concoct something thrilling. What do you have in mind? Doggy leaned closer, brimming with excitement. Su Xiao squinted his eyes, murmuring to himself. How can we make more people aware of our existence? Doggy tilted his head, pondering Su Xiao's words intently. Moments later, its eyes suddenly brightened. Blow up the Civil Management Bureau, Su Xiao. Setting aside the fact that his invincible domain could not reach that far, even if it could, he would never sever this future cash cow. After all, only the existence of the Civil Management Bureau would beckon the worship of countless races. It would also provide him with a steady stream of clientele. However, after Dog Ye's interjection, Su Xiao's mind was already teeming with ideas. Query. Level 2 Civilized Weapons, Chapter 77. Will the commotion be too great? Offensive Level 2 Civilized Weapon, one-time consumable, 30 cosmic points. Permanent, 500 cosmic points. Defensive Level 2 Civilized Weapon, one-time consumable, 20 cosmic points. Wink with a frown. Permanent, 350 cosmic points. Level 2 Civilized Shuttle, one-time consumable, 15 cosmic points. Wink with a frown. Permanent, 200 cosmic points. Activate the recycling system. A virtual list appeared before Su Xiao, densely populated with numerous Level 2 civilized weapons, their prices ranging from low to high. At a cursory glance, there were tens of thousands of varieties. However, when Su Xiao noticed the unit prices displayed at the end, his expression clearly faltered. He hurriedly checked his balance, and indeed, the once enticing string of numbers had vanished, replaced by a pitiful figure. 50. Damn. Where did my money go? Su Xiao erupted in fury, his expression more wretched than if he had consumed excrement. Your balance exceeding 50 billion has been automatically converted. Perhaps to accommodate Su Xiao's comprehension, the system added a final note. Equivalent conversion, purchasing power unchanged. Only after hearing the system's concluding remark did Su Xiao's mood improve slightly. Yet it was merely a minor improvement, after all, which was more pleasing to the eye. 50 billion or 50. Why was there no automatic conversion before? When did your balance ever exceed 50 billion? Su Xiao. Fine. This retort rendered Su Xiao speechless. What about the recycling system? Upon initiating the recycling system, one could exchange products from various levels of civilization for cosmic points. The system was succinct, and Su Xiao's eyes lit up. He then waved his hand, causing numerous daggers of varying lengths to materialize before him. These were the forbidden items he had previously obtained from the Slayer and intended to sell to the Killer. But due to the differing attributes, stances, and aesthetics of the two factions, the sale had ultimately fallen through. Little did he expect to find unexpected gains today. So many forbidden items. How many cosmic points would that yield? He was about to strike it rich. Su Xiao's expression gleamed with pride as he naturally clasped his hands behind his back. In that case, quota price, my dear. Warning, this is a recycling system, not a garbage disposal station. Su Xiao, I'm out of luck. Aren't these all cosmic products? The system only recycles items above civilized weapons. Please maintain decorum. The system's disdainful tone inflicted a significant blow to Su Xiao's pride. Yet soon, a massive ring knife, approximately a yard long, appeared in his hand. Surely this one will do? Suspending the ring knife in the system's space, Su Xiao gazed at it with a glimmer of hope. He had acquired this blade from the two divine beings of Unknown, who had pursued Li Guanqi at the time. Even with Li Guanqi's peak divine strength, he could not recover from the wounds inflicted by this knife, suggesting it was no ordinary weapon. Level 1 civilized weapon. Recycling successful. Acquired 2 cosmic points. Damn. Just 2 points? That's utterly insulting. Forget it. No more recycling. 2 cosmic points are utterly useless. He might as well keep them for Li Guanqi and the others to use. Purchasing a level 1 civilized weapon, the like heavy blade, requires 5 cosmic points. Do you wish to proceed? Su Xiao nearly ground his back teeth to dust. 2 points for recycling, while 5 points for purchasing in the blink of an eye. No! A furious roar echoed throughout the cosmos. Had Li Luozu been present, he would have been astounded to discover that even in this world, there existed entities capable of provoking the boss's wrath. After calming his murderous intent, Su Xiao directly laid out all the star iron crystals before him. Recycle. Recycling successful. Acquired 40 cosmic points. After hearing the system's announcement, Su Xiao mentally calculated. If one were to consider the charging standard for upgrading the invincible domain, it would amount to 200 billion or 500 star iron crystals. In other words, 1 star iron crystal was worth roughly 400 million. Thus, 102 crystals equated to 40.8 billion. Great! After tallying, the dog system had conned him out of 800 million. Nevertheless, Su Xiao chose not to dwell on the system's trickery. If he was swindled, he would simply earn it back from others. Give me an offensive level 2 civilized weapon and a level 2 civilized shuttle. One-time purchases. Purchase successful. Deducted 45 cosmic points. Watching his cosmic points dwindle from 92 to 47, Su Xiao felt a sharp pang of heartache. Exiting the system space, he slumped feebly in a rocking chair. Yet another battle with the dog system had ended in defeat. A level 2 civilized weapon. Doggy eagerly approached upon seeing the item in Su Xiao's hand. TCH. One-time use. I told you. Where did you get so much money? Su Xiao's temples throbbed, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Dog system, dog avatar. A perfect match. Tossing the level 2 civilized weapon and shuttle to Li Guanqi, Su Xiao calmly stated. Use the quickest method to let those extraterrestrial beings know that the weapon in your hand comes from me. A glint of determination flickered in Li Guanqi's eyes. After such a long time, it was finally his turn. If he continued to remain idle, his performance metrics would soon be depleted. Grasping the weapon, Li Guanqi left the small shop without a backward glance. Hovering above Earth, he focused his mind, and the compact shuttle in his hand expanded rapidly, overshadowing everything beneath it. How could he exceed his mission's expectations? The fastest way. Li Guanqi's eyes narrowed as he calculated swiftly in his mind. Moments later, his gaze hardened, and he floated directly towards the cabin. Leaving the vicinity of Earth, the shuttle, under Li Guanqi's mental command, sped straight into the cosmos. His eyes continuously scanned the surrounding life planets, seemingly searching for something. Before long, his gaze brightened, and the shuttle abruptly changed direction, hurtling towards a specific point in the vast starry expanse. The ship came to a halt in the cosmos, and with a single step, Li Guanqi emerged. Before him lay a star far larger than Earth. This celestial body was shrouded in ominous stillness, devoid of any signs of life. A dead star. Li Guanqi, gripping a secondary civilization weapon, cast his gaze over the numerous life planets surrounding this desolate star, a subtle smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. He then slowly raised his palm, his mental energy surging furiously into the secondary civilization weapon. Instantly, a cataclysmic force emanated from his hand. Li Guanqi's eyes narrowed sharply, and he directly swung his hand towards the desolate star. A flash of light zipped by, akin to a stone sinking into the ocean, producing not a single sound. But almost immediately, a blinding red light burst forth from the desolate star, illuminating the endless starry sky. It also brightened the surrounding life planets. As the brilliance faded, the colossal desolate star began to collapse continuously, with countless fragments, each comparable to Earth in size, disintegrating and falling away. In less than a moment, a star crumbled to dust. Wasn't that a bit too dramatic? Chapter 78. Unable to remain low-key. Exceeded the tasks assigned by the boss. Waitstaff performance 2 points. Waitstaff number 002. Li Guanqi, current performance score, 18 points. A voice abruptly resonated in his mind, lifting Li Guanqi's spirits. Recently, due to his unfamiliarity with the system's rules, he had inadvertently lost many points. He was uncertain whether a higher performance score would yield any rewards, but a lower one could potentially lead to the so-called system's wrath. Thus, more points were undeniably better. After accomplishing this feat, Li Guanchi casually tossed the now powerless secondary civilization weapon into the void and stood still. Waiting patiently, the power displayed by the secondary civilization weapon just now was comparable to the strongest strike of a source realm expert. He was confident that it wouldn't be long before other life forms would come to investigate. Having followed Xiao to the Zhongchen star domain for over half a month, he had gained a rough understanding of this unfamiliar starry expanse. While the Zhongchen star domain boasted hundreds of life planets, apart from the enormous Luanyun T-1 planet, all the others belonged to the secondary civilization. Despite the fact that those alien races frequently entered and exited, the lowest among them were all source realm experts. As only those who reached the source realm could engage in brief spatial traversals. Within their planets, countless lower-tiered kin or ordinary life forms existed. Among them, first-level civilization weapons were a rare commodity. And some races were still utilizing weapons belonging to their own planets. Now that a secondary civilization weapon had appeared before them, how could they not be tempted? Li Guanchi was confident. As long as a ship appeared in the sky, other life planets would spring into action simultaneously. After all, the various races were hardly harmonious. No one wished for another to seize the opportunity first. Sure enough, not long after, ships began to emerge from those life planets, heading straight towards Li Guanchi. What terrifying power! Could it be that a source realm expert was establishing territory? Which source realm expert would obliterate a planet into fragments while claiming territory? This must be the power of a secondary civilization weapon. Otherwise, such tremendous might would be inconceivable. Let us go take a look. Full speed ahead. It is indeed a secondary civilization weapon. Which race has acquired it? Regardless of which, possessing a secondary civilization weapon is tantamount to having an additional source realm expert. I hope it is those damned iron plate people. Full speed ahead. Whispers of discussion filled the ship's cabin, each voice tinged with a hint of envy. For them, a secondary civilization weapon was an invaluable treasure. If they could find a way to obtain one, it would be a monumental event for their race. It would also allow them to gain more advantages in resource competitions, in no time. The fleet of ships had all docked around Li Guanchi. What race is this? Why have I never seen them before? A rock giant gazed at the void standing Li Guanchi, a hint of confusion in his eyes. It seemed they were a race that had just entered the secondary civilization. Are you certain that a race that has just reached the secondary civilization could possess a secondary civilization weapon? Dante even mention us subordinate planets. Even within the Civilization Management Bureau, secondary civilization weapons are still scarce. I recognize him, a lizard man exclaimed upon seeing Li Guanchi. He is of the human race. The one from that blue planet. Upon hearing the discussions, Li Guanchi smiled slightly. I apologize. I recently acquired a secondary civilization weapon and can barely contain my excitement. If I have disturbed you all, I sincerely apologize. With that, Li Guanchi offered a slight bow to the crowd. Upon hearing Li Guanchi's words, all the race's eyes brightened simultaneously. Purchased, my friend. May I inquire where you acquired this secondary civilization weapon? Since it was bought, there must be a channel. If one can be purchased, can't two? Li Guanchi chuckled inwardly, maintaining a calm facade as he replied. On our blue star, there is a peculiar individual, possessing treasures beyond count. Should any of you be interested, you are welcome to accompany me to investigate. Upon hearing Li Guanchi's words, various races were filled with excitement. A secondary civilization weapon was of utmost importance to them. Whether for protecting their race, expanding territories, or resource battles, possessing a secondary civilization weapon was undeniably a formidable asset. I'm familiar with the human race. I'll take the lead. As soon as Li Guanchi finished speaking, a source realm expert of the lizard man race stepped forward, boarding a ship that flew directly toward Earth. Li Guanchi was taken aback. Good heavens! Isn't that the egg hero? I wonder if he finished the egg he bought for 2-star iron crystals. Seeing the actions of the lizard man, the remaining races hastily followed suit, fearing that if they delayed, the treasure would fall into someone else's hands. In the blink of an eye, Li Guanchi was left alone in the starry expanse. He gazed at the throng of ships, a smile gracing his lips. Little lambs, welcome to the world of the big bad wolf. Inside the small shop, Xiao looked at the dozens of diverse races before him, a hint of astonishment on his face. Such efficiency is astonishing. How long has it been since this transpired? His gaze then fell upon Li Guanchi. Instantly, the latter's majestic stance, as if treading upon stars and slashing through moons, appeared vividly before him, impressive, quite direct. I like it. Although Li Guanchi's actions might bring him some unnecessary trouble, so what? He feared nothing more than trouble. Where there is trouble, there is profit. As for whether it was somewhat ostentatious. Before the realm of invincibility, no need to be low-key, boss. May I ask if you have any more secondary civilization weapons in stock? A lizard man, relying on his connection with Su Xiao, was the first to inquire. Su Xiao wore a troubled expression, replying, I do have some. However, there are not many left. You all know, the human race has just stepped into the secondary civilization, and both offensive and defensive capabilities are somewhat lacking. I initially intended to reserve them for my own use. Su Xiao's words left the various races somewhat disappointed, but the prolonged final tone sparked a glimmer of hope within them. Boss, name your price. I assure you, our mech race will not haggle. A race entirely composed of tough steel stepped forward, pushing others aside. Hmph. A race that has never produced a source realm expert. What qualifications do you have to obtain a secondary civilization weapon? The rock giant scoffed, stepping up beside the mech race, his eyes clearly filled with disdain. Giant rock race. The mech race's voice was as cold as the metal that adorned him. Don't think I fear you just because you have a source realm expert backing you. Do you believe I cannot reduce you to a pile of rubble right now? As he spoke, a hand fashioned from some metallic substance suddenly erupted with a blinding radiance. A terrifying aura slowly radiated from the light. I was planning to settle matters with you scrap metal here on this resource planet. Since you seek death now, I shall grant you your wish. The rock giant showed no signs of fear as his entire body transformed from a grayish hue to a brilliant crimson. Waves of terrifying heat emanating from him. Even experts of the same realm instinctively recoiled at the surge of heat. A battle was on the verge of erupting. Boom! A pressure capable of shattering the starry sky emerged. An excruciating chill instantly enveloping everyone. Under this extreme cold, even time seemed to come to a halt. Here, killing is prohibited. Chapter 79. To be fair, the highest bidder wins. In this moment, the expressions of all the races were filled with profound horror. Especially the two individuals from the mech and giant rock races. The terrifying energy contained within their palms had been completely frozen by the overwhelming cold. The surging heat radiating from their bodies transformed into a thin layer of frost. Crack! Crack! The steel bodies shattered, and the rocky forms collapsed. A slender crack suddenly appeared on their chests. Just as they were about to cry out in alarm, the terrifying pressure vanished in an instant. This was merely a warning. Should there be a next time, your fate will be akin to that of the dead star. Su Xiao's gaze was like a flash of lightning, sweeping over dozens of races. Each race that fell under his penetrating stare felt a sudden tightening in their hearts, nodding in agreement repeatedly. A being capable of instantly crushing dozens of eternal realm powerhouses with mere pressure must possess at least the strength of the source realm. Moreover, it is highly probable that he stands at the pinnacle of the source realm. What puzzled them was how a race that had just stepped into the second-tier civilization could harbor such a formidable existence. Observing the crowd's hushed demeanor, Su Xiao nodded slowly. The reason for showcasing his prowess was to spare himself from unnecessary verbal exchanges in the future. Otherwise, a casual strike from these eternal realm powerhouses could bring about the collapse of Earth. The life and death of humanity were beyond his jurisdiction, and he held no desire to intervene. However, Earth was his new home in this star domain, and he was the one who had brought these extraterrestrial beings before humanity. Therefore, as long as they remained on Earth, it was imperative for him to ensure their safety. The brief episode swiftly passed. Su Xiao returned to a smiling visage. There is no need for concern. As long as you refrain from violence, I can fulfill any of your requests, including the second-tier civilization weapon you desire. Su Xiao's words once again ignited their inner cravings, yet this time, no one dared to raise their voices. Boss, may I be the first to purchase the second-tier civilization weapon? A member of the mecha race, his voice tinged with trepidation, mustered the courage to speak. Su Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. He understood clearly why this mecha member was so eager to acquire a second-tier civilization weapon. The mecha race had been in the second-tier civilization for tens of thousands of years, Yet none had managed to break through to the source realm level. Coupled with the ongoing oppression from the giant rock race and the struggle for resource planets, it wouldn't be long before they found it increasingly difficult to complete the tasks set by the Civilization Management Bureau. Failing to complete their tasks would mean losing the protection of the Bureau. When the cosmic beasts inevitably attacked, the mecha race would face utter devastation. Boss, the second-tier civilization weapon is of utmost importance to every race. If we are to speak of first come, first served, I was the first to arrive. The lizardmen spoke with a hint of defiance. Had it not been for their fear of Su Xiao's overwhelming might, they would have retorted sharply. Why should the mecha race receive it first? Do you have horns on your head or a tail behind you? You need the second-tier civilization weapon to bolster your strength. Do we not require it as well? Su Xiao observed with delight. Pondering, this is indeed a predicament. You need the second-tier civilization weapon, and they do too. How about this? To ensure fairness, we can hold a brief auction. The highest bidder shall win. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the various races varied. The giant rock race managed to force a smile onto their stiff faces, seemingly pleased with this arrangement. In contrast, the mecha race fell silent, secretly bitter. Their strength was already among the weakest in the Zhongchen star domain, and having long been oppressed by the giant rock race, their situation was dire. Were it not for their unwavering resolve, their homeland would have undoubtedly been seized by other races long ago. They fought fiercely, unafraid of death. However, when it came to competing financially, they were indeed lacking. I agree with the boss's proposal. We concur. Fair and just. Excellent idea. After a brief silence, various races began to voice their agreement. It remained unclear whether they genuinely accepted Su Xiao's proposition or were merely flattering him. In any case, no race raised objections. Very well. With that settled, the auction officially begins. Su Xiao smiled slightly, and the second-tier civilization weapon, which had long since lost its power in Li Guanqi's virtual realm, instantly materialized in his hands. You have already witnessed its power. I shall not elaborate further. The starting bid is 1,000 star iron crystals, or you may exchange for other items. With that, Su Xiao ceased speaking, simply standing in place, awaiting the bids to commence. 1,000 star iron crystals equate to 400 points of cosmic value. Although this is less than the cost of the second-tier civilization weapon, it is merely the starting price. Su Xiao, who had insight into all, was not in the least bit anxious. He firmly believed this auction would yield substantial profits. I bid 200. The lizardmen were the first to call out, Humph. Competing with my giant rock race in financial prowess, I advise you to concede. I bid 800. The giant rock race raised the price by a staggering 600. 2,000. A mecha member's voice was frigid. The giant rock race, with a hint of disdain, declared 500. Among all the life stars in the Zhongchen star domain, while the giant rock race may not be the most powerful, they are the race that has birthed the most eternal realm powerhouses. Thus, their acquisition of star iron crystals from resource planets is exponentially faster than that of other races. In terms of financial might, few races can rival them. 800. A mecha member clenched his steel fist. This was all their resources. 3,000. The giant rock race showed no hesitation, completely overshadowing the mecha member's voice. However, this price was nearing the critical value of the second-tier civilization weapon. Any further bids would result in overpricing. Consequently, the various races gradually relinquished their pursuit of the second-tier civilization weapon. Even the mecha member chose silence upon hearing the opposing bid. Seeing this, the giant rock race was about to mock them when they suddenly witnessed the mecha member abruptly raise his hand. Tearing off his own arm, silver liquid cascaded like a waterfall. Our mecha race possesses a unique material. If refined into a weapon, it would undoubtedly match the strength of a civilization weapon. However, due to the peculiar nature of the material, even peak source realm or Dyson realm powerhouses cannot shape it. The mecha member, enduring the soul-rending agony, gazed into Su Xiao's eyes. Boss 800 star iron crystals plus my arm, in exchange for a second-tier civilization weapon. Is that acceptable? Chapter 80. The Mecha Race, Treasure. The bloody scene profoundly shook the hearts of all races. They all knew the mecha race was notoriously mad, yet they never imagined these metallic beings would be so ruthless towards themselves. Unless belonging to a special race with extraordinary self-healing abilities, It was nearly impossible for most races to recover from such grave bodily harm. For instance, the lizardmen. Otherwise, typical races would struggle to return to their former state with a mutilated body. Even if possible, it would require an extensive period. It is a must-have. This was the message conveyed by the mecha member to all madmen. The mecha race is entirely composed of lunatics. You will eventually bring about your own extinction. The mecha member's madness deeply unsettled the giant rock race, and a flicker of wariness flashed in their eyes. After a few growls, they turned and exited the shop. Those who are bold fear not. Those who are dazed fear not for their lives. Not only was this unexpected for them, but even Xiao had not anticipated it. The bloody scene had unfolded entirely at the whim of the mecha member. How ruthless! Xiao beckoned, and the arm still dripping with silver blood came before him. Is this thing valuable? Primary cosmic origin material, damaged, redeemable for 3,500 points of cosmic value. How much? Seemingly unable to believe his ears, Xiao couldn't help but inquire again. Just this blood-soaked arm is worth 3,500 points of cosmic value. The cosmic origin material is an indispensable energy source when a fourth-tier civilization opens a small universe. It is also among the finest materials in the cosmos. The system's explanation followed, leaving Xiao utterly astounded. What a treasure! He hadn't harbored much hope. How much could an arm be worth? But someone had torn it off. It's worth asking the system. The result was astonishing: 3,500 points of cosmic value. If converted to currency, that amounts to 35 trillion. Xiao had never seen such wealth in his life. And this was just a severed arm. If it were an entire body, it would be worth 10 times that. Xiao's eyes shone with unprecedented brilliance. This severed arm is not actually worth much, however. Considering your sincerity, I shall offer you 500 star iron crystals. If no one else bids, the second-tier civilization weapon will be yours. Xiao made this statement to avoid exposing the secrets of the mecha race to the other races. Otherwise, once other races become aware of the value of this precious material, it would undoubtedly spell catastrophe for the mecha clan. Moreover, from the current situation, it appears that even the mecha themselves are oblivious to the fact that their very bodies constitute a vast treasure. Of course, it could also be the root of their annihilation. After hearing Xiao's words, the other races gradually departed from the small shop. The 3,300 star iron crystals were nearly equivalent to 2 years' worth of mission quotas. While they could afford it, the cost was undeniably steep. Additionally, most clans are protected by source realm powerhouses, rendering second-tier civilization weaponry merely a luxury. In the blink of an eye, only the member of the mecha clan remained in the shop. Boss, here are 2,800 star iron crystals. He presented a miniature space to Xiao, his gaze fixated on the second-tier civilization weapon in Xiao's hand. With a mere thought, the space containing the star iron crystals vanished. Meanwhile, the second-tier civilization weapon in his hand, now devoid of energy, had been quietly exchanged for a permanently usable second-tier civilization weapon. Tossing the weapon to the mecha clan member, Xiao smiled and inquired, "Is it worth sacrificing your strength to destroy your own body for a second-tier civilization weapon?" Upon hearing Xiao's sudden question, the mecha clan member paused momentarily before nodding vigorously. "It is worth it. Our mecha clan possesses 16 peak constant realm members. Yet for reasons unknown, we have been unable to produce a source realm powerhouse for thousands of years. If this continues, our clan will inevitably lose the qualification to compete for resources. Without the protection of the Civilization Management Bureau, our fate will be even more dire. Resource planets are unclaimed territories. Without a source realm powerhouse to oversee them, we will suffer oppression from other clans at every turn." Thus, when he beheld the second-tier civilization weapon in Li Guanqi's hand, he conceived the notion of using it as a substitute for a source realm powerhouse. Query: the reason the mecha clan cannot produce source realm powerhouses. 100 points of cosmic value. I have money. Query: the evolution of the cosmic source body requires the devouring of source power. Other energies are ineffective. So that's it. The reason you have not produced a source realm powerhouse in thousands of years is not due to lack of talent, nor is it a matter of insufficient effort. Xiao wore a smile, exuding an air of profundity. Upon hearing Xiao's words, the mecha clan member's towering steel body visibly trembled, and he hastily exclaimed, "What is the reason?" Xiao refrained from directly answering, instead retrieving the severed arm of the mecha clan member. Then, before the astonished gaze of the Mecha clan member. The severed arm began to transform rapidly in Su Xiao's hands. Knife, gun, sword, spaceship, recliner, and so forth. In a matter of moments, that severed arm manifested dozens of different forms. How is this possible? The Mecha clan member was astounded. A flicker of emotion breaking through his icy, metallic demeanor. As he had stated, the bodies of the Mecha clan are composed of a unique material in the universe. Even a peak second-tier civilization powerhouse would struggle to shape it, let alone transform it at will like Su Xiao. Just as he was consumed by astonishment, Su Xiao's voice resonated softly. Indeed, it is one of a kind. However, precisely because you are a unique life form in the universe, the requirements for breaking through your realm differ from those of other races. If you do not find the correct method, do not expect to produce a single source realm member in tens of thousands of years, or even a million. Were these words spoken by anyone else, the Mecha clan member would have scoffed in derision. Yet, after witnessing Su Xiao's formidable power and means, he could not help but believe. Boss, do you know the method for my clan to break through to the source realm? His voice carried a hint of trepidation. As he unconsciously stepped forward, Su Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. I know everything and can accomplish anything. As long as you possess sufficient resources, I can ensure that the Luanyun body number 1 above you becomes the stronghold of your Mecha clan. Query: the methods for the Mecha clan to break through to the source realm. A total of 3,256,412 methods were discovered. Dark Universe, Oblivion Zone, 200 trillion cosmic value. Luo Great Universe, Shadowlight Black Hole, 180 trillion cosmic value. Parallel Spacetime, Starry Battlefield, 150 trillion cosmic value. Zhongshan Star Domain, Fragmented Space, 200 cosmic points. Before the system could finish, Su Xiao abruptly cut off the voice report. He then focused his gaze on the last line. What nonsense is this? Dark Universe, Parallel Spacetime. Clearly, you are a joke. Let's not even discuss whether these metal beings dare to go. Even the coordinates you provided, a Dyson Realm powerhouse would starve to death halfway. Cursing the dog system internally, Su Xiao directly transmitted the coordinates into the Mecha clan member's mind. This is a fragmented space in the Zhongshan Star Domain, where the source power is sufficient for you to evolve to the source realm level. Chapter 81. This time, it's your turn to act. The Mecha clan member trembled, and upon receiving the information in his mind, an overwhelming wave of ecstasy surged within him. However, he seemed to remember something and muttered, Boss, I have nothing left to give you. How about I? The Mecha clan member began, extending his remaining arm towards his calf. Stop, stop, stop. Su Xiao quickly intervened, preventing his self-mutilation. Good heavens, this is the first time I've encountered such a straightforward customer. I can't even handle this. Considering that severed arm, I will give you this information for free. Upon seeing Su Xiao's exasperated expression, the Mecha clan member ultimately abandoned his impulse to sever his own calf. After earnestly thanking Su Xiao, he boarded his spaceship and departed from Earth's orbit. If the information provided by this human boss is genuine, it would be an unprecedented opportunity for the entire Mecha clan. This is not your style. After the Mecha clan member left, Doggy looked at Su Xiao as if he were a stranger. Not only was Doggy astonished, but even the others in the small shop bore expressions of disbelief. Boss, when have you ever suffered a loss? Entering through that door without taking a layer of skin from you would be a miracle. Free? Doggy secretly scoffed, though you know how to write those 2 words. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he burst into lewd laughter. In a wonder Churan, a stunning beauty, doesn't catch his eye. Hee hee. It turns out Su Xiao has a penchant for mecha aesthetics. Smack! A figure flashed, and a hand came crashing down on Dog Ye's head. What do you know, you feather duster? This is called fishing with a long line to catch big fish. Su Xiao cast a glance at Dog Ye, speaking flatly. After a long absence, the airplane ear has reappeared. Dog Ye rubbed his head, solemnly stating, I think we might as well just kill him. If one arm is worth so much, imagine how valuable it would be if we disassembled him completely. Su Xiao sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Killing the goose that lays the golden eggs is a short-term pleasure. As long as he follows my method to break through to the source realm, the benefits we gain will multiply many times over. After all, only I can help them find the cosmic source. Doggy reclined on the sofa, contemplating Su Xiao's words, and soon fell asleep. Su Xiao chuckled softly and directly entered the system space. An exhilarating moment was upon him once more. Upgrade. Upgrade successful. Your current balance is 3,867 cosmic points. The next upgrade requires 2,000 cosmic points. Xiao frowned, swiftly calculating his income. This time he obtained a total of 2,800 star iron crystals, which converts to 11,200 billion, or 1,120 cosmic points. Adding the severed arm of the Mecha clan member brings it to 4,620 cosmic points. Purchasing a second-tier civilization weapon for 500. Upgrading the invincible domain for 200. Querying the source land for 100. Not bad. The dog system didn't cheat him this time. Upgrade again. Upgrade successful. Your current balance is 1,967 cosmic points. The next upgrade requires 20,000 cosmic points. You have acquired the body of the domain. You can consume cosmic points to gain the domain affinity. The system's voice faded, and Xiao felt a surge of excitement within. This is nothing less than the upgraded version of the invincible moment, and roaming the starry skies is within reach. Exiting the system space, Xiao's invincible domain began to expand rapidly. Unlike the gradual spread of his consciousness on Earth, this was a complete surge across space. In a mere instant, over a dozen celestial bodies materialized within his invincible domain. Among them, aside from several dead stars, there were 2 life-bearing planets and a resource planet. On that resource planet, he discerned the silhouettes of the Mecha clan and the giant rock clan. The battle was fierce. Xiao's eyes sparkled, and he summoned the members of the small shop to his side. Now, it is your turn to take action. Xiao, elevate to Divine Realm. Temporarily enhanced to Divine Realm with 0.1 cosmic value. Permanently raised to Divine Realm with 1.5 cosmic value. Who do you look down upon? Here are 2 points. Permanent enhancement. In the outside world, Xiao ascended to the divine position. Before the aura surrounding her could dissipate, Xiao's voice resonated once more within the system space. Xiao, elevate to Eternal Realm. Temporarily enhanced to Eternal Realm with 10 cosmic value. Permanently elevated to Eternal Realm with 100 cosmic value. Permanently, hurry up. A powerhouse of the Eternal Realm was thus born. The same scene unfolded for Zhao Tianwu. Observing the formidable auras surging around Xiao and Zhao Tianwu, Li Guanqi was nearly left speechless. It had taken him over a century to reach the divine realm, ultimately relying on the power of the civilization's mother seed to barely step into the eternal realm. Yet now, his hard-earned efforts over a century seemed trivial compared to the mere seconds it took Xiao. How enviable! Xiao keenly observed the expression of Li Guanqi. Li Guanqi, elevate to Source Realm. Temporarily enhanced to Source Realm with 500 cosmic value. Permanently elevated to Source Realm with 5,000 cosmic value. Xiao nodded slowly and remarked, rapidly increasing your realm brings no benefit whatsoever. Wait until your realm stabilizes before seeking further elevation, Li Guanqi. The system's voice nearly shattered Xiao's composure. Fortunately, he was seasoned enough to maintain his towering image in the eyes of his subordinates. However, in the end, he still purchased a Tier 2 civilization weapon and a spaceship from the system space. Handing them to Li Guanqi, the coordinates pointed to a resource planet. At that moment, the Mecha clan and the Giant Rock clan were embroiled in a struggle for resources. You are to undertake this journey. As for whether Xiao had forgotten him, Li Guanqi was utterly unconcerned. As long as he remained by Xiao's side, the immense wealth would eventually come to him. Upon hearing Xiao's words, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Whom shall we assist?" After pondering for a moment, Xiao replied gravely, "Help me collect the body fragments of the Mecha clan members." Chapter 82. You gift me the cause? I return you the effect after the members of the small shop departed. Only Xiao, with a face of boredom, and the drowsy doggy remained. Xiao stretched and stepped out onto the street. Since relocating to the Zhongchen Star region, this was his first venture outside. Pedestrians meandered along the streets, with occasional glimpses of alien races weaving through the crowd. Although not bustling, it was certainly livelier than the desolation of the past. Their appearances were peculiar, yet over time, humanity had gradually adapted to this coexistence. As long as these alien races exhibited no hostility and did not negatively impact human lives, there would be no deliberate exclusion of these unusual companions. As for those alien races, despite being formidable cosmic warriors, they refrained from recklessly harming others on foreign planets, particularly towards ordinary citizens devoid of any realm. Inflicting harm upon the innocent would equate to declaring war. A relentless battle to the death. Their presence on Earth was purely out of curiosity. Curiosity about why such a diminutive planet existed within the cosmos. Xiao wandered aimlessly through the streets and alleys, observing the buildings that had long since returned to their former glory. Though many structures remained vacant, everything appeared no longer as dilapidated and desolate. Moments later, he suddenly halted, his expression one of astonishment. Goodness! How did I end up here? Before him stood the sanctuary of launching, also the headquarters of Huang Zhongshi's killers. However, the sanctuary had transformed from a cold fortress into a restaurant with a vibrant atmosphere. Xiao smiled slightly, recognizing numerous familiar figures within the restaurant. Since I've come this far, indulging in a meal seems reasonable. He then strode towards the restaurant. Welcome. As soon as he stepped through the door, an attractive waitress approached him. Yet upon noticing Xiao's attire, her expression shifted to one of surprise. His oversized shorts, red flip-flops, and a tank top that was nearly a relic of the past. Nevertheless, she quickly composed herself, smiling as she greeted him. Hello. How many in your party, sir? Xiao returned the smile, replying, Just one. Please lead the way. Under the waitress's guidance, Xiao was seated at a window-side table. A menu was placed before him. As he perused the menu, he noted the offerings were not particularly abundant, comprising merely a handful of simple home-cooked dishes. Still, considering the current state of affairs where all industries were in dire need of revival, having such food available was already quite sumptuous. Do you have instant noodles? Xiao set the menu down, smiling at the waitress. The waitress blinked in surprise, but after a moment, she nodded. Yes, Xiao nodded. Add an egg. Having said that, he began to enjoy the complimentary tea. The waitress stole another glance at Xiao before taking the menu back to the bar. Sister Wang, why are you bringing in just anyone? Look at his appearance. Does he seem like someone who can afford a meal? At the bar, another observing woman scoffed, her gaze filled with disdain for Xiao, who runs around in flip-flops as autumn approaches. Moreover, wearing such shabby clothes is rather excessive. The holes in his tank top would prompt even a tailor to declare him a major client. Had it not been for Xiao's relatively clean and handsome visage, he would have been mistaken for a beggar. Wang Jingyu glanced back at Xiao, sighing. Perhaps he is a survivor from the previous apocalypse, without family and home. Another waitress furrowed her brow. Sister Wang? What if he finishes his meal and has no money? He doesn't even have a pocket. Wang Jingyu shook her head. It's fine. I'll deduct it from my wages. Someone protected us during the apocalypse. Now that the crisis has passed, we should help others to the best of our abilities. After hearing Wang Jingyu's words, the waitress's eyes filled with concern. But your salary is needed for your medical expenses. Before she could finish her sentence, a hand was placed over her mouth. All right, Xiaomei. I know my own condition. It's not a problem. Go inform the kitchen to prepare an extra plate of meat. It's on me. Wang Jingyu's gaze returned to Xiao as she softly stated. Since he is to eat, let him eat his fill. After all, my condition is beyond remedy. Soon, a bucket of instant noodles with marinated eggs was placed before Xiao, along with a fragrant plate of stir-fried green pepper and meat slices. Ah, this plate of meat. How could it be free? Xiao scratched his nose, murmuring to himself. Then he began to eat heartily, savoring even the simplest bucket of instant noodles as though it were a grand feast. In less than a minute, all the food had vanished, with not a single leafy vegetable left from the plate of stir-fried meat. A glutton reincarnated. Xiaomei's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to refrain from exclaiming. Su Zhao's extraordinary eating manner certainly startled her. Wang Jingyu quickly shot her a warning glance, urging her to swallow her next words. This is no mouth. It's a shredder. After tidying her attire, Wang Jingyu approached Xiao once more. Hello, sir. If that wasn't tea enough, I can notify the kitchen to prepare another serving today. The first customer dines for free. She endeavored to soften her tone, ensuring not to offend this stranger's dignity. Looking at the kind-hearted woman before him, Xiao smiled. That's sufficient, however. I truly have no money to offer you. But you can give this item to your boss. It should cover this meal. As soon as Xiao finished speaking, a silver iron ball appeared in his palm. Wang Jingyu looked at Xiao with confusion, then reached out to accept the seemingly ordinary iron ball. The ball was heavy, causing her slender arms to sink slightly. However, since the young man had claimed it was valuable, it seemed he must have some connection with the boss. Wang Jingyu did not hesitate, clutching the iron ball as she made her way to the second floor. Wait. Wang Jingyu turned, her brow furrowed in curiosity as she gazed at Su Xiao. Though a kind-hearted individual may not always attain favorable outcomes, she certainly deserves to savor a delectable apple. Su Xiao chuckled softly, conjuring a vividly colored apple into his hand. Even from several meters away, Wang Jingyu could still detect the fragrant aroma wafting from the apple. At this stage, fruit remained a luxury she initially intended to decline, yet her body seemed to be guided by an unseen force towards Su Xiao. The enticing scent of the apple appeared to be controlled by some mysterious energy. Drawing it all into her nostrils, an indescribable wave of comfort washed over her. Wang Jingyu stared blankly at the apple in her hand, astonished to find that her ailments had notably diminished. With slightly parted lips, she gently took a bite of the apple, and a surge of warmth surged within her. A thread of an unknown essence gradually withdrew from her being. Moments later, she abruptly lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with tears. Although she was unaware of the identity of the seemingly disheveled young man before her, she realized the incurable affliction that had tormented her for so long had miraculously healed. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wang Jingyu, with a quivering voice, repeatedly bowed in gratitude to Su Xiao. No need for thanks. You offered me a cause, and I return with a result. A fair exchange, Su Xiao replied with a smile. Wang Jingyu wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and beamed at Su Xiao. Turning, she ascended the stairs to the second floor, her steps light and buoyant. Xiaomei cast a suspicious glance at Wang Jingyu, who was climbing the stairs, then shot a fierce glare at Su Xiao. She seized the communicator in her hand and exclaimed in anger, "By Gu? Hurry, someone is bullying Sister Wang. Sister Wang is crying and looking for the boss." Chapter 83. If the sky falls, I will hold it up for you. On the second floor of the restaurant, a middle-aged man with snow-white hair sat at his desk, a thick stack of documents in hand. The documents bore the title Shelter Members Employment List. Just then, a knock resounded at the office door. "Come in." Upon hearing the invitation, Wang Jingyu pushed the door open. "Boss, there's a guest outside, and it seems he should be acquainted with you." She stifled her excitement, preparing to recount the events that had unfolded outside to the middle-aged man. However, before she could finish, he interrupted her. "If it's those who claim to know me just to freeload, tell them to scram. Though the shelter has disbanded, every penny earned by this restaurant must be reinvested in its construction." The middle-aged man's expression was stern, and his tone was uncompromising. Wang Jingyu trembled slightly, steeling herself to speak. He didn't pay, but..." The middle-aged man snorted coldly. "No buts. Want to dine and dash. Not even the King of Heaven can allow that." Determined, Wang Jingyu presented the iron ball she held before her, stating, "But he gave me this, saying it should offset the bill." "What the hell?" The middle-aged man was about to explode in anger, but upon seeing what Wang Jingyu held, his fury vanished in an instant. In a flash, he snatched the iron ball from her hand and disappeared from sight. In the first-floor restaurant, a shadow darted through like a whirlwind, sending countless dishes flying from the tables. "Boss." It was only when the middle-aged man appeared beside Su Xiao that the sound of crashing dishes echoed behind him. Yet, he paid it no mind, his voice carrying utmost respect. "Huang, it's good to see you well." Su Xiao smiled at Huang Zhongshe before him. Hearing Su Xiao's address, Huang Zhongshe's demeanor became even more reverent. And he chuckled wryly, "In your presence, I am hardly worthy of the title. Perhaps you should just call me Old Huang. Or Little Huang will do." Su Xiao shook his head. "That won't do. You just said even the King of Heaven can't allow it." Upon encountering an old friend, Su Xiao couldn't resist a bit of teasing. Huang Zhongshe shuddered. Even though he understood Su Xiao's jest, his heart raced. When a deity jokes with you, it ceases to be amusing. "Damn it. I'll see which fool dares to dine and dash here. If I catch him, I'll break his legs. Bullying waitstaff? That's unforgivable." At that moment, a large crowd suddenly surged from the back of the restaurant. They donned whitework uniforms and tall chef hats, wielding spatulas, frying pans, forks, and rolling pins, with fury in their eyes. "By Gu, it's him. The boss is already talking to him. It seems the boss is being quite humble, and the other party is quite formidable." Seeing a glimmer of hope, Xiaomei pouted, hands on her hips, and pointed towards Su Xiao. "By how sneered, communicate. What a load of nonsense. Humble. I'll make him humble with that. He brandished the rolling pin and charged at Huang Zhongshi. Brother Huang, I'm here to deal with him. Huang Zhongshi watched Bai Hao rush forward, secretly thinking, good brother. You go first? Then he took a step back. As Su Xiao's back was turned to him, Bai Hao couldn't see his face. Approaching Su Xiao, he slammed the rolling pin onto the dining table and turned, saying, It's you, kid. But upon seeing Su Xiao's clear visage, the rolling pin slipped from his grasp, and he collapsed onto the table. Boss. Bai Hao sprang up, terror-stricken, gazing at Su Xiao, who bore a smile. The others quickly gathered around Bai Hao, and upon recognizing Su Xiao, they hastily concealed their weapons behind their backs. They resembled children caught misbehaving, frozen in place, utterly at a loss. All of them were former members of the Slayers, who, after the shelter's disbandment, had thrown themselves into work. Not a single Slayer was unfamiliar with Su Xiao's face. Scatter, congeal, die, live. Those 4 words could summon the dead from their graves. All things revived. The unmatched unknown throne turned to ash with a mere snap of the fingers. In their hearts, Su Xiao was a deity. Good heavens, have they all grown wings? One tells me to scram, while another wants to make me humble. Su Xiao regarded the crowd before him with keen interest. His eyes filled with amusement. He certainly wouldn't be angered by such trivial matters. These individuals were his first batch of clients. One could say that their contributions were invaluable in the small shop's growth to its current state. Boss, I just remembered. I have a signature dish. I'll go prepare it for you right now. Mo Yun, standing in the crowd, chuckled awkwardly and dashed off. Right? I have one too. I can make duck and mouse stew. Guaranteed the boss won't realize it's mouse. Mid-Autumn Festival is coming. I'll make 5-nut mooncakes. I'll make 300 push-ups. In an instant, the crowd scattered in a frenzy, leaving only Huang Zhongshi and Bai Hao behind. Sit. Su Xiao spoke slowly, and the two dared not hesitate. Though told to sit, it was merely their backs grazing the chairs, always prepared to stand or kneel at a moment's notice. How's retirement life? Observing the two, who appeared so restrained, Su Xiao chuckled softly. Huang Zhongshi placed his hands on his knees, respectfully stating, Thanks to the boss. After the unknown's eradication, life has gradually stabilized, Su Xiao replied in a neutral tone. Don't you wish to gaze at the starry sky above? Huang Zhongshi's expression faltered, and he chuckled lightly. No need to look. We were just ordinary folks. If it weren't for the unknown's arrival, we wouldn't have taken up that curved blade. Besides, I am getting old. Huang Zhongshi rubbed the iron ball between his hands, seemingly recalling the first time he met Su Xiao in the small shop. That was the most fortuitous encounter of his life. Boss, I have a question. Huang Zhongshi suddenly spoke. Su Xiao nodded slowly, affirming, Indeed, this is not the original starry sky. We are currently situated in the Zhongchen star domain. Huang Zhongshi's thoughts were clear to Su Xiao. Having confirmed his own thoughts, Huang Zhongshi continued. Where are the leaders now? Ever since the unknown vanished, we haven't seen Li Luzi and the others. Without Li Luzi, humanity as we know it wouldn't exist. The gratitude the Slayers felt towards Li Luzi was second only to their reverence for Su Xiao. They had seamlessly integrated into this starry expanse. Although the unknown had dissipated, countless threats still lurked in the cosmos. Endangering Earth, the adversaries they will face in the future will be countless times more formidable than the unknown. Huang Zhongshi's expression was laden with concern as he spoke. Will they be in danger? Su Xiao nodded affirmatively. Yes. Huang Zhongshi fell silent, a wave of sorrow enveloping him. The universe is vast. We are but fragile beings struggling to survive in the crevices of existence. Should we lose the protection of these guardians? The flame of Earth, akin to a flickering candle, would be instantaneously consumed by the darkness of the cosmos. With a sorrowful countenance, Huang Zhongshi reflected on how they could sit here in safety only because these individuals had shielded them from all calamities. Some tasks will inevitably be undertaken by someone, and certain outcomes require someone to strive for them. Where in this world is there such a thing as tranquility? It is merely the absence of being mired in adversity. The atmosphere was thick with melancholy, and it seemed that Huang Zhongshi's white hair had increased slightly. Su Xiao slowly raised his palm, causing the iron ball in Huang Zhongshi's grasp to soar into the air. It then gradually unfurled. The curved blade reappeared. It is I who have brought you to this unfamiliar starry expanse. As long as you remain upon the earth, even if the heavens were to collapse, I shall bear the weight for you. Chapter 84. Get lost. Nothing could offer Huang Zhongshe more reassurance than Su Xiao's promise. Since he declared his intent to safeguard Earth, it was certain he could fulfill it. He could continue to relish this hard-won retirement in peace. Boss, do you have a moment? I wish to take you somewhere. Huang Zhongshe spoke with an air of mystery. Su Xiao shook his head. Not really, millions in mere minutes. Huang Zhongshe was acutely aware of the calculations in his mind. This is 5 million. A card appeared before Su Xiao. With a soft sigh, he replied, lead the way. The two then exited the restaurant together. Brother Bai, who exactly is this person? Why is everyone so afraid of him? Upon seeing Su Xiao leave, Xiaomei peppered Bai Hao with questions like a trumpet. At that moment, Wang Jingyu descended from the second floor and approached Bai Hao. Equally curious about the individual who could make Huang and Bai tremble like frightened chicks. Though she was not an awakened one, she had heard that these two held special statuses in the previous killer's faction. While many were stronger than them, it seemed their connections to a significant figure had elevated their standing. Bai Hao exhaled deeply and pointed to the sky outside. Is the sky blue? Xiaomei was perplexed but nodded. Yes. Bai Hao then gestured towards the vibrant colors lining the street, continuing, are the flowers beautiful? Xiaomei looked bewildered. They were indeed beautiful, but what did that have to do with him? Who is he? Exactly. Bai Hao smiled slightly, gazing at the azure sky above. He is an artist. A man who adds splashes of red and green to this world. A dashing figure. Xiaomei smirked, envisioning Su Xiao's tattered appearance. Is that what you call handsome? Bai Hao shook his head slowly. You have yet to see. That day when he stood tall against the void. Wang Jingyu's body shuddered suddenly, as if she comprehended something, her grip tightening around the bitten apple in her hand. Upon leaving the restaurant, Huang Zhongshe guided Su Xiao through a bustling street, turning into 2 narrow alleys before finally halting at a distance from a flower shop. Awakening from a Dream was the name of the establishment. 2 striking figures were busily tending to the flowers within. Sister Dazzling, let me test your knowledge. Do you know the meaning of the fire orchid? A melodious voice rang out as a tall woman stood up, cradling a vibrant red flower. The other, clad in purple, shook her head. Xiao ran. You are being too difficult. If you were to ask me how much a human head weighs, I could answer that. Churan pouted, and upon noticing the 2 daggers at Dazzling's waist, she remarked, Sister Dazzling, what era are we in? Can't we retire from such things? Dazzling awkwardly touched her daggers, retorting, I use these for pruning flowers. Right? Pruning flowers. No sooner had she spoken than the daggers soared from her waist, deftly maneuvering through the flower shop. In mere moments, perfectly pruned and beautiful flora stood before Churan. She gently rubbed her forehead, unable to suppress a thumbs up, exclaiming, all right, you are impressive. Across from the flower shop, Su Xiao and Huang Zhongshe stood in silence. Boss, shall we go in for a while? Huang Zhongshe cautiously glanced at Su Xiao before speaking. He refrained from leading Su Xiao directly into the flower shop to seek his opinion. Su Xiao glanced at the shop's name and slowly shook his head. Let's skip it. Huang Zhongshe did not press the matter further. Sighing, since the shelter disbanded, all the members have joined the restaurant, except for that girl, Churan. She claimed the restaurant's earnings should be used for the construction, and for the time being, she wishes to save some money on her own. Huang Zhongshe chuckled, bemused by the girl's newfound obsession with wealth. Huang Zhongshe might not understand, but Su Xiao did, and no one knew the innermost thoughts of the flower shop's owner better than he. Everyone makes different choices, and each choice leads down a distinct path. Until one reaches the end of that path, no one can know if their initial choice was right or wrong. Su Xiao turned and said, let us go. No need to disturb them. He did not return to the restaurant, but instead flashed back to the convenience store. At that moment, he felt a tightness in his chest, a sensation that had not arisen since he gained his invincible domain. He wished to vent but found no outlet. Upon seeing the sleeping doggy, he kicked it beneath the sofa. Doggy awoke, bewildered as it surveyed its surroundings. Had it been here before? Inside the flower shop? Dazzling, with her back to Churan, suddenly spoke. Churan's movements halted abruptly, her expression filled with disappointment. Has he been here? But if he came, could he not pause for a moment? Sensing Churan's despondency, Dazzling sighed. If you cherish him so much, why not tell him? Churan pursed her lips, forcing a smile. Last time, I nearly confessed to him, but I wanted to improve myself a little more. Only then could I stand beside him without guilt. Churan chuckled bitterly, yet I realize, no matter how hard I try, I am but a fraction of his brilliance. He possesses the power to turn the tides. He can stand high above in the void. While I am merely an inconspicuous figure among the crowd gazing up at him, just as Xialing was about to offer comfort, a thunderous sound erupted from the sky. A colossal spaceship appeared above Earth. Its visage menacing, a ghastly, unknown skeletal emblem was conspicuously emblazoned upon its hull. Who is the lord of this planet? Step forth. The voice boomed like thunder, reverberating throughout the heavens. All gazed in terror at the ominous vessel overhead, their hearts filled with unbounded dread. The first extraterrestrial race to reveal hostility towards Earth had emerged. They were cosmic marauders. It's over. This planet is doomed. Wherever they tread, they plunder resources at best, or annihilate all life forms at worst, reducing this vibrant life-bearing planet to a desolate wasteland. On the streets, several extraterrestrial beings, upon seeing the spacecraft, exhibited a glimmer of deep trepidation. They swiftly vacated Earth's atmosphere. Their gazes filled with pity as they glanced back at the planet. The cosmic marauders were notorious. Most critically, their might was unparalleled. They did not regard even the Civil Management Bureau with respect, for it was said that the stronghold of the cosmic marauders lay within the Morgan Star domain, a Level 3 civilization. Thus, whenever a planet caught their eye, it would typically yield some resources to secure a chance at survival. Sister Xialing, are they very powerful? Churan stared blankly at the spaceship, her voice subdued. Xialing frowned, responding gravely, very powerful. Even with Li Luzi present, it would be difficult to contend with them. On the streets, pedestrians scattered in fear. The dread of the unknown once again filled their hearts. Hee. A planet that has only just stepped into Level 2 civilization. Let us snatch their star core. 18 formidable beings surged forth from the spacecraft, exuding an overwhelming aura as they barreled towards Earth. Get lost? The celestial might resounded, echoing through the heavens. 18 formidable cultivators were caught completely off guard, their bodies exploding into fragments without even a moment's reaction. Even the ships behind them were reduced to mere dust beneath a single word. As the dust settled, the sky re-emerged in its azure splendor above everyone's heads. Sister Xialing, did you witness this? These entities that instill fear and despair within us, in his presence, they appear as insignificant as mere specks of dust. This is the very reason I refrained from informing him. Affixing the note to the base of the spark orchid, Churan smiled faintly. The language of flowers. An unforgettable person. Chapter 85. Scavenging. Originally, Xiao was in a foul mood with no outlet for his frustrations, but fortuitously, a band of robbers arrived. What a relief. Within the confines of the system space, countless items floated in the air. All recovered. Recovery successful. 4,800 star iron crystals obtained. 1920 points of cosmic value acquired. Recovery successful. 18 level 1 civilization weapons obtained. 90 points of cosmic value acquired. A total of 2,010 points of cosmic value acquired. Other items were mere refuse. Please exercise restraint. Xiao gazed at the fluctuating balance, his disappointment evident as he pouted. This is what they call robbers. How dare they venture out with such meager spoils? Could this truly be their first stop? Realizing this, Xiao felt a pang of regret. He should have let them loot a bit more first. Exiting the supermarket system, Xiao's thoughts turned toward the resource planet. Since his gains from these robbers were scant, he could only place his hopes for fortune on Li Guanqi and the others. Yuto Resource Planet. The battle between the Giant Rock Clan and the Mecha Clan had persisted for a full day. The Giant Rock Clan boasted numerous cultivators, yet the Mecha Clan fought fiercely without regard for life, resulting in a stalemate. Moreover, the members of the Giant Rock Clan were baffled as to why their formidable heat wave talent, feared by all races, had no effect whatsoever on the Mecha Clan. This was also the reason they could not annihilate these metallic beings despite their numerical superiority in every confrontation. Halt! A member of the Giant Rock Clan bellowed, and the battlefield fell into a brief silence. Continuing this fight would yield no clear victor. How about dividing this star iron crystal mine? The Giant Rock Clan's members were anxious, not out of fear of these wretched metallic beings, but because the duration of this battle had extended too long. It was uncertain whether other races would discover this star iron crystal mine. If they divided it now, they might still secure a portion. Otherwise, they might end up with nothing. Why should we share with you? This star iron crystal mine was discovered by us first. Upon hearing the words of the giant rock clan, the Mecha clan refused to back down. This star iron crystal mine could yield at least 20,000 star iron crystals, enough to sustain their clan for a decade. Moreover, after purchasing level 2 civilization weapons from the human clan, they were now entirely broke. Faced with such a colossal treasure, how could they let it slip away easily? Share. Have you lost your mind? Not even a scrap would we concede to you, wretched mud. If it comes to that, then no one shall have it. The members of the giant rock clan gritted their teeth, charging toward the Mecha clan with waves of heat capable of melting anything. Boom! A Mecha clan member was struck by a powerful punch from the giant rock clan, sending a palm-sized piece of metal flying. However, the two factions, blinded by rage, failed to notice that the metal vanished into thin air after traveling quite a distance. These beings are truly resilient. After fighting for an entire day, we only collected 5 pieces of metal. 3 figures concealed behind a massive rock emitted no discernible aura. They were uncertain whether this meager haul would satisfy the task assigned by their boss. Xiao Tianwu tossed the metal into the void realm, sitting down in boredom. Had it not been for Su Xiao instructing them to develop cautiously, Xiao Tianwu would have charged right in to dismantle that scrap metal. Beside him, Li Guanqi exhibited no emotions, yet his gaze remained fixated on a distant location. We not only need to complete the task, we must exceed expectations. Xiao Tianwu was momentarily taken aback before following Li Guanqi's line of sight. There lay a glimmering expanse, the star iron crystal mine. Xiao Tianwu's eyes lit up, but he hesitated, saying, "But the boss only instructed us to collect the Mecha clan scraps." Su Xiao's commands were absolute. He would follow them to the letter. Li Guanqi chuckled lightly. When on foreign soil, military orders may be disregarded. Besides, we've been reduced to scavengers. What does it matter what we collect? Xiao Tianwu was momentarily stunned, as if there was some merit to that. So when do we make our move? Li Guanqi surveyed the battlefield situation, speaking solemnly. Wait a moment longer. It's not chaotic enough yet, with such a commotion. It will surely attract other races. When they engage in a free-for-all, we will have our opportunity. Xiao Tianwu nodded vigorously, ready to spring into action. With Li Guanqi present, he hardly needed to think for himself. Just do it. Moments later, a rumble echoed through the cosmos as ships arrived from all directions. It was the giant rock clan and the Mecha clan. So it was this age-old rivalry, with such a grand display. Is it a battle for survival? Voices echoed within the ship's cabin. Upon discovering the presence of the giant rock clan and the Mecha clan, they all adopted a spectator's mindset, halting in the void of space. Look, what is that? At that moment, a member of the Lizardman clan seemed to have made a discovery, exclaiming in astonishment, "The star iron crystal mine. It's actually the star iron crystal mine. No wonder they are fighting so fiercely." This revelation ignited excitement among the various races, who had initially planned to watch the spectacle unfold, now unable to contain their fervor as they rushed toward the star iron crystal mine. Star iron crystals typically existed in scattered forms within planetary soil, rarely coalescing into a mine. When such an occurrence arose, it would inevitably lead to fierce competition among the races. The lizard man who spoke first dashed toward the star iron crystal mine, reveling in his good fortune, when suddenly, the giant rock clan and the Mecha clan, previously locked in deadly combat, exhibited an unprecedented synchronicity. A barrage of devastating attacks surged toward the lizard man. Boom! Under the combined onslaught of hundreds of cultivators, the lizard man was instantly reduced to a mist of blood, dissipating into the air. Yet even so, this did not deter the determined advance of those who followed. The battlefield descended into chaos. Whenever a member of a race seemed poised to succeed, they were abruptly met with a multitude of attacks that thwarted their progress. Gradually, they realized that to obtain the star iron ore before them, they must first repel their opponents. Consequently, the races fought among themselves, pulling the battlefield far away, in fear of being outpaced by another race. Now is the moment. Noticing that the alien races were drifting further from the star iron crystal mine, a gleam of determination flickered in Li Guanqi's eyes. His body became a phantom, vanishing from sight. Xiao Tianwu and Yi Xiao, equally swift, followed closely behind Li Guanqi. The three arrived at the star iron crystal mine almost simultaneously. "Gather!" Li Guanqi called out, sweeping his hand as star iron crystals vanished into thin air. Gather it all. Xiao Tianwu's face beamed with excitement, his speed surpassing even Li Guanqi's by a third. By the time Yi Xiaoxiao registered the situation, a small star iron crystal mine had transformed into a gaping black hole. Leave me some, Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her expression one of discontent. In the small shop, Su Xiao wore a silly grin. Chapter 86. Amass all the wealth of the world, annihilate all the madmen. By the time the various races reacted, the three had already boarded their ship and departed from the Yudo resource planet. Stop fighting. The giant rock clan was the first to sense something amiss, calling out to halt. A throng of them arrived at the star iron crystal mine, only to find the shimmering crystals had vanished, leaving behind only a dark void. Damn it. Who could it be? Their opponents' actions had been too swift, and since they were engrossed in battle, all they caught was a fleeting silhouette departing. Whoever it is, I shall ensure they are torn to shreds. The voice of the giant rock clan member was icy, his rage seething within. They fought desperately only to end up as someone else's benefactors. It seemed as though the figure belonged to the human clan, a being draped in yellow and black patterns, resembling both a cat and a tiger, regarded the vanishing ship in the cosmos. Uncertainty lacing their tone. The human clan? The giant rock clan members were taken aback, their minds racing with images of moments spent in the small shop. Did you not say that whoever it may be, you would rend them limb from limb? Now that you know, why not hasten your pursuit? The voice of the mech clan member bore a trace of mockery, accompanied by a disdainful snort. Humph! What of the human race? Even if they possess an entity suspected to be at the pinnacle of the source realm, it does not justify such shameless actions. Although the giant rock clan harbored trepidation within, faced with countless races, it was hardly feasible to utter words that would bolster another's confidence while diminishing their own prestige. Very well. I shall see how you handle that alleged pinnacle of the source realm. After leaving this remark, the mech clan member led their kin away from the resource planet. With others having beaten them to the star iron crystal mine, their presence would serve no meaningful purpose. If it had merely benefited another race, they might have felt a twinge of reluctance. However, if it were the humans who profited, it was not something they could not accept. After all, the clan leader had ventured to the origin realm, and should a breakthrough to the source realm truly occur, the humans would be a great boon to their mech clan. What was a mere star iron crystal mine in comparison? Humans, humph. Should it come to a life and death struggle, a single pinnacle of the source realm would not suffice, however. To deal with you, it need not be our clan that takes action. The giant rock clan gazed in the direction of Earth. Their voice ICY.AN enemy's ally is, indeed, an enemy. Subsequently, he whispered a few words to the giant rock clan members behind him and they boarded their ship, heading directly towards the largest planet in the Zhongchen star domain. Within the small shop, Li Guanqi and Xiao Tianwu continuously retrieved their spoils from the virtual realm. Only Yi Xiaoxiao stood to the side with a look of grievance. Brother, their hands are too swift. I can't seize anything. Su Xiao, unfazed, chuckled lightly. No worries, it's a team mission. Your contributions will be counted. Besides, they're merely a bunch of old bachelors. It's only natural for their speed to be a bit better. Li Guanqi, Xiao Tianwu. With a wave of his hand, all the items were drawn into the system space. All recovered. Recovery successful. 5 pieces of primary cosmic origin materials, damaged, earning 13,500 cosmic points. Recovery successful. A small star iron crystal mine, earning 9,600 cosmic points. Current balance, 26,873 cosmic points. One might say the wealthy have no troubles. As the funds arrived, Su Zhao's spirit soared. Level up, let's get to it. Upgrade successful. Your current balance is 6,873 cosmic points. The next upgrade requires 200,000 cosmic points. With the system's announcement, the range of Su Zhao's invincible domain surged once more. Waves of intangible rule power manifested in the starry sky, instantly enveloping hundreds of stars. He. Su Xiao chuckled sinisterly. He had finally outpaced the dog system once again. These hundreds of stars would certainly allow him to reap a handsome profit. Little Li, I declare. Your debts are cleared. Su Xiao raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether to stay or leave. Upon hearing this, Li Guanqi's expression froze, then he vigorously shook his head. I can't stand unfamiliar beds. Su Xiao laughed heartily. Good. Since that's the case, I'll grant you another opportunity for fortune. Li Guanxi enhances to the Source Realm. Temporarily boosted to Source Realm 500 cosmic points. Permanently elevated to Source Realm 5,000 cosmic points. Permanent enhancement. Enhancement successful. Current balance 1,873 cosmic points. In the outside world, a sudden aura of ethereal energy emanated from Li Guanxi, resembling a gentle breeze and soft rain, subtle and silent. Beside him, Xiao and Zhao Tianwu felt a sudden breeze sweep past, sensing a sign of their spiritual power solidifying. Source Realm. Li Guanxi felt the powerful and surging force within him, his eyes bursting with brilliance. This was power capable of obliterating stars. If the unknown throne were to appear before him again, he was confident he could effortlessly slay it. Such overwhelming wealth had arrived so swiftly and fiercely. Even with Li Guanxi's composure, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of excitement. Leave? Where to go? This is my home. The boss is akin to my mother. Su Xiao shot a glance of exasperation at the overly excited Li Guanxi. Calm your emotions. I need to arrange a mission. Li Guanxi grinned sheepishly, stepping forward with an attitude of compliance. The small shop had never actively engaged in external affairs, but now the time had come. It was time to see the outside world. Li Guanxi raised his eyebrows, already guessing Su Xiao's intentions. Are we stepping into the world? Su Xiao slowly shook his head. Not us. You all, from today onward, you shall represent me as you traverse the starry expanse. There is but one task. Gather all the wealth of the world, starting from those 3 resource planets. Li Guanxi gradually nodded. If someone attempts to seize the wealth along the way, what then? Su Xiao smiled faintly. Then we shall slay every last one of those marauding fools. The world has its own methods of operation, and the universe has its own rules of conduct. Beneath this starry sky, there are no systems or principles, only the law of the jungle. Li Guanxi's gaze was resolute, ablaze with fervor. Previously, without Su Xiao's command, they were merely scavengers. But now, armed with the Emperor's sword, they bore no more shackles. Bowing slightly, the 3 once again set forth on their journey. Master Dog, shouldn't we go out and see as well? Su Xiao spoke lightly. Master Dog? Who? Who? In a flash, Master Dog tumbled down from the sofa, drawing his sword and gazing around in confusion. Chapter 87. Those who threaten me shall never escape this room. With Li Guanxi, a Source Realm powerhouse, present, Su Xiao felt little to worry about. Furthermore, all 3 bore secondary civilization weapons, granting them the strength to contend even against pinnacle Source Realm beings. Dyson Realm. Such beings are exceedingly rare. At least within the stars of his invincible domain, he had yet to encounter a single Dyson Realm entity. As for whether there exists one on Luan Yuntai's planet number 1, undoubtedly, however, his invincible domain had yet to expand that far, leaving him unaware of the precise situation. Why are you pushing me? Master Dog fumed. Su Xiao shot a glance at it, replying, you sleep so soundly, someone could empty the house and you wouldn't notice. Master Dog retorted angrily, I neither work nor pursue a relationship, nor do I have any long-legged flower sellers to like. Why would I stay awake? Su Xiao, would you like to embark on a journey through the stars? Master Dog snorted, I would. Su Xiao chuckled lightly and said, but not just yet. Master Dog immediately stood up. Are you toying with me? Su Xiao sneered. What I mean is, even with our domains, can we sustain ourselves with this meager amount of change? Upon hearing this, Master Dog's eyes brightened, all anger dissipating. From the sound of it, a long journey was in the offing. Where do you want to go? Su Xiao slowly shook his head, not sure yet. Traveling requires funds to know where to venture. Just then, a spaceship appeared above Earth. Its unique insignia and distinct ship design caused some alien races lingering on Earth to express quiet astonishment. It was a ship from the Civilization Management Bureau. These individuals rarely set foot on affiliated planets. I suspect it has to do with the starry space bandits. The ship docked momentarily, and several figures descended from the cabin, immediately heading towards the headquarters of the killers, for in their perception, only there was the strongest aura present. Come out! A furious bellow resounded above the 99th floor. Jin Yi flew out from the building, gazing in astonishment at several immensely powerful figures above. Divine Realm? One being, almost entirely resembling a liquid form, observed Jian Yi's emergence with a hint of curiosity. Wasn't it said that the human race possesses an entity suspected to be at the pinnacle of the Source Realm? Take me to meet your Source Realm powerhouse. The liquid being spoke indifferently, regarding these insignificant creatures who had yet to reach the constant realm with disdain. Jianyi's heart jolted. A source realm powerhouse? Even the leader had only just stepped into the constant realm. Where could a source realm powerhouse come from? Could it be? Jianyi's mind suddenly conjured Su Xiao's image. If there truly were a source realm powerhouse on Earth, it could only be the boss. All right, Jianyi wasted no time, soaring towards the direction of the small shop, for Li Luzi had left him with a phrase before departing. When in doubt, seek the boss. The headquarters of the killers lay several thousand kilometers from the small shop, yet with Jianyi's divine realm strength, it took but a few minutes. However, such speed appeared like that of an ant crawling in the eyes of the Civilization Management Bureau. Not to mention several thousand kilometers, they could traverse the distance between two stars in the blink of an eye. As Jianyi approached the small shop, just as he was about to knock, the door swung open automatically. Come in, Su Xiao's voice echoed from within. With a shiver coursing through his heart, Jianyi hastily led the representatives of the Civilizational Management Bureau inside. Su Xiao remained affixed to his rocking chair, a smile gracing his lips. Every gesture and movement of theirs had long been etched in Su Xiao's mind, even before their arrival on Earth. The Civilizational Management Bureau, the Ice Race, 2 beings of Source Realm, 3 of Eternal Realm. After a brief appraisal, the leader of the Ice Race spoke in a deep voice. Are you the lord of this planet? Su Xiao chuckled lightly. I do not presume to claim such a title. I am the Overlord. The Source Realm Ice Race's voice turned frigid. Did you slay those cosmic marauders? A hint of accusation tinged his tone. Su Xiao shrugged. They plunder resources and harvest stellar cores. Should they not be killed? The Source Realm Ice Race radiated a tumultuous aura. Do you comprehend the consequences of slaying them? Su Xiao nodded. Of course. It merely means their stronghold will harbor resentment after losing 18 beings of Eternal Realm and seek vengeance. The Source Realm Ice Race suppressed his rising fury and declared, at that time, it will not just be your planet that becomes a lifeless rock. All life planets in the Zhongchen stellar region will be implicated. Su Xiao's expression remained unchanged as he replied nonchalantly, Oh, what should I do now? Anger surged within the Ice Race, sending ripples of energy through their forms. Surrender all resources, discard your stellar cores. I shall grant you a new territory. His voice dismissed all opposition, as if discussing a mere triviality. And no matter if the lord of this planet was at the pinnacle of Source Realm, before the Civilizational Management Bureau, it was merely a small satellite world. Let you live, you live. Let you die, you must die. And what if I refuse? Su Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke. Then I shall withdraw my protection from your planet. At that time, you will face not only the cosmic marauders, but also the fearsome cosmic beasts that terrify countless life planets. The Ice Race's tone dripped with disdain. He did not believe the other would dare to defy his demands, unless he disregarded the lives of his entire race. These life planets pay you 2,000 stellar iron crystals each year for your protection, yet you abandon their lives and bow to a marauder. Have you lost your minds? Had Su Xiao not known that this Ice Race did not represent the Civilizational Management Bureau, he might have already reduced the other to mere dust. The giant rock race, Su Xiao pondered whether to assign Li Guanqi and the others a side quest. Upon hearing Su Xiao's words, the violent aura emanating from the 5 Ice Race members could no longer be contained. They had always scolded other subordinate planets, never having endured such humiliation. Do you dare insult me? A bone-chilling coldness radiated from the Source Realm Ice Race. Had it not been for the suspicion that the lord of this planet was at the pinnacle of Source Realm, he would have annihilated the other in an instant. Since you seek death, prepare to welcome the slaughter of cosmic beasts. Suddenly, a virtual screen appeared before him. With a couple of taps, the light point belonging to Earth vanished in an instant. Following this, an unseen force gradually dissipated above Earth. We leave! The Ice Race member scoffed coldly as he turned to exit. Leave? Did I permit you to depart? A voice, as if descending from the heavens, abruptly resonated above their heads. Instantly, a vast power anchored the 5 Ice Race members in place. Regardless of whether they were of Eternal or Source Realm, beneath this force, their bodies began to show signs of collapse. Why you are? Endless terror surged within the hearts of the 5 Ice Race members. This was a power beyond that of Source Realm. Those who threaten me never leave this room alive, were it not for the slight value your Civilizational Management Bureau holds for me. I would not have descended into this void of a starry sky, but rather upon Luan Yun Body 1. Above your heads, Chapter 88. The speculations of Egg Hero. The 5 members of the Civilizational Management Bureau's ice race were already paralyzed with fear. Yet their long-standing arrogance led them to firmly believe that the other was merely speaking empty words. The Civilizational Management Bureau, the overlord of the Zhongchen Stellar region. No one could challenge its might. You dare kill us? A mere subordinate planet. What of your strength? Can you contend against the entire Civilizational Management Bureau? Clinging to this last shred of hope, the Source Realm Ice Race member disregarded the increasingly potent pressure above him. His voice I see why Xiao regarded them with eyes akin to those observing a band of fools. Then, a faint smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. To kill you would be such a pity. Upon hearing Su Zhao's words, the 5 Ice Race members felt their sense of crisis diminish significantly. Even the pressure binding them began to fade. Emph. I knew you wouldn't dare. Subordinate planets will forever remain subordinate. Before a level 3 civilization, they are but a swarm of ants. After today, I have countless ways to erase this insignificant planet from the cosmos. However, before he could finish his calculations, he suddenly felt a shift before his eyes. He found himself in an expansive space, surrounded by endless void, with the sky above ablaze with stars. As he pondered this bewilderment, a figure akin to a celestial deity materialized in the void. Damn human! Where is this place? A sense of crisis flooded the ice race's heart once more, for in this seemingly vaster cosmos, they felt no trace of the universe's rules. Su Xiao spoke casually. Welcome to my universe. Boom! As Su Zhao's words fell, the miniature space enveloping the 5 ice race members shattered with a resounding crash, countless items suspended in mid-air. All recovered. Recovery successful. 16, 350 stellar iron crystals obtained, yielding 6,540 points of cosmic value. Recovery successful. 36 level 1 civilization weapons, 3 level 2 civilization weapons, yielding 630 points of cosmic value. The system's voice echoed incessantly, leaving the 5 ice race members ashen-faced. It was a profound shock and fear of the unknown. Countless questions swarmed their minds. Why did an unfamiliar universe exist? Why did cold, emotionless mechanical voices echo through the void? Why? Recovery successful. 2 source realm life forms, yielding 2,000 points of cosmic value. Recovery successful. 3 eternal realm life forms, yielding 150 points of cosmic value. Total recovery yielded 13,514 points of cosmic value. Current balance, 15,387 points of cosmic value. As the final announcement from the system resounded, the 5 ice race members' bodies began to disintegrate. They ultimately transformed into countless tiny light points, akin to fireflies, vanishing into the system's space. Only in their final moments did they comprehend that the Civilizational Management Bureau could not serve as their shield against death. In the Zhongchen Stellar region, there truly existed someone brave enough to challenge a level 3 civilization. The words of Dog Lord rang true. Earning money is indeed no match for robbing it. As Su Xiao gazed at the suddenly surging cosmic value, he found himself in agreement with Dog Lord's words. On the streets, the alien races observed the sudden disappearance of the Civilizational Management Bureau's spacecraft in the sky. Their eyes filled with bewilderment. How could they vanish so suddenly? Did you see them board? No. It seems they just disappeared all at once. Puzzled voices arose among them, each harboring a significant question mark in their hearts. Could it be those individuals are already dead? The lizard man Egg Hero stood amidst the crowd and spoke up. Only upon death does a space vessel become unclaimed, allowing it to be seized by others. His voice, though soft, struck the hearts of the other races like a heavy hammer. Impossible, let alone the presence of 2 source realm powerhouses among them. Even without them, which subordinate planet has ever dared to touch the Civilizational Management Bureau's backside? Do you lizard men dare? In the eyes of these subordinate planets, the Civilizational Management Bureau was sacrosanct and inviolable. Not to mention the slaughter of its personnel, even a mere junior officer would be regarded as a lofty existence before them. Furthermore, every employee of the Civilizational Management Bureau possessed a life star of their own. Upon death, the life star would extinguish at that time. The Bureau would undoubtedly pursue the matter to the end. Before a level 3 civilization, unless one wished for their own demise, no race would dare to act against the Civilizational Management Bureau. We do not dare. But that does not mean the human race does not dare. As the crowd regarded him with puzzled expressions, Egg Hero continued, "Do you not find the sudden appearance of this blue planet to be exceedingly strange, as if it had materialized out of thin air? We have lived in this star region for countless years. When have we ever seen this blue planet?" The words of the Egg Hero provoke profound contemplation, and after a brief moment, the clamor of discussion resumes. Perhaps they migrated here? Indeed. Even if they are a race from another star domain, they could have arrived in the Zhongchen star domain through migration. The lizardman's Egg Hero, moving with human-like gestures, touched his forehead. "Have your brains been muddled by the scorching talent of the Titan race? Star domain migration would require the combined efforts of several Dyson-level powerhouses, even for the nearest star domain to us. It would take tens of thousands of years, if not longer. However, you can feel it." As he spoke, the Egg Hero lightly stomped the ground beneath him and continued. "The time it took for this planet to generate its core absolutely does not exceed 6 months. Do you believe that a planet that has just entered the second-level civilization could complete migration in such a short time?" Upon hearing the words of the lizardmen, the other races extended their consciousness downwards, and moments later, their faces bore expressions of shock. Indeed, the energy of the core has not yet fully coalesced. Even the cracks on its surface have yet to begin closing. This, perhaps the time since this core was formed, is less than a month. Despite many races lacking facial features, a collective gasp echoed in the air. But why is this so? They could not fathom it. They could only turn their gaze back to the lizard man. Between races, there are naturally enemies, but there are also allies. The dozen or so races they represent have maintained a harmonious relationship over countless years. As their gaze focused, the Egg Hero felt somewhat elated. Yet, only he knew that all he had said was merely his wild conjecture. Nevertheless, since he could attract attention, he had no qualms about putting on another act. In this situation, there are only 2 possibilities. The first is that there exists an immensely powerful being deep within the cosmos, silently safeguarding Earth. It is also he who has migrated Earth to the Zhongchen star domain. The second is that on this blue planet, there exists a mysterious powerhouse. With his presence, even when facing the Civilizational Management Bureau of the third-level civilization, the human race would not be the slightest bit afraid. In fact, they could slay with a mere wave of their hand. The streets were bustling with people, yet within their designated space, silence reigned. After a moment, a member of their race shot into the sky. The spacecraft in his hand rapidly enlarging. "I must immediately notify my kin. We must not be enemies with the human race." Whoosh! In an instant, the Egg Hero found himself standing alone on the street. "Just talk. Why take it so seriously?" He then slowly shook his head, muttering to himself, "Have I perhaps gone a bit overboard?" Chapter 89. Investigation by the Civilizational Management Bureau in the Zhongchen star domain. Countless stars abound. However, through the passage of countless epochs, most planets have become desolate husks. Some were exterminated by other races during resource disputes, while others were devoured by cosmic behemoths for failing to complete tasks set by the Civilizational Management Bureau in time. Now, only 389 life-bearing planets remain. On the planet Wanyan number 1, within the Civilizational Management Bureau, hundreds of figures from the ice race traverse a vast space. Before them, ethereal screens flicker with countless points of light, varying in size. Suddenly, one ice race member exclaimed and hurriedly dashed toward a nearby location. There, a massive figure from the ice race hovered in midair. Before him was also an ethereal screen. However, unlike the screens of other members, the points of light on his were denser and clearer, each moving at a rapid pace. Occasionally, points of light would vanish from the screen. "Lieutenant Carla, a life star has disappeared." A hurried voice interrupted his thoughts from behind. Carla, with his back to the speaker, replied authoritatively, "The battlefield of the star domain is fierce. At any moment, a life star could be extinguished. Why the panic?" Under the weight of his commanding tone, the ice race member's liquid-like legs trembled slightly. "No, it's not the battlefield of the star domain. It has vanished in the Zhongchen star domain." Upon hearing this, Carla spun around abruptly. "What did you say?" Although he lacked facial features, the shock in his voice was palpable. "Are you implying that our kin have perished right under our noses?" The ice race member's voice quivered. Though the cause was still unknown, it was indeed the case. 5 members had vanished near those affiliated planets. The ice race member then gestured toward the void, revealing a view sufficient to overlook the entire Luanyun number 1 planet on the screen. The precise location was still undetermined, but it was certain to be within this region. Following the direction the member pointed, Carla's mind raced to identify the races of these planets. Lizardmen, Phantom Race, Mecha Race, Shuling Race. A dozen races flashed by, yet Carla's confusion deepened. These races have always shown utmost respect towards the Civilizational Management Bureau. Even if given 10 times their courage, they would not dare to challenge their authority. Who could it be? His gaze shifted once more, revealing a minuscule blue planet. If not for his meticulous observation, he would have entirely overlooked its existence. What race is this? The ice race member promptly searched the screen and moments later replied. It is the human race, a newly ascended second-level civilization. They should not be the culprits. How powerful could a nascent second-level civilization be? Carla fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he suddenly spoke in a low voice. Summon the envoy of this planet. The ice race member respectfully withdrew. And shortly thereafter, an envoy appeared before Carla. Lieutenant Carla, the envoy, Yak, has arrived. Carla nodded slightly, then pointed at the blue planet on the screen, asking, "Do you recognize it?" Upon hearing this, Yak did not hesitate, quickly turning his gaze to the screen. However, as the familiar blue planet came into view, Yak's body trembled violently. How is this possible? How could it appear here? Earth, human race, Li Luozai, cosmic behemoth. Images flashed through his mind. Yet, they were not within the Zhongchen star domain, but in another distant part of the cosmos. I need to know all its information. Carla's gaze remained fixated on the blue planet, unmoving. Yak withdrew his gaze and slowly recounted everything that had transpired on Earth to Carla. After hearing Yak's account, Carla too was astounded. A planet that had just entered second-level civilization could actually traverse endless space to migrate to the Zhongchen star domain. How could this be accomplished between star domains? There are numerous races that migrate. The methods are relatively straightforward. Abandon one's native planet and lead one's kin to establish a new territory. Then, over the long passage of time, they can nurture a new core. Most of the affiliated planets surrounding the Civilizational Management Bureau have utilized this method. Though they forsake their original territory, the proximity to the Civilizational Management Bureau provides access to more resource-rich planets, significantly enhancing their resource acquisition speed, however, for a planet to migrate, unless there are Dyson-level powerhouses within their ranks. Otherwise, they must solicit assistance from the Civilizational Management Bureau. Yet, over countless years, only the Titan race could afford such exorbitant costs. If previously it was merely conjecture, after hearing Yak's narrative, Carla could practically ascertain that the deaths of their kin were indeed at the hands of the human race. Lieutenant Carla, should we activate the planet-destroying energy cannon? An ice race member beside Yak exuded a chilling intent. No race should ever disrespect the Civilizational Management Bureau. Even if there were indeed Dyson-level powerhouses among the human race, under the third-level civilization weapon. The planet-destroying energy cannon? Everything would be reduced to ashes. No need. If they truly have birthed a Dyson-level being, keeping them alive is far more valuable than their demise. The battlefield of the star domain is in dire need of fresh blood. Just as he spoke, 2 more points of light vanished from the screen before him. Who is the administrator of the affiliated planets? Why has such a significant matter of planetary migration gone unreported? When the commander inquired, as a subordinate, one naturally dared not hesitate. After a series of transformations on the screen, the ice race member replied, "It is Chris. No matter who it is, let them experience the brutality of the star domain battlefield." Once again, Carla displayed the authority of a lieutenant, his voice icy. "These fools. A complete planet has silently appeared before our very eyes, and yet they remain oblivious. It seems that their long-standing dominance has rendered them indifferent to all other beings. Lieutenant Kara, they can no longer reach the battlefield of the star domain. The one who has lost his life star is none other than Chris." Chapter 90. The Past of Lieutenant Kara. The true power of rules. Upon hearing this, Kara's liquid consolidated head slowly bowed. What could possibly drive an individual from a subordinate planet to act against the Civil Management Bureau? His words resembled an inquiry. Yet they also seemed like a soliloquy. Chris had encountered a member of the Rock Giant clan before his departure. The icy being beside Yak waved a hand. and a scene materialized before Kara's eyes. In the image, a member of the rock giant clan conversed with Chris, subsequently presenting a miniature space. Humph, greedy creature. Kara's tone was laced with anger as he coldly declared, "Since the rock giants possess abundant resources, henceforth, we shall demand double the tribute from them." Over the years, the rock giants, relying on their prosperous clan, have indeed amassed considerable wealth. Many employees of the Civil Management Bureau have succumbed to bribery from the rock giants. Although he was previously aware, he chose to turn a blind eye. After all, he had also benefited from such dealings. But this was predicated on the absence of unforeseen circumstances. Now, with 5 clan members perishing under their very noses, he could no longer remain passive. It was inevitable that he might offend some powerful entities over trivial gains. He was acutely aware of the vastness and terror of the cosmos. Perhaps somewhere in the Junction star domain, there lurked ancient beings from other dimensions or formidable powers lying dormant. Activate the spatial transporter. I must pay a visit to the human race, Kara commanded, striding purposefully toward the exit. The spatial transporter was an exclusive pathway to various subordinate planets. Only members of the Civil Management Bureau were permitted to use it, with clan members deceased, the Earth in relocation, and a suspected Dyson sphere. Any single one of these warranted his personal attention. Upon stepping outside, an oval light screen materialized before Kara, pulsating with waves of energy emanating from it. He hesitated not for a moment, stepping through it. Following a brief spatial transition, his figure emerged above the Earth. Why is there a lack of cosmic rule power? Kara gazed down at the azure planet, his heart filled with suspicion. Logically, with his peak source realm strength, he should be able to sense the presence of cosmic rule power. Yet now, above this blue planet, it felt as if he were enveloped in nothingness, as if all rules had vanished. It was as though he were situated within an entirely different cosmic space. The doubts in Kara's heart gradually transformed into shock. Any planet, any life form, and indeed any level of civilization, as long as they exist within this universe, must inevitably be influenced by the cosmic rule power. Only under the cosmic rule power can life forms be birthed, and transformations of power occur. Even human auditory perception, sound, and the brain's transmission functions, all are subject to the influence of cosmic rules. And that level 3 civilization weapon, the star-destroying energy cannon, it could only unleash its might under the cosmic rules. Otherwise, its power would be devoured by endless void. How peculiar! Kara's form slowly descended, and he cautiously spread his consciousness, beginning to absorb all information from this planet. Moments later, he found nothing. In his consciousness, the highest realm beings were merely those who had yet to reach even the second-level civilization. Could it be that I was mistaken? Is the cosmic rule power merely an illusion? Kara felt a wave of self-doubt. Yet if this planet lacked Dyson-level beings, how then did it migrate from the distant Milky Way to the Junction star domain? Greetings, Lieutenant Kara. Just as he was engulfed in doubt, a voice materialized from nowhere, resonating within his mind. Before he could react, he found himself in a cramped room. Before him sat a smiling young human, his entire form seemingly glued to a rocking chair. You? How did you accomplish this? In mere minutes, Kara's emotions had fluctuated 3 times, from earlier suspicion to shock, and now to sheer horror. In the span of a moment, a peak source realm powerhouse had undergone spatial transfer with no reaction. Such a method was absurdly powerful. If the other party had intended to kill him, he would have already perished in that instant. The thought of being instantaneously slain by a peak source realm individual sent a chill through Kara's body. Moreover, this type of life form seemed vaguely familiar. Where had he seen it before? How I accomplished it matters not. What is important is whether you come to seek justice for your clan members, or wish to compel me to fight bloodily on the star domain battlefield. Xiao lay back in the rocking chair, smiling as he regarded Kara before him. Before arriving, Kara had indeed harbored such thoughts. Even if he did not intend to kill this instigator, he must certainly establish a show of force. Otherwise, what would become of the Civil Management Bureau's prestige? However, upon suddenly finding himself in this room, the initiative was no longer in his hands. Regaining his composure, Kara spoke. How do you know my purpose for coming? Matters concerning the star domain battlefield are seldom known to subordinate planets. Xiao's expression remained unchanged as his gaze casually roamed over Kara. I possess knowledge of far more, such as how you obtained this lieutenant title. Kara's body trembled suddenly, an uncontrollable surge of power beginning to radiate outward. Yet Xiao appeared oblivious, continuing with his monologue. Over 20,000 years ago, you were merely a lowly warrant officer. In a bid to evade the trials of the Star Domain battlefield when you became a junior officer, you deliberately ingratiated yourself with your superior and offered all resources bestowed upon your subordinate planet to him, solely to win his favor. However, this pitiful Lieutenant Rudy met his demise 8,000 years ago, betrayed by you with false information regarding the power of rules, perishing on the Star Domain battlefield. Xiao sighed softly, shaking his head. He died a most tragic death. Subsequently, you ascended 2 ranks, successfully evading the trials of the outer battlefield, and simultaneously attained the title of lieutenant. Am I correct? With these words, Kara's heart brimmed with an overwhelming fear. Impossible. No one could possibly know of this matter. Betraying a superior would subject him to the judgment of his entire clan. If not for the fear of the Star Domain battlefield's brutality, how could he have resorted to such despicable means? Thus, this matter had always remained a closely guarded secret in his heart. How could he possibly divulge it to others? Xiao shook his head once more. In my presence, nothing is impossible, including, I can fulfill the wish you have long held in your heart. The True Power of Rules, Chapter 91. All expenses paid. Upon hearing this, the brutal aura emanating from Kara rapidly retracted. Previously trembling from fear, he now quivered with excitement. He could no longer afford to inquire how this young human knew of his past, nor could he delve into how the other party was aware of his desires. All of his attention was now captivated by those 4 words, the power of rules. Can you truly help me find the power of rules? Kara, in his excitement, stepped forward abruptly, only to retreat slowly once more. You? You won't expose me, will you? If the other party were to bring this matter to the Civil Management Bureau, even if the clan harbored suspicions regarding these subordinate planets, they would undoubtedly conduct an investigation in secret. Some matters, once past, cannot withstand scrutiny when revisited. Xiao chuckled lightly. I am but a merchant, utterly disinterested in your past. However, your wishes, we can engage in a thorough discussion. Kara's voice was resolute. As long as you can assist me in finding the power of rules, I am willing to pay any price. With just 1 power of rules, he could ascend to the pinnacle of 2nd-level civilization, the Dyson realm. Query. Coordinates of the power of rules. A total of 369. 854,125 coordinates of power of rules located in the dark universe. Do not be smug. The cheapest. The Star Domain battlefield. Fragmented space. 5,000 cosmic points. Xiao was well aware, then turned to Kara and stated, a level 3 civilization weapon. Upon hearing this, Kara seemed to smile bitterly. A level 3 civilization weapon. Even the entire Civil Management Bureau possesses only 3. One is deployed in the Star Domain battlefield for combat. Another guards the headquarters. The last is in the possession of the Ice Clan's leader, who is also the highest authority of the Civil Management Bureau. None of these could be accessed by him. A level 3 civilization weapon is beyond my reach. Kara shook his head, then, without any further action, countless star iron crystals appeared before him. These are the accumulations of my years. Will they suffice? Xiaoxin's thoughts stirred, and the star iron crystal vanished without a trace. Recovered. Recovery successful. 24,000 star iron crystals obtained, yielding 9,600 cosmic points. Although a flicker of excitement surged within him, he maintained a calm facade and stated, not enough. With a determined heart, Kara conjured 7 or 8 2nd-level civilization weapons before him. With these, is it sufficient? Xiao smiled slightly. Sufficient? He retrieved the 2nd-level civilization weapons into the system space and directly transmitted the coordinate information into Kara's mind. Star Domain battlefield? Kara exclaimed in astonishment. He felt a deep-seated fear emanating from within his soul at the mere thought of the Star Domain battlefield. It was undoubtedly a land of carnage. Not even a peak Source Realm warrior was safe there. Even a Dyson Realm powerhouse could face imminent annihilation. Moreover, his superior had been treacherously slain in the Star Domain battlefield. Thus, upon seeing the coordinates indicating the Star Domain battlefield, an inexplicable resistance began to brew in his heart. Could it be that this human youth intends to employ the same deceit and leave him in the Star Domain battlefield? Su Xiao was fully aware of Kara's thoughts. You overestimate yourself. If I wished to kill you, would I need to go through such trouble? Just as Su Xiao's words fell, a series of mysterious powers, far more potent than the laws of the universe, suddenly descended. In an instant, Kara lost all semblance of his realm, becoming an ordinary living being. Now, even a random passerby on the street could easily bring him to his knees, provided they weren't merely eating a peach. Kara was filled with dread, repeatedly exclaiming, I believe. I believe. The terror that Su Xiao instilled in him had long surpassed that of the star domain battlefield. Such means were unattainable even for a peak Dyson realm of a second-level civilization. Could it be that he, like the clan leader, was a third-level civilization being? With this thought, when he faced Su Xiao again, he was now entirely respectful. Revenge? What revenge? Where is the enmity? It's all gratitude. The deaths of a few clan members pale in comparison to the power of the laws. As for the coordinates Su Xiao provided, he harbored no doubts. An existence capable of crushing him with ease could hardly be concocting a false message to deceive him. Besides, regarding planetary migration, with humanity's presence, isn't that a perfectly normal occurrence? All his suspicions dissipated, Kara bid a respectful farewell to Su Xiao and departed from the small shop. As he left, he restrained all his aura within, fearful of disturbing even a blade of grass or a tree. Old dog, do you think there could exist two identical life forms in the universe? After Kara's departure, Su Xiao gazed ahead and slowly spoke. After the lessons from previous encounters, the old dog kept one ear alert while sleeping, terrified of falling to the ground inexplicably again. You have a system. Why not check? Su Xiao replied solemnly, because it costs money. The old dog. It might exist. After all, the universe is vast and diverse. It wouldn't be surprising to find two similar or identical life forms. The old dog raised his canine head. Are you referring to that image in their hearts? Su Xiao nodded slowly, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Whether it was Chris, whom he had reclaimed, or Kara just now, deep within their hearts lay a blurred image. In that image, a figure stood amidst the endless starry sky, surrounded by countless corpses. Numerous powerful beings had become cold corpses at his hands. Though the image was hazy, Su Xiao could discern at a glance that it was undoubtedly a human silhouette. Features, limbs, all resembling humanity. Every movement indistinguishable from that of a human. Damn. What if I encounter a cultivator in the future? Su Xiao suddenly pondered a grave question. What if, one day, I meet someone like number 7, number 8, or even number 10, who could withstand their whims? For the first time, Su Xiao's confidence in the invincible domain wavered. What are you panicking about? The old dog scoffed. With the invincible domain on you. You are the brightest being in the universe. Upon hearing the old dog use the word panic, Su Xiao panicked even more. Damn it. In the future, if I encounter anyone with the surname Yi, sure, Gu, Lin, and especially Tang, just forget about Tang. These people will all charge extra. Chapter 92. Never-ending, simply endless. In the Zhongchen star domain, on a certain resource planet, Li Guanchuan had opened his consciousness fully, constantly traversing through the void. Each time he paused, dozens or even hundreds of star iron crystals flew into his virtual realm. They had been on this resource planet for several months, yet even with his strength as a source realm powerhouse, he had explored less than 1,000th of it. The planet was simply too vast, or rather, any star in the universe dwarfed Earth by countless times. If humanity were to inhabit this planet, even visiting a neighbor would require navigation. Li Guanchuan scoffed, internally grumbling. Yet his speed showed no signs of slowing. In these exceedingly dull days, he could only amuse himself. Since arriving on this resource planet, he truly experienced what it meant to gather wealth to the point of exhaustion and to count riches until his hands grew weary. So much so that he became too indifferent to stop at any place with fewer than 20 star iron crystals. A waste of time. The agreed-upon time had come. It was time to regroup. Li Guanchuan's gaze shifted to the distance, and his speed surged once more. 3 days later, 2 waiting figures appeared in his line of sight. Li Ge, Qi Shu, Zhao Tianwu, and Yi Xiaoxiao greeted Li Guanchuan as he descended from the void. Li Guanchuan nodded in acknowledgement. Although he appeared to be the same age as Su Xiao, he was genuinely old enough to be Zhao Tianwu's grandfather. Just a title, let them call him as they please. How did it go? What was the haul? Li Guanchuan inquired. Hearing this, Zhao Tianwu's brow furrowed, and he replied with a wry smile, never-ending, simply endless. At first, he had been quite enthusiastic, secretly keeping count. However, as more and more star iron crystals appeared beneath his feet, he became numb. So much so that now, Zhao Tianwu himself had no idea how many star iron crystals were in his virtual realm. He had no fondness for star iron crystals. He had no interest in star iron crystals. Li Guanchuan chuckled lightly. What about you, Xiao Xiao? Yi Xiao Xiao's eyes curved into crescent shapes, a trace of pride evident on her face. A total of 113,680. So many? Li Guanchuan's expression turned astonished. Even he had only acquired over 70,000. Moreover, as a source realm powerhouse, his consciousness and speed were vastly superior to Yi Xiao Xiao's. The little girl found 2 small star iron crystal mines. Zhao Tianwu looked at Yi Xiao Xiao with envy and explained. Li Guanchuan understood. Ah, I see. Star iron crystal mines are rare treasures. Everything depends on one's fortune and chance. Uncle Qi, aren't star iron crystals easy to obtain? Yi Xiao Xiao asked in confusion. In 3 months, we've gathered nearly 200,000 star iron crystals. Isn't that difficult? Don't you just need hands? Li Guanchuan chuckled. That's because we have someone behind us who can foresee opportunities. The coordinates for these 3 resource planets he provided must be places where no one has set foot yet. Otherwise, once those races discover it, it would become a battleground for resources. Acquiring star iron crystals is indeed not difficult. On this massive resource planet, there are certainly tens of millions of resources. The challenge lies in how to secure one's interests amidst hundreds of races. Yi Xiao Xiao nodded thoughtfully, then furrowed her brow. Then why not split it evenly? Fighting over it seems so troublesome. Although she was now a genuine constant realm powerhouse, she was still quite young. She did not understand why. If everyone was vying for resources, they would need to fight to the death. With so many resource planets in the Zhongchen star domain, wouldn't it suffice for each race to have one? Even splitting? Li Guanchuan replied. Once interests are involved, disputes will arise. Even among allies, there can be issues of unequal distribution, not to mention those races with peak source realm or even Dyson realm powerhouses. How could they allow other races to gain such significant benefits? That would pose the greatest threat to them. Li Guanchuan's wise gaze turned toward the distant Huanyunti #1 planet, and he said softly, this is also the intention of the Civilizational Management Bureau. They require each race to offer tributes annually to obtain resources in the long term, and that's one aspect. The second is to tightly control these races. By releasing some resource planet coordinates, they intentionally incite conflicts among these races, fostering hatred. Internal strife and death are the most direct means to weaken a group. As the conversation reached this point, Li Guanqi slowly shook his head and sighed, stating bluntly that these races were merely a herd of livestock raised by the Civilizational Management Bureau. Their purpose was to incessantly supply civilization weapons to the starry battlefield, provided they posed no threat to the Bureau's status. Upon hearing Li Guanqi's lengthy explanation, Yi Xiao Xiao wore an expression of sudden enlightenment. Uncle Qi, how can your mind work so swiftly? Li Guanqi touched the tip of his nose. Responding, necessity drives me. In the past, when unknown arrived, we could neither provoke nor defeat them, nor could we escape. To survive, one could only rely on their wits. So, by your reasoning, are we not also their livestock? Yi Xiao Xiao frowned, clearly displeased with this designation. Li Guanqi scoffed. To dare consider that esteemed one as livestock, it would be a miracle if Luan Yuntai I left behind even a speck of dust. Zhao Tianwu, unable to grasp Li Guanqi's profound reasoning, still nodded vigorously in agreement with that statement. Damn it, it's fortunate that the boss hasn't treated them like pigs to slaughter. How could they dare to rebel against the heavens? Zhao Tianwu was unaware of the true might of the Civilizational Management Bureau, but in his heart, he believed that anyone before Su Xiao had to sit obediently. This mindset had become ingrained. Warning, warning, deducting 5 points for discussing the boss behind his back. Zhao Tianwu's expression froze, turning gradually bitter. He then looked at Li Guanqi and forced a smile. Li Gu, why are you unaffected? Li Guanqi pondered for a moment and replied solemnly. Perhaps my words contain no sensitive terms? Zhao Tianwu sighed dramatically, realizing that this entire endeavor had been in vain. All right, this area has been thoroughly searched. We should change locations. Let us strive to complete this task in the shortest possible time. As the deduction warning sounded, Li Guanqi hesitated not. launching himself deeper into the planet. After a brief moment of frustration, Zhao Tianwu regained his focus, following closely behind Li Guanxi alongside Yi Xiao. The trio moved with remarkable speed. Days swiftly passed, and they arrived in an unfamiliar region. Same as before. We will rendezvous here in 3 months. After giving his instructions, Li Guanxi prepared to depart. Just then, a powerful beam of light suddenly pierced the horizon. Erupting in the void in an instant, the starry sky crackled with electric energy, intertwining and striking the vast, desolate earth like bolts of lightning. Li Guanxi abruptly halted, his gaze fixated on the source of the electric energy. Then, his figure abruptly vanished from the spot. However, the once silent and desolate resource planet reverberated with the sound of distant thunder. Chapter 93. Who stands in the way? Kill without mercy. Millions of kilometers away from Li Guanxi and his companions, Li Luozi stood like a deity, striding through the void. In front of him stood dozens of races, comprising over 100 powerful beings at the pinnacle of their realms. Let us see where your human race can flee this time. If you wish to survive, surrender your resources and remove your star cores. Otherwise, the alliance of the 100 races shall undoubtedly raise that blue planet. In front of the assembled tribes, a spherical life form, resembling a diminutive star, spoke fiercely. The demon star race. If the giant rock race is the richest in resources within the Zhongchen star domain, then the demon star race is the mightiest. Their kin are exceedingly scarce, with merely a handful in their entire clan. Yet each is an unmatched powerhouse. The weaklings of their race have already been devoured by their own. Li Luozi's face bore no sorrow or joy. Yet the killing intent emanating from him spread like a palpable force. He turned his gaze backward, a flicker of sorrow appearing in his eyes. There, only 5 figures remained. A mere few star iron crystals are hardly worth such a grand display. Morado, all you covet is the electric power within me. Since you desire it, I shall let you gorge yourself today. Li Luozi's voice turned icy cold, and then strands of electric energy began to coalesce above his head, resembling stars in the night sky. Morado gazed at the luminous sphere above, feeling both greed and trepidation. Since the first time he suffered defeat at the hands of this newly ascended human, he had longed for the power within Li Luozi. If he could consume it, his strength would undoubtedly surge, and even entering the source realm would not be but a distant dream. However, Li Luozi was far too formidable. Even with his peak power, he could not guarantee survival against such electric energy. Thus, he formed alliances, establishing the alliance of the 100 races. Their sole aim was to encircle and eliminate Li Luozi, to seize the electric power. Everyone, no matter how strong he is merely a novice in the realm. If we kill him, all resources shall belong to my demon star race. I shall even willingly relinquish their star cores. All I desire is the power he possesses. Morado's voice resonated slowly, his form beginning to enlarge, quickly rivaling the size of Earth. Upon hearing Morado's words, the other races stirred with renewed vigor. The star core, the essence of a planet. Whoever among them obtains it could rapidly breed a new batch of secondary civilization life forms. Such temptation was sufficient to blind them to the threat posed by this human. Kill! A roar erupted from within the ranks, igniting the greed in their hearts. Among the gathered, a member of the giant rock race sneered inwardly. That furious roar had originated from him. Ever since the last star iron crystal mine had been seized by the humans, he had harbored resentment. Thus, he covertly monitored the human race's movements on the resource planet while simultaneously contacting the demon star race to bide his time. Finally, his plan had borne fruit. Moreover, the electric power within Li Luozi had made his scheme even more perfect. The demon star race now covets the electric power and has forcibly established the alliance of the 100 races through its own intimidation. Those races coerced into the alliance were now utterly blinded by the allure of the star core. In such a scenario, how could the human race turn the tide? Most importantly, Chris had likely already made a move against Earth. Once Earth's protection was removed, the starry behemoths would strike. The human race would be doomed. The Zhongchen star domain is destined to gain another dead star. Himph. Even if there are powerful beings stationed on your planet, what does it matter? Opposing my giant rock race leads only to death. With this thought, the member of the giant rock race could not help but feel a sense of smugness. for it was his scheming that had led a planet down the path of destruction. Waves of powerful energy surged through the air, all directed toward Li Luozi. Li Luozi looked upon the multitude of diverse races in the starry sky, his expression betraying no fear. Since retreat was not an option, he would not retreat. He clenched his fist fiercely, striking the luminous sphere above his head. Boom! The sphere soared upward, piercing the clouds. The formidable power, which sent countless races into a frenzy, erupted in the starry sky, unleashing bolts of lightning that descended from above. The blinding silver light seemed alive, and not a single bolt landed upon the ground. In an instant, more than a dozen peak beings were reduced to ashes. "Save me!" A member of an alien race was engulfed by the electric energy, his body disintegrating inch by inch. Yet before he could finish his plea, he was utterly annihilated in the cosmos. A miniature space emerged from the spot where he had vanished, which Li Luozi grasped from afar. Having just obliterated over a dozen beings of equivalent strength, Li Luozi's figure in the void became slightly unstable. Waves of pain coursed through his mind. This was a sign of tremendous mental fatigue. Kill him? I refuse to believe he can truly take on 100 foes alone. Morado snorted coldly, his massive form crashing toward Li Luozi in the air. Li Luozi did not evade. Instead, he stepped into the void, charging directly at Morado, who was as large as Earth. Boom! Morado hurtled like a cannonball toward the distant ground, creating a massive crater on the incredibly hard surface of the resource planet. Meanwhile, under the immense force of the impact, Li Luozi was sent plummeting toward the Earth. 5 human beings at the pinnacle of their realm reacted swiftly, working together to catch Li Luozi as he fell. A mouthful of blood was expelled, and Li Luozi's complexion turned pale instantly. Had it been before his powers had waned, he would not have regarded a single Morado as a threat. However, after months of evading the encirclement of the 100 races, his strength had already diminished by half, and combined with the recent instantaneous slaughter of over a dozen beings, his mental energy was nearing depletion. The perilous situation of being besieged by the 100 races was not due to mere resources, but because of the electric power within me. Li Luozi's expression darkened. This time, there was no escape. Leader, you take them and flee first. A human being at the pinnacle of their realm suddenly rose, heading straight for the alliance of the 100 races. No, don't go. Stop him. As he stood, Li Luozi felt an ominous premonition, urgently calling out to prevent him. The human being turned, smiling, to die for the sake of protection. I have no regrets in this life. Following you. I have no regrets. Atop Mount Huashan, erect a monument for me. Weary, I yearn to behold the long-forgotten scenery. Boom. His body swelled dramatically, ultimately erupting with a thunderous explosion. A surge of energy, more terrifying than the power of lightning, erupted forth like a spewing volcano, instantly engulfing all enemies before him. Dozens of formidable beings from the eternal realm had no time to react. All reduced to mere fragments scattered across the ground. Various hues of blood drifted upon the earth, with a solitary crimson streak standing out starkly. Li Luozi's eyes burned with fury, his heart ablaze like a raging inferno. Yet, he had no time to mourn. 5 figures swiftly retreated into the distance. This was the precious time that his comrades had sacrificed their lives to procure, and he dared not delay for a moment. However, before they could traverse far, the colossal form of Morado reappeared above Li Luozi. A thin veil of light enveloped his spherical body, absorbing all the energy generated by the self-detonation of the human realm's powerful beings. At that moment, the barrier shattered, and Morado's cold voice echoed forth. A second-tier civilization weapon, in exchange for the lightning power coursing through your veins. Quite the bargain. This time, I shall not allow your escape. Kill, with Morado, a peak powerhouse of the eternal realm, leading the charge and dozens of fellow warriors in pursuit. Li Luozi and his companions, grievously wounded, gathered the lightning power once more. This time, it coalesced at Li Luozi's heart. Brother, it seems I might not be able to erect a monument for you, but I can accompany you. Together with these wretched beings. The 5 exchanged knowing smiles, their spirits surging. Just then, thunderous roars reverberated from the starry sky. Li Guancher strode through the void, and upon witnessing the actions of Li Luozi and the bloodshed on the ground, a fierce rage suddenly ignited in his eyes. his gaze fixated on Li Luozu. His voice booming like thunder. Li Luozu, listen well. I now inquire. In the name of the boss, do you possess wealth? Li Luozu, taken aback by Li Guanchu's sudden appearance, paused momentarily. Upon hearing the latter's words, without a trace of hesitation, he waved his hand, and countless star iron crystals instantly filled the sky. They were densely packed. Li Guanchu, enveloped in a raging tide, surged toward the ground. Gather all the wealth of the world. Who dares to obstruct? Slay without mercy.